The head of the Ferrari hypercar program. There's Vincent Vos. He's got a foot in both camps, in LMGT3 and in hypercar. The second Aston Martin 007, of course, Harry Tincknell, Tom Gamble and Ross Gunn. So there's experience in both cars. There are new drivers in both cars. Some new to WEC, some already with plenty of experience like Ross Gunn of racing in the IMSA series. So this is actually Harry Tincknell on the left, formerly regarded as one of the tallest drivers in the paddock, is now literally the shortest in his own car. So Aston Martin haven't qualified particularly strongly. They're hoping to learn here. They've got a brand new car. Proton competition, 15th on the grid. Neil Jarni will start the number 99 car. Proton ran this car last year as well as a privateer Porsche 963 entry. We still have factory Porsche team run by Penske. And just ahead of them, you can see the number 36, the first of the two blue Alpine. Different blue on the car, more of a French blue than a Dieppe blue. But Jean-Marc Gounon, Fred Makovici, who has come from the Porsche team to join Alpine. He joins Jean-Marc Gounon and Mick Schumacher.
Yeah, Mick Schumacher, obviously an XF1 driver and getting more used to the world of World Endurance Championship and enjoying himself at Alpine. So yeah, intrigued to see what the 36 car can do today. I think it's out of place really. I think its race pace is stronger than what it showed in qualifying.
Well, the champions last year driver lineup, two remain. Kevin Estre is still in this car, joined by Lawrence Vanthoor and Matt Campbell, who's moved over to the number 5 team to replace the Andre Lotter, who has moved on. He will reappear next year as part of Hyundai's Genesis program, which is a confirmed entry for next year. I just saw Kevin Magnussen. Kevin looking very happy and relaxed all week so far.
Newest car on the grid, and that comes because of a full rebuild for the number 94 Peugeot. After they had some vibrations in free practice 2, investigations proved to be necessary to rebuild that car around a brand new spare monocoque in 14 hours. Amazing stuff.
It's unheard of. It's what an achievement by the team.
Yeah, I did say the other day that you probably wouldn't build your Lego hypercar in that time.
Brand new Porsche factory driver, Julian Andlauer. After the heroics aboard the Proton car, this is the number 5 car, 11th on the grid.
There was a little moment in our All Access behind-the-scenes program shot in the Toyota garage while Alex Wirtz was watching that with some of the drivers and saying, well, Andlauer's just handed out his business card to the rest of the grid, hasn't he? And sure enough, you know, Porsche know a star when they've got one. He was in a privateer car doing that last year. So the second Peugeot, the better placed on the grid, car number 10. Paul Di Resta moves from the 94 crew to the 93 crew, joins Mikkel Jensen and Jean-Eric Verne. So lots of experience there, not just of racing in this championship, but of that car as well.
Yeah, Paul Di Resta to start as the driver starts to prepare to get into the car as the rest of the drivers and the rest of the teammates and team crew line up. You can see line astern getting ready for the national anthem.
So Charles Milesi and the tall figure of Ferdinand Habsburg. Paul-Luc Chatin closest to the camera, part of the Alpine crew. Ferdy will start this car number 35. So the starting drivers will be in the car or ready to get in the car. And they were in the top 10 in qualifying. Alpine, again, a brand new car last year, and they are definitely much more on the pace. There's the new boy in yellow. Phil Hansen joins Ye Yifei and Robert Kubica. Hansen has spent all of his endurance racing career with United Autosport in LMP2, and then last season, and now, for the first time, in a different team, for the first time ever, racing a Ferrari factory prototype. What a great moment for that young man it'll be when he goes out for the first time in the race.
Robert Kubica there to start the race in the car number 83. They have been race winners in the past. They won in Austin last year.
national anthem. We are continuing in our build-up to the start of the race. We will start green flag the lap, the first lap at 1400 local. That is 1100 GMT, 0600 Eastern. So in just a few minutes' time. So working our way up the hypercar field. Toyota number 7 now again. This car, Toyota probably didn't expect to be in the top 3 or 4 in qualifying. This is not a track that really suits their car particularly well. Mike Conway starts the car. So again, what you do in qualifying and what you do over 10 hours, Anthony Davidson, are very different aspects of going motor racing.
Oh, really different. Very, very different challenge. And here's a challenge as well with Rene Rast there on the left-hand side of that driver lineup. 6 on the grid. Different colour scheme for the car this year, the BMW run by WRT, and always a tense moment for the drivers getting on board for the car before the start of the race. Very different feel compared to the other teammates that watch on and will drive the car later.
12 months ago, that was a brand new car on the grid. It had raced the year before in IMSA in America, but the BMW hypercar was brand new last year. How far they've come. And Jota, 25 years this team has been operational. Today marks the very first day they start a race as a factory team. These are 2 Cadillacs run by Hertz Team Jota, and the factory caddy operation obviously very trusting of the Jota team. Earl Bamber starts the car, 38 you just saw there, from 5th position on the grid, and right ahead of him will be teammate Will Stevens in car number 12. Will with Norman Nato and Alex Lynn. That's the driver there, the driver lineup there. Earl Bamber is joined by the other Bs, Sebastian Bourdais, who is here for the full season, not the longer races only, as was the case last year with Cadillac, and also with Jenson Button. So that's the B team.
So you've, in terms of all the Bs, yeah, Bourdais, Button and Bamber. So yeah, we're looking at the Ferrari here, number 50. I feel like Fuoco was one of those drivers that didn't quite, he was the one that qualified it yesterday to line up 3rd on the grid today. I feel like that's one of the cars that was a bit compromised in qualifying, tripped over a bit of traffic. I think it was one of the Peugeots in turn 5.
And the 51 sister car.
Exactly, in turn 6. That didn't really impede, but it was more of a visual distraction for him on the way into turn 6, that slowest corner on the track. So it could have been a bit better, but the qualifying will be long forgotten in a few hours' time.
Great news for the simple among us. Hello, that's me. Both BMWs, same car, very different liveries. These are the BMW M Sport colours. That's car number 15. The 20 car is in the yellow, red, white and black of Shell. So the 2 BMWs, the cars are absolutely identical, but the paint schemes are different, which makes identification easy. And they split the Ferraris on the front row. They almost got pole, but in the end it was a stellar lap from Antonio Giovinazzi that grabbed pole in the final knockings of qualifying for the Ferrari factory team. And so James Calado starts the car at the front of the field. Now the red Ferraris have won just twice in 2 seasons. Admittedly, it was been Le Mans both times and a different car each time, so they've won the one that everybody wants, but it's that yellow Ferrari you can just see there. That's the only one that has run one of the shorter races. So Ferrari definitely feel that they have lots of work to do. Starting at the front is great, but you've got to finish at the front in 10 hours.
Well, this has to be their best opportunity to make that happen for the Works team, for the 2 red cars. They've shown speed, they've shown on occasion where they should have won the race, Spa being one of them last year. Due to bad luck, it fell out of their hands with an untimely red flag. So it was what could have been for that team, and I think this is their best opportunity yet to win a World Endurance Championship race.
Yep.
They've, in inverted commas, only won Le Mans up until this point.
If you're only going to win 2 races, that one in France is the one. Tom Christensen at the front of the grid, and we are just about to see the green flag to wave the field away. They will get the 1-minute board in just a moment. Engines will be fired up as we get ready for the first of 8 races in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Little moment of reassurance for Julian Andlauer, his first drive as a factory Porsche hypercar star.
It's always a nice moment when you're one of the only ones left. The whole team, look, they've all left the grid. You're the only one. You feel that immense pressure on your shoulders, but also a nice responsibility in the same way. And it's just you and one mechanic left. You give that handshake, and then the door closes, and it's all down to you.
And the door closing is almost like the curtain opening for a singer. That's your time to shine. Who gets to shine first is where we're going to find out in just a moment. Engines will fire. They will go round on 2 formation laps because we don't have tyre heaters. So they will have a chance to warm their tyres.
1 minute board on the grid. 1 minute board on the grid. We are under 1 minute to start the first of 2 formation laps. At the start of the race, please clear the grid immediately. Please clear the grid immediately.
2 things you need to know about Tom Christensen. 1, he's won Le Mans a lot, and 2, he loves this more than almost anybody I know. So engines are started.
30 seconds, under 30 seconds to start the first of 2 formation laps.
The voice of our race director, Eduardo Freitas. You'll hear him as he intervenes, if necessary, during the race. Our safety car driver leads the field away.
Green flag, start of the formation lap. Start of the formation. Start of the first of 2 formation laps.
Tom Christensen, 9-time Le Mans winner, wins the green flag, waving the national colours. Qatari rally driver Saeed Al Hadri, a mere 19 Middle Eastern Rally Championships under his belt. He is absolutely a superstar of the Middle Eastern rallying world. As they head away, the hypercars will all go first. There were no halt or aim in qualifying, who were slower than the LMGT3s. And then our LMGT3 field will follow. They will line up in a lap and a half, side by side, 2 by 2, and head down for the rolling start of this race.
No tyre warmers, of course, in the World Endurance Championship now, so for all of the cars, both categories, hypercar and LMGT3, and so that's hence the 2 warm-up laps. To just try and get a bit more energy into them before they're let loose.
All 36 cars away and clean from that grid. Grand Marshal Tom Christensen enthusiastically giving that battle cry and then the green flag. Great to see him here. A host of legends in that paddock, and I think we'll be talking to a few of them later.
The newest of the cars in the LMGT3 category, run by the Iron Lynx team, who last year ran the Lamborghinis. Those are the Mercedes AMGs. 1 black, 1 yellow. Very easy to tell the difference between the 2 of those. Lots of cars. You can see the 2 caddies there with very identical liveries, or nearly identical liveries. So they're going to be harder to pick out. But there are a number of teams where the cars look very different indeed. And so we will be able to try and use those to associate not just the car we're talking about, but use them to place them in the pack, because this is going to be a very busy race.
Just looking at the lap times that they achieved yesterday in qualifying, almost over a second faster than that of last year's hyperpole pole position time. Just shows the rate of progress that all of the hypercar manufacturers are making year after year.
Looking down through our grid on row 7, the number 6 Porsche, the Drivers' Champions, took that to the title last year ahead of the Alpine, the Privateer Proton competition car, and then the first of the 007, firstly 2 Aston Martin Valkyries. Not going to get a great noise from it on board. The drivers say it's you can tell it's a different noise on board, but it doesn't sound on board like it sounds to everybody else.
Quick shot there of Rob Bell, the new sporting director of McLaren, in the garage, and he's very proud indeed of the achievement yesterday of these 2 cars.
There they are, the 2 McLarens looking out the front row ahead of the Lexus in 3rd place. So Lexus again, like McLaren, new last season, a car that hadn't raced in the WEC before, not just under LMGT3 rules, but under the previous GTE rules either. On board with Kevin Magnussen, weaving to warm the tyres. You have to be careful as you're getting on the throttle and onto the brakes to try and build that heat in the front, especially that you don't end up running into the car in front.
It's only a couple of months ago Kevin was here on the parade lap before the start of the race in Formula One. So yeah, how so much can change in little time for Kevin Magnussen, and what a luxury it is, what a joy for him to be starting a race on the front row.
And of course, he was originally signed as a hypercar driver a couple of seasons ago, but then got the call back to Formula One. He has raced in the World Endurance Championship just once before. He and Father Jan were teamed up at Le Mans 2 or 3 seasons ago, but this is his first full season start.
But has raced full season in the IMSA WeatherTech Sport Car Championship. It's tense moments this as the cars in their second formation lap.
I wonder actually how tense people are in the garage. I think everybody is just eager for the race to start, to really see where they are. There was 14 hours of running last week in the prologue, the pre-season test 2 days. We've had free practice and qualifying. All of those are different. All of those are about setting the car up, finding the pace, extracting that qualifying lap. This is an entirely different process now, racing at the limit of the performance of the driver and the car and the team for the full 10 hours. And the closer you get to that 100% extraction, the better chance you have of winning this race.
But crucially importantly, the endurance aspect of this is keeping that performance at the maximum for the longest possible time with the fuel, the energy and the tyres you have on the car.
We are getting ready. It's been a short winter, but it just feels like the last week has gone on forever. Ready for the start of this race. The first of 8 rounds of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Wherever you are, wherever you've joined us, whatever time of the day or night it might be, I think it's going to be worth your while. 10 hours from now, as the clock strikes midnight, we will have our first winners in the FIA WEC. But right now, everyone is world champion. Let's see who comes out with the best shot at the end of this one. On board with Earl Bamber, lining up in the second of the caddies.
He's been an exciting one to watch, hasn't he? Not always for good reasons at the start of wet races. He's very feisty, and he's got his teammate right alongside him.
From row 2 of the grid, that's Nick Nielsen trying to get alongside his teammate, the 51 car, James Collado. The pole sitter, the Fred cars are side by side, they run out wide. Collado keeps his nose in front, and the 3rd place Blue Alpine ahead of the gold of the 1st of the Cadillacs. Earl Bamber started 4th on the grid. Has he made it through? It looks, in fact, it's the BMW 3rd. So that is Kevin Magnussen. Good, clean start, but the Ferrari's already showing, and drama, bits flying off. One of the Peugeot was on the dirt, and one of the caddies has dropped right back, the number 12 car, down to 11th place. Will Stevens getting shuffled out in the first couple of corners. It's Ferrari 1, 2, 3 wide behind the BMW for 4th place. Anthony Davidson, what a start.
Yeah, there's a bit of wheel banging as well, side-by-side action with the number 35 Alpine versus the Jota there on the exit of turn 6 on the run into turn 7.
Earl Bamber in that caddy giving no quarter, and he gets shuffled down the order. The Alpine went by, that's Ferdy Habsburg.
Looking further back, Mike Conway, the number 7, has lost a position to the BMW number 20. That's Rene Rast at the wheel. They were jostling for position. Number 7 was in front before turn 6, so lost a position there. Now has Robert Kubica in that yellow Ferrari. You can see there in midfield, right behind him in his mirrors.
Yeah, the yellow Ferrari is dropping back a little from that first of the Toyotas to the Porsche of Julian Andlauer. There are the Aston Martin Valkyries. Listen. Oh, we'll get much more of that in the next 10 hours. They just make a fabulous noise.
Buemi is already in the car number 8, made up a few positions, I think 3 or 4 positions in fact, at the start of this race.
He's just pulled ahead of Lawrence Van Stor, gone ahead of the 6 car, which has gone backwards in the early corners of this race.
Just saw the shot, very quick shot of Sebastian Buemi in the black Toyota right at the top of the picture, coming up the order, and now challenging the Peugeot ahead of him, and that is Loic Duval, the Peugeot white with the green highlights. In LMGT3, 2 Ferraris there are 4th and 5th, the silver cars. Everybody has made it through safely. Didn't look like major drama. Leader in the LMGT3 is James Cottingham's United Autosport McLaren. There you can see one of the Mustangs having a little feint and trying to move up the order, and that was Stefano Gattuso trying to put a move on the yellow Corvette of Ben Keating.
Trying to see what's happened to Will Stevens in the car number 12, the second of the gold-coloured Hertz Team Jota. He's had a bit of a shocker on that first lap. Maybe he was one of the cars involved with the Peugeot on the run down towards turn 5, where we saw a bit of bodywork get flicked up from the car. So Will Stevens now gone from P4 to P12.
Battle for 3rd place with the white on the nose. That is the BMW, and that is the car of Kevin Magnussen. Ferdy Habsburg with the all-blue Alpine right behind him. Then the gold and black. That is the Caddy of Earl Bamber. And then the yellow, red, black. That is the second of the BMWs, Rene Rast. So on board with Ferdy Habsburg. He knows who's in front of him. Last time that Ferdy would have seen Kevin Magnussen would have been when he was driving in Formula 1. Now he's trying to find a way by him for 3rd place.
You sort of talked about Will Stevens there, and I think there were 2 parallel incidents at that point. The Peugeot to the right to the side of the track forced wide, but on the outside, I think there were 2 other cars that came together.
Well, we'll get a replay of that. Let's catch up with the action. Back with Will Stevens. This is the Cadillac that was 11th on lap 1, down to 12th place. There's the gold colour, the yellow highlights on that car. Predominantly, that is the Will Stevens car, and more red on the other car. And there are the 2 Aston Martins. Red windscreen strip on 009, yellow windscreen strip on 007.
Yeah, it's Rene Rast, isn't it, fighting, putting pressure on Earl Bamber in the number 38 Jota.
Change for 2nd in LMGT3. James Cottingham down to 3rd in the 2nd of the orange and black McLarens, as up into 2nd place has gone Arnold Robin. That is the red and black and white of the Lexus. So that car run by a Codis ASP. Because this is customer racing, you have the team name, not the brand name there, so we'll get used to that. Let's take a look at the start. There are the 2 McLarens. They started side by side, the orange and black cars. Lexus and Ferrari, both with a car on row 2 and row 3.
Bit of contact further back down the pack with the blue Porsche and the yellow Corvette, who muscles his way by.
I think that was Ben Keating in the 2nd of the yellow Corvettes. He started that car and he has dropped down the order. Ben is down in 12th at the moment. Looking in the McLaren garage, the United Autosport team. And on board again with the Porsche, and this...
That's on board the Mustang.
I know, that's the Mustang, you're right.
Up the inside of the Iron Dames. 2 leading cars in this category from the start. Down on the Iron James Cottingham 2 years ago. They were contesting the British GT Championship. Way wide there from the 33.
That was Keating, yeah, getting a big moment there over those gravel strips that have been added beyond the curbs. Self-policing track limits, Anthony Davidson. And here's the move for 2nd.
Yeah, good move coming up here into turn 12, one of the highest speed corners on the track. Look at that commitment, straight into 2nd place for the Lexus.
And look there at the new light panels on the side. Instead of having 1 dot, 2 dots or 3 dots for positioning class, all the cars now will show their positioning class. The colour green, LMGT3. If it's a red number, it's a hypercar. It doesn't look like a road car anyway, so you'll get used to that.
What that means is if you are joining us trackside for any of these FI1 Endurance Championship races around the world, and we urge you to do so, if you possibly can, it's going to be a much better way of following the action.
This looks like good racing here. We've got the number 36 Alpine. This is a change for the lead, Graham.
Yes, it is. This is the Lexus. It was very quick in qualifying. Has it got race-long pace? Well, they're going to have to make sure that they use their speed as they can. If it's this quick on new tyres, it needs to also survive on used tyres in the 2nd stint. Some of the Ferrari drivers were suggesting maybe triple stinting tyres, which We'll have to see how that works out if they go for it. The black colours there at the top of the picture, that is the Toyota Gazoo Racing car number 7 of Mike Conway. So he's just off this little lead group, the yellow Ferrari behind, and the first of the Penske Porsches, car number 6, with the white car with the lime green and grey highlights. That's the Peugeot. So that was car number 93, Paul Di Resta, as we ride on board with Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac.
I'm sure we'll see more of what actually happened on that opening lap with Will Stevens shortly. But yeah, he was the one that really suffered in that tussle in the first 2 or 3 turns. Beyond that, further back down the order, Seb Buemi all over the back of the number 94 Peugeot of Loic Duval, and looking to make further progress up the order.
There is the first of the Peugeots, the 93 car. As you can see, it's just outside of the top 8. And the Lexus with the lead in LMGT3 ahead of the 2 United Autosport McLarens. Behind them, 2 Ferraris. There's Jules Gounon with the beard and Mick Schumacher watching from the Alpine garage. Alpine and BMW brand new to the championship last season. And look where they are, 12 months on, right in the top 6, battling with Ferrari for supremacy here. So that's what Aston Martin need to look at, not where Alpine and BMW are now, but where they were a year ago with a new car.
Both Alpines looking like they're putting pressure on the cars in front of them as we look back at the LMGT3 battle here. And we saw earlier on a bit of bodywork on still left on the circuit from that opening lap. We believe it might have come from the Porsche number 6 car, who are reporting that they can see a bit of bodywork up in the air, but it doesn't seem to be affecting their lap times as we look at the action again into turn 1.
Well, let's identify. We've got the BMW, the yellow Corvette, and right behind the Mustang, fairly familiar face of the Mustang, the yellow Corvette, the 33 car, and that is the car started by Ben Keating. So just ahead of him is the car with Yasser Shaheen in, who is the man who owns the Benz. That's the orange nostrils on that BMW, and of course he's moved from racing a Porsche last year.
The Benz Motorsport Park in South Australia, home of the 2nd largest permanent racetrack on the planet after the Nürburgring.
51A, of course, a Ferrari. This is our race leader, James Calado, creeping a little away from teammate Nicholas Nielsen, 1.5 seconds ahead. And Calado, once he's got that little gap, will be able to exploit it because there's nobody right behind looking for a pass, Anthony. But Nick Nielsen's got a queue of cars who will take advantage of any mistake.
Exactly. Calado was under immense pressure from his teammate in the opening lap of this race, but since then he held his nerve, and now he's really getting into a nice groove. I can see using all the racetrack, driving nice and smoothly. It's what you need to do around this fast-flowing circuit, and he's fully in the groove, driving really well at the moment. And it's actually Nicholas Nielsen who's got a bit of pressure behind him from Kevin Magnussen, and then Ferdy Habsburg in the number 35 Alpine. For me, he looks like the fastest out of the 2 cars in front of him.
Waved yellows at turn 3. That will be, I was going to say, to allow Marshall to scamper out and pick up the bodywork long before the LMGT3 cars get there and after the hypercars have left. So really savvy race direction, waiting for the gap to open up between the 2 packs to allow Marshall to run out without having to actually slow anybody down. There's the battle between the 2 Ferraris. 54, Thomas Floor now ahead of 21, the car driven by Francois Heriot that started ahead of him on the grid. So that's a position change. Thomas Floor has moved up ahead of his teammate. So he's up to 4th place now. And those Ferraris had 2 really strong races at the end of the last season, Graham. They're carrying on that performance into this year.
They did. They're under pressure, though, from the 2nd of the Lexus at this point, with another of our new drivers, Romanian Petru Mrescu, racing at the moment, watching Earl Bamber, and he's beginning to look like he's looking for a way by that Alpine ahead for 4th place. That's another off-track moment. Is that the 33 again? It is.
I think that is Ben Keating again, and there's the Mustang coming past. As a result, you cannot blink in this battle. Any mistake, somebody's... Oh, Lexus off!
That's the 2nd Lexus, I think. It is the 2nd Lexus,
damage.
Yeah, damage to that left front, isn't it? Well, actually the side of the car. We're going to see a replay of what's happened here. Dives down the inside, but it's a little bit too late, isn't it? Spins around the Ferrari and then gets tagged.
That's also the 46 car of Ahmed Al-Hati delayed by that.
So it looked like on board, it's too late, it's too late.
No.
So not only have you sustained some damage to your car and been spun around, I think a penalty is going to be coming your way as well.
Amadou Harty did well to avoid A, the accident, and B, the gravel trap that was waiting, but Ben Keating picked up 3 places there as a result of all those cars going off in front. And again, this is what racing is all about. It's not about having the fastest car, it's about surviving at the limit of your performance for 10 hours.
It cost 8 places to number 21 car, hit him actually behind the rear wheel.
Lexus is off again, it's got a left front puncture then, hasn't it?
Well, I think it was just trying to get out of the way, Martin, of the hypercars coming up.
Traffic with how many?
Look at this. You got the Hertz team Jota looking to the outside thanks to that traffic. Is he going to cut in? Is Bamba on the exit of that corner? Get a really good run now on the Alpine. He's putting him under immense pressure, and this isn't going to be settled until they get to the apex of turn 1. Great stuff.
And Habsburg is towing along with Bamba alongside, and we're on board in the Cadillac.
Really close on the braking. He's going to try and go around the outside, Bamba. He's going to make it stick. He's done it. If he can stay on track limits, he's done it. What a move.
Fantastic stuff. And right up now behind the BMW of Kevin Magnussen. And there might have been a little bit of a battle between Magnussen and the Alpine, which has dropped them back from the 50 Ferrari because Nick Nielsen's gone.
It was the traffic, Martin. It was the traffic as it unfolded through turn 14, 15, penultimate corner. The Alpine got a particularly bad run because of that situation, and this is where the World Endurance Championship at the top end gets really exciting. That first wave of the LMGT3 cars that you have to come across. Tense stuff.
So much going on in LMGT3. Pedro Embriasco is in the pit lane. Damage to that left front corner. No puncture, as you rightly said. Now then, here comes the Aston Martin. Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Not Le Mans, but Lake Le Mans in Switzerland is where the team is named after. That's where they're based. Hypercars carving through here. And these onboards are frankly terrifying to a normal driver. The speed with Anthony's glue.
This is brilliant. This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. This is where you can make a lot of lap time if you take risks in the hypercars. And yeah, we look here. That's the Kevin Magnussen car, BMW, and the Hertz team Jetta looking down the inside in towards the penultimate corner.
It was Bamba trying to go the other side of the GT traffic to make the move. Didn't quite make it move. He's right with Magnussen now in a battle for third.
And all these GT3 drivers are trying desperately to pass the car in front of them as well. It's so tight.
And don't forget, they're mostly the bronze rated driver as well, so the lowest graded driver with all due respect, and they've got these guys coming up, thundering up behind them.
BMW and Alpine with the red highlights. That's the number 20 BMW all over the back of the Alpine. Looks outside, looks inside. Didn't have the run that Bamba had in the Caddy, but here's Bamba attacking Kevin Magnussen now for third place. And you sort of sense, actually, that if Bamba gets by Magnussen, he might be able to start chasing down those Ferraris in front.
And it is part of the unique appeal of sports car racing, mixed class racing. The traffic just adds in an extra element. Fortune sometimes favours the brave.
It's mostly the most important element, Graham, especially early days like we are in the race here, where the field is completely bunched up in both categories. So now what's going to happen? We've got an Aston Martin LMGT3 car going through turn 7. He's in the middle. You can see that bluey-green Aston Martin in the middle of the hypercars, and now the BMW's catching through what should be a much faster corner for the hypercars. Down the inside goes Magnussen, followed through just about by Bamba. A risky move, because to follow the other car through, at some point the GT has to turn in. So here we go now towards turn 12. There's a Corvette in their way. How's this going to unfold?
And meantime, of course, these GT cars are trying to have their own race. Stay out of the way, yes, but keep up the momentum, keep up the speed, don't lose the lap time. Fabulous stuff.
And traffic is working for our LMGT3 leader, Arnaud Robin, in this surviving healthy Lexus, because he's actually now 4 seconds clear of those 2 orange McLarens as the leaders come through.
And a big battle as well because of the traffic, just split up a little bit.
Good run out of the corner. It looked like from the Cadillac he got dropped back a little from Kevin Magnussen. Magnussen behind the 2 McLarens as they come by the camera. There's the McLaren. Oh, don't get to see it. Oh, off track goes the first form Manthey Porsche and one of the Valkyries trying to weave their way through as well.
I think maybe the GT car. Oh, and there's a spin. Is that
the Caddy?
It's the 38. It's
yeah,
the 38. Fourth place, Bamba spun.
I reckon this was the fight that we just cut away from, the fight with himself and Kevin Magnussen down in turn. I hope you'll see a replay of that. This is what happened.
Buffalo Girls, and just ran onto the dirty part of the track. He was going around the outside of the...
Well, let's see on board. So he goes,
He tagged the McLaren.
Does he tag the McLaren, or does he just lose the rear? Yep, gets hit. 3 into 1, that's a tough one. And where does the McLaren go as well?
Let's hear from the team.
Okay, is the car okay? Is the car okay?
That's fine.
Yeah, that's a really difficult one to call. And again, you know, you've got the bronze drivers out there in the McLaren. I find it really hard to blame a bronze driver in that situation. And that was a hard battle going into that corner. Like I say, 3 into 1. Yeah. That's a 10 out of 10 high risk move, but you need to do it because it's for position.
It worked the last time for Alabama around the outside, albeit with a hypercar, but there the gap just wasn't there.
Well, there's the point. I think if it was just himself versus Magnussen, fine. The problem was you had a bronze-rated GT car in the middle, literally in the middle of them.
The effect, though, has dropped Earl Bamber down to 17th place and behind the sister car now.
And it's moved everybody else up the order, so this is now the battle for 9th. The white Peugeot, the blue 36 Alpine. There's the caddy coming through behind. That's Will Stevens starting his recovery drive. So the white Peugeot, that's Paul Di Resta in 93 for the first time. Was the drive for 94 for the last 2 years. Will Stevens in the number 12 Cadillac coming through. And behind him is the 94 Peugeot, and that is the car of Loic Duval. And here, Toyota, and these are the champions of last year. The number 6 drivers champions, Toyota, the manufacturers champions, and bouncing across the curbs, gathering it all back up, the number 6 car, Lawrence Vantor, with Sebastian Buemi just in front of him.
So Buemi making headway in this race, isn't he? He's suddenly the car seems to have come alive, and that was a fight into turn 1 once again. It seems to be the place on the track to make your overtaking moves, but yeah, the Porsche trying to hang on and go around the outside, and Buemi was having none of it. Politely squeezes him out of road, and yeah, onto the gravel, but he had lost the rear before that anyway. Yeah, it's let's have a, sorry Mod, let's have a look from the outside. He's got the space there. Oh, and gets on the power, but as he gets on the power, the rear just starts to slide around, and Kevin Estre, his teammates, yeah, he would have given that a go as well.
That would have been a headline of a Grand Prix. And it's just one tiny incident in 10 hours of racing here. Back to our LMGT3 class, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, struggling for pace here. This is the 21 car.
This is the car that was turned around.
Yeah. And right in front of the Iron Dames Porsche. The Iron Dames still with pink, a very much ice cream coloured livery this weekend, or this season. And the Iron Dames are currently, that car being driven by their new driver, French driver Célia Martin. She comes up from junior prototype racing into the World Endurance Championship. So she starts there. She was chasing Francois Heriot. Back again with the number 12 car, Will Stevens, with pressure from behind. There's the 94 Peugeot, the white car behind him. Loic Duval, one of the most experienced sports car racers in the field.
Yep, world champion, of course, with Audi, Loic Duval. Célia Martin, Michelin Le Mans Cup last year with the Iron Dames in a Lamborghini when they were still affiliated there. They're still a Porsche affiliated program, and Célia comes fresh from 2 very intense weekends in the UAE for the Age of Le Mans series.
Well, let's hear from the Aston Martin for the first time.
There's so much understeer, just no grip ready at all.
Okay, mate, copy.
Deck feels high, I'm also losing the rear.
Okay, mate, copy that.
Deg, Anthony Davidson, tyre degradation. The more the car slides, the hotter and tougher it is for the tyre to grip, and so tyre wear increases exactly as we're used to seeing in Formula One. So too with these cars.
Yeah, Harry's suffering with mostly the understeer. I would take away from that comment. That's the biggest time loss for him right now in terms of the balance of the car. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, as soon as the degradation of tyre starts to kick in round about now, it's fairly low on this track, the tyre deg, but he's feeling that there's also a bit of rear end instability on that car. So he relays the message to his engineer. There's obviously nothing the engineer can do right now apart from taking a board for future development and where to take the car later on.
They've done
in its development, and also where the migration of balance is likely to go throughout the stint of a race.
And of course, as the car progresses, it will get lighter as it burns off fuel, so that balance will change. Back with our battle in hypercar, again the gold of the Cadillac behind the blue of the Alpine, and this is the battle for 10th place, the blue Alpine. Fred McAveety, first drive for Alpine. Will Stevens was with Chota last year, but it's his first drive in a Cadillac, because last year they ran a customer and half of the year before a customer Porsche. There are the two McLarens, still second and third, and here's the battle for fourth place. Thomas Floor having another good run. He was the winner with his teammates in Fuji. They've won 3 times in World Endurance, that crew, all 3 times at Fuji, but behind is the Corvette, the TF Sport car of Tom Van Rompuy. You can tell the difference between the two Corvettes by looking at the roof. The black car is 31, the black roof rather is 81, the yellow roof is 33.
In hypercar, new fastest lap of the race comes the recovering Earl Bamber, but big battle here underway between the Corvette and the Ferrari. I think those McLarens are running to a pace ahead, and also in there, the BMW.
Yeah, I was going to say, look who's come to join the party. These two have been at it for a couple of laps, compromising their racing lines, slowing each other down, and Van Rompuy shows his nose on the inside, but right behind him is Ahmed Al-Hati, and he's very experienced in these BMWs. He's getting the move going around the outside, Anthony.
Yeah, trying it on around there. That's going to be a tough one to hang on around the outside of turn 7. Yeah, and he's had to back out of it. Bit too greasy out there, bit too dusty. Thought that was going to be a difficult move, but worth giving it a go.
Dayglow yellow highlights in the number 46, because that is the car that Valentino Rossi shares, and right behind, Ian James, heart of racing Aston Martin. So the two Aston Martins run by the same group of mechanics, but for different, quote, teams. So one's blue, one is green. That's Racing Spirit of Le Mans. And a change of position there. The 99, that is the Proton Competition Porsche. Has just slipped a spot as the caddy has got by. Earl Bamber recovering from that spin out. Because basically, a lot of this is snakes and ladders, and there are a lot more snakes than ladders, Anthony.
Well, in this game, you have to keep your nose clean at all costs. That's how you're going to get in such a competitive field now, and particularly in hypercar. That's how you're going to look at your podiums and bag big points. And you can't be, whether it's your fault or not, you can't be spun around or leave the circuit at any time. You can't afford to give your competition that advantage, that luxury. As we look back at this battle now, we were looking a bit before, into turn 1, the Corvette tries to go around the outside to defend its position of 5th place.
Yeah, this is continuation from that attempted move about 3/4 of a lap ago to get by the 54 Ferrari of Thomas Floor.
Yeah, Thomas Floor clearly doing a remarkable job, a remarkable defensive job, but doesn't have the speed, at least of the two cars behind him. So he moves to the inside before turn 4 and 5. And that's not a corner where you can drive simply around the outside, but what's Van Rompuy going to do here on the exit of that corner? He tried the inside last time, Floor had it covered. The BMW goes to the outside. Can you drive right around the outside here? No, can't be done, but he's going to switch back on the exit. But no, Thomas Floor, great defensive driving at this stage.
Yeah, he's in that silver Ferrari. Tom Van Rompuy behind in the yellow Corvette, then Ahmed Al-Hati, and behind him is Ian James in the TF Sport car. So into the pit lane, Porsche number 5, Julian Andlauer. So Porsche, one of the dominant forces throughout last season, run by Roger Penske's team. We need to find out exactly why that is. They drop to the tail of the field. Ahmed Al-Hati's on board, shows that it is going to be busy, busy, busy in this little battle.
Well, that gives another position back to a still charging Earl Bamber, who's put another fastest lap of the race in. On his lap 15, it's 1:43.105 on board now.
Oh, look how close this is, the 77 Proton Mustang. That car has done almost no running this week and last. It had a fire in the first free practice, first session rather, of the prologue, and missed hours of running, but it is now right up behind the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin of Derek de Boer, another newcomer to the championship.
And another new car, because that car was pretty much destroyed front end in an instant in the prologue.
Hypercars working their way through another double overtake. It's risky stuff, this double overtake on one of the Mercedes LMGT3 cars.
This is a battle for 3rd place between the two BMWs. The Alpine is the rather blue meat in the sandwich, and right with them, the 83 Ferrari of Robert Kubica, wide for the number 20 BMW.
The Porsche, by the way, has left the pit lane, had a new tyre, new right front.
This is going to be close. Look at this. So you've got the BMW right behind René Rast here, looking defensive on the inside from Habsburg. So nothing that Rast could do that time. But behind those two, the yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica. Keep an eye on him.
Really good stuff. And Anthony, this is so much a part of pack racing here. You make a move, it's got to work, otherwise you're almost guaranteed to lose a place when you're being followed closely.
Yeah, you've got to be seen. When it's in a pack like this, you've got to be seen as being the hunter, the one making progress and being decisive in traffic. If you're not, then the pack behind you starts seeing you as the weaker one, and they've got to displace you to carry on making headway.
Confirmed for Porsche, slow puncher front right for the number 5 car. That drops the 5 car to the tail of the hypercar field, back down to 18th place behind the two Aston Martins.
And what we're doing, Parish notices that Lexus of Petro Ambroescu is still in the pit lane, having its left front corner changed after that contact. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin, that's the Dago yellow flashes. Through goes the red of the 20 BMW, and right behind the yellow of the 83 Ferrari. The hypercar field coming through, LMGT3 again. 7th place for the better of the two Toyotas. Car number 7.
Yeah, look at the run that Mike Conway's had. Well spotted there, Graham. And where's Conway going to place his cars? We focus back on the two in front of them, the BMW, followed by the Alpine of Habsburg. But Conway now, seeing the black Toyota just behind the yellow Ferrari, is he's closed up dramatically on that last lap thanks to the traffic.
Yeah, everybody curses traffic when you're in a hypercar. They forget the moments that it gives you a shot. But it is swings and roundabouts, you know. You are as easily able to lose time in traffic as with anything else, but sometimes it gives you a break. And sometimes, like this, it's actually a faster car that will affect an LMGT3 battle as well by putting the car you're chasing offline. Hypercars go through. And again, the Alpine, the blue Alpine, right behind the Peugeot, and this is the battle for 8th place. The 93 Peugeot, Paul de Resta ahead of Fred McAveety.
And that group has, in that traffic, also closed the gap to the battling group we saw ahead, quite dramatically, about a second and a half closer this lap than they were before, and they've managed to get through the traffic relatively trouble-free.
Looking at the used energy, everybody's about halfway through the stint. Why's the Porsche got 94% energy? Because when you're in the pits, you always fill up.
Habsburg looking to the outside here of turn 7. We saw it couldn't be done in the GT3 category, and it's exactly the same story, it seems, in hypercar. And that will only get worse and harder for the drivers as the race goes on. You'll get more and more marbles offline as we go through these tyres. That makes overtaking the slower cars even harder as the race progresses. So keep an eye on the marbles, the rolls of rubber that gather at the side of the track off of the racing line.
Yeah, it looks like black gravel, and in fact it acts like black gravel as well, doesn't it? It sticks to the tyres, it reduces the contact patch of the tyre because you've got lumps in the way of the tyre touching the tarmac, and it unbalances the car, and it doesn't give you anything in terms of grip. There's one of the two Proton Run Mustangs, the Ford Mustang and LMGT3.
Paul de Resta is almost on Mike Conway here. That gap has closed. Just one car between them, and the 9X8 is powering by with the second Alpine in hot pursuit. This is going to be a big pack of cars involved in a battle very soon indeed.
And
yeah, sorry, Mark, yeah, both. It's a shame to see, isn't it? You got both Cadillacs out of position. They've clearly got the speed in this race today. We've seen that earlier on, and they seem to have the tyre degradation on their side as well, but both of them out of position, stuck behind cars that they probably feel like they're quicker than at this stage.
If you're going to have an error, have it in the first half hour, not in the last half hour. Then you've got no chance to recover. 30 minutes in, if you're watching this for the very first time, and because you've heard the Valkyrie on a clip somewhere on TikTok and wondering, when are they going to settle down? The answer is after the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's about right, when it all goes quiet. It's 318 laps to go. Remember, this is a 10-hour race, which means more distance, more hours, more points as well. Remember, this is a good place to score a good point score.
points make prizes and a half here.
They do indeed.
They do, so yeah, sorry about that. Ferrari 1-2, BMW lie in third place, inches ahead of the better of the two Alpines. And then the next little gaggle of cars led by the 20 BMW with the yellow Ferrari, the number 7 Toyota and the Peugeot, Paul Di Resta and the Alpine of Fred Makovic. What are we seeing here in replay? And that is that little group I was just talking about shuffling their way through, and the caddy goes off again. That's Will Stevens being passed.
No,
no, it's not.
It was Will trying to get by no, it's the other one.
Earl Bamber trying to get by Lawrence Vantor, in fact, it was.
Vantor was having none of it. It
exactly.
Pushed Bamber wide.
It's what we said earlier on with the Cadillacs. They're out of position, definitely, in terms of their pace, race pace. So, yeah, you see the Alpine still embroiled in that fight with the Peugeot of Paul Di Resta in front. What's he going to be as they head down towards turn 1? No, he can't quite make it stick there. Wasn't quite close enough to make a move.
It's Bamber again with Vantor at the tail of that group.
And did you see the silver Ferrari there at Topman's floor as the fast cars were coming right over to the inside of the corner, you know, off the racing line, but on the inside, block the BMW from behind, trying to get through. The BMW still at the top of the picture, but right here, the Peugeot and the Alpine.
Those graphics of the tyres, by the way, that you can see at the top, the two Works Ferraris, they are in fact running the hard tyres all around.
Yeah, it seems only Toyota's really gone for that split hard on the left, which is the more worked, and making mediums survive on the right-hand side.
We are 32 minutes in. From 4th down to 14th, there's not a gap that is over 1.5 seconds. It's astonishingly close. We said coming into this race, gentlemen, that the one thing that was going to be guaranteed is this field was going to be closer matched this season, and boy oh boy, we've seen that.
We're just seeing the Alpine shaping up for a move for third place. Ferdy Habsburg, this is the second of the Alpines, and that is Fred Makovic all over the back of Paul Di Resta, but Habsburg was shaping up on the BMW here. Here's the battle, 15, the blue-tailed BMW and the blue Alpine behind. But look at this is trouble for Habsburg in that Alpine, because the other BMW has closed right up after they got held up in traffic. So that 20 car of René Rast now looking to make a move. This is the 21 Ferrari going inside the 77 Mustang, and that was a little clumsy, Anthony.
No, I'm not sure that the 77 Mustang saw him actually on the inside, so just carried on turning into the corner and would have felt the hit and backed out of it.
That's Francois Heriot on his recovery drive after the spin out contact from the Lexus, which is still in the garage.
10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Derek de Boer, newcomer to the championship, his first World Championship drive, and they are in 14th, that Aston Martin, ahead of Celia Martin in the Iron Dames Porsche. The two Porsches being run for the Iron Dames and for First Form Racing by Manthey, the de facto Porsche GT team.
Just looking at this battle here, so one of the Toyota of Buemi has lost position here. Now he's got Bamber behind him. He lost position to car number 6, Porsche. So Laurent Vantor must have had a bit of an opportunistic move in traffic, and that's displaced Seb Buemi there, who's now under attack from Bamber. This is a great fight between such brilliant drivers, but you really get the feeling that they're tripping over traffic a bit here, and wow, that was a bit of a slide for Vantor through turn 9.
It's exactly this situation you were describing earlier, Anthony, where a gaggle of traffic can make such a vast difference.
So now Buemi has sensed that moment from Vantor. It's annoying for Buemi, isn't it? Who's making headway in this race. He's got Bamber behind him, and Will Stevens further up in the other gold liveried Cadillac. There he is, just in the middle of your screen there. So yeah, all these cars seem to have pretty similar pace, apart from the Cadillacs, who are, I feel, getting a bit balked by these cars in front. But it's so hard to overtake and make it stick.
They've now got this pack of hypercars has got pretty much a third of a lap before they encounter any other GT traffic. They've dealt with the two big packs of LMGT3s, now powering away in pretty much clean air, apart from the air being thrown into from each other. So it's going to be a while before we see them back into solid traffic again as a group.
I was just about to say, we haven't seen much of the red cars because the Ferraris are a long way clear. This is our race leader, James Collado, and he is 5 seconds exactly ahead of teammate Nick Nielsen, and that's a 5-second margin. And Nielsen in second place is 9 seconds ahead of the battle for third, which is Kevin Magnussen, Ferdy Habsburg, Rene Rast. Now, those 3 cars, Anthony, because they're battling each other, diving around and braking a little later and running wide and scrabbling for grip, they're not using the perfect racing line. The Ferraris are, so they're able to lap quicker because they're not in a battle.
Well, and also on top of that, I do feel like the BMW had a fantastic qualifying yesterday. As we look back at the restart of this race and how feisty it was between the 2 Ferraris going into turn 1. Collado hangs onto that just about and just politely squeezed his teammate wide. It was a risky move there and a decisive move from the car we're on board with, but was just ran out of room. You can see it there. Actually, I think there was a little bit of contact.
I think there was. There's the BMW 15, and listen, there was contact between the 2 caddies. I saw them when they were coming towards the camera. They were side by side. Look, there they are. The 2 Cadillacs made contact with each other, and that was right in the first turn.
Well, it's contact all round, wasn't there? So, yeah, that's how Will Stevens on the left-hand side lost so many positions. He was hit from behind. Is this car here? Is this car here? This is the one that hits him. Look,
right.
Almost spins him round, actually. So whoever's in this Alpine there...
It was the second Alpine.
Was the
it was
culprit.
35.
Yeah.
It was 35. That was the better placed car on the grid.
Always that chain reaction. So that's what pushed quite literally pushed poor old Will Stevens back down the order. Oh, and that was a risky move, wasn't it? Look at that for decisive driving.
Was that the contact that sent the carbon fibre flying?
I think it may have been, Graham, yes. Cars jostling all over the place with their cold tyres.
So contact between the Peugeot and the Porsche.
There you go, there was contact between the Porsche and the Porsche. It wasn't the Porsche. It was some point of work from the...
I think that's it. You can see it's frantic stuff now in full course yellow. The drivers will be pressing that full course yellow button on the steering wheel to limit the cars to 80 kilometers an hour. So it's not like how a virtual safety car would work in Formula 1, for example. So all the cars now will be limited to that 80 kph speed.
Debris at turn 1, we're being told, is the reason for the full course yellow. You can see it there, right in the almost the centre of the screen on the orange strip to the outside. That's pretty much where the background contact.
You put the race in stasis, you do the cleanup you need to do, and then you release the cars again. Now, they may not be on the same part of the track, but the gaps between the cars shouldn't have grown. Or when you have a safety car, is that everybody closes right up behind the car in front of them, whether it's a battle for position or not. There is Petru Embreescu's car. That is the Acodis ASP 87 Lexus.
And that car, if that car does recover to the track, Martin, it will also be getting a drive-through penalty for the contact on the 21. 40 minutes gone, all but a few seconds. Ferrari 1-2. We're going to be taking a look back. This is the incident that caused the damage. It was the hit from the car it hit that caused the damage to the Lexus, but bad news too for both. There you go. It's the second hit there that caused the damage that they're now having to repair.
So damage, laps lost, drive-through penalty, and also a bill for a new onboard camera.
Absolutely.
So hopefully, actually, the camera will survive better than the left front corner did. But there you go. Immediate reaction from the crew. Coming in, car's broken. Yeah, and it's a bit of a ground-up rebuild, I'm afraid. Not the ideal start to his World Championship career. There you saw his teammate, Jose Maria Lopez, chatting, and there's Petru, the driver at the time.
Poor old Lopez really hasn't driven much, has he, this week? So obviously, as a platinum-rated driver, didn't qualify the car yesterday, and doesn't get to race at all today either.
and did very little testing because his new teammate needed hours in the car as well. So, full course yellow is out. Let's hear from some of our teams.
Good job, mate. You're so much faster than it, even with the energy saver. Might as well save the energy. You're going to get him and the BMW on the next stint, I guarantee it. This is for debris at turn 1.
Yeah, so a bit of lift and coast basically. So he's saving energy, saving fuel in the car because Thomas Floor was doing such a good job in the AF Corsa Ferrari in front of him. Such a good job at defending.
9, 8.
We've got the countdown
7,
before they're released
6,
of the full course
5,
yellow.
4, 3.
They've told
2,
Van Rompuy
1.
just to save fuel anyway,
Full
and then you'll
course
get them in
yellow
the pit stop.
removed.
Well, what he's saying is you're going to get them in the next stint anyway because they believe their tyre degradation
Watch
will be
Alpine.
less. Yeah, the Alpine, the BMW is still not off the limiter.
It's not.
No, so we do see this very occasionally, the electronics glitch, and it does not release the car. And he's now frantically punching the steering wheel, trying to get it to go.
He still had the hazard lights flashing.
Yeah, he still does. So, yeah. Everybody hears the countdown from their engineer at the same time. Now the BMW is up to speed, but those flashing lights normally only come on when you're on the pit lane speed limiter or when you're on the 80km/h speed limiter. So the number 15 BMW, which was looking for third place, has suddenly gone right back through the field, and past it is not Ferdy Habsburg in the Alpine that was chasing him, but the other Alpine that was 10 places further back.
He's still got hazard lights on
It
there.
has. So something is not well with the electronics.
Well, the other drivers did really well to avoid him actually in that situation, because when you've got the countdown from your engineer counting down to 0, you are so quick on that button to release the car from being held at 80 kph, and poor old Maxim was right in the middle of it all.
Now, we do say that the 80 kilometres now pretty much maintains the gaps between the traffic, but James Collado added another 1.5 seconds to his margin over Nick Nielsen, and Nick Nielsen added another second to his margin over third place, which is now Ferdy Habsburg, but which was the BMW. So that sort of explains that second.
Yeah, because what happens there though is it depends where you are on the circuit when you get that full course yellow button pressed. If you're in a slow speed corner, it's better for you because you're going slow anyway. If you're in a straight line going flat out and you have to brake down to 80 kph, you haven't optimized the part of the track that you're on. It's the best way I can describe it.
Or if you're released going into a braking zone, into a slow corner like the hairpin, then you lose nothing. If you're released at the beginning of the main straight, you spend the whole time trying to build up to speed.
Here we go, let's have a look at this. So both BMW you can see with it, and they do release the pit lane limiter there, the full course, and it comes back on.
It does,
Yeah.
it come back on. That's the problem, it's re-engaged.
I don't want to hear that radio traffic. So he gets going, and then suddenly he's reversing towards the cars who are right behind him, who are absolutely on full attack.
Oh my goodness.
He's
How
not
dangerous was that?
I know, he's not literally reversing, obviously, but oh my goodness. And little applause there from the Alpine team, because they move up to third place. Little concern there for the BMW team, because that's the 20 car. That's
Sheldon
also,
Calendar.
yes,
Yep.
he shares the 20 car with René Rast, who's now up to fourth place. So they lost third, but they've gained fourth, sort of. Not ideal. Now, of course, the race is on. You can't just bring a car. You can just bring the car into the pits and take the steering wheel off and examine it, but there's the end of your race. So they're just going to have to hope that it sorts itself out. Electronics tend not to, though, if you haven't turned them off and on again. Anthony's grimacing. Yeah, no. Not in your history do electronics sort themselves out automatically.
No, I'm just I worry for that for car 15 for the rest of the race. Just I'm sure they're all praying we're not going to see another full course yellow.
Interesting on the energy consumption, both caddies have been a bit more parsimonious sipping their fuel than almost anybody else. The number 12 car has only just dropped off 30% of usable energy, 38 still there. Now, unlike in Formula E, if you're used to watching that, it's not pure electric energy. That is a combination of actual fuel in the tank, like you have in a road car, and hybrid energy charge. So you don't always have as much actual energy as it looks like because of your fuel consumption. 26 laps completed in the 1812 kilometres of Qatar, the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We have completed 46 minutes of racing, still no clue who's going to finish up on the podium in either of our two classes. Martin Haven, Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin in the booth. Graham, you've got your hand in the air.
I have indeed, and that's because Marcus Sorensen's on a bit of a tear at the moment. I don't think the Aston Martin thought he were expecting terribly much to celebrate. So let's celebrate two fastest sectors on that last lap from the 009 car in the hands of Marcus Sorensen. Well, by fastest sectors, I mean purple sectors, fastest sectors of the race. The speed in that car.
Laurent Vantor put in immense pressure on the Peugeot in front of him of Loic Duval. So head down towards turn 6. See the GT cars in amongst the hypercars through turn 7 as well. And the hypercars want to just get past them before we get to the high speed of turns 12, 13 and 14. That's where you're going to lose the most speed in the hypercar, because you can't maximise the strength of the car's capabilities. And one of the BMWs getting a bit out of shape there.
That's
through
15
turn 9.
Again.
Magnussen.
Right ahead of the first of the caddies, that's Will Stevens. Loic Duval behind him in the blue Alpine, then Lawrence Vantor next up in the Porsche with the white nose. And right behind him is the number 94 Peugeot. Now, hear from the pit lane from Alex Le Guy that they are doing their calisthenics in the number 8 garage, which means they are limbering up for a pit stop, which might be a little early.
For the Mustang. The Mustang
That's
just
the
off the right
77 car, the more white of the two liveries.
We are getting back into GT traffic, and with the hypercars this closely spaced, stand by for more drama.
Look at the to the left-hand side of your screen, you've got the Porsche. Laurent Vantor really close, making a move on the Peugeot now, and they've got the Cadillac in front of them.
And as they battle for position, Toyota number 8 in the pits.
Peugeot round the outside of the Caddy. Can he hold on to that one? Yes, he can.
Oh, good stuff. And look at the Porsche trying to stick his nose in as well. The number 6 red and white car. He's really looking to have a go. Fantastic stuff. There's the number 8 Toyota on your inset shot. Looks like a standard stop. They will always do fuel first, even if the car's going to go back into the garage for other work. It looks like a fuel stop and clean up. They shouldn't take new tyres on the number 8 car. Sebastian Buemi stays in.
A lot of effort being put into that clean up on the front end of that car.
It's worthwhile you start to get the black marks off the lights, because half this race will be in darkness.
I wonder if he's been through the gravel.
Well, it's also just clearing out. We talked about the rubber, the marbles will build up of rubber, and they get all. You can see on the windscreen actually, if the car running on board with the Porsche, those black marks on the windscreen, that happens to the bodywork as well, and the balls of rubber get stuck in all the air ducts and things. So you've got to clear those out.
There's only 2 cars in the hypercar class that are having a quiet time of it here in Qatar. They're running 1-2, James Calado and Nick Nielsen in the factory Ferraris. But behind them, name a car that we haven't seen in action at some stage. Well, okay, possibly the 2 Aston Martin Valkyries, but everybody else is battling for supremacy. Here you've got the yellow 83 Ferrari, the privateer car. That's Robert Kubica right behind the yellow and red BMW of René Rast, and in front of them, 3rd place, Ferdi Habsburg in the first of the blue Alpines. So 2 different liveries on our BMWs. That is the number 20 car with the shell livery. And René Rast, we're on board with him now. Hypercar teams, if you're listening, do put a logo on the inside of the car. You're all carrying a camera. It just makes life easier for us, even if it's a whacking great number or a sponsor's logo. There is the other car, the 15 car that was the better place of the 2.
With the Caddy again.
Yeah, was 3rd place before it had that issue.
Yes, that's Will Stevens trying to recover that lost ground still from the start of the race, but has lost that position to the Peugeot, and the Peugeot in front has overtaken Kevin Magnussen now that's in front of Will Stevens. So still Kevin Magnussen seems to struggle. Will Stevens down the inside into turn 10. So maybe that moment that caught out Magnussen after the full course yellow has the car hasn't looked the same since, has it?
And it's not Kevin.
Oh, and there's contact there.
Yeah,
In
hit the
terms of a wing
BMW,
Magnussen
hit the
and
BMW GT car.
Yeah, who's gone round, and that is the 46 car, isn't it?
Magnussen
So
was on the inside there.
That has been turned around. In fact, it wasn't 46, that was 31 got turned around. So that's Yasser Shaheen in the Bend machine, sponsored by the Bend, his circuit. So back with the Alpine battle for third place. Alpine, BMW, AF Corsa Ferrari, Mike Conway, the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7 car coming. Here's the Peugeot moving past the 46 BMW, so it was 31 that got spun around. And then Cadillac and that number 6 Porsche, the healthy Porsche.
Ben Keating pit lane. And there's something definitely going on with Kevin Magnussen in that car.
Well, let's find out from our pit reporter, Bruce Schwani. Bruce, what do you know about the number 15 BMW?
Well, we don't know, but what we know is that they're going to bring the car in because they suspect there is a little bit of an electronic glitch. That's why Kevin still had on his dashboard the information that he was still under yellow. It didn't come out, so he re-engaged the limiter, and they want to have a go-through and probably a reboot.
It's not going to get better. I mean, they've given it several laps. They've obviously been speaking to him on the radio, Anthony. Work through this, go to that thing, sort that out. It's not fixed. You're going to have to bite the bullet, and earlier is always better than later.
So he actively pressed the button again. Because
it sounded like he said, his indication said that he wasn't off it, so he re-engaged it.
Yeah.
So it tried to turn it off, he turned it on.
Well, it's like one of those things where you press print and it doesn't print, and you press print again and then you get 2. So there's a glitch in the software, and again, it's not going to fix itself. Number 5 Porsche is in for service. Number 8 Toyota has come and gone. 1:07 on the pit lane, so that's a fuel stop. So all of that cleaning you can do for safety reasons while fuel is going in. If you put tyres on, you add about another 20 seconds to the stop, and you normally only do that if you're changing driver as well, because you can do that at the same time.
I think they wanted to put Buemi in car number 8 Toyota into some free air, because that was getting a bit frantic, wasn't it, with the cars around them, and you're just losing time. So we can see from Mike Conway here on our screen, he seems to have the pace to hang on to Robert Kubica for at least now. So what we're looking back here, is this the moment with turn 12? Yeah, so not sure. Looking back at Magnussen and that contact with the BMW GT car.
It's in quite far back, I'm afraid. Both our Valkyries are in, as are a gaggle of GT cars. So 009, 007 on pit lane. So is the 59 United Autosports McLaren from 3rd. The 81 TF Sport Corvette follows Ben Keating, who's been in and out. The 31 Ben Team WRT BMW, 88 Proton Mustang, and the 77 in and out.
Loads and loads of pit stops in both categories. They don't normally coincide, and this, by the way, marks the first top-class Aston Martin effort since the Lola chassis with the Aston Martin V12 over a decade ago. So their first racing pit stops. No, you're going to say the 711. 6-cylinder car that we
they brought the old car back.
Forget, yes. So in is Yasser Shaheen. This is the car that was turned around, and with the hypercar on the inside and the GT car on the outside getting forced out, I'm not sure that's going to play very well for the hypercar driver. 007.
I tend to agree with that one. And I mean, it was a bit of a grainy shot. We were too far in front of what happened in that rear view camera shot, but from what I can see so far in the images I've had a look at, what's happening with 007.
Yeah, Alex Louis, you're talking about problems for the Aston, a misfire?
Yeah, I think that to me looked like a misfire.
That's no time to die there.
No, they're going to have to pull it back. That's going to have to go back into the garage and get sorted out. And of course, it's not just hypercars, it's everybody else who's stopping at the same time. Right, so fired it up, recycled it through the classic Control-Alt-Delete. You know, we do it with our computers, we do it with our phones occasionally, and these things survive on electronics.
It does have it is a hybrid car. It does have a battery to get it going, but that didn't sound like the battery was the thing pushing the car along there out of the pit box. It's got a very small battery on board that Valkyrie.
the display on the side froze as well at that moment. It wasn't counting at that point.
That's an electronic glitch. 15, so driver change for 15. And oh, there's a dive plane slightly knocked off. You sense maybe something like a steering wheel change, or possibly back into the garage, new battery, something like that. You know, electronics can tend to be very sensitive.
New nose section for the BMW.
95 taking fuel. See, the count goes on for the full length of the pit stop. That little red logo will disappear when it comes out. And 15 is getting set to go with whom on board. We'll have to wait until it crosses the timing beam. It's no longer Kevin Magnussen though. And that's the damaged nose that has been taken off.
That's likely from that rush with the BMW GT car.
Or all of the imbroglio in turn 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 on lap 1. I mean, from almost anything in the last 35 minutes, 55 minutes.
Entire GT field has now made their first stops. And that will wind back out to the Konis ASP number 78 car. The door open.
You're going to want to come back as quickly as you can, but like with a puncture, as slowly as possible, because if you rip out the mountings for the door, and Marco Sorensen
must close the door or bring in the car to repair.
This is shades.
009 closes the door or brings the car into repair.
Shades of Neil Jarni last year in Spa in the 99 Porsche behind the safety car, trying to slam the door to avoid having to stop.
He's going to have to be really careful here, because it's on the wrong side of the car, but he doesn't want the air to bend that further
to rip it off.
Yes.
Exactly, yeah. Those of a certain vintage may remember doors blowing off 956 Porsches in the early Group C days. This is just, they've probably changed the drinks bottle or pumped something into the oil system and not latched the door
And this
closed.
is where you can see, so this is a true hypercar. It's designed to be a road car, a very good road car. And with it, yeah, there you go, door off. He's driving way too fast, irresponsibly too quick for what was going on there. They're not here to win today. They're here to finish and to have as clean a race as possible. And I think that was, yeah, the team should have been onto him to just slow down. Like we all spotted it. And, I was going to say, so it's a road car design, and you wouldn't design a prototype to have a door mechanism like that, because you want to be able to hold it, you want to be able to get hold of it, and that's what Neil Jarni was able to do last year in Spa because of the different door design.
We did see him trying to reach up with his arm. I mean, the cockpit is very small and narrow. It's not like a proper road car width. It's almost a single-seater width. It's actually made for a rich owner and really not anybody else. So, yeah, they're going to have to put that back in the garage, and hopefully, although the doors come off, it hasn't ripped out the mounting points.
Well, we assume that it might have done.
I'm just saying hopefully.
Oh, hopefully, yeah. So, I mean, but...
And of course, there's now a door on the track, so we're now probably going to have a full course yellow to fix the door, to pick up the door.
Also onto pit lane, the 35 Alpine, as we see what how powerful the airflow can be at these speeds.
It's definitely more Gilles Villeneuve than Alain Prost, wasn't it? That approach.
Also in, by the way, the number 83 of course Ferrari in the hands of Robert Kubica, and the number 7 Tota from Mike Conway amongst the latest gaggle. Into the garage goes the 009, and we're back with James Gallardo. 6 seconds for the good now in his lonely race for the front from Nick Nielsen, with René Rast now 17 seconds back.
Right now, I think James Gallardo will take being lonely.
Yep, and then just the background, Nick Nielsen goes to pit lane.
So Nielsen was on a set of a full set, brand new set of hard tyres, as is James Gallardo. You can see on the graphics there, 33 laps all around on those hard tyres from Gallardo. So yeah, brilliantly driven stint for this one of Gallardo, and yeah, pull out that 9-second gap on his teammates. Here comes Nielsen into the pits.
Just set fastest race lap on his in-lap, Nick Nielsen. So on his previous lap to his in-lap, in fact. So lap 32, we're now on lap 33. We have completed 33 on lap 34. So 9 cars still to stop.
One of them
is 5, 6, because here comes a slew of the almost most economical.
One of them is the recovering 38 Cadillac, and another fastest lap of the race, a 1:42.568. So 0.6 of a second quicker than that previous fastest lap, which was just the lap before from Nick Nielsen.
Now look how little usable energy. 1% left in the 51 Ferrari, our race leader, 2% in the BMW, 1% in the 93 Peugeot. It is not about your car, it's about how you operate it. Imagine, although they look different, that these are all effectively the same bicycle. It's how fast you pedal it that's going to make the difference in performance.
And the energy graphics that we have, I know you mentioned it earlier on, they call it the virtual energy tank. So it takes into account the state of charge of the car's battery as well. So if you come into the pits with a 70 or 80% charge of your battery, you're going to have a few notches up on the overall percentage of that virtual energy tank. It doesn't mean that necessarily you're not completely out of fuel. You might be at 1% fuel left remaining in your car, but you might have almost 100% state of charge in your battery.
100%. That really confused us at Spa. BMW came in with sort of 15 or 20% of energy remaining. So why are they stopping so early? Well, because they'd run out of gas. So imagine you're driving a hybrid road car, your Toyota hybrid or whatever. Exactly as you say, Anthony, fuel tank is empty, but there's lots of charge in the battery, and it's that total amount of energy, however you make it, that is governed in these rules. So if you've got a pure internal combustion engine, the Aston Martin, it's just petrol, diesel, hydrogen, or whatever else fuel you use. If you're using a hybrid, it combines the electrical power and the internal combustion.
For those of you wondering, well, how far would one of these cars go on the battery alone? It wouldn't even make a lap around this track, even driving it slowly. So it is a very small percentage of your overall power, but it goes up and down because you charge it to a great effect with these powerful electric motors that these cars have on board. You can hear it actually. Next time we go on board, Ferrari is one of the best teams to hear it. You hear the high-pitched whining, and that is that's the electric energy being harvested into the battery.
I thought it was just the drivers.
Just very quickly, just a moment as we see 51 leaving. Earl Bamber leads for Cadillac. The first time a Jota-run Cadillac has led in WEC.
And has not yet pitted. He's going to be the last of the hypercars to pit lane. Meantime, we saw really downbeat Toyota team after qualifying yesterday. We said during that qualifying show on Davidson that where they could claw something back was on teamwork, and indeed through those pit stops, 2 positions claimed back by the number 8 car.
Yeah, well, we saw them pit him early. I think it was an intentional decision from the team to put Buemi into some clear air and now offset them as well against all the other cars around him. So he'll be on lighter fuel load as well, don't forget, if he comes up against any other cars after their pit stops.
The other most spectacular sound in WEC, the Cadillac V8 thundering away behind our race leader, Earl Bamber, down to 60 kilometers an hour in the pit lane, and he comes in for the race leader, and that should cycle James Collado back to the top in Ferrari number 51, Nick Nielsen in second place, and at the moment showing in third will be the number 6 Porsche of Julian Andlauer. So they can clean the screen, you can clean the ducts and do safety work on the car while fuel goes in, but for the tyre change, the fuel hose must be removed. There won't be a tyre change here either. The red sidewall, the hard tyre. Think of it as temperatures. Red hot, you need the hardest tyre, hottest track conditions. If it's sort of yellow, it's in the middle. If it's white, snow. All right, they're not snow tyres, but the cooler conditions. And actually, sort of assume here it's going to be swelteringly hot. I think the highest track temperature I saw in the prologue, which was hotter than free practice, was only 39.5 degrees. So it's not been a hot track. But the leader,
as the 38 car leaves the pit lane, not sure we've commented that McLaren's are back into the lead in LMGT3.
We haven't, because we haven't seen them in a while. Drive-through penalty for Claudio Schiavone in the number 60. That's the yellow Iron Lynx. Nearly put a pound in the Lamborghini swear jar there. Mercedes, he's just completing that. Out comes Bamber, and look at the battle. There's the Toyota, there's an Alpine and the second Toyota. So around the outside goes number 7, that's Mike Conway. And behind, Ferdy Habsburg's got Sebastian Buemi and the Peugeot right behind them. And that is Paul Di Resta. So it's a fantastic action. The Cadillacs dropped out into the middle of that. Because they've all got used tyres on, the tyres are hot. The Cadillac comes up to speed immediately and dodges that little battle.
So that's got car number 8 ahead of a few cars in this fight here, including one of the Peugeots.
Oh, Bamber's gone back ahead of 7. Mike Conway got ahead of Earl Bamber as Bamber came out of the pits. Bamber's attacking again already. Remember, Bamber spun it back to last, 18th place, and he's now come back out after that fuel stop, and they're in 7th. That car is quick and economical. That's the magic bullet.
Yeah, Bamber's making up lost ground now at this stage in the race compared to what happened earlier on. But I still feel like the Cadillac was the car today to put the most pressure, lap time-wise, on the Ferraris. So let's see what he can. If he can carry on this momentum through the race, be good.
Again, you can see not only is it parsimonious on the fuel, the Cadillac also using mediums, 20 BMW using mediums on the right-hand side. That's the side that does less work here because it's a clockwise track, so more corners turn right, which loads up the left front especially, and the left rear. The hybrid cars, most of these hybrid cars drive through the rear axle. It's only the Peugeot that deploys its hybrid through the front axle, giving it, quote, four-wheel drive at higher speeds. But most of them add that power in or blend the power in with the internal combustion through the rear wheels. So the left rear tyre is the one that takes all the aggravation here.
So all teams sticking with a true double stint at this point on their tyres, apart from obviously the car number 5 Porsche that had the slow puncture on the left front.
Alex Le Guy, first chance to chat to you in the pit lane. Al, bring us up to speed with the Aston.
Well, it seemed a little worrying for a little while. They were struggling, but the door is back on. Riberas is now behind the wheel, and they're about to head out.
So as they come out of the garage, 2 doors on their wagon, Alex Riberas at the wheel, and side by side, that is the Alpine on the inside. Around the outside goes the Toyota. Yeah,
and he's used the traffic to great effect there by having the Alpine behind the GT car. Seb drives right round the outside of the GT car and claims another position. So in front of the Peugeot there, on the right-hand side of your screen, car number 93 of Paul di Resta. He's now in front of Ferdinand Habsburg.
We're going to go to full course shell in about 30 seconds. Just a quick update from GT. Trouble for the 81TF Sport Corvette. That car has been in the pits for quite a time with what we believe is an electrical problem. We'll bring you more.
Konis ASP still in the pits after that contact. Matteo Cairoli has taken over the yellow Mercedes from Claudio Schiavone. We just saw that come in to serve the drive-through that Claudio earned. So when it came out the pits a couple of laps ago, that was actually after the driver change. 12th place for the number 12 Cadillac. So that is Will Stevens chasing Fred Makovicky, Paul di Resta, Ferdy Habsburg, Sebastian Buemi, Mike Conway and Earl Bamber in a long queue in front of him. Full course yellow down to 80 kilometres an hour.
Well, we're waiting here. Why? Well, my guess would be debris or maybe a clean-up required.
Well, we've got this full course yellow. It's just a moment to appreciate the job that Buemi has done here in the car number 8. I know I've been going on about there's a bit of bodywork.
It's the door.
It's the door, of course.
It is
the door. Yeah,
now,
that needed recovering.
Now there's a souvenir.
They're not supposed to blow the doors off.
Hey!
But going back to where he's now directly behind the sister car of car 7, Mike Conway, who started way up the field in comparison. Buemi started absolutely second to last on the grid here today in hypercar.
And in fact, he only wasn't last because Harry Tinkle lost his qualifying times in this car, 009, for speeding in the pit lane during qualifying. And that's where the door came from. Bits of cable and fastening and stuff hanging out of that Aston Martin as it came in to have a new door. It has been replaced. Alex Riberas gets his first Aston Martin drive in a race in 009. He's now the last running car. Look at this, at 80 kilometers an hour. Some are doing 80, some are doing 79.9. This is a lot of jostling going on. It's Sebastian Buemi's rear-facing camera. Alongside him is Ferdy Habsburg. Then Paul di Resta's the white car. Right behind di Resta, Fred Makovicky. It's like when you see 2 trucks on the motorway, limited to the same speed, but they're not exactly identical. One is creeping past the other, and they are both creeping up behind the McLaren, who have obviously given their drivers just a little bit more margin for error. This could be very, entertain. They are racing at 80 k's, they go, and the Alpine with a little bit of a better run, but on the outside line. Buemi is so good in traffic, and through has gone the Peugeot as well. So the 93 Peugeot jumps the Alpine, and that's Paul de Resta getting ahead of Fred Mako. Makovic now with Will Stevens and Loic Duval. In fact, where's Will Stevens gone in that little group?
Yeah, that's a risky place for Ferdinand Habsburg to try and race around the outside. There are so many stones and marbles on the exit, or on the outside of turn 9. Seb was always going to win that particular fight.
Before the pit stops, where was Ferdy Habsburg in that Alpine? 3rd. Where is he now? 10th.
Well, it's Habsburg wasn't slow in the pit lane either.
No.
Side by side, Cadillac and Ferrari. The 83 to the inside is the number 38 car to the outside. That position goes.
83 on 38. 38 now leads 83. So, yeah, change of position right down there in the first turn. Good pass by Earl Bamber, back up to 5th. Remember, he spun out of 4th early in the race, over an hour ago. So our race being led by Ferrari, but new boys Aston Martin with some problems already. Let's hear from them.
Down in Aston Martin with Marco Sorensen of the 009. Now there are a lot of very nice Aston Martin convertibles, but now it's not the time. Marco, what have you learned out there? How was it?
First of all, it was amazing to do the first stint in the car, get into the rhythm of in the hypercar class, overtaking the GTs, all this kind of stuff. So obviously we're still learning every day we go out there. But yeah, I literally, well, the door with being off, so you can kind of say that I drove the doors off the thing, even though we're not really fighting for top positions. But yeah, good fun, and we still managed to learn a lot.
Qualifying temperatures were vastly different to the temperatures out there now. So just how different is the strategy and setup of the cars?
Well, obviously you have you do a little bit of a quality setup, and then the race is fully different because you still, even though this track is not so abrasive of the tires, you still need to manage the tires a little bit. But that's also, like, again, we did a whole stint in one go, and it seemed to actually be working quite nicely. So obviously there's a lot of managing from the driver, but yeah, it's we're kind of in the mix. We're in the back, but they weren't pulling so much away, so it'll get better.
It's a long race. Good start.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks also to Marco Sorensen, of course, part of the legendary Dane train in Aston Martin GT folklore. I think folklore is the right thing for Danes, isn't it? Not the only Dane on the grid either. Martin Jakobsen, the young Dane, who has joined the Peugeot hypercar team. We'll see him later. Well, there's our leader in LMGT3, James Cottingham, the number 59 United Autosport McLaren. And down in the pit lane, his teammate watching on is Gregor Sosi.
Gregor Sosi, we are all following James Cottingham right now on TV, and he's leading the race. Strong start for the two cars, but the Acodis ASP Lexus seems to be a challenge.
Yes, of course, yeah, it's a really good start. James at the moment is doing a really good job. Now we need to see. I think it's possible that different team is doing some different strategy. The race is really long, so we need to keep it clean and yeah, keep pushing.
Keep it clean is the solution today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, yeah.
They have had a very relaxed look on their faces, the McLaren United Autosport crew this weekend. They are definitely in a very different position to where they were last year when the car kept breaking drive shafts, because the torque sensors that are used to monitor power output on these cars were not really, the McLaren was not very happy with them. The team worked really hard on that, and then in the second part of the season it all started to come good. They've had 2 front row lockouts but only 1 podium finish so far. And Ferrari leading the race outright here still after the first of our 10 hours. 36 cars on the grid in Qatar to start the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship. Plenty of familiar faces and lots of new as well in terms of drivers, in terms of teams, in terms of manufacturers arriving in the championship. Jackie Ickx, one of the sports car racing legends, and of course with Ferrari on the grid and Porsche and BMW and Toyota and the rest, it was always going to be exciting at the start. The two Ferraris, first and third on the grid, contact between them in turn one as 50 Nicholas Nielsen tried to get by the pole sitter James Calado, but behind, contact between almost everybody and almost everybody else. Both Cadillacs, both Porsches, BMWs, Peugeots, the Toyota number 8 got a little clump there as well. Sebastian Buemi's onboard showed very busy, and there's the moment where bits came off the back of the number 5 Porsche. In LMGT3, they kept their noses much cleaner. McLaren stayed 1-2 early. There was a little bit of contact, 77 Mustang and the 31 BMW. BMW moving up ahead of the Iron Dames, and in the lead group, the 21 Ferrari taking a little knock. That dropped down. Ben Keating had a couple of moments off-track excursion in the 33, and then the Lexus that started third moved up to second and to first place to take the lead of the race. 78 Lexus out front, but its sister 87 car, rookie Petru Embreescu, making contact with the 21 Ferrari of Francois Heriot, and Ahmed Al-Hati's BMW only just avoiding them. The 87 car remains in the pits. In the hypercar class, Cadillac was quick. Earl Bamber trying to go round the outside for third, 3 wide. The 15 BMW of Kevin Magnussen on the inside. Bamber spun out, dropped to the tail of the field. Back in the hypercar class, contact just avoided as they battled for position. The first of our full course yellows for debris. Racing resumed, and as it did so, the 15 BMW of Kevin Magnussen would not come off the speed limit. He pressed it again just as it did release, and it engaged once more. He lost a handful of places. And that number 15 car, which had been in third place at the time, dropped to the tail of the top 10 in the squabbling pack of hypercars. Contact spinning out the number 31 BMW. That may well come back to haunt its driver. And after its first pit stop, the number 009 Aston Martin door popped open and then was torn off by the wind. Full course yellow to recover that. Our LMGT3 leader, James Cottingham, in 59, the United Autosport McLaren. James Calado leads overall in the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Well, it's been hectic. It's been action-packed. It is Ferrari AF Corsa's 51 car leading this motor race from the sister 50 car. 6 seconds the gap. Then the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, and now up into 4th. A battle we're unseen with while we're at highlights. Earl Bamber taking that position from Robin Freins and Davidson. Earl Bamber is flying.
He's absolutely flying out there. Got the bit between the teeth, that's for sure. And when you think he was with Sebastian Buemi earlier on after that spin around that we saw on the highlights in turn 1, there was a moment where he was behind the car number 8 earlier on in the race, and he's not just overtaken him, he's then overtaken Robin Freins in the number 20 BMW WRT car, and now homing in on Julian Andlauer in the number 5 Porsche, but he's out of sync, of course, because of that early pit stop with a puncture.
It's still United Autosport's McLaren 1-2 with James Cottingham ahead of Darren Young. 2 other pit callers, the Alpine Endurance team's number 35 car in the hands of Ferdy Habsburg in and out, but now Harry Tinkle on pit lane for his second stop in the 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Well, that's not a scheduled fuel duration stop. He should be going for the better part of another hour, so looks like they've got teething problems. It is a brand new race car. It's never been raced anywhere before, so they are finding all sorts of stuff. Now then, looking here at one of our newcomers, 61, the black car with the yellow highlights. That's one of the Iron Lynx Mercedes, that being driven by Maxime Martin, racing the BMW, the Aston Martin in front of him actually, but racing last year in the BMWs for WRT, the 46 car with Valentino Rossi. He's been with Valet for the last couple of seasons, now moving into the Mercedes squad.
It will take...
With Bernardo Souza on board in the 77 Proton Mustang. This has had a tough 10 days. Caught fire in the first session of the pre-season testing and was burnt out, everything basically in front of the windscreen having to be replaced, and that took several days.
Can tell you, by the way, just popping up on our screens, first retirement of the race, it's the 81 Corvette from TF Sports, which is, as an R next to it on the timing screen, whatever that electrical problem was, that is done. The 87 Lexus still in the pits, so real problems then too. Eduardo Barrichello aboard the number 10 car, now the Racing Spirit Le Mans car. Second generation race with course. We're hoping now there's Dav up in there at some point.
Karting father, he's here. Rubens Barrichello, there he is in fact. And you know, that's a family album shot, isn't it? Your first view of your son in a world championship race. Of course that's a photo, so looking forward to having him up in the booth later. And I said, Eduardo, what a lovely kid. But unless you remember what Rubens looked like when he was like in Formula Ford, you wouldn't necessarily recognise Eduardo as being not in the way that Nico Prost is immediately Alan Prost's son, you know. Yeah, great opportunity for him here, and he's taking it with both hands. His first stint in that Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston with the yellow highlights. Rubens Barrichello, that's a pound in the jar. Eduardo Barrichello in the meat and the sandwich here, Anthony Davidson. That Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin has got the Mercedes behind, but he's stuck up behind the first four Manthey Racing Porsche, and the Mercedes comes with a head of steam and goes right by him.
Yeah, he lost that momentum, didn't he, behind the Porsche on the way into turn 12, and on the exit, the Mercedes comes thundering through. And now you've got the Valkyrie, the hypercar, in amongst it all as well.
That will be the 009 with the 007 on pit road at the moment. Confirmation, by the way, from Corvette that it's a broken drive shaft on the 81, and that car is done.
Wow.
That's a car that gave us our first ever LMGT3 pole position.
Now, 61 Mercedes of Maxime Martin, he is the pro driver in that car, and he is in amongst gold-rated drivers, or rather silver-rated drivers like Eduardo Barrichello. So Maxime Martin is a platinum-rated driver. He's a former world champion in GT categories here in the World Endurance Championship. So he is really firing that car through. He's just picked up 2 spots in a lap. So he's got ahead of Eduardo Barrichello, and then you just saw him getting ahead of Ryan Hardwick as well. And Barrichello's now gone by Ryan Hardwick as well. Hardwick is the bronze driver, the lowest category grade at World Championship level, and Eduardo is a silver driver, so by rights, by his history, by his judged abilities, should be quicker anyway.
One thing that makes it difficult for the LMGT3 drivers to overtake each other, particularly in the braking zone like that of turn 1, is they've got anti-lock braking system on board. So a few drive rates there, traction control and anti-lock braking. It means that you can't just dive down the inside and out-brake very easily your competitor, because they've got just as much braking capability as you as well. So it's something that they have to think about. It's something that brings the bronze and, well, yeah, particularly the bronze-rated drivers a bit closer, actually, to the pro drivers out there. It's something that the pro drivers don't necessarily agree with. They don't like driving the cars with ABS. They feel like it takes away a bit of their skill over the other pro drivers as well in moments like that, but it is what it is.
Quick update, drive-through penalties for Courchevel procedures for the 93 Peugeot. We heard about that. Also for the Iron Dames, the 85 car. And welcome, by the way, to the booth for first guest of the 2025 season, Mike McGregor from Goodyear. We're loving this LMGT3 action.
Ah, yeah. Nice to be here, nice to be back for the race season, and exciting start to the season already.
So you've got one new customer here with Mercedes-AMG. Tell us a little bit about what's had to go in at pretty short notice to bringing Mercedes-AMG up to speed.
Yeah, we've managed to do a few tests already before getting here for the start of the season, so at least we could get our eye in on some basic setups. But generally, the car seems to be performing very well. It's very consistent. Obviously, the car's very proven around the world already.
So we've got some news to come from you a little later in the season. I believe Interlagos will see the option tyre for you guys. So the option tyre coming Interlagos, Mike?
Yeah, that's the plan. So the new C specification, I mean, Interlagos has been resurfaced twice since we raced there last year, so they resurfaced it once and then had some issues, so they've actually resurfaced it again in certain parts, so we're going to see 2 different surfaces already. So I think as part of what we saw in Interlagos last year, that tyre will help much more in the second stint with much more consistency. We'll then carry that on into Austin, and then you'll see it again at Bahrain at the end of the season.
So the tyre here on this very demanding racetrack, Mike, I mean, we're seeing in the hypercars, they're running a harder compound tyre, most of them anyway. It pushes them more towards, this track pushing more towards harder compound, harder construction. Where does the tyre that they're currently on with the Goodyear sit in that? Is this more of a comfortable circuit for the tyre here, or are you really needing that option for a track like this?
No, I think at the moment, you know, what we already saw last year, the medium tyre works quite well here. This is obviously still quite a new surface. I think as this surface degrades over time, then it may require the C in the future. But I think with the temperatures that we've got here being quite low, it's a good compromise for our tyre to be able to do that.
Quite low. Everybody has worn every item of clothing they possess every day. I mean, it's been as cold as racing in the UK almost. But the new tyre is going to be more for hotter, more abrasive conditions.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're targeting. So, you know, the high temperatures we saw in Austin last year, the nature of the circuit at Sao Paulo anyway is just very demanding on the tyres. And then obviously Bahrain is one that's particular standout. But really what you'll see with the new tyre is a very consistent first stint, similar to what you see with the B, but you'll see an improvement in the second stint on the duration performance.
We talk a lot about the unlocking the code in endurance racing, and particularly in a very different sort of racing we see now in the FR World Endurance Championship. You're a fan, you're advising a fan what to watch for in an GT3. What are we looking for in terms of tyre life? We've got a fair amount of consistency here, but are we going to see some of these teams being able to stretch the life of those tyres further? Are we going to see some teams doing a better or worse job of it?
I think you're going to see some really varied strategies this weekend already. You know, the big thing that we talked about last year already with GT3 is the difference in the cars, the weight distributions, you know, very different styles of kinematic, very different aero balance, that they're all working different corners of the car in a very different way. And what we've already seen in the prologue is some teams have been triple stinting the unloaded side of the car, some teams have been double stinting the loaded side of the car, some teams have been single stinting single corners of the car to optimise the overall performance. So you're going to see a lot of that variation throughout the race.
You've got, it's an iconic company, it's an iconic product at all, of course. You've got other icons in the quiver, if you like, at Goodyear. I hear we might be seeing something of one of your very big icons around the world this year.
Well, actually, it's a real big year for us overall with that icon. Is the blimp is 100 years old, so
Martin's loved his trips to the
we
blimp.
will be seeing some special features all over the world, to be honest with you, with the Goodyear blimp, and maybe appearing in places you don't necessarily expect.
I mean, Anthony, to you, you've been in the blimp. It's fantastic. I mean, it is one of the world-leading experiences above any major event.
One of the best things I've ever done. Yeah, honestly. I mean, is it you as well?
For me, it was an absolute career highlight. Martin,
look at his face.
It's not that. Into the pit lane comes the number 5 Porsche. Don't forget, this is the car that had a puncture earlier and so is out of sync, so no major dramas with that. Yeah, the Goodyear blimp is as iconic as the Wingfoot logo, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's been at the heart of Goodyear since our inception almost, and celebrating 100 years of the blimp flying in the sky is really a big thing for us as a company. So to bring that back to some of the WEC events and maybe some other events throughout the year, it's really nice to be able to use that.
Well, keep an eye on Goodyear's social media. I'm sure they'll be making it very clear where you can catch it, either over an event you might be at, on the way to an event you might be thinking of following, or frankly anywhere else. It is an amazing piece of machinery, and both Ant and I, and not Martin, have thoroughly enjoyed our time in your fabulous machine. Mike, keep pushing. The contribution for Goodyear to what is a maturing LMGT3 car continues to impress. More power to you, and we expect to see those Mercedes-Benz picking up the baton and running with them later this season.
Yeah, no, definitely, and more to come. You know, we're already working on the next development cycle of tyres that are coming for the future, so we'll keep pushing.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Mike McGregor from Goodyear. Back to action and out onto the racing surface once again. Julian Andlauer out of sequence, of course, in that number 5 car.
And worth pointing out that they didn't just do fuel, they are accepting the fact they're out of sequence. They've gone for a full pit stop, full service for Andlauer's car, so that number 5 car now heading back out. They didn't do a driver change, so he's going to triple stint, or double and a half. But we're on board now with Sebastian Buemi, and the Toyota's currently running 6th and 7th.
Very good, mate. Gap ahead down to 2.5.
We'll just point out very quickly as Mike leaves, it wasn't me not enjoying my trip that Anthony and Graham have enjoyed in Berlin, but I did not enjoy it. I just haven't had my boarding card yet. So back to the race.
Hang on a minute. We're going to bring Mike back, Mike McGregor, for a right to reply on that front. Mike, anything to say about the I have to say appalling lack of opportunity for Martin Haven to join the blimp?
Well, I think the fact it's the anniversary now is the time to get Martin in the blimp, isn't it? You know,
it's a heritage.
It's putting two icons together to make it a bigger deal.
Well, we're both celebrating our 100th year, so I think it's probably the ideal time.
There's another icon. It is the logo. It is the Wingfoot, which is the Goodyear logo, of course. And we've had the Wingfoot Award in the last couple of years for the FI World Endurance Championship, but it's getting a revamp.
Yeah, so we've brought it back with a new look this year. So one of the things we're working on for this year is the driver of the weekend. So, you know, standout drives from specific drivers, you know, things like we saw yesterday from Sean Gale with the first pole position from the silver driver. You know, we're looking at it throughout, and we've got a panel, and we're now engaging the voters and the fans out there to be able to get involved in it as well.
So where can the fans get engaged with that? So we've got contact on circuit there with the number 8 Toyota.
Not contact, just almost contact. Buemi was really closing in on Robert Kubica there through the traffic of the high-speed triple right-hander. He's been told on the radio he's doing a fantastic job, and he's now joined the back end of that yellow Ferrari. Amazing stuff from Buemi and also from Earl Bamber. They're the ones that have made such progress through this race today.
And Kubica there, because there was a GT car in the way, basically just had to straight line the corner, didn't he? Cut right across the inside to hold the Toyota off. So Kubica fighting tooth and nail. And I don't think an hour ago Toyota would have taken 6th and 7th at this stage as a bad deal. They are really optimising their car. Let's hear from the 18.
Hey Seb, you're the only guy, one of the only guys in the 43s last lap. Gap to leaders come down to 25 seconds. You're doing well, 9 to go.
9 laps to go and 9 hours to go as well.
Oh, that was close though. Oh, and contact just as it was going so well. In the desperation down the inside of the Ferrari, there was contact there in that second right-hander. And like I said, desperate stuff. You can see Kubica pulling away. He displaced the Ferrari earlier on the lap. And Buemi thought about it in the first apex of turn 4 and then went again and committed in turn 5. And there was a bit of contact. Lives to fight another day, but I'm not sure how the stewards will look at that one. Here we go. I think we're going to see a replay here. So this is turn 4. Sets himself up for turn 5. On the, was there contact, or did he just throw it on the inside over the gravel? I hope for his sake it was the latter.
Let's just complete that point with Mike. So it's going to be fans engaging with Wingfoot Award, driver of the weekend in LMGT3. How can fans get involved?
Well, I think at a certain point in the race, when we're closer to the final third, there will be a nice announcement from you gentlemen to acknowledge the start of that. And on the social channels for this weekend, you'll be able to pick up and get involved.
Okay, and you'll be bringing some tickets for the blimp for Martin to persuade him to do that.
Of course, and there may be some nice merchandise for some lucky fans who get involved in that vote.
There you go.
Some lucky presenters as well.
We'll have to consider that for the future.
Mike McGregor, working really hard in the off-season, of course, through the season to push the envelope for LMGT3 and for Goodyear, of course. Thanks for joining us, and we'll hear more about the Wingfoot Award later in the show.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. Back with Sebastian Buemi. I've heard of the curse of the commentator. I've been responsible for a lot of that. I've never heard of the curse of the race engineer. Seb, you're doing really well. Mind that Ferrari. I mean,
exactly.
I know the message is delayed, but that was bizarre timing. Now then, back in our LMGT3 category as Mike leaves, battle is rejoined. The United Auto Sports McLaren's first and second. They've been caught by the Lexus and by Ahmed Al-Hati in the WRT BMW. Let's catch up now with one of our star guests this weekend.
Rubens, I know by now you're used to it, but how is it to keep looking at your son racing? What's the emotion inside?
Well, I'm super proud. It's just amazing to see his pace, and I mean he's been working so hard to have the seat. He was my teammate for the last 2 years at Stock Car, so I'm actually more nervous now. I would rather be in the car with him, but it's super good.
Okay, well, it's very good to have you here, and I think you'll be in the booth a little bit later with the commentators.
Okay, cheers, thank you.
That is the most emotional I've seen Rubens since Brawn GP. This is a, you know, we made light of him taking a picture of his son in a World Championship, but this is where it's been leading. You know, he's been racing in stock cars in Brazil with his son, and now finally at 23 he's in a World Championship. You know, that's the sort of age that Rubens was when he came into Formula One. So it's the pinnacle, and he's there at a young age. For a dad, what an emotional moment. I mean, you've got that still to come, Anthony Davidson.
Unfortunately, I don't have as much money as Ruben, so yeah, my son's having to work hard for it the old-fashioned way. But it's great for Rubens to be seeing his son at the top level in the World Endurance Championship. And yeah, really look forward to having Rubens with us later on.
Well, let's get back to the hypercar battle, because the Lexus, which dropped off early from the tail of the McLarens, having led them, is now right back up. Now, talking to a couple of people in orange, they figured that their second stint performance on the tyre would be quite some distance ahead of what Lexus has. That's not necessarily the way it seems to be playing out as we ride on board with our race leader right up behind the second of those two McLarens.
And coming up to lap, the number 5 Porsche. There we are. So they've done their pit stop, of course. The Porsche is getting flashed from behind from Collado, and rightly so, because he'll be getting waved the blue flags.
And look how much closer the second Ferrari is. It's only a second and a half behind. It was 5 seconds back.
Tyre advantage, so we lose a lot.
Yeah, copy. Copy, exactly. The thing is, James is saving as well, so.
Right, they're both saving tyre, they're both saving fuel. In comes the 83 Ferrari, and this pits from what was 6th position.
That's a very early stop. He's only done 21 laps.
See the energy bar at the bottom, it's gradually filling up. They'll fill the tank with fuel. You don't charge the battery. The car does that when it's moving, or when it's slowing at least.
So a few other cars out there out of sync. We saw potentially a short fuel from the car number 7 Toyota, and we know that car number 8, Buemi's car, pitted a little bit earlier, so maybe they're avoiding a bit of a splash at the end of the race perhaps, or just trying to race each other when it all pans out, and we believe it could be to do with the monitoring of traffic.
Yeah, they're doing exactly what we talked about with the number 5 car, is they're trying to, or number 8 car rather, trying to put him into clear air so he actually can run fast and clean for a period.
This is going to be interesting as we get much deeper into this race. If it stays relatively green, full course yellow doesn't really affect that flow. We have got an increasing number of cars, just a bit of an odd strategy here and there, out of sequence.
And this is not really something that we saw much of last year, but right from day one in the 2025 season, this is why it's a team sport. It's not just 3 drivers of one car. It's not 3 drivers and a group of engineers doing the tyre changes in one car. The pit wall is going to be at least as much racing these cars to their absolute maximum. Remember what we said earlier, in both the LMGT3 category and in hypercars, the rule sets are designed to make all cars as even as humanly possible. And they balance very different cars, very different motive powers, very different kinds of engine and hybrid and non-hybrid together using aerodynamics, drag, weight and power output, and the same tyre in both classes. And the closer you can operate your car to absolute maximum, the better it will go. So the Lexus right on the heels now of the McLarens, but the other car is still in the garage.
I'm down here with Pachito Lopez of the 87 Akodis Lexus. You've not spent a lot of time behind the wheel this weekend, have you?
No, not really. It's been a long 10 days here preparing. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't go very well for us. Very early on the race, so already looking forward for the next one.
But positively, it does all look a lot stronger as a package for the season. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you see where we were last year, I've been here fighting for the first positions and feeling that, you know, we're competitive is a huge step for us. It really changes also when you jump in the car, you know, for everyone in the team as well, the motivation. So yeah, as I say, it's really a pity that we can't really do the race. It's a long race. It would have been nice to see how we were fighting, but yeah, racing is like this. Now we only can look forward and prepare for the next one.
And what does it do for you now, having to stand here for 10 hours?
Well, just supporting the team and looking how everything is going, and yeah, just be supportive and be here for sure.
Thanks, Pachito.
Absolutely, his viewpoint is correct. We've got a car, and when you think what where we've come from and how hard we've fought, they've done the hard yards, and now they've got to capitalise when the car's there. Arnaud Robin in that 78 car, the remaining Lexus, still harassing Darren Leung in the second place McLaren, and it does look like in the second stint for those cars, it's got performance.
That's going to be the frustration, isn't it, for the other crew? They could have been competitive here.
When you struggle in one of the longer races in the championship, it is more of an issue than, let's say, the 6 hours of Spa, the 10-hour race here, the 1812 Qatar. It's points and a half your rivals will gain on you. But don't forget also that in both hypercar, we ride on board with Neil Jarney in the privately entered Proton competition Porsche 963, and in the LMGT3 category, 18 cars start each race in class. Points only go down to 10th place. You don't get anything for writing your name on the top of your exam paper. So you have to be in the top 10 to get even any points at all. And you only get 1 point for qualifying on pole position as well. Here's our lead group in LMGT3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 cars, that's first, second, third and fourth after 1 hour 42 minutes of racing.
And you've then got 22 seconds back to the next group, or the leader of the next group. So this is a tight-knit group. All 4 of them still with the bronze drivers aboard the car.
So they will have to do 2 hours and
55
minutes. So effectively 3 stints. Now, you There's a change. Oh yes, it is. Moved up to second place down in Still. You can try and do it all in one go. Chances are the bronzes will do a double and then come in for a single stint later after a couple of hours. Sebastian Buemi being investigated for that contact with Thomas Flores, 54 Ferrari. Probably not a surprise. So James Costingham leads. We heard from Darren Leung, you know, give me something. I'm trying to defend. No, you have to save fuel. And here's Peugeot versus BMW. 15. That's Raffaele Marcello who took over from Kevin Magnussen when Magnussen was forced to pit with that electronics issue, and Paul Di Resta showing him the curbs. He's still there, still there. We need spotters in this sport. We need the radio. Still there, he's underneath you, and the BMW just clings on, slips up into 10th place.
The 2 cars have had their own troubles. This is the 2 cars side by side. The 93 having had that drive-through penalty, and the 15 with the requirement to change that nose and the electronics issue with Kevin Magnussen at the wheel of the car.
Yeah, both drivers carried as much speed as they could towards the apex there at turn 2. Marcello getting pushed out wide, but keeping his foot in there to make sure he could be on the inside of turn 3. Did well to get through. A bit of, it was more like DTM action there than World Endurance Championship.
The Mustangs on pit lane got a good close look, as did the BMW driver of one of the new gravel strips. 9 different corners on this circuit with those strips added to help to govern track limits.
Yeah, that was the hypercar battle for 10th, the final point playing position, and 77 makes its driver change. Bernardo Souza handing over. So that's
So
Ben
past
Tuck.
the lead here, past the lead for the Lexus. The Lexus has lit this race, back to the lead it goes.
Well, like Jose Maria Lopez was saying, the car has got speed. We've seen that with the Lexus all the way through this week so far, and displaces both McLarens now to lead this race. Fantastic stuff.
One other quick clarification in LMGT3, with thanks to Ron Smith at Corvette, whilst we told us the drive shaft is the shaft that drives the alternator electric brake, so not the mechanical part, but the electrical parts.
Fourth place, soon to be third, you sense, in LMGT3. Ahmed Al-Hati, bronze driver, started the race in the 46 BMW, but we can clearly tell that that car is comfortable on its tyres in the second stint as well, whereas the McLarens both seem to be fading a little in terms of pace. Darren Leung trying to cling on, Al-Hati on the inside, takes the place. Darren Leung does not have the grip to be able to stay with him or to match him in cornering or braking. So up to third place goes the 46 BMW. Cue cutaway to shot of Valentino Rossi looking happy in garage, and that is on its way. And in a moment you can sense probably that the McLarens will be down to third and fourth place, but it's a long race, and what they've learned from the first double stint may affect things like tyre pressures going into the next and so on.
Absolutely right. The other factor to bear in mind, we are an hour and 46 minutes in, as on pit lane comes the number 8 Toyota. We're getting into the realms in this stint where fatigue is going to play a part with the bronze ranked drivers as well. An hour and 45 minutes in this sort of intensity is going to take its toll.
New helmet livery for Brendan Hartley.
Brendan, pretty downbeat. Told us yesterday evening after that disastrous qualifying session, the car was grounding out. They didn't understand quite why. Trouble, it's the 7.
Oh dear, so Hartley in the pit lane and Mike Conway in a flat spin. So that was probably going to be his lap before coming in.
5th place at the time that happened for Mike Conway. What happened here?
Oh, just ran wide on the gravel, and does it? No, I was going to say, does that hit the barrier? But no, through the gravel backwards the other way.
Just like Brendan in qualifying.
Yeah, very similar.
Bottoming out on the curbs, runs wide.
But you've got to be careful on those curbs. Here we see on board. This is through turn 5.
Okay, Miles, continue. No cars behind.
That's a really rare mistake from Mike Conway there. Just got the car beached on that serrated curb. That's all it takes. Yeah, like you said, Martin, a little in a different way to Brendan Hartley's more slow speed coming out of turn 6 yesterday in qualifying where he had that spin, but he did run wide through turn 12, did Brendan Hartley, out of that corner in a similar way. So, yeah, the car must be running quite low.
How are the vibrations?
Yeah, the vibration.
Yeah, you're going to get some vibration spinning at high speed like that, just from all 4 tyres being all locked up.
But the good news is he's almost literally at the end of his stint, and so those tyres are coming off the car anyway.
But did you see the steering wheel? He's going down that straight there, steering wheel picking up vibration. Yeah, I think, yeah, you'll be able to live with that. And but the engineers be keeping a close eye on the uprights, on the load cells, to make sure that it's not seeing any load going through it that they're not designed to withstand.
Don't forget number 8's just come in, so he's probably due in maybe even at the end of this lap. So unless 8 is really out of sequence.
Well, number 8 did 32 laps that we're seeing from everybody pretty much in hypercar in a stint. And Conway currently has 27 on the board, so a few more to go for Mike.
Going through, as we can see, the LMGT3 pit stop cycle. BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, the Iron Lynx, Mercedes, and here comes one of the 2
59.
McLarens. It's a 59.
That was our pole sitter, that was our leader, James Cottingham. 15 is in the BMW camp, as well as 94 Peugeot.
Attention to the something in the cockpit there, whether or not that was probably the drink system, I think. I don't know if it's going to change.
No, Raffaele Marcello had only just taken over when Kevin Magnussen came in, so he's probably going to double stint. New tyres, off goes Loic Duval. And the Iron Dames are in as well. In and out has gone 31. Timo Bogoslawski takes over the 31 BMW.
Got a number of silver rank drivers, Ricky Perez, the 92 Porsche. Nicholas Givoni stays aboard Jan Links number 16 and looks like he's going for the Ironman stint.
Gets back aboard.
Oh, of course he did.
Yep.
Martin did climb aboard, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
So they're splitting.
It's always an interesting stage of the race, this one, where you've had the starting drivers and they're into the groove, of course, and they might decide to stay in again, and then you get other drivers, like you just said, getting back into the car after the first driver single stinted only, and then you've got the new drivers getting in, and you feel a little bit sort of out of place almost as you try to get desperately up to speed with others that are fully in the groove, and you can sometimes see mistakes as drivers trip over each other in that kind of delicate phase of the race.
Celia Martin hands over the Iron Dames Porsche to Michelle Gatting, another new helmet livery for Michelle this season. So Martin has done a double stint. She still have to do, what have we done? We've done an hour and 50, so she still needs to do another hour.
A full stint.
And 5 minutes,
yes.
Which is a double. She's going to, it's going to be they need a safety car or something to extend the stint but release the driving duties to make it a longer stint. In comes 46. That was from third place, Amadal Harty.
Stays aboard.
Yes.
So this is a long stint for him. Valet looking on. Likely to see him next, I think.
As popular as ever in the driver's autograph session.
That's the scuff from the impact from the, oddly enough, sister car. It was the 15, wasn't it, that came together with 46 going to win the race.
After racing in the 27 Aston Martin, that is Ian James completing a double stint. Now he frequently goes the full distance, and it's not swelteringly hot. It's very hot in the cockpit, but it's not 40 degrees outside, which really boils the drivers when you get that sauna temperature air coming in. It does nothing to cool the driver.
Particularly, I mean, they do have air conditioning, but it's not as you would know it in your road car. It's not that kind of air conditioning. It keeps the cockpit to the absolute bearable condition, temperature-wise, that you can withstand. And so there are regulations in place, but there's gone are the days where they're actually monitoring the exact temperature of the cockpit versus the ambient temperature. It's more to do with, does the driver seem to be fatigued? If the race stewards and race director thinks that you are fatigued because of heat exhaustion, they can pull you in to check the driver and car.
By the way, how much are we loving that drone shot down the pit lane? That is literally like Le Mans Ultimate follow view. It's it's great.
I think they've brought in car 7 a little bit early here after just 29 laps in that stage, for obvious reasons, because these tyres that are coming on would no doubt be flat spotted. We saw that, didn't we, with the vibration? Oh, a bit of a sticky left front wheel there for the mechanics.
Door's not open, so Mike is staying in.
And they've got to push it back as well.
Yeah, a pushback pit stop.
And it's because they're out of sync, so usually you wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't come in when you had the GT car in the pit box, because you know it's going to be a pushback and cost you even more time. So this is what happens. It just comes from a small error from a driver, just running a little bit wide over the curb, beaching the car, spinning around. Then your tyres have got vibrations. You have to pit. You're out of sync. A car's there in front of you. It's not going to plan.
All time lost. Race 1 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 1812 kilometres of Qatar. 273 laps still to go.
I looked up at that. I thought we're getting through this race now. I made the wrong call looking up at how many laps to go there.
There must be some AI somewhere that will tell us at the end of the race not just the distance covered, but the sheer number of words covered in the race broadcast. Okay, so let's reset. Ferrari 1-2, as they have been since lap 1. The gap between the 51 car of James Calado and the 50 car of Niklas Nielsen has now gone out from 1.6 to 6.4 seconds. So it shrinks and grows in traffic. Earl Bamber third in the Cadillac. Now that's the highest he's been in the Cadillac when he was going for third on lap 5 or 6 of the race, lap 3 of the race maybe. He spun down to 18th and he's now back to third. I think what you said earlier, that car's got some pace. Absolutely, it's got some pace.
I've been watching that gap, Martin, over the last 10 or so, 15 laps, and it's stayed consistent around the gap between Bamber and Niklas Nielsen. Stay consistent from anywhere from 16 to 17 seconds. It's currently 17.5 seconds. So, yeah, he's definitely got the speed to hang with these Ferraris. It's the fight here with the 94 Peugeot and the car 7 of Mike Conway through turn 2.
Little bit of contact there, maybe. Stoffel Van Dorn in that Peugeot. And Kamui Kobayashi, it's now saying in the number 7 car. Didn't see the driver change, but we'll take that as a given.
This is the battle for 15th place at the moment. Yeah. So listen on board what's going on with Kamui.
And tyre one, we are currently full engine braking. You can try Bravo 510. Mike preferred full engine braking.
So full engine braking, just going to hold the car a little bit more, give you a little bit more rotation so you can pivot the car a little bit more. So that was an overtake as well, losing position to car 15 earlier on in the lap before he was under pressure from the Peugeot.
I am down here in Toyota Gazoo with Sebastian Buemi of number 8. So you've just come out. How tough was that last stint? Doesn't look easy out there.
Yeah, I mean it's a wild race. Clearly very hard to pass. So you've got to somehow take some risk. Had a contact with one of the GD, so yeah, luckily not much happened. So now we need to focus, try to get into the race. We did stop a bit early on the first stint just to try to offset ourselves, because clearly I felt like I was much faster, but I couldn't pass. So now it looks like we are a bit on a different strategy to the others, and hopefully we are a bit in clean air, and Brennan's able to use those new tires, but yeah, was not easy out there.
Was that the same for number 7 as well? Because that was an unexpected driver change from our perspective.
No, I think was planned, but the thing is, I think Mike spun just a few laps before, and I don't know if after they got out of a touch, but yeah, no, it was always planned to do a double stint and then change drivers.
Tyres look pretty grotty as well when you come in. Are you matching expectations for this stage here in Qatar, or exceeding or worse?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we know we don't have the pace, but we just want to try to grab a few points basically at the end of the race. Hopefully we do get some good points. We'll see, but no, so far we are not exceeding expectation.
All right, thanks there.
Thanks, Sebastian Buemi. Thanks, Al. Yeah, good to dive a little deeper into what they're thinking in the pit lane. Again, that's what you'll see in the All Access program. It'll be out a couple of weeks after this race, our Fly on the Wall documentary. So you saw the action there. Toyota Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi rather, just picking off Dries Van Tor, who's in the number 15 BMW now. So they've cycled through their 3rd driver in that car.
So it makes sense that Kobayashi is behind the wheel. We missed it in the pit stop, of course, but it is Kamui, and the reason why he lost positions in the beginning is because they did change all 4 tyres on that car. They put on a right-hand side of used mediums and a used set, so they probably did qualifying, a used set of the hard tyre on the left-hand side of the car. So that's why he was overtaken by 2 cars on his outlap, or outlaps, by these 2 we follow on screen now. But now he's got the heat into the tyres, he's got past them, and he's pulling away, making good use of those fresh tyres in that Toyota.
We're getting into another round of pit stops for some of the hypercars. Pro Top Competition's 99 car in the hands of Giljani on pit lane, as is Fred Makovici in the number 36 Alpine from 6th place. Making progress again now Earl Bamber and beginning to bite into that lead. You were saying about between 16, 17 seconds. He's starting to make inroads into the advantage of Nick Nielsen. That gap now down to 14 seconds as James Colado's on it with a very quick lap.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to catch now at this stage of the race, is Earl Bamber. And when you think earlier on, yeah, we were talking up Buemi's efforts, who started second to last in the field today, but Bamber slipped right to the pit after that spin earlier on in contact with McLaren in turn 1, and now running in third place, ahead obviously of both of the Toyotas, and starting to close steadily but surely now 12.9 seconds on the number 50 of Nicholas Nielsen, who is 11 seconds behind Collado. Collado's still punching in some good lap times. Last lap around, fastest lap of all actually, James Collado with a 42.5.
Yeah, indeed, the other car of the 42s is Will Stevens in the second Cadillac, as the BMW number 20 ahead is the latest car to pit. Martin mentioned full access, 4th of April. That will be on the FIA WC YouTube pages, and we've seen plenty of dramas on track in the first 2 hours of the race. We've got 8 more hours of this to come, and the backroom dramas are going to be intense.
And look at where our new boys last year are at the moment on there. BMW and Alpine have both looked very strong in the early running. Alpine's performance fading a little in the second stint maybe. We'll have to see how they go again longer as we get into the race. Don't forget, as the evening progresses, the sun drops down towards and below the horizon. Air temperature and track temperature will both start to drop. The track not particularly hot at the moment, and they're really using those hard Michelin tyres for endurance rather than because of track temperature. And there's that great distinguishing livery on the 20 BMW. Makes life very easy for spotters. Hello, some of you other teams. Aston Martin 009 in the pit lane. 007 back out again. So again, new car troubles with both the Aston Martin Valkyries, only to be expected with what is a new car. In comes the number 50 Ferrari, Nick Nielsen from second place. James Collado remains as our race leader. There will be a driver change here because they'll need tyres. And tyres, in terms of the number that you have, not so much an issue here in this race because of the greater availability of tyres in the races that are over 8 hours length.
Driver change as well for the number 6 car, and I believe we've got driver change underway at the 78, the lead car in LMGT3. We'll keep an eye on that. Arnaud Raban pitting that car from the lead and has led this race twice. He dropped back in the first set of pit stops, but fought his way back to the lead. What a cracking stint from him.
And that's going to be an interesting question to put to him, actually. What happened? Where did the performance go? And how did you get it back? Because that's quite a disparity, being able to drive to the front on fresh tyres, then sagging back still on the first stint, and then coming back in the second stint. Is that working with the performance of that Lexus, or is it just that the McLarens were losing performance all the way through that second stint? Well, here we go. In trouble
61.
now then. How does this play? How does this play? Christian Reed, bronze driver in the Iron Lynx Mercedes and team principal of the Proton Mustang team. So he is literally racing against his own cars.
Lost it on the exit of turn 9, I'm sure. It's Fuoco now. Definitely one of the most exciting drivers we have in the World Endurance Championship. Exits the pits on all 4 new tyres, and his teammate comes into the pits. Are we going to have a full course yellow, or would this benefit Collado massively? Yes, it would if it does.
Except he won't be able to warm his tyres up. And we just saw there how slow the Ferrari was with all the LMGT3 cars whizzing round him either side because he's on stone cold tyres and it's like driving on ice.
Oh yeah, just lost it. He had a bit of a tank slapper on the exit of turn 9 there. Doesn't hit the barrier, but only just.
That was close, wasn't it?
It's one of those corners on this track that really starts to become very tricky as the race progresses. We mentioned the marbles earlier on. You just
30 seconds to VSC.
Virtual safety car coming.
Oh, that's real trouble for the Ferrari. It's got to get out of the pit lane and be in front. Otherwise, it's going to be stuck at the back of the queue.
Virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
Now, with a virtual safety car, unlike a direct safety car intervention, pit lane remains open. So the 51 Ferrari will go out, but it'll be at 80 kilometers an hour, and he won't be able to warm his tyres. So effectively, for the next 2 laps at 80 Ks, he'll be weaving furiously, trying to build some heat into those tyres, while everybody else tries desperately to maintain the heat they've got in their tyres. From virtual safety car, we will go full safety car. We will have wave arounds of anybody who's about to lose a lap to their class leader. So this could really throw a cat among the pigeons. Some of our front runners in both categories have stopped, not all, but they now all have the chance to do so and fill up and get ready to go once they get into the safety car queue.
So we have to keep a super close eye on Earl Bamber right now, because if they can pit when we're under these slower conditions, they're going to gain massively, even compared to Collado.
Well, replay several times doesn't make it any easier for Christian Reed. I don't think the car should be okay, salvageable from the gravel, but that's not something you can do under waved yellows.
Under virtual safety car, by the way, the form here is 2 laps for virtual safety cars, that everybody gets an opportunity to pit. When the safety car is finally deployed, I think Christian will just turn this car around and return to the track. Then the pit entry will close. The safety car, the actual safety car, will be deployed. Let's go down with Alex Sheep as
You are on fire. What a stint. How is it from your perspective?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, firstly, it's nice to get back going. I think the team have worked quite hard on the car. Clean start between all the cars, and yeah, just tried to pull a gap's not easy with the traffic and whatnot, but car seems to be working well. I guess this hasn't worked out well for us, but yeah, these things happen, but we've got a long way to go.
Just how tricky is it at this stage to stay on top and just, it's a long race, right?
Yeah, I mean, and you just don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if it's going to be virtual safety car, full course yellow, and all of these have an impact on the race, and it's a bit like a lottery, really. You've just got to try and luck into some and not in others. But I mean, the more luck you get in terms of that, the better it is. But I'm happy, and we're showing good performance.
Remember many years ago, probably Road America, Michael Andretti won an IndyCar race because he got a break with a yellow and safety car, and he said, they say, yeah, you know, you won because you got the safety car. He said, I'll take it. 9 times out of 10 you lose from cautions, you lose, and that's exactly what's happening there. James, though, is putting the positive spin on it. We know we've got a car we can win with. All we've got to do is engineer our way into that win.
It's one little blip for Ferrari in this 10-hour race today. There's still 266 laps still to go. It hasn't gone your way this time, but you always like to feel that what goes around comes around and it all balances out in the end. Of course, luck can go against you, as Ferrari found out last year in Spa through no fault of their own. But for now, they know it hasn't gone their way. There's plenty more action to come in this race. We can go down to Bruce, who's with Earl Bamber, the Cadillac team.
And we are with Earl Bamber. Earl, super competitive lap times. You're pretty much the only car lapping in the 42s other than the Ferraris, so that's good. But take us through what happened earlier in the race.
I mean, to be honest, we got a good start. It was a typical racy start here in the WEC. I was battling the BMW. I went on the outside, got hit by the McLaren in the right rear, spun around, actually managed to get going quite quick. And then we decided to extend the stint, and we managed to do a really good in-lap. They had a great overcut, and then managed to get past 1 or 2 more cars. So the car was really quick. So I think we've put ourselves up front now on strategy, so a great call by the guys, and now it's still a long way to go.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
one from the Ann Davidson playbook.
Well, I mean,
still a long way to go.
It's still a long way. Yeah, it is still a long way to go. They're still under virtual safety car here, and hence all of the pit stops, because it's better to pit when the rest of the cars are circulating slowly. You therefore lose less time in the pits standing stationary.
And we were also edging very close towards the natural pit stop window for a lot of these cars. You heard a couple of cars at Elbam were saying, Sebastian Weber was saying, we've pitted out of sequence for track position for cleanliness and air. In comes 50. So come and gone. And so, it's like the cardinal rule of all American endurance racing, or for all American racing, always take fuel. No matter what you're in for, always take fuel. Because in the end,
it's topped up the fuel.
Your car's going to use fuel.
The number 50 has very mildly minimised the damage caused by this virtual safety car, because they clearly felt like, well, we're not going to lose any more positions by coming in now. So they've already done 2 or 3 laps on that fuel. So they've come in and just topped up that 2 or 3 laps worth to mitigate the losses of what they've just lost against the Cadillac team.
And there will be several pit stops still to come as cars gradually creep round. Don't forget, they're doing 80 kilometres an hour, 50 miles an hour. So it's taking a long time for them to do the 5 kilometres, 3 miles. If they were just past the pits,
it's 2 laps.
It's at least 2 laps.
The concept is that everybody has the opportunity to make a pit stop on the caution. Where you lose out is, as James was explaining, if you just pitted before it. We also saw, by the way, in that exchange, the car that brought out this virtual safety car has made its way back to the pit lane and has gone into the garage. So was there a problem that caused the incident for Christian Reed, or did that spin cause a breakage somewhere?
Well, it kind of got spat off the curbs, but they're not high curbs, they're very low curbs. They're barely 1.5 inches tall, 3-4 centimetres at the maximum. So yeah, maybe a tyre going down, maybe some breakage that...
And it's not the kind of incident you'd expect from a driver like Christian Reed, so you know he's very experienced.
Well, Christian Reed, who's done almost every World Endurance race full stop, and has been racing for 30 years. In fact, this is only the 3rd time in his life that he has raced a car where the engine has not been behind him.
Exactly the point I was about to make, Martin. Every single race, until the 2 outings he had last year in the Ford Mustang that he runs himself, every single race in his career has been with a Porsche.
Yep. So, yeah, every instinct built up over 30 years of Porsche racing is effectively wrong.
So 70 laps in the books, 2 hours and 12 minutes in the books, 265 laps to go. Now for 1812 kilometres.
For any bronze driver who is in the car now, they are running the clock, they are using up their drive time without losing any time whatsoever to faster drivers on track.
First and second, just looking at a graphic, sorry Martin, first and second for Hertz Team Jota Cadillac Rally. You would never have put money on that at the start of the race after a couple of laps.
As you say those words, in comes Sam Hegner. We'll get him on the... We'll get on the cans in just a moment.
It's making a decisive team call to joining us in the commentary box. It's just how he works.
Everything's going well, boss. Would you mind leaving now?
Yeah,
that's what Lizzie has said. Yeah, come on, out the garage.
They don't treat him like we treat you. Don't judge judge us all in the same.
Sam, you're in here to talk about a massive anniversary for the team.
Yes.
25 years of Jota.
Yep.
11 consecutive seasons where your team has scored a win in an FIWC event.
Correct.
And not all those years as a full season entrant, of course, but in guest races as well. You've come up here with your team running 1-2 on your debut as a Cadillac factory team. Stop the clock.
Yeah, not bad, eh?
Well, the first thing I wanted to ask you was, I've been sort of aware of Jota for a number of times. Let's hear from the 38 team. It's all right, he's in the commentary booth.
Advice from Earl, as much inside as you can on the last corners where the grip is, as much inside as you can on the last corners where the grip is.
Copy.
What was the first car that Jota ran?
So it was a Honda Integra.
package, like a group inspect, so a showroom spec touring car. And we did it with Barwell Motorsport. And that was in various races, like the Spa 24 Hours, where you run a touring car, and Nürburgring 24 Hours.
So, right from effectively the most basic racing car that you can get your hands on. And was it always the ambition just to keep getting further and further up the ladder? And did you see Le Mans or touring cars as your future? How did that work?
No, endurance racing was always a passion, so Le Mans was always the ambition. And then the ambition is to get to Le Mans, and then the ambition is to win your class at Le Mans, and then you achieve that, and then the ambition is to win Le Mans outright. So let's see what happens.
And then the ambition is to get 21 wins, which is one more than Porsche are aiming for. And there's always another target, isn't there? There is always another target, no matter how far you've got. The end of the road isn't yet in sight.
No, absolutely, absolutely. But that's the joy of the sport and everything that it offers.
Sam, how has been? Sorry, Martin.
Yeah,
how has it been coming into this year, running a new platform with the Cadillac compared to that heroic effort that you had to undertake last year or 2 years ago with the Porsche platform? Has it been easier? Has it been even more difficult? How's it been this time around?
I think the transition, if we look at going from LMP2 to hypercar, that was to one hypercar, that was a fairly sizable transition. To running to 2 hypercars was probably an even bigger step. But then this is, let's say this year's probably the smallest step in our hypercar transition, because we were up and we were running with 2 cars. So it's just new product, new capital in the workshop, and learning that.
And I guess the engineers have to sort of unthink some of what they knew would work on the Porsche, because it's not going to work in quite the same way. It's a different engine, it's a different power unit, everything will have fine details. And is that the big target here? Is that those incremental changes that's going to give you that competitive edge?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very different car to what we ran with the Porsche, and it's a very competitive.
It's not going to restart anytime soon, so you can focus on saving energy.
I want to focus on trying to get the lead.
Come here.
The wind's on Sam's face.
That's Will Stevens in Alex Lynn's helmet, isn't it? That was absolutely 110% a Will Stevens radio message. I don't care, I want to win.
Yeah, Alex is feisty as well, isn't he? I was going to be my next question to you, Sam. What would your advice be to these two now leading the race, first and second?
Behave.
They have to, don't they?
That's all you can. That's all you can say. I mean, they're both great racing drivers, and hopefully they respect each other and behave off the restart.
It's a huge coup for your team to get this deal with Cadillac. We know it's not the first brush of interest you had from a major factory. What do you think turned the head of General Motors and their famously difficult to impress corporate body? You presented both cars fabulously well last season. There were some great results throughout the season. You were in the championship contention for much of the season as well. What do you think actually did the job?
I think what was really interesting coming from a privateer is the efficiency we can bring. We try and be as efficient as possible, and all the money, all the resource goes into winning the car. So we don't have the most beautiful pit bolts. We didn't have the most beautiful hospitality. It's all about putting the money into going fast and winning races.
And famously, as Martin would said, you saved all that money by painting the cars exactly the same colours.
Exactly that. At least we've got differentiation between the 2 cars this year.
You do indeed. It's pulling your leg, but your guys behind the social media, behind the communications effort at Jota, have been famously fulsome in terms of joining in the fun that we have in the commentary box, and the guys do online, watching on all your efforts.
And those different coloured wheel nuts just make all the difference.
And the valve caps.
And the valve caps.
And the mirrors.
Of course.
Yeah, that I did spot. I've spotted the mirrors.
So the 61 car, more dramas than just the spin. It was effect, not cause, that spin. They had an issue before, and that's what caught Christian Ried out. Now then, I think probably we're going to let Sam Hicknett go back down to the garage, because the safety car has picked up the field and we are starting the pass around. The what now? If you haven't seen this before, any car in the queue that is in front of the category leader gets to pass around and rejoin the back of the queue. So that tries not to put all the hypercars and then all the LMGT3s in sync, but it tries to make sure that you don't immediately lose a lap from the safety car restart. So safety car is out here in Qatar.
I think before I let you go, Sam, I think everybody listening and watching would like us to say congratulations on 25 years. The cars always look amazing, the results have been spectacular, and here you are in 1-2 in the opening race of the World Championship season. What a fantastic bottom century for you and all the guys who've been involved.
And on behalf of Louise Beckett, who's watching at home, thank you for all the cups of tea.
We're always good for a cup of tea.
In terms of compound now, everyone is in full mix, so same as us. 4 new tire, full mix.
Copy.
So, now then, aha! This is the second Lexus. So Petru Umberescu brought this car in after contact and damage very early in the race. Lap, it's 52 laps behind, and we've covered 72, so 20 laps into the race. And he is now heading back out. I'm not sure if he's heading back out, but somebody is heading back out. So we still have lost the car of Tom Van Rompuy, the 81 Corvette, but we are now back up to 17 cars in LMGT3, or we will be if the Mercedes gets back out. Since they're hewn from solid, it probably should.
Yeah, 2 hours and 7 minutes on pit lane for that stricken Lexus. Just a quick point, you were saying about whether or not it caused an effect for the 61 car. Did see when he was trying to get out of that gravel trap, spinning that up quite heavily, and I do wonder whether or not there's been some damage done in attempting to get the car back out.
No, I gather from the team via Alex that they had a problem before, and that's what caused the spin. So I think it might be a drive shaft sensor, some imbalance, might be a hub that started to go away or a damper, but something on that left rear corner exacerbated the issue with the curve.
So we're not going down the road throughout this season of he's in a battle with a must. Oh no, I'm in the gravel.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not necessarily the driver at fault this time.
It's a steep learning curve for Lynx with the AMG. Let's all listen to Alex Lynn again.
Yeah, one more lap of safety car.
Yes, lights are not off on the safety car yet, so that is 100% correct. Alex Lynn, I just want to win.
I was going to say, yeah, it's good to know. Of course, he was always going to be fired up, but when you've got your teammate directly in front of you for the lead of the race, I like hearing that. I like hearing those words. It's game on, isn't it? Between Jenson Button and Alex Lynn, two hardened racers, two Brits going for it. In the British team, Joe Tattis, you're at the front of the field. This is great. I can't wait for this battle to unfold.
Right, let's see what Toyota have got.
Okay, we will have, I think, one more lap safety car.
Copy, one more lap safety car.
So we have an incentive to save energy, so still save energy. You can weave.
Yeah, trying to save energy.
Yeah, you can weave to bring tire temp, but save energy with it.
Yeah, copy.
So what he's saying there is don't be on the throttle, on the brakes, trying to heat those front brakes. Just weave. Safety car out in Bahrain. Opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Of our 36 starters, one retirement, one still in the garage after damage. Safety car is out because of a spin for the Mercedes of Christian Reed. Got stuck in the gravel. He had to be rescued, but it was, where did I say?
You said we were in Bahrain.
I say Bahrain, Qatar, beg your pardon. I've got fast-forwarded to the end of the season very quickly.
We should have waited.
200, I definitely am not. 262. I've been watching sports car racing since 1979. Group 5 transition into Group C. I am not wishing this away. I've seen some highs, I've seen a lot of lows, a lot of very thin grids, and this is absolutely the platinum era of endurance racing. Lights are out on the safety car. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson correcting me in the booth. In the pit lane, Bruce Ioane and Alex Lequi with the probing questions. And on track, Cadillac 1-2, just as the boss came in for a chat. I hope he got a picture of the timings.
Oh no! Oh no! The absolute nightmare scenario for Jota has just happened. Alex Lynn directly into the back of Jenson Button's car. Both cars damaged.
And badly damaged. I'm not sure that's just a clip.
And both cars into the pits. Inevitably, that was Jenson just braking before accelerating through the final corner to get a run, catching out his teammate Alex Lynn, who was going for it. He was desperate not for Jenson Button to get a gap on him. The Jenson accelerates, brakes early, and then Alex is accelerating just as Jenson's braking. Oh dear, the nightmare scenario.
And they had the perfect opportunity with the Lexus holding all of the other hypercars up to really get a break.
He thought he had gone. He thought he had gone. He accelerated and he went with him.
And it happens. Both cars in the pits. We have gone green. The race is being led by the Ferraris. 1-2 again. 51 leads after it seemed like being caught out horrendously by the safety car. 51 leads, 50 in second place. It is a Ferrari 1, 2, 3 because the 83, the yellow Ferrari, is in third. New tail goes on, or does it, onto 38?
12 is away. 12 is away. So 38 is further delayed.
It was a more complex hit at the back of the car than the front, basically.
JB just totally brake checked me.
That's what you're always going to say, isn't it, when you're the car? I mean, we could all see it. You're completely caught out when the car in front accelerates, and it'd be interesting to see how the stewards look at that one as well.
And we bet this car about to go a lap down. Because the 51 car coming down towards turn 16 now. 12 is away and running.
I mean, obviously nothing's intentional there at all. Nothing's intentional. The only intention that Alex had was obviously to keep the gap as close as possible. When he saw the car go in front, he went with him. As we look back at the action here, car 7 versus one of the Alpines.
Yeah, ahead of the 36 car. That is Kamui Kobayashi just getting the jump on Jules Gounon, who's taken over the car. Dries Van Tor right behind in the 15 BMW. That's the tail end of the top 10 in LMGT3. The Lexus leads. WRT's Ahmed El-Hati in second place. Then United Autosports McLaren's third and fourth. That's how they were at the end of the stint. Now they should be on fresh tyres and ready to go again, although James Cossingham and Darren Young have stayed in during the safety car. So maybe they still owe us a pit stop. On board with Dries Van Tor. And don't forget, LMGT3 cars and hypercars mixed up in the queue. You don't get a wave round just because there's a quicker car behind you.
United Autosports no doubt will have left them in because they will be able to complete their driving time in this stint now with that safety car. So, what drama. And finally out comes the number 38 car. And that car is now a lap down.
And almost a lap down on the sister car, which is way off the tail of the queue. There's the third placed Ferrari, the yellow AF Corsa car of Ye Yifei. Oh, he's back in. Utter disaster. Alex Lynn to drive through penalty and a safety car.
That'll be for debris. I'm sure that's going to be for debris.
So the pit entry is closed. Now, is the pit exit closed as well?
It is not.
We see a green light. Well, that's because the safety car queue has not come by. So that's one small mercy in what has been an unmitigated, awful 10 minutes. And that's bits, presumably, of the tail of the 38 and all the nose of number 12. There's down. There's debris there, exiting corner 16 as well. You can see it in the track under the lights panel.
Yeah, you had bits spewing off the cars, left, right, centre, didn't you? As they both Jotas worked their way back into the pits, but I still can't believe what we witnessed there.
I know.
We are going to see as well, by the way, a big bonus here for the 93 Peugeot because he was at just ahead of the number 51 car. It goes by. The safety car has picked up the Ferrari and will regain that lap.
And there's quite a debris field because of this, Anthony.
Yeah, Jenson accelerates. Alex feels like he's got to stay as close as he can to the car. And just as JB brakes into the penultimate corner. Look at this on board. This is slowed down. And there's the gap that starts to increase. and then there's the braking. And
yeah, mate, JB absolutely pig-checked me. Yeah, you can't, when the safety car goes and you accelerate, you can't brake again. That's not in the rules, so.
It's funny, it's one of the risks that you always take when you're the car behind and you know there might be a little bit of cat and mouse going on. The stewards they would prefer you to stay completely constant in your speed, but then there are other things at play when you're the car in front. You want to try and get more energy in your brakes, you want to try and heat up that way through the brakes into the tires. We see it all the time, and so from Jensen's point of view, he's not. It turns into a brake test, but he wasn't intentionally brake testing anybody. He's just trying to get heat into the brakes before you open it up, and also try to give yourself a bit of that cat and mouse situation when you're braking, the other car has to brake even more, and just as they're braking, you put your foot down. That's what you're trying to do to get yourself a gap.
And of course he needs heat in the tyres, not for the restart, but at the end of the straight, turn one, he doesn't want to go sailing off into the gravel. So he needs that heat in the brakes, because otherwise they're going to be stone cold after, what, 7-8 laps of virtual safety car and safety car. So this time we go straight to safety car. So because there were no real position changes, unless somebody unlapped themselves a little bit from the leader of their class in LMGT3, we probably won't have a wave by, but there's a lot of debris. There's quite a lot of tidying up to do. Let's hear from our race leader, our pole setter.
So now we have the two sister car behind us, same compound, same tire mileage, same fuel.
So we be smart, yeah? We need to be smart now.
Yep.
And completely remarkably, we go to a Ferrari 123.
I know.
By the way, I can confirm the 78 car is leading in the queue as well as the race, so no wave bar required for LMGT3 by the look of things. The 38, meanwhile, a lap down, is just about at the back of this queue. The 12 is just about to join it, and the 93 Peugeot, which was told to pass the safety car, will get back onto the back of this train. Wow. There's never a playbook, is there? It just always throws something different at you, and that absolutely was not in the playbook I expected at this point in the race.
Can I just point out, this is only 2.5 hours in. There are only only 7.5 hours more of this stuff to go. So if this is your first experience of World Endurance Championship, the answer is yes. It is always like this.
Yeah, it may not be specifically like this, but it will always throw something completely left field at you. There's damage to the front of that Valkyrie as well, the 007.
He's picked up a bit of somebody else's debris, hasn't he? And this laminate, composite material, carbon fibre to you and me, that they use, it'll go through something like a knife through butter. It might as well be a sharp steel edge if it's a piece of carbon that's sliced into that upright, into that floor rather.
So under safety car, it is Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari 499P leading the race for Ferrari, of course. And the sister car in the hands of Antonio Fuoco. So we've still got plenty of debris still to be picked up here. That car sits second. Yafei in the third Ferrari, the privately entered 83, the yellow and red car you can see weaving in the background there. That car sits in third place ahead of the BMW number 20 of Robin Freins. Let's hear what's going on with Antonio Fuoco.
The restart because of the one in front braking, so keep some margin at the next restart. We don't want the same to happen to us.
Just if you could let me know when Bobby wants to restart, and we'll try to keep it safe.
I will let you know. I will let you know.
That is exactly what you want to hear from the guy who's second in the queue. We want a 1-2. I don't have to pass him at the restart. You let me know when he's going, and then basically they need to key open the microphone to both drivers and go, 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 and just synchronize it. Just both go, and no questions asked, because Lord help them if the two red cars run into each other exactly as we've just seen before, because there will be hell to pay.
Yeah, don't bother getting on that plane home, basically.
Don't bother coming back to the garage. No. Wherever your car rests, just keep walking in the opposite direction to the pit lane.
And the phrase, and he was never seen again.
less popular in the paddock than Martin
But,
Haven.
I mean, we joke, but and Sam winced at the time, didn't he? And we joked about it then when we heard that radio message from the original radio message from Alex Lynn saying, you know, I want to win this race. I can see the lead in front of me, and we picked up that tense, that edge, didn't we? And not blaming him at all, but.
Okay, Jules, update on the situation. We are fighting the Porsche 5 and the Toyota 7 right in front, and we are in fight with the BMW 15 behind, and actually P9.
You will have gathered that was not an Aston Martin engineer talking to Jules Gounod, that was. So that is the Alpine car number 35, the car in front of him, Kamui Kobayashi. The car in front of Kamui is Mathieu Jaminet in his first drive for Roger Penske's team, and the car in front of him in, telegraph this, 6th position currently, is Brendan Hartley, who started, or whose car, number 8 Toyota, started 17th out of 18 hypercars. Not everything is exactly shown in qualifying.
We said it, didn't we, after qualifying? We said it again this morning. Don't count them out. They know how to battle. We saw it at the end of last season with that amazing stint from Seb Buemi that clinched the manufacturer's title for Toyota Gazoo Racing. You can never count a winning team out. They know how to win. They know when to push.
They're the Muhammad Ali of sports car racing. They've been around forever, and their ring craft is second to none. They know their car. They know their jobs. They will get whatever the car is as close to 100%, of the time as is humanly possible, and that's why they win races. Not because they got the best car, not because they got the best drivers, not because they got the best team, not because they got the best strategy, but because often they've got the best of all four.
They just optimise everything. You know, it is that is the way you do it. You make fewer mistakes, you do better work on strategy, on pit lane. That's where they've saved seconds, not tenths, time and time and time again.
And that's where all the other teams, and in comparison to Toyota, not just in hypercar, but even in WEC.
Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
All the other teams, even Ferrari, who are in year 3, they're still new teams. Jota is still a new team. They're in year 3 of hypercar. They've done plenty of LMP2 racing, but they're still new teams to their car. And optimizing everything. It's about perfection. The closer you get to the sun, the closer you get to the top step of the podium. So you heard Eduardo Freitas saying safety car will come in this lap.
Safety car is in the pits. This is lap 3. Pit exit is closed. Safety car is in the pits. Track is green. No overtaking before the line.
So Pedro Cochero, our safety car driver, is in the pit lane. We go, go, go. Green, green, green for Ferrari. You are not allowed to pass even a slower GT3 car before the line. You're not allowed to be alongside it before the line. You must be 100% behind. Here comes a Toyota. Toyota on Porsche action. That is number 7. And that is Kamui Kobayashi dive bombing Mathieu Jaminet. He got just the run he needed out of the last corner to get alongside him. And again, it's exactly what we talked about, making the best of every single second you're in the car, and Kamui did exactly that.
Did Kamui Kobayashi pass him?
Yes.
In which case he passed him before the line.
No, he passed him down into turn 1. So he passed him. There you can see the yellow Ferrari, the Air Corsa car of Yefe, he's 3rd, Robin Freins in 4th, Charles Milesi 5th place. So the BMW and the Alpine again swinging in the top 6, but Toyota up to 6th and 7th. There's the 20 BMW, and that is Robin Freins with Charles Milesi, the blue Alpine, and he is now, okay, that's an out of place number 5 Penske Porsche. That's actually a number 6 car, rather. That's a lap down, Matt Campbell with Jules Gounod. I think that overhead shot we saw was them coming down the straight. So I'm pretty certain he didn't pass him before the line. If he did, then he will know all about it.
That sequence, by the way, whilst it's pulled the hypercars together, what it has done is shaken up the strategy in LMGT3. We're going to see that much later in the race. It's allowed a number of the teams that kept their bronze drivers in to get this done in this stint.
So some of the cars that were front runners, and we're looking here at United Autosport, still have their, quote, slowest drivers in, as you see the Toyota shaping up. This is not for position. This is a lap down the number 6 car, Matt Campbell. He still squeezes the Toyota at the apex. Why? You're a lap down because in 8 hours' time you might not be, or 7 hours' time, you might not be a lap down, and not letting him pass now might mean that you end up with a better race position in several hours' time.
But he should let him past with the blue flag. There we go.
He will have to,
finally
yeah.
lets him by. You want to obviously, it makes more sense with the leader of the race to not go a lap down, but when you are a lap down already, then you can see on the side of his car, 14th place. Meanwhile, car 8 is in 6th place. So Kobayashi now making up a bit more ground. Interesting point that you raised there, Graham, with did he overtake the car number 5 before the line or not? I'm still waiting to see that clarified. I don't know whether it was the car 5 putting him under pressure towards turn 1 or there was an overtake beforehand.
To clarify the point, by the way, in LMGT3, 2 hours 55 minutes required from every bronze driver in those cars, side by side between the Mustang and the Ferrari. Ferrari having to run off the course in avoidance there. There are a number of teams who still have their bronze drivers in from the start, and therefore 15 minutes now from the point where their drive time is done, and they could choose to pit and take their bronze driver out for the remainder of the race. And amongst those, by the way, are the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars.
100%. There is the leader in LMGT3. That's Finn Gersitz, who has got into the 78 Akodis ASP Lexus. Amador Harty still in from the start for Team WRT. I think if you can, it pays to keep the BMW and the 2 McLarens right behind. It pays to keep your bronze driver in now as long as you can. They've had time to cool down. If they can drive through to the end of the fuel window, then you lose nothing in terms of adding stationary time to your overall race time.
The downside, of course, for the Lexus, which now has Finn aboard the car, he's a very rapid young man, but he's been stuck behind the safety car and in virtual safety car conditions whilst they're burning bronze time behind him. So that potential pace is wasted in that phase of the race whilst they get 15 minutes closer to not having to contribute to the end result.
I just found I've been just looking at a move here coming up. Is that the Porsche getting out of the way again? While you guys have been commentating mostly, I've been looking through, trying to find in the sporting regulations with the end of safety car procedure. In order to avoid the likelihood of accidents before the safety car returns to the pits from the point at which the lights are on, drivers must proceed at a pace which involves no erratic acceleration, braking or any other maneuver which is likely to endanger other drivers or impede the restart.
And the stewards have confirmed they will look at that incident. It's contact between 2 cars, they will always look at it. The fact that it's teammates is neither here nor there, but you're absolutely right, Anthony. I mean, you are sort of not supposed to be accelerating and braking and accelerating again. It doesn't stop drivers wanting to do it, but it doesn't mean that the stewards are going to look on it very kindly. Battle for 9th, looking back from Jules Gounon's Alpine at Dries Van Tor in a 15 BMW, and here down the straight, the Peugeot going by the number 6 Porsche. Number 5 Porsche losing ground as well. Now that's out of sync, or was out of sync before we had virtual safety car, and so there's all sorts of different strategies that might have been forced on teams by circumstance, like the puncture for the number 5, might have been chosen by teams. Let's get him in early, let's put him out in clean air. But that virtual safety car, and now the 2nd safety car has sort of reset all that, particularly the virtual safety car, because everybody is fueled again. They should all be ready to go full distance. But putting in quicker drivers into your LMGT3 cars has not necessarily helped those teams that have done it. Francesco Castellacci, the 54 Ferrari, also under investigation for creating a gap behind the safety car. Now, you're not supposed to let the gap vary more than 4 or 5 car lengths. He's
It's
obviously
5 car lengths.
It's
Yeah.
5 car lengths. So he's obviously backed up a little bit to allow himself to have a run down into the restart and get ahead or stay ahead of a potentially faster driver. So, yeah, again, pro driver in the car doing pro driver things.
Well, there's a GT off there, just a trip through the gravel on the exit of turn 5. And was it it was the Mustang?
Okay, so that is 77. That's the Proton car, Ben Tuck. And again, Ben, one of the higher graded drivers, not the bronze driver in that car. So he's taken over there. Now,
that's like Clemens
the
Schmidt
end of the road for 87? It is.
I think they were just checking the car had been fixed, and I think they're just parking the car at this stage. Well, we're looking at one GT car that ran very well here. There's another couple in this race, Martin, that are running at the moment in 3rd and 4th places, but have been leading this race, and delighted we're joined by none other than Zach Brown in the booth.
Have you warned Zach Brown that the last team owner we had in here saw his cars crash into each other while he was sitting in the booth? Okay.
That's why we're leaving Richard out there. He's the guy responsible.
Which, well, you're wearing both hats here, aren't you? You know, both your day jobs. Co-founder of United Autosports and boss of McLaren. And what a progress from where the team was last year to the end of last season, but where the team is this year. That's exactly what everybody is working for in the paddock, to make the car better, closer to the limit all the time.
Yeah, I think, we got started late last year. I think the car's always been quick, but lacked some reliability from just lack of mileage and not having that many cars out there. So I think the team's done a great job. Finished the season strong, of course, with the qualifying and looking pretty good now. But, if I got stressed out, Formula One races were an hour and a half. This 10-hour stuff's no good for your health.
Well, this is like the first 7 or 8 races of your F1 season.
Half a season tonight.
I know. But we have half a season worth of action in it as well. I mean, I have to say that the cars seem to be performing faultlessly. It was interesting that the Lexus got in front early on and then faded away and then came back in the second stint as well. Now, do you see that as a gradual drop of performance from your 2 cars, or is that more related to the Lexus than to the McLaren?
It looked to me a little bit more Lexus. The team feels good. Of course, you got traffic and different drivers hopping in and out, and things of that nature. It's just amazing. We got 251 laps to go. It feels like a NASCAR race too, all at the same time. But it's great, and it's great here to be in Qatar. It's just a great circuit and great way to start the year. And walking down the grid, I tell you what, WEC and sports cars are just in an unbelievable era here.
I'm just imagining Friday night Bristol with these cars.
Wait till an hour to go. It'll become Bristol, I'm sure.
Zach, I mean, I wouldn't be doing my job here. There's clearly another program that we know you guys are associated with McLaren, that people are waiting with mouth-watering prospects. I'm talking, of course, of the European Le Mans Series and the third McLaren.
Another LMP2 car in European Le Mans. No, you know what? We love sports car racing. We're the only team to have ever won the Triple Crown. Certainly would be cool to go for it again. We're very impressed with the rules and the competition. I think it's fair to say getting back in with GT3 was dipping our toe back in the water. We love GT3. We think it's a fantastic class, but it certainly would be nice to see a couple other McLarens also at the top of a different leaderboard. So,
and we know that United Autosports as a team are more than capable of doing what Jota have shown that they can do, going from running GTs and LMP2, and I used to race against your team, of course, with the Jota, and I know what the team's capabilities are. We'll just listen to James Cottingham here.
Indeed, he's closing in here on Ahmed Al-Hati, putting the Amani under pressure for second place in the race. Great run from them, and the strategy here, Zach, seems to have actually just moved in your favour.
Back a little bit our way.
Because of the safety cars, they'd be able to finish their stints in this run. It's a big anniversary as well for
30 years.
McLaren. Indeed, 30 years from my first Le Mans. We went to watch the McLarens I'm going to ask one more cheeky question. Is there anything to get excited about maybe in June?
Well, I always get excited in June. Le Mans is a must attend. It's a bit of a bummer. It conflicts with the Montreal Grand Prix this year, but I can tell you I'll be in France and not Canada. So that's, you know, it's a priority for us. So we've got a nice display there in the Le Mans Museum, and hopefully we have some exciting stuff to talk about here this year. We've certainly been reviewing it for quite some time, and like I said, we like everything that we see. And also, when you make these types of decisions, you need to look at, you know, how are we doing in Formula One, how are we doing in IndyCar, and it's fair to say we're doing pretty good in Formula One, and excited for the IndyCar race this weekend. So I don't think timing's ever really been better.
It's fair to say there is a bit of a truism that every time the question's been asked, you've given the same answer. But the answer you gave was to get Formula One on track before these decisions could be made. I always say to fellow journalists and young journalists, don't ask boring questions, but it must have got quite boring to be asked that question so many times.
I'd love to be able to give a different answer, but you know, at least I'm giving the honest answer, which is, you know, I think it's pretty clear what we would like to do. We'd love to be going for the overall win at Le Mans. That's for sure. And you know, with our other teams being very healthy, you know, we first dabbled in IndyCar in 2017. We tried to dabble in 2019, and here we are now with 3 cars in IndyCar.
There's been a restructure within the GT side of the business as well. We've got the other Ian James, not the Ian James we're looking at on track at the moment, but the other Ian James now looking after the GT, the customer motorsport side. They must be encouraged by the improvement in form of these cars. One would presume we're looking towards a new generation of McLaren GT car, not that far into the future.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think with the regulations, you can run these for a bit, but of course we want to stay, you know, current with, you know, what we're selling. I also think, you know, automotive, you know, it was announced that Simon, which is Abu Dhabi, is going to become a substantial partner in McLaren Group and ultimately with the automotive business. That, you know, is also a good time for McLaren Automotive to kind of stretch its legs in motorsports, because while we're 2 companies, we're one brand and we work very closely together.
Just going to interrupt you very quickly coming past McLaren's. The battle for the lead in hypercar is down to a car's length between Antonio Giovinazzi, the leader from lap 1, corner 1, and Antonio Fuoco, who was trying to take the lead off him then. They're going around the leaders in the LMGT3 category, and Anthony, it is proper edge of the seat stuff.
I think Zach winced as much as I did in that exit in turn 1.
Many times before, Andrea always says to me on pit wall, hey, man, you're not driving the car, why are you jumping and counter steering?
But leader Antonio Giovinazzi is under investigation for virtual safety car procedures. That was better part of an hour ago. Also, rapidly recatching the factory cars is AFA and the number 83 car. Exciting stuff. Zach, you're a massive student of the sport. You love the history of it. I've been to United Autosports headquarters. The collection of historic cars that you've got and your customers got there is spellbinding. What a time to be building history here in sports car racing.
It's cool. I've been watching these Ferraris go at it. What an iconic brand. So cool to see them come back to Le Mans. These cars look awesome. You know, the Aston sounds amazing. I mean, all these cars, the grid is just world class.
Here's a different question for you. With your other hat on as the guy that really changed the face commercially of what was happening with Formula One, such success and bringing massive brands into it, is it getting easier in the commercial market in sports car racing these days?
It is. It definitely is, and that's, you know, one of the things again with entering GT3 was to kind of start testing the market, if you'd like, and we'll have a lot of people out at Le Mans. You know, we've got our GT3 out there, and I think especially, you know, if we're in all 3 series, you've then got the Triple Crown, so that kind of becomes a thing and almost larger than any one particular series. So I think commercially the sport is in a great place.
You mentioned, Zach, the rules specifically in WEC now are favourable. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think, you know, ultimately, you know, much like Formula One, the costs are under control now, and so the costs equal the kind of the commercial side of the sport. It's you know, in balance. Where I think when we had LMP1 and people were spending hundreds of millions, it just, unless you were an OEM, it just didn't really make any commercial sense, and I think that's why we saw the car count dwindle to what it was. And so, you know, you come out with some good rules that are very cost-effective, allows everyone to be competitive, and look at what the grid looks like. It almost seems overnight.
One final question from me, Zach. I'll put the credit right in your pocket for the move you made with Fernando Alonso. It changed quite a lot in this sport. That all of a sudden, as we watch a stellar battle in LMGT3 at the moment, change people's minds about the pluses and minuses that they perceived there to be to put a world-class name in a different form of the sport. And that did change minds.
Yeah, you know, I love the old school racing, right? The Mario Andretti's, the Dan Gurney's, the Bruce McLaren's, where they ran in different formulas. You know, now obviously with how big the sport is from a corporate standpoint, you get into manufacturer conflicts, you get into sponsor conflicts, so that, you know, can get in the way. You get into calendar conflicts, but that's why I loved racing with Fernando so much, whether it was Indy or Le Mans or Dakar. You know, he just wants to race, and I think a lot of racers are like that, so I think we're very open-minded, but we just want to go racing.
And you're a key part of this Formula One paddock and a stellar era for that part of the sport as well. What's the chatter like about this in that environment? Amongst the teams, amongst the drivers in particular, there must be more eyes on this.
They do, and they you know, who doesn't want to race at Le Mans and win Le Mans? So I've talked to Lando and Oscar about it, and they've definitely said we'd love to go race Le Mans, and I think that's pretty cool, right? That's what kind of growing up, you know, the Mario Andretti's would show up, and you know, Tom Christensen's become a great friend, what a legend he is in the sport. So it's I think all these motorsports converging are great.
2 energy targets, stick to energy targets, should be around 80 on your dash.
Zach, thanks so much for coming up. It's a great weekend so far for United Autosports, for McLaren. This is not fading, this challenge from the two United Autosports cars. Enjoy the rest of the race, enjoy the rest of this season and in Formula One. Good luck to you and your boys and girls in both regards, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you and from Richard for the remainder of the season, and we'll see you in June.
Thank you very much. Looks like we got out of here without any United
Don't even complete the sentence, Zach Brown. Always a joy. You know, there's a man who's a racer as well, as a team boss and a team principal, and running a manufacturer program. Fred Makoviecki, late of Penske Porsche, now in the Alpine garage. As we get back to the action, it is a Ferrari 1-2-3, 2.8 seconds. Cover the top three Ferraris after 90 laps. And here's the queue behind. This is the Alpine of Charles Milesi. There, the black Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi. And there is Philippe Signot, the boss of Cinetec, the team that became Alpine. Drive-through penalty for the number 12 Cadillac, and that is the car of Alex Lynn for apparently accelerating into the back of Earl Bamber. That's not the way of Gentleman. That's not really the way that it looked, Anthony. They of course, the stewards have access to all the throttle traces, the brake pedal inputs and so on via the FIA monitoring systems.
Maybe they felt that it wasn't erratic behaviour from Jenson Button on the braking, and interesting one, but like you say, they've got access to all of the throttle and brake inputs. I'm sure they would have had a close look at that and spoken to the team as well. But yeah, so drive-through penalty for car 12, who at the moment is, where is car 12? In a list 13th position. So yeah, that's really going to hinder that, especially after, if it's at full racing speed, that's a bigger punishment than you think.
And especially after a safety car, when everybody is artificially closer than they might otherwise have been, not just the top three. There is car number 7, and that is Kamui Kobayashi chasing down Charles Milesi in the Alpine in 6th position, the better of the two Alpines, and the better, in fact not the better of the two Toyotas, the other Toyota, Brendan Hartley, is in front of them. He's actually escaping as well. Brendan is now out to 4.5 seconds in front of Milesi as Kamui Kobayashi tries to size up a move on the Alpine.
Actually, looking at the way things stand with Hypercar at the moment, that drive-through may not be all that bad for Alex Lynn, because he's at the back of the train. He's not going to be overtaken for position because the closest car to him in hypercars has got 2/3 of a lap back. So my guess will they'll want to take that penalty pretty quickly. Looking at the moment, still under pressure, by the way. Great run here from James Cottingham and Darren Young, who's sticking with the programme here. But Cottingham absolutely is looking for a way by Ahmed Al-Hati as they close in. Well, they've done their time. They've done 2 hours and 55 minutes.
And Ahmed Al-Hati exactly the same. He's been in that 46 BMW since the flag dropped. So Al-Hati, Cottingham and Leung all at the end of their drive time. The bronze drivers, they have battled for supremacy, not too far behind the class leading car Finn Gersitz, but he's a gold rated driver on the inside.
This is the move, and this is James Cottingham
for second, gets through. Not sure how few laps they've got, but it's not many.
Look in the background as well there, the 77 Mustang, a car that was burned out effectively.
When Zach was here, I was watching that when we had that little battle, and I thought we need to mention that because they've come from nowhere. The reason that the Mustang has come from nowhere is that it's no longer got the bronze driver in, it's now got Ben Tuckin, so he is quicker in terms of overall lap pace than some of the cars that are now in front, the McLarens and the BMW.
But Ben has leapfrogged other silver drivers. He's going really, really well in that Mustang. It is not the first time that Ben's raced one of these Mustangs, raced at Le Mans and raced a fourth. We've got another potential drama here, and it's a gain for Giovinazzi under review. Possible overtaking beyond the track limits. So already a review to do with virtual safety car, and now a potential issue for possible overtaking beyond the track limits. So 2 potential ways in which the 51 car here could fall back. Keeps chucking the bizarre on us, doesn't it, this race? But it is in this this LM GT3 battle. There is Ben Tuck showing the front lamps of the Mustang to Darren Young. It is a Cody's ASP's Finn Gersitz. He's 6 seconds to the good from James Cottingham, then Ahmed Al-Hati. So the 1, 2, 3, Lexus and McLaren and BMW. Meantime, I'm seeing elsewhere the number 60 car is into the garage. There we go.
Yep. Claudio Schiavone brought it back in. That Proton car moves up the order into 4th. Right behind is the Ferrari of Simon Mann. So the Mustang has moved up. It made the run, but again, let's point out that he is a higher graded driver. He should indeed be faster than Darren Leung, who was one of the bronzes who has stayed in right from the start. And the job of the bronze driver is not only to enjoy what he's predominantly often paying for, but to lose as little time as possible on track to any pro or better rated drivers. Now that, with the bonnet up, does not look like a temporary issue for the 60 car. So this brand new car in LM GT3 spec. The Mercedes-AMG is a well understood GT3 car, a very comfortable GT3 car for a gentleman driver, but it looks as though the Iron Lynx team have got technical issues with both machines. Let's hear from Alpine.
I'm struggling a lot with the front left. Feels like I have some pickup with the GT when I got GT5.
Copy.
Feels like I have something stuck or broken underneath the car.
We lost 2% of front aero balance. We need to survive like this. Use the rear bar to help you to turn the car.
Copy.
So he's had contact by the sounds of things, but he's lost some of his front aero balance, so he's struggling with the car and under pressure. But more moves, by the way, in this now mounting battle with the silver drivers coming through. Ben Tuck is ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati up to 3rd place. Simon Mann has passed Darren Young for what is now 5th place. So the silvers are beginning to move up. And for some of these bronze drivers, the end of their stint can't come quickly enough.
For that Proton Mustang, though, Bernardo Souza will get back in and he will serve the rest of his, or run out the rest of his drive time, but he will then be against silver drivers or gold drivers in the other cars. So swings and roundabouts, what you gain by putting in your pro driver early, you then lose when the bronze driver has to get back in again against other cars' pros.
Also coming back into contention at this point, Ben Keating aboard the surviving the 33 Corvette. faster than he's been so far. He's, I think, coming to the end of this stint.
Yeah, he's in the back of that shot. In fact, there's the 5th place car, Vista AF Corsa Simon Mann, again in the 21 car since the start of the race.
No,
he hasn't.
no,
he's
it's
the
the
silver,
silver.
isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he took over that car. And there's the other car, the 54 car. Thomas Floor had been in from the start. So this...
It's the end of a stint from Francesco Castellacci.
Yeah, so 38 Caddy has come into the pit lane. The 12 Caddy rather has come in for its drive-through. There is the number 5 Porsche from Penske Motorsport, Mathieu Jaminet in 8th position. And Alex Lynn has served a drive-through. He will be absolutely fuming. I'm sure he feels that's unfair, but that is the decision of the stewards. That is the way that cookie is crumbled. On board with Kamui Kobayashi, still trying to find a way past Charles Milesi. Looks as though there's a fresh nose ready to go on. They won't do it now, but it will come. Sun is setting here. What's the time now? Local time, it is 5:04, so we've got about another hour of daylight.
15 BMW on pit lane with Dries van Tour. 12 in and outs there. This is the battling 35 car under pressure from the 7th Toyota.
Almost every car in the hypercar pack had contact with somebody in the opening lap or lap 2. So he may well have been nursing an issue from the start, and it might be that some things eventually dropped off the Alpine and is exacerbating those problems.
Just trying to survive, basically.
He pits now, 35.
And in fact, Charles Milesi might have felt that more because he was under real pressure from behind. If you're trying to attack, you probably don't notice the dramas with the car quite so much.
35 car to its box where the nose change will happen, hopefully restoring that balance. That is another change. This is Ben Tuck now up into 2nd position. Now we've got a silver on silver battle, and the gap to Finger sits ahead from Ben Tuck is 7.5 seconds.
But look at James Cottingham behind. He is not going to give more than an inch to Ben Tuck. He's going to cling on there. And of course, don't forget the battle behind as well, because the second United Autosport McLaren and the Team WRT BMW are still with their initial driver in the car. So that Ferrari, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari with Simon Mann at the wheel, there's their bronze driver. Francois Heriot still needs to do more time in the car.
Here comes the nose change for the 35. It's done to this point rapidly, very rapidly. Nice job from the Alpine Endurance team in the 35 car. So just a few seconds lost.
See the little broken dive plane on the left. You can see on the right-hand side the sort of staggered tier. It's not there on the left-hand side. And of course, it's the front left that's doing all the hard work in so many right-hand corners here. So that's really murdering that left front tyre.
There's a warning flag for car 51. We're aboard here, the number 50. It's a replode. Oh! And that was a hit from the BMW. That was I think that was the 20 BMW.
Yeah, it was. You saw the Shell logo on Robin Fryns' helmet there. Fryns inside. Let's take a look.
No, it was the other car.
No. Oh, no, I think the other car avoided him. He had a certain... Oh, it wasn't.
15.
It was.
It was 15, which was on its first flying lap.
Dries van Toor.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
So just to complete the point, as we went with that drama, the other car, the 51 car, it's a warning flag for the overtaking beyond track limits. We've not yet seen a resolution to the other issue of VSC infringement being looked into.
That was sort of 3, 4, 5 into 1 not going on board with Van Toor.
Warning flag meanwhile for James Cottingham. For track limits, he's got to keep it neat and tidy. Don't spoil it now, James. It's been an epic run to this point, running 3rd place with only bronze time.
Yeah, he absolutely won't. Darren Leung there being passed by the Ferrari. There's the 20 BMW going underneath the 77 Mustang. That's the whiter of the 2 Mustang liveries. The 88 car has sort of more blue than white on it.
It's sort of reversed, isn't it? It's blue at the front and white at the back. This one white at the front, blue at the back. But Tuck is biting 10ths out of that lead of Finn Gersitz, down to 7 seconds.
Car 93 under investigation for deployment of their energy system. That's the 93 Peugeot. That car has struggled a little bit since the start of the race. Peugeot in 9th and 10th. Mikkel Jensen in 93, currently in 10th place as we ride on board with Simon Mann. Yep. Again, look how busy just that corner is. 5 cars in 2 different classes, with the hypercars coming whistling through. The white nose of the Porsche, the Alpine up behind, closing fast.
Side by side. Seem to be seeing an awful lot of this, don't we, this afternoon? It's the Porsche gets to the apex first, but then in traffic, it's which way's this one to go? It went swung one way, then the other, didn't it? 5 from 36.
That was interesting. Jules Gounon were on board with him in the 36 car. He saw the damage that could happen as the Porsche would swing across the nose of that GT3 car. I think he really stood the Alpine on its nose to avoid contact as he emerged from the shadow of that LM GT3. But he's still there. The Porsche with the white nose dives to the inside of the Mustang, and the Mustang driver has to use the racing line or he's going to run out of road on the exit and have his own crash. That's not going to help the hypercars either. So Mathieu Jaminet starting to close that gap once more, and it's talk about playing the long game. It's often the case in a single-seater race, even in Formula One, that you have to creep up to your rival, not stealthily, but because you can't take big chunks out of them because the performance isn't quite there. But hang on a minute, Jaminet pulling away quite noticeably there from the Alpine, just on that little short corner exit onto the straight.
Yeah, he has indeed made ground there, hasn't he?
Yeah, just a few car lengths, well, a couple of car lengths, but it's visually very different. So Jules Gounon might have just had a little bit of a glitch.
It's Ferrari, BMW, Toyota, then the third Ferrari, 5th place car, the second Toyota. The Toyota's astonishing run through this field, just by keeping it clean and by clever use of every opportunity. As I speak, by the way, the 7 car on pit lane drops back down. But after that, then we get into the first of the Porsches, 6th place for the first of the Porsches, a race they dominated last year.
And that's the one that we've seen under intense pressure from the Alpine that was nowhere this time last year. So, yeah, the new cars, the new boys last year have really graduated strongly here. Simon Mann in that silver Ferrari, now looking for 2nd place in LMGT3 from James Cottingham. Really can't be long, I've said this for a few laps, before our LMGT3 bronzes actually get to the end of their fuel stint and we start to have more LMGT3 pit stops. 77 Proton Mustang has come in and dropped down the order as it's had to stop for fuel, and in the inset you can see the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, so Ben's a little out of sequence, but not too far out of sequence, and that car is going to come running back up the order as the ebb and flow comes together. This is a completely open race. The timing of that virtual safety car and the safety car has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons with a number of strategies here, and all it's done is close things up in what, for me, looks like a top 10 order in both classes at the moment. 3 hours, 11 minutes gone, and the better part of 7 hours still to go.
You see Simon Mann's Ferrari on almost the same age of tyres. Cottingham's right-hand side tyres have done 40 laps, the left-hand sides have done 35. How is that possible? Well, the answer is that the car's right-hand side tyres also did qualifying. So that's where those extra 5 laps come from, because you must use the tyres that you use in the group session of qualifying. They're part of your race allocation. So James Cottingham in the orange and black McLaren, and whoa, Simon Mann through the gravel strip. And that is so that when cars run out wide, exceeding track limits, they pay a physical penalty immediately by being slowed down, because gravel, news just in, is not as grippy as tarmac. So it's very much a self-policing track limits. That's why the corners where those strips are, you're very unlikely to hear track limits violations being flagged up. Ahmed El-Hati under pressure for 3rd place. Darren Leung was passed by the blue BMW, and now Leung is coming back at him. So again, we're seeing from the McLaren, as we heard from Zach Brown, that its long race run ability on the tyre is really good. Looks like not only have they got a car that is quick enough, but it's gentle on its tyres, and that is devoutly to be wished. Simon Mann out of the 21 Ferrari. Can't quite see who he's strapping in, but I would imagine that it will be Francois Heriot. It's a mechanic doing the strapping. Imagine Francois, in fact, Bruce confirming that, Francois Heriot in. 27, Harter Racing Aston Martin is in. So Ian James long since completed his minimum drive time, and he will hand over to the other members of the crew, go back into the garage and have a welcome drink, and then in fairly short order put on some more warm clothing, because it's still not the hottest day. So 27, Harter Racing Aston Martin, bronze driver time completed, and Ian James will then go back to sitting in the garage watching what the Harter Racing Aston Martins are doing, because there's not just that blue car in the LMGT3 class, they're also running the 2 hypercars. And again, look at this, Darren Leung all over the back of Ahmed El Harti. This is a proper battle of equals. BMW and the McLaren look like they've got very good pace both, and these are 2 bronze-rated drivers, and are probably with a little bit more world endurance experience than Darren Leung, but Darren's done plenty of GT racing. Ahmed was in the BMW last year in the same team, but for Darren, changing from the sister car last year, 31, to the McLaren. Into the pit lane, 59. So James Cottingham has finished his stint, and Darren Leung will probably follow him onto pit road in another lap. 100 laps in the books in Qatar.
I am Matt Vista, IF Corse with Simon Mann. Simon, we were just looking at the fight out there with the McLaren. How did it go?
Yeah, I mean, it's still quite early in the race. And so just trying to make smart moves, not take unnecessary risks, because it's still a long way to go. So yeah, easy, no risk, and try and keep the car clean until the end.
We saw you going off a little bit. Is it hard to stay on the track? Is it like dusty?
Yeah, it's just difficult to follow. Once you get very close, you lose a lot of front, and it becomes very difficult to follow the cars, especially the last sector and even through the first sector.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that's Simon Mann out of the car. It's been very busy indeed in GT. It's a drive-through penalty then for the lead car, Antonio Giovinazzi, for that virtual safety car procedure. So, the warning flag it was for overtaking off the track, but it's going to be a costly drive-through, because in this instance, he is at the lead of the queue, and it's not like the drive-through for Alex Lynn, who effectively just has to catch the queue back up. He's going to lose positions.
Going to lose, yeah, obviously the lead of the race is going to cost you well over 20 seconds just to do a drive-through. It's a long old pit lane here at the LaSalle circuit, so yep, you're looking at there, the yellow car, car 83. It's going to be a new race leader in due course, but just goes to show you've got to have an impeccable race. You can't have anything go wrong like 83, and they're going to be leading this race now. Yifei is on the freshest tyres, only by a couple of laps compared to the drivers around him, but he has been, yeah, both 83 driver Robin Kubica and Yifei so far. You've just got to keep your nose clean. Easier said than done, but here we are at this stage of the race. 234 laps to go. Giovinazzi, who was amazing yesterday in qualifying to get that pole position, but one little slip up under the virtual safety car, or full course yellow, and you give yourself a drive-through penalty.
Switcheroo in the United Autosports number 95 car. Fabulous stuff from Darren Leung. He hands the car over from third position, with United Autosports putting Sebastian Boat there. Silver driver in from James Cottingham. Led the race, remember, and stuck it out to be second and third in close competition. Team WRT's Ahmed El Harti on pit lane as well. That will be the end of his stint, and to the Team WRT BMW in the hands of Yasser Shaheen. We're joined by another booth guest, and it is Thomas Rich from Total Energies. Thomas, now motorsports, let me get this right, project manager, technical manager. I reminded myself, we first met when you were part of the team who were sponsors for Aston Martin Racing back in the day, and the contribution you guys were making, particularly the lubrication field. Now, full partners, of course, for the FIA WEC. We'll come to a moment, just going to listen in for the moment to Yifei.
Okay, Yifei, keep managing the tires,
4 laps to go, currently P1.
We've spoken to Mike McGregor from Goodyear. We'll speak, of course, to Michelin later in the race. They've got the easy. They're only dealing with kind of half the field. You guys provide this astonishing renewable fuel for the whole field here, and it's been a game changer in terms of the way that we tell the stories, and indeed you guys at Total Energies can talk about the new technology is going to be important in the future.
Yeah, of course, the WEC, all the work we have done with the WEC to introduce this new 100% sustainable fuel, it was really a job we've done together to be able to make those marvelous car race on this new type of fuel, and I think WEC is the perfect showcase for new technology.
Should have a bit of energy margin for the in-lap in full push, I'll let you know.
Sorry, Graham, you can see the energy graphic on the right-hand side of your screen, so a little bit of margin there for Fuoco.
Not a lot, but just enough. Yates takes the lead of the race right now, though. That fuel is spread now through the endurance family. We're seeing other championships taking up Total Energies fuel. We're seeing other manufacturers of these fuels realising that there is a technology separation here. It must give you satisfaction to be first to the punch.
Yeah, of course, and it was a huge work at the beginning because we had to develop something very versatile, you know, for some V6, V8, turbocharged engine or not. So.
Well, the opening race of the season getting underway. The rather breezy Lusail circuit here in Qatar. Needs some sunshine, which is not what we had for the last few days on the grid. Legends galore, local dignitaries. Jackie Ickx with Pierre Fillon from the ACO. The hospitality packed as the race went green. 36 cars to start the season, and it was close run thing from the very beginning. 3 and 4 wide through and into and through turn 1. Little clashes behind, affecting one of the Porsches. A biff there with Will Stevens that saw him tumbling down the order for a great starting position for the Hertz team, the Cadillac Hertz team Jota car. There for one of the Totas. Porsche number 6 losing part of its rear wing. It's a bit more neat and tidy in the first couple of corners for the GTs. That was a great start to the race from the 2 United Autosports McLarens. Little order though. Close run things all the way through. So he's aboard the Ford Mustang, going side by side with the Iron Dames. Early running though was a problem for the number 87 Acodis ASP car, connected with the 21 Ferrari, and saw the number 46 BMW having to run wide. That would be an effective end of race for the Lexus. Huge battles in hypercar, and this one with a speed limiter that refused to disengage for Kevin Magnussen. Dramas for one of the debuting Aston Martin Valkyries, Marco Sorensen, with the door open, then blowing away the wind. That would see a penalty and a repair required. Change of the lead for LMGT3 as the roaring Lexus went to the front, but the McLarens would stick with the programme, and then problems for the number 7 Toyota. A quick spin for Mike Conway. That would see him pit out of sequence for a new set of tyres. Problems too for Christian Reed in the 61 AMG. Back into the garage with damage. Race started to move in the direction of Ferrari. But with the caddies at the front of the safety car queue, there was utter disaster as Alex Lynn hit the back of Jenson Button. And that was called as the fault of the following driver, a drive-through penalty, but that burned first and second place for the 2 Cadillacs, the critical part of the race. Side by side, James Cottingham going by Ahmed Al-Hati. The Battle of the Bronzes. The second of the AMGs also in trouble. Battles galore with some of the silver drivers climbing aboard the LMGT3 cars. Always hectic between the 2 classes. In trouble as the connection between the BMW and the Ferrari turned the 50 car around. 51 on pit lane, and the 83 going to the lead of the race. A 1-2-3 for Ferrari, converted to a 1-2 at this stage. In the middle of pit stop cycle for the hypercars, the 5 and the 51 on pit lane, the 8 in and out for Toyota, 20 BMW also on the way out after their latest pit stop. Returning to Thomas, it must be difficult to find a product that actually suits these very different cars. The needs, the abilities, the cooling, if nothing else, available to these prototype cars, hybrid cars, non-hybrid cars, rear-wheel, front-wheel drive cars. That's just prototypes, and then the GTs as well. Is it a big job to find a product that suits everything?
It's a huge challenge, because basically when you want to develop that, you need a lot of testing. But in the case of this championship, to maintain the good equity, you cannot test with any team. So you have to find an engine with motorsport spec, not from an OEM present here. So that's the biggest job. And yeah, of course, all the R&D team working on it do a hard job on that. We developed it in 18 months, so it was quite a challenge for us. Usually we take twice the time. So.
Keep an eye on the 83 coming in for its pit stop from the lead, and this is AFA. Stays aboard the car. It will be, I think, a full service. A very close-knit thing there. It's a very busy pit lane. I guess the next question is, in an era where there's pretty much never been as much concentration on the geopolitics, on the environmental concerns that affect the automotive industry, that affect motorsport industry and affect the petrochemical industry, what next? What more can you do to push this agenda forward?
I think now, as we achieve the 100% sustainable, now it's again to work on consumption, to still push to reduce CO2 emission from the cars, maintain, and even I think it can be great if we always can bring more performance.
It's storytelling that matters for a sport and for an industry. And I guess one of the messages here is going to be, this is derived from the waste, the utter waste product from red wine. We'll come to that point in just a moment. So is the message from Total Energies here, drinking red wine is not only good for you, but it's good for the environment?
No. No, it's not so easy, but yeah. Of course, the wine industry, the French wine industry, is one of our big raw material supplier, but we also try to diversify, to get more waste and some even more excessive waste than this one. And yeah, of course, it's a very nice showcase to be able, and we are very proud to use this, but we're always looking for better and trying to have different resources.
Thomas, endurance racing goes on for a long time at a time. Thank you for bringing something that gives us an opportunity to add a storyline to this and to get more people to understand that it is an industry based on technology and we are pushing boundaries. Thanks very much indeed, Thomas Frisch from Total Energies.
Thank you, Graham.
Back to action, 229 laps to go. And still under investigation, by the way, that clash between the 15 car of Dries Van Tor, and it was Antonio Fuoco, wasn't it, in the 50 at the time aboard that car.
Oh, there's a bit of an off there, wasn't it, for the Alpine through turn 13. Like we talked about before, he just get on the marbles on the exit there, and with the turbulence as well. The GT cars actually kick up a lot more turbulence than other hypercars, and one lapse of concentration on a fast corner like that, and you're off the circuit and potentially doing damage to the underside of the car, which we saw already, didn't we, Graham?
We did.
In free practice 3, the Alpine getting a good check underneath.
They were definitely worried about the plank on that car. I'm guessing a not dissimilar incident in free practice 3, but the Alpines at the moment going well. Those two cars running 6th and 7th, Jules Gounon and Charles Malaysi aboard the cars right now, very much in contention. Yes, this field has been compressed with a safety car, but as things stand at the moment, Ant, we have, let me get this completely correct, top 13 within a minute.
Yeah, the field looking a lot closer, generally speaking, than that of last year. This time last year, you had, the Peugeots were already nearly a lap down, for example. So, and the Alpines are struggling for pace, and it's everyone, the BMW as well. They're all a lot more. I'm seeing much more competition through the whole field now, and it's such a shame that both of the caddies, well, they're completely out of the running at the moment, and for me, they were the only ones so far today with the speed to genuinely challenge Ferrari.
Well, we'll take a safety car to compress this field once again. Just on a quick shot, by the way, external shot in the braking zone for turn 1. The number 20 car catching one of the very few bumps at the Seoul International Circuit and sparking like a firework underneath that car. So if they AFA leads the race, 7.8 seconds to good from Antonio Fuoco. 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow car, ahead of the red number 50 car. Then, astoundingly, it's the two Toyotas.
And they've had, I mean, as trouble-free a race you can have, haven't they? Well, it's
Mike had the spin, remember?
Exactly, yeah. So Mike had the spin. Yue who leads this race is because they've had the most trouble-free race.
Absolutely.
It doesn't take a genius to work out. Fuoco still hanging on in second place, but he's been spun around. So that shows the speed that car has. But yeah, remarkable that both Toyotas, from one of them yesterday being second to last on the grid, now running in third place, and the other car that's had a spin in fourth place. Just goes to show how the rest of the field, how it's everyone's had their fair share of either bad luck or missed opportunities.
Or I'm afraid self-enforced errors in the case of one or two.
So what we're looking at here, by the way, car 20, the BMW, has got, in their last pit stop, they took the left side, new hard tyres.
Starting to pick up a bit of vibration.
Copy.
Front end is getting a lot better.
Copy. We'll monitor the vibration, and currently same level as Seb for the same laps. Once you pass this GT, you have clean air.
Yeah, you can sometimes pick up marbles as well, don't forget, and that causes vibrations. And what the marbles tend to do, it gathers in the middle of the tyre or the coldest part of the tyre, and it gives you that uneven profile, so you really feel that through, especially towards the end of stints. And they're just saying, they're trying to reassure him, yeah, so, Seb Buemi had exactly the same kind of feeling, and we can see on the load cells same kind of vibrations going through the car. But this is, I'm expecting the BMW here, Graham, to overtake the Alpine, because the Alpine 35 with Charles Milesi at the wheel is still running the same old tyres as the 38 car gets wheeled back into the garage.
That's Jenson Button into the pits and trouble. I wonder if that is a result of the issues a little earlier.
I'm sure it is. It was such a hard hit, wasn't it, at the back end of the car? And like I said, it's a more complex situation when you hit one of these cars at the back rather than the front.
I would say there's not a huge sense of urgency about this.
The car is still safe, obviously. You see the green lights on the cockpit sides.
Headlamps and floodlights taking over the job of illumination here in Qatar as we get beyond sunset. This race goes on, of course, to midnight tonight local time. So all sorts of dramas. The latest has befallen Jenson Button, was leading the race at the time of that incident behind the safety car as we're waiting to go green. 12 and the 38 coming together.
So Van der Linde here, Sheldon Van der Linde has to get past Milesi, because he's got to utilise the advantage. The fact he's got fresh tyres on that left-hand side. You can see there the red sidewalled Michelin tyres, and that's the hard tyre. Complete other way round from Formula One. So whatever you know about Formula One, invert it, and you got your answer when it comes to which compounds they're on in the hypercar category. So the softest tyre that Michelin have brought here, they've got 3 compounds, but they've only brought 2 here. And the softest tyre we have here is the medium, so that's the yellow sidewall tyre. I'm expecting to see someone at some point run all 4 medium tyres as we continue into the night here.
Switch of position. This is Johnny Edgar, the reigning European Le Mans Series overall champion in LMP2, switching here in the WC2 LMGT3. He's just taken a position for the 21 car, still with Francois Heriot aboard. They ran their silver drive in the middle stints, so they are doing, as we were describing a little earlier, but having to burn their bronze time later. New leader, by the way, in LMGT3, because Ben Tuck, after that excellent first stint, is proceeding along nicely as well, with a shorter pit stop for the Proton Mustang. He is ahead of Finn Gersitz, and those two are now involved in quite the battle with Sebastian Boe with Gersitz in third and Sean Galale not that far back in fourth. It is Mustang leading the race, Lexus, then the two McLarens. Have a listen to what's going on aboard with Sheldon van der Linde.
A lot of front locking now.
Go down, reduce the Bibal and B-MiG.
So, yeah, I mean, the driver reports that they've got a lot of front locking, and the engineers coming on with the right advice to go rearward on the global brake bias, but also to go rearward on the brake migration as it migrates to the rear in the mid-corner.
Robert, leading the race because you had a trouble-free race so far, but he's also posting very good lap times and he's creating a gap. And I was seeing you talking a lot on the radio. What are you sharing information with your engineer? What are you talking about?
Well, I cannot really say what we are talking about, but yeah, I mean, until now the race is very smooth for us. Of course, it's only 1/3, so there is still over 220 laps to go. So it's a long race, we'll see. We'll have to keep it clean, as we did until now, and yeah, we'll see how it evolves. But of course, now with the ambient temperature and track temperature dropping, there is a bit of things to, I would say, anticipate and take care of them, and then see how the let's say the strategy will develop.
Okay, you're participating a lot into the strategy, I think.
I don't know. I mean, I try to follow the car. I try to give also a bit of inputs, you know, because you have been in the car, you know how it feels. And one thing is being on the pit wall, where you have all of the information, but in the end, the feeling of the driver is also important.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you.
So Robert's such a, sorry, Graham, he's such an intelligent racer. He really sees the big picture. He's an experienced racer as well, of course. Racing right at the sharp end, race winner in Formula One, and it's great when you hear a driver like Kubica that just, he gets it, and he knows that these races are long. He knows you have to keep your nose clean, and sure, any driver can make mistakes, but yeah, and he says, look, he knows it's not over yet. It's not time to start getting excited. We've just got to keep doing what we're doing, because they have the speed in the car today, and what they want, no more errors from the whole Ferrari crew, particularly in situations like full course yellows and safety cars.
He's right as well, by the way. We heard Bruce say to Robert that...
oh, look at this. Sorry, Graham. Look at this.
Oh,
could be a change.
That was a tag as they came through and threaded the needle. And that is the Alpine. That could have been an awful lot worse.
Well, I thought it was going to be an overtake. It was ultimately, but I didn't expect the car to get turned around. And that was, you had the hypercars going in before the final corner, either side of the GT cars. So I need to have another look at that one.
It was at least 3 wide. I think for a moment it was 4 wide.
I think it was 4, wasn't it? And I just sensed as soon as you started talking, sorry to cut in, but look, yeah, in between the two of them, and he has tagged the Porsche. Is that the Iron Dames car? Yes.
I'm gonna he tagged it.
Yeah, exactly. He tagged, yeah. And so this is on the exit in between the two cars. That's risky stuff. And then V is a little bit too far to the right-hand side. I mean, you see a gap. That could have been a high-speed shunt from the car behind as well, the Ferrari that came up very quickly, and look at that. That could have turned around so quickly.
He was so lucky not to collect both GT cars there.
You know what it reminds me of, Graham? It's the moment we saw last year with Earl Bamber and in Spa.
Yes, indeed.
With the Sean Galale BMW incident. It's just, these cars are long, and you got to give it time before you cut back in front. And all it takes, that one little veer to the right-hand side. It sounds easy, but it's really not. And just that one moment going in between two GT cars. We've all done it. It's something you do, unfortunately, have to do, but particularly when you're defending your position. So I can't blame him for that. What I can blame him for is just veering to the right slightly, because there's nothing that the Porsche could have done and wouldn't have expected it.
Luckily for him, he was pretty close to pit in, so it's new tyres all round for the 35 car. Unluckily for everybody.
But we'll have a penalty for it.
I think there's going to be a penalty, and there's debris, and I think we're going to have an intervention to follow from that. Wow, so Sharma Lacey, he's in and out, but drops out of the top 10 as a result of that. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Jenson Button bringing in the number 38 car, throttle sensor problem for that car, and they've done the driver change while the car is still in the garage. It's still in the garage, so that's going to be a little wee while before we see the 38 back out. I'm sure we will.
Yeah, throttle sensor. That's so obviously they're fly-by-wire throttles in these cars, as well as the braking system. So it's although you do have an element of the mechanical brakes as well, of course. But we touched on before we went to the Kubica interview. We touched on the brake migration tool that they have, like in Formula One, and that's part of that element of the electronic braking system that they have in the hybrid hypercars.
Race leaders together, LMGT3 leader Ben Tuck, the number 77 Mustang about to be overtaken by AFA in the race leading Ferrari 499P, the 83. They go through that debris field and throw up quite a lot of carbon fibre. This LMGT3 battle, by the way, 3 cars deep, it's about to be 4 because Sean Galale is catching that train and catching them fast. It is going to be a full course yellow in 30 seconds. That will be for debris. It's Ben Tuck from Fingersitz, Sebastian Boe and Sean Galale. Those 4 separated by under 4 seconds.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Well, that was a moment.
That was a complete demonstration of how close, how far the drivers take it before they get to the 0 and press the full course yellow button.
It could have been, depending on the delay they've got. Fair comment at that point. It could have been a position gain, but he opted not to take the risk. Also in the middle of that, of course, the number 50 car. So Antonio Fuoco is in the middle of this gaggle. That is the incident that's brought out this full course yellow with the debris you can see flying off there. Hopefully a short interruption.
So dives through the middle.
It was 4 wide.
Oh yeah, I mean it was obviously very tight. He didn't have much room to the left-hand side, but then obviously veered to the right too much.
That could have been so I could see it. Yes, he's absolutely frustrated. That could have been so much worse. That could have been an absolutely enormous accident.
Yeah, it could have wiped out multiple cars there. So yeah, you're gonna receive a penalty for that one as well. I'm sure. I think it would be more extreme than just a drive-through. I should imagine, maybe a stop and go. But yeah, like I say, I think this is now Bourdais in the car. Yeah, Bourdais in the car, 38. Oh, what could have been for the number 38 car today?
Well, let's say it. It's at this point not that happy, but happy birthday, Sebastian Bourdais. He's 40 several years old today. And,
I just think that's more experience.
Absolutely, more opportunity of enjoyed life.
Indeed. So 38 back out. A throttle issue is what put it into the garage, and another Marshall doing the 100-meter gravel, right? If you've ever run across a gravel trap, don't bother. You're right what you said, actually. This could have been an absolute plane crash. It could have been all 4 cars ridden off.
Did he actually touch the BMW on the right-hand side? It got so close, did he? So here we go.
I thought initially he'd hit the Porsche, but I think it was the
So
BMW.
he sees a gap open up. He goes, there's my gap, I'm going for it. And then it's that slight move to the right that caused it. But I just wondered if he tagged. And when they see the Ferrari come past, and he's on the brakes, but the car's still moving forward. Who was in the Ferrari? Was it Fuoco, or was it the number 51 car, Giovinazzi, that was near them? I think it was the 51 car. So whoever it was, very nearly got wiped out as well.
Still have not released this car, so they're taking a look at something else.
They're not taking a look at anything else. Is this a penalty?
We've not seen a penalty judged for the number 38 car.
That is a timed something. Either that, or he's talking to the engineers while he tries to cycle through and get it to start. Full course yellow. So everybody down to 80 kilometers an hour.
Or they could just be waiting for the field, particularly the leaders coming through. They don't want to release the car in front of the race leaders under this situation.
Why would he?
It's quite the train here. This, by the way, when we go back to green flag racing, Sebastian Boe looking to put Fingersits under a little bit of pressure, but he's got the 50 car behind him. There's still a little bit of clear up going on, by the way.
Yeah.
Or is there a red light at the end of the pit
No,
lane?
it's green.
Green,
It's
yeah.
green. I can see it's green. No, not quite sure what that's all about.
But even if it had been red, you'd have released him to go and wait there rather than lose another few seconds. Yes, I'm not quite sure. We need to we need to have a bit of an ask as to quite what's going on there.
So in LMGT3, we've got 4 cars in this battle. Bentuck, with a gap to Fingersits, who's in the maroon and white Lexus there in the centre of the screen. Then the first of the United Autosports McLarens who've been in the mix from the very beginning. Now both with their civil drivers aboard. Sebastian Boe, new signing for the team this season. And Sean Galale, our pole sitter, silver driver, the first silver driver to set pole in Hyperpole. We go back to green flag racing, pounced by the number 50 car, still not by the McLaren quite yet.
No, the GT cars got surprisingly high amount of grip and better warm-up from their tyres as well. They're slightly softer tyres than the Michelins because they don't have to go through the same stresses, so they get a better warm-up with the LMGT3 tyres.
And their top speed is much lower than the hypercars, but their minimum speed is not much lower. They've got good mechanical grip. So, yeah, so the slow speed is not the differential. There's the 2 Toyotas. We are here at the 38 car. They were waiting for a gap in traffic, basically. So it has been released from the pit lane.
They have. So Sebastian Bourdais joins the race, joins the season for the first time in this race.
Down the inside there, the car number 50, that's Antonio Fuoco. To put, is that a lap on the Peugeot, actually?
So that is the first car in quite a while that will have dropped off a lead lap. I'm not sure it is.
Yes.
Was that 93? In which case, it might well be, actually.
Oh, that's, yeah, it's the 51. Oh, right off the track, and is that...
Little bit of afters going on there, is there?
Definitely. Oh, that was a very similar moment to what Buemi had earlier on with the GT car, wasn't it? Just ducking to the inside of that double right-hander and tries to go around the outside, squeezed off the track, but ultimately gets through by having gone off the track into the next right-hand corner at turn 7.
It hasn't quite, it's sort of settled down a little for a moment or two, and then suddenly it's all back at it again. There's number 7 Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi in 4th place. As you pointed out a little earlier, Anthony, 3rd place, Brendan Hartley. That number 8 car started 17th out of 18 hypercars, and it's now in 3rd spot. And because of the virtual safety cars, all of the sort of offsets of fuel and all that strategy have sort of blended back together.
Yeah,
so
they're on exactly the same strategy here now. The 2 Toyotas have got same age tyres, on within a few laps of fuel with each other. So yeah, this is a true race that you're seeing between these two now. It looks like Kobayashi's just got the speed. We heard that Brendan Hartley's suffering a few vibrations on those tyres as they get to this stage in the race, or their stint now, and he'll be wishing for a new set coming on.
Look how many cars are now hard lefts, medium rights, whereas very few could do that in the relative warmth of the start of the race.
Okay, Brendan, brake temps are back in the window, tire pressures are still slightly low.
All the things he needs to know, because he's under real pressure from Kamui Kobayashi. A time perhaps to reiterate Toyota's rule: if you're behind and you get on the radio, say, let me by, I'm faster, you have 3 laps in which to go away from the man you've just been waved by, or they tell you to slow back down and get back in your box. So as the Toyotas continue to battle, watching intently in the booth, once a racer, always a racer. Let's hear from the Toyota team quickly.
Okay, can we just hang on? We need 3 laps behind Brendan, and then we can swap. Hang on with him.
So Kamui being told to hang on where he is. And Brendan been given some advice as to how to stay out of Kamui's way, because he is, after all, the boss.
We've got a couple of penalties to describe before we introduce another great guest to the booth this afternoon. Car 15, the BMW, after that clash with the Ferrari, it's a drive-through penalty for the 15 BMW hypercar and the 33 car, the surviving TF Sports Corvette, is going to get a drive-through penalty for a technical infringement that is tyre pressure. And as the Aston Martin Valkyrie comes to the pit lane, Martin, you can introduce our latest guest.
Motor racing dad, Rubens Barrichello. Rubens, what an emotional moment. We saw you on camera taking video of Eduardo in a World Championship car for the very first time. That's a massive, massive moment for him, but clearly for you as well.
It is, my friend. It's just amazing to be able to be part of this championship. Eduardo has been doing fantastically well in stock cars. Stock cars, we have young kids, we have really good drivers, we have ex-Formula One, so I think he's really going so much faster forward, and I'm so proud of him.
It's fantastic to see young drivers coming into this. Was it always kind of your intention to direct him? Because you haven't got the untold wealth that will fill the whole of Formula One, but this is a much more achievable goal for a young driver.
It is. I tell you, it was very tough when he was doing the regional championship, which was very competitive. He got to the podium in Spa, and then he said, "Dad, do we have any sponsorship and money to go forward for a top team?" I said, "No, unfortunately we don't." And then he said, "Okay, can I race stock car?" I said, "You can." And he said, "What do I need to do?" I said, "Therapy." Because then we're going to race together, and honestly, it was the toughest thing I've ever done, and it was the most loving thing I've ever done. Because at first you're there, you're feeling safe because your kid is there or thereabouts, but then, man, if somebody touched him, you feel like, oh, I just want to crash that guy out, and you can't do that, obviously, but it was really good for us because I learned so much from him, and I think this is the word. We cannot think, oh, okay, I've done 326 Formula One races. You're always learning.
Do you think it's made it easier for you, having been such a successful driver yourself, bringing in your son and seeing him come through the ranks of racing, or do you think it's made it harder, actually?
I think it made it harder on him because you know, Anthony, how much I love to work. I'm the first one to come into the track and the latest one to leave. And then there was this first time that I told him, look, I know that you put a little bit of camber on the rear wheel, but you don't know that I've changed the setup of the car. So you know, you have to open your mind up and you have to search for things, because we're gonna be working together. But and then it made it harder on him. But I think he's really prepared for this.
Well, I can tell you why.
He had such a good first stint. It made me really proud.
That's great, and great to hear, because you will naturally look at his performances with a much more critical eye than anybody else would.
Yeah.
If you had no experience as a driver yourself, there's no way you would give him the hard time.
Honestly, I'm trying to be his dad in a way that I'm away from it. I just, if he wants to ask me something, okay. But otherwise, I just want to learn from everything. My dream would be to be able to race with him at Le Mans at one point. Maybe his brother as well. The three of us would be fantastic at Le Mans.
Well, you know, people have done that. Jan did that, you know, so the Brundles have raced together, the Mansells raced together. And all of the fathers have said, it is the single most emotional thing I've ever done in my entire racing career, which obviously is a good thing and a bad thing, but it is, yeah, it's something that, I mean, who doesn't want to see it?
I've really enjoyed my time with him as my teammate, and I would love to share the car with him, and I'm pretty sure his brother would love to do it as well. Fernando is doing Euro Formula. We're preparing him for this moment as well, so it's going to be fantastic if we can do that. I told them not to delay too much, but because I'm getting old, but not slower, so it's okay.
Rubens, we've seen you in the Le Mans 24 Hours in the very first year of the current formula for LMP2, in what, from my understanding, my recollection of a conversation with you back then, was a fairly frightening experience in the Dallara, very, very quick in a straight line that wasn't too keen to corner. And we've seen you in GT cars as well. You did come with the boys. What would you like to do?
I don't know. I think that they would be prepared to do hypercars or even P2s, but we have to see, because at the end of the day, honestly, I've never stopped. People say, after Formula 1, what have you done? It's my 13th year in stock car, which is really competitive. Now I'm going to race 2 series. I love to say that I qualify once again for the World Championship go-karts road tax at the end of the year. So I'm still so active. People get afraid of saying, oh, Rubens will never stop. I hope I'll never do.
For the first time for this race, we've actually got live and free coverage of a WC race across South America on YouTube. What kind of take-up do you think you'd expect with the profile this championship's got now?
We open up such a thing for the whole world, and to have the 6 hours of São Paulo just made very, very special. So for me, imagine it is special to see my kid racing his car in Brazil. Imagine for him driving at his own track. I was born in Interlagos, so it's very emotional, I tell you.
Can hear it in your voice. Can hear it in your voice. We're getting ready to have a quick word, I think, down with McLaren United Autosports down here. What's your FIA driver grade at the moment?
I called them a couple of years ago and I said, look, I'm platinum, I gotta go down. And they said, no, Rubens, you gotta be platinum for the whole life. I said, no way, it's gotta go for a year. And when I was 50, I was downgraded to gold.
All right, so gold. Let's have a quick word with the McLaren driver, Darren Leung, and then we'll have another quick catch up with Rubens.
Of United Autosports, say Motorsports then. You made the switch from BMW to McLaren. That feels like a good step. Look, that was a great stint.
Yeah, I think for me, the team's been absolutely brilliant. You know, really welcoming, super friendly atmosphere. You know, I wasn't unhappy with the team before and the manufacturer. Yeah, there were just some other circumstances I had to factor in, and yeah, I thought if I had changed car, I'd probably learn a bit more. So yeah, here I am.
You were saying yesterday that you were feeling pretty rusty. Now it's like a third in. I'm struggling with concentration. How do you cope to maintain energy and focus out there?
I think a lot of that's taken care of in the off season. So for me, it's just keeping the kind of physical training up, which then gives you more mental capacity. And you know, quite a lot of the time I spend, you know, doing my physical and mental stuff together. So you sort of go in knowing that you've got the capacity to do it, and then you almost have to switch your brain off a little bit and just get on with the job.
Point taken. Well done out there. Keep it up.
While he was talking great action between the Lexus, that's the 78 car that was in second place, the 59 McLaren rather. Sebastian Boe, outside inside, did the old switcheroo on Finn Gersitz, and Gersitz has got him back. So a fantastic battle. And while we were listening to Darren, Rubens Barrichello watching intently on the timing screen the progress of Eduardo's car. You know, we're just over a third distance. It ain't over till it's over. We've already seen lots of craziness in both categories in this race. Is that part of the attraction, do you think, that it's so much is unknown and unpredictable, and the cars, there are so many potential winners at the start of the race?
Yes, it's very, very intense racing. I think that people treat as not a 10-hour, they treat as a sprint race, because they seem to be flat out all the time. And Eduardo told me that he was very comfortable in the car, but he needs to have an eye for the hypercars, because they come really fast. And I think this is the tricky part of it, especially when you go through the sun and obviously with no lights. But he said the lights here are fantastic. He can see more of the track even with when it's nighttime.
And did he mention the fact that when the hypercars are coming out, because there's no tyre warmers in this championship, did he mention the fact that sometimes the hypercars have come out of the pits and suddenly they're in their way? We see them in the way of the GT cars. It must be hard to...
He did say that he had a chance to actually overtake one of the hypercars on the first 2 corners, that the hyper was just out of the pits. So yeah, there's a difference in getting up to temperature, but then you know, it's the likes of 15 seconds, so they come fast.
I would say, as a dad, don't watch any onboard from your son's car, because the gaps the hypercars dive into, frankly, just, as a racing driver, you'll get it, but for a normal dad, it's just terrifying viewing. Look at the action here, both classes side by side, the yellow Corvette, but the yellow and red BMW, that's car number 20, trying to push his way up the order.
In the meantime, the other BMW, the 15 car on the hands of Dries van Toor, fastest lap of the race for him last time around, a 1:41.701.
And Giovinazzi's joined the back of that group as well, hasn't he, now, on the car 51, desperately trying to make up that time that he lost by obviously having to trundle through the pit lane on the speed limiter after the full course yellow infringement. So Giovinazzi, we know he's got the speed there, was leading the race earlier on, and now he's got to try and get past the cars in front as quickly as he can.
Potentially 200 laps to do it in as well.
Lead change here in GT3. Under threat.
Yes.
This is LMGT3. It is Sven Gersitz goes through, and all of a sudden, Ben Tuck under pressure as well from McLaren. This is 1, 2, 3 in LMGT3.
Ben Tuck, the difference here, I think, is Ben Tuck is getting to the end of a double stint on those tyres, and Gersitz on fresher tyres. So is the 59 McLaren of Sebastian Barr, so he tucks him up as well. Bo goes through, and the car behind as well, Sean Gelael, the man who claimed pole in the hyperpole for that McLaren. He's also on a fresher set of tyres. Ben Tuck's tyres have done a stint longer than the cars that he's battling with, so he's at that slight material disadvantage. And again, Rubens Barrichello, you know, every time you put 2 cars on track, they're never going to be quite the same. The driver grading, the age of the tyres, or everything else. So you've got to take the rough with the smooth. Sometimes your car will be losing ground, sometimes you'll be gaining it back. So it's a fine balance to try and gauge where you are against everybody else, unless you know all of the facts, all of the tyres.
Yeah. And that's why I thought Eduardo did a fantastic job, because it was the second run. They didn't change tires, and it was still quite a hot part of the day. And you gotta understand that this track, it's super nice, but there is a lot of track limit. So you can see people having to just behave, because if they have a certain number, they will get caught.
Yeah, exactly right. Contact is to be avoided, trips through the gravel to be avoided, track limits definitely to be avoided. Well, listen, it's been really good to see you here, really good to see Eduardo, meet him for the first time. Look forward to seeing how the rest of the race pans out, and which is a full season of junior single-seaters still to go, and how the rest of the season pans out. So, and again, can't wait to get back to Brazil. Sao Paulo is such a fun racetrack.
I'm so grateful for the opportunity that he's had. When you see your kid having fun, he's not doing it because I do. I always told him that you got to do it because you love this, because you know it's not just the fact of physical, it's the mental approach and everything. But really grateful. Thank you for the opportunity, and go Eduardo.
A joy, a joy. And if he happens to end up there, at least our race director speaks Portuguese, so he can argue his case in his native tongue. So, Antonio Giovinazzi fighting his way back up the order, as we wish Rubens and Eduardo lots and lots of good fortune in their Aston Martin, or in Eduardo's Aston Martin. I think Rubens is going to be doing much in terms of...
Oh dear, sorry Martin, contact there between the BMW car 20 and car 51 in turn 6. Giovinazzi went for a gap through the traffic. He dived down the inside, and there wasn't quite the space. I think both cars come out of it unscathed, but there was definite contact there.
But right behind Giovinazzi, as we ride on board with him now, suddenly the Peugeot's right in there as well. So that's a 94 car of Stoffel van Dorn, and Stoffel must have seen that and thought, I'm going to get them. They've got back their speed. So Giovinazzi attacks Sheldon van der Linde in that Shell car. didn't quite get them, but that's dropped them back from the battle they were catching, which is Mathieu Jaminet's Porsche, the number 5 car, and the Alpine of Jules Gounon.
Here we go. So this is riding on board of Giovinazzi. He sees the car in front get held up momentarily. He sees a gap on the inside of both of them, locks up, and there's the contact. It's actually bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
Really pushes Van der Linde wide. And then, yeah, I mean, he backs out of it. To be fair, Giovinazzi, he backs out of it. If he had carried on the move and overtaken and gained an advantage because of that, I think he would have been even more trouble than he probably already will be. Yeah. There's one thing that Eduardo Freitas, not Eduardo Barrichello, Eduardo Freitas doesn't like the racer. He doesn't like contact between the cars. We've even seen one of the Jota drivers in Cadillac get penalised. It's the same team. You've hurt yourselves already anyway, and still a penalty comes. So, yeah, I'm sure something will pop up on our timing screens in due course.
Fingersits into the pits in the 78 Lexus from Acodis ASP, so he is out, having done, was that a single stint?
I think that's a single.
I think that was.
I think we got to, is that the bronze driver back in?
Had he not done all his time? 15 is in as well. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Honor Robert, the bronze driver. Ben Barnicoat is their 3rd driver. He's a gold-rated driver. And again, driver change in the 15 BMW.
This is Kevin Magnussen getting back. So he had a difficult first stint, didn't he? Started on the front row, of course, in car 15. And then had that moment where they were under the first of the full course yellows. He deactivated the button, which holds the car to 80 kph, and then wasn't happy with what he was seeing on the systems. The lights didn't sort of agree with what he had just done. Said he was still on the full course. He pressed it again. It came back on, physically held the car again as they went to green. So, and then from that point, it seemed to run away with itself and went backwards.
I love all that stretching and getting yourself settled into the seat and everything the drivers do as they're strapped in so tight the belts are you can barely breathe, but still wriggling around, just getting yourself ready as you come out of the pit lane. United Autosport leading with the 95 McLaren, Heart of Racing's Aston 2nd, the Proton 77 car into the pits from 3rd. That puts the 46 BMW up to 4th. We're looking at the battle now for 5th, 59 United Autosport McLaren and the 33 the yellow Corvette. There is the Heart of Racing team, Racing Spirit of Le Mans rather. So that is the other Aston Martin being run by the team for Heart of Racing. And 70, so that's 88 in fact is in, a little less white on the front.
You see though the sidewalls of the Goodyear Eagle logo has been rubbed off by I guess that's a bit of wheel-to-wheel action.
It is 77 in fact, I miscalled that one. So driver change there as well. Out gets Ben Tuck.
I think we've had some dramas, by the way, for Sebastian Bow. We had double yellows out briefly, and he's dropped back 3-4 positions, so I think the 59 car has had a drama.
Maybe not of his own making. Driver change again for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. And that is the car that Rubens Barrichello is particularly watching. RSL, it says on your screen when it brings the team name up. And that is the Aston Martin in the pit lane, car number 10. So Derek de Boer, their bronze driver, getting out. He shares with Eduardo Barrichello, who's already had one stint, and Valentin Asclot, he's the pro driver in that lineup, and part of his job, not just to pedal the car fast, to try and help his 2 co-drivers, both of who are brand new to the series and to the car, to bring their speed up as well. And there is your overall race leader, the only Ferrari to have won a race outside France. Ye Yifei in the 83 car that won in Texas last year with Robert Kubica, Ye Yifei, and last year with Robert Schwartzman in the car. This year, Phil Hansen, after spending spending all of his sports car racing career, apart from a year at Jota, with United Autosport, predominantly in LMP2. So he's had an awful lot of prototype grounding, then stepped up to the hypercar class with the Jota Porsche, and now with Ferrari.
Yeah, Phil Hansen due to drive still in this race, with 206 laps to go. And we've raced now for just over 4 hours, so that's a European Le Mans race just completed.
The other parish notice that you kept reminding me while Rubens was here that I didn't actually get round to is that the Toyotas did swap position. Number 7 is now up to 3rd, number 8 down to 4th. Charles Milesi and the Cinetec team manager, and that will be his teammate from last year, Nico Lapierre, being summoned to the race director, so to the team manager of 85 and driver Maxime Martin. So, yeah.
I think, yeah.
85, no, Celia Martin. So Celia Martin is in the car at the moment. She has been summoned with that's the other Martin.
I think if you're Milesi and the Alpine team, you just got to say there was a gap, and I would genuinely say there was a gap that he could go through the middle of. As risky as we all think it is, sitting on our chairs back at home or here in the commentary box, it's something you have to do when you're inside the car. He saw the gap open up, you go for it, but yeah, it's not like the whole move that he did was reckless. It was calculated in the beginning, and then it went a bit. The only time it went bad is when he just veered to the right, which they're so sensitive, these cars. It's easy to do, but you've got to have that awareness of the length of these cars.
I am down here in Proton with Ben Tuck. A very long stint that was, more than double, you said.
Yeah, so it was always planned to be a double stint, but with the virtual safety car, after I think the first 15 minutes, I basically did double and a bit. So yeah, those tyres are finished. They're either going in the bin or a museum. I don't know which one.
That was an epic drive. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it was good fun. I think the virtual safety car, then into safety car, I was trying to count the cars ahead, and I was like, oh, I think we've come out of this pretty well. I think we were in the top 10, and then did a few moves, had a bit of a battle with the Ferrari. He got back past me, I got back past him, and all of a sudden, after the double stint, because we saved the tyres, they said, right, you've come out in P1, so just keep it clean. I was like, oh, okay, no mistakes then.
Absolutely incredible. Temperature's starting to cool. It's obviously getting darker. Not that it makes any difference here, because the lights are incredible, right? But how much difference can you feel it in the car?
Yeah, it makes a difference on the track. As the tarmac temperature drops down, the tyres can take a bit more. I think that also helped with making the tyres last that long for the double stint. Yeah, definitely 2 and a bit is enough, but yeah, in these cooler temperatures, it's easier to go longer on the tyres.
Epic drive, Ben. Well done.
Alex Le Guy in the pit lane with Proton Competitions. Ben Tuck just out of the Mustang, and that's the way that works. You know, the first casualty of war is plan. The moment the lights go off, plan A disappears out the window as well. So you are constantly adapting the car, constantly adapting your driver style when you're in the car, and constantly adapting the strategy as the race evolves as well. Sometimes you're cruising, sometimes you're chasing hard. On board around the circuit, the Losail International Circuit in Qatar, opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. 132 laps completed of the projected 335 full race distance. Martin Haven, Anthony Davidson in the booth, down in the pit lane, Alex Le Guy, and a little bit of rest and some lunch for the others. And Anthony, no rest at all for the teams. The drivers cycle in and out, and particularly in a long race like Le Mans, they even get a chance to go away and rest. The mechanics, the technicians, are always in the garage because, as we've seen already, you never know when the car's going to appear with a major drama or a minor drama, but the crew have to be there. They can't disappear.
It's like I've always said, when the drivers are hard at work, when they're busy, it's the nice time for the mechanics. Either one of you is resting. When the driver's resting, it means there's something wrong with the car.
Well, only in a single driver race.
Exactly.
In a three driver race, the drivers will get a little chance to rest, but the mechanics...
No, the mechanics do get a chance to rest, and it's essential. It is absolutely essential.
We'll see them at Le Mans, won't we, sleeping in their chairs in the garage. They don't even get to leave.
But I mean, yeah, they won't leave the track, but they'll definitely have spaces in the garage to sit down, rest, eat, keep yourself fueled, you know, and they have the team physios in every team that they're looking after the mechanics, engineers, as well as just the drivers. It's, you know, it is a team game, and they've realised over time, as the whole sport's become more professional, they've realised that you get a better race result from the whole team being well prepped. And if anything, it's the mechanics that need a bit more education in that regard, because the drivers have had a lifetime of being athletes in tip-top shape, and they pretty much know what to do in terms of keeping yourself fueled and sharp. But it's important for the mechanics to be you know, honed in that way as well.
Absolutely.
That's one thing that's changed a lot, I'd say, over the last 15, 20 years that I've been doing this.
And the age seems to come down as well. You need the experience, but you also need the resilience that younger bodies have. 7th place for our former race leader, Antonio Giovinazzi, started the 51 Ferrari from pole position, and then they not only lost out behind the safety car, but they also picked up a penalty after contact. Giovinazzi down in 7th place, but right on the heels is Sheldon van der Linde. Van der Linde in the number 20 BMW, white and black in the front, but it's got the shell red and yellow that makes it easy to identify. It's 94. This is Stoffel van Dorn, and that is the first of the 2 Peugeots.
Yeah, Van Dorn's been at the wheel a long time, hasn't he? And yeah, most drivers now coming up to lap 30, lap 29 in the hypercar field, so they are due a pit stop. I'm just having a look to see where 94 was. Yeah, 34 laps Stoffel had done, and yeah, he started that double stint on a brand new set of hard tyres. So as a driver change happens here, we're going to see a brand new set go on, no doubt.
And the first race laps in a hypercar for Malte Jakobsen, the youngster who's come up through the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 and has been their reserve driver last year, the test and reserve driver for Peugeot Total Energy, and has been given a full-time drive this season. Now, the missing name from the lineup from last year, Mathieu Vassilier, is still on their books. He's now their reserve and test driver. We have another young Dane, the most legendary Danish sports car racer, sorry John Nielsen, is Tom Christensen. There he goes, the Peugeot. Those front wheels spinning, because that's where the hybrid deploys on the Peugeot, unlike most of the cars where the hybrid goes through the rear axle. And again, the 20 BMW clinging on. Let's hear from Mathieu Jaminet at Porsche.
Feedback to give to Michael, if you have.
The car is pretty neutral, so it's pretty good. A little bit rear instability, but not too bad. Traction is dropping a bit, but okay. Front is picking up. Good front grip, so all good.
Copy.
Now, despite what we saw in qualifying, where Porsche a little bit had their tail between their legs and weren't really quite sure what on earth was going on, at more than a third distance in this race, Ferrari, Toyota, Porsche, they're the lead group. So what's changed since last year? Well, actually, Porsche have got even better at maximising their car, Toyota have got even better at maximising their car, Ferrari have got even better at maximising their car. So BMW and Alpine are still a little bit behind, aren't they?
Well, I think
in terms of...
They've all caught up. They went a second faster than last year in qualifying. Yeah. So that proves the rate of progress, like you said, between the top teams of last year. But I believe that Alpine, particularly BMW, as well here, Cadillac as well, the car, not the teams, obviously there's been a shift of teams, seem more competitive compared to Ferrari, at least. The best, I'd say, that gets pretty close there, doesn't it? You take the best, that's your barometer. Loses a position there, does Van der Linde.
Yeah, tried to... In fact, did he lose a position? Yeah, he lost a position to Giovinazzi already, and then trying to hang on ahead of the Peugeot. The Peugeot got by him as well.
You look away for 1 second or try to answer a question these days in WEC, and you can't, because something else happens.
That's why I answered it for you. So it was, in fact, a mistake by the BMW, and actually, the Peugeot very close to getting into the back of Giovinazzi as well to try and take that place. So Jules Gounon into the pit lane. Here he is, and a driver change in the 36 car. So Gounon out of the Alpine. And it is Mick Schumacher, isn't it? Yeah, Mick Schumacher. Came into the photo shoot with 3 different liveried helmets. So the bright yellow one, yes, I think that is Mick Schumacher. That's the yellow helmet he had. So fresh set of tyres, full tank of fuel, what is referred to in the trade as full service. It'll take about 1 minute and 20 seconds. So you can fuel and do the driver change at the same time, but the fuel hose must be removed for the car to go up in the air to change tyres. Hard's going on still, so not quite confident enough in the lowering track temperature.
Yeah, still waiting for the first team to put a full set of medium tyres on. Alpine clearly feeling that on this high-speed circuit that the left tyres, at least, because they have been running mediums on the right-hand side in that the last doubles the car did, they're feeling like they still need to commit to the hards on the left.
On board with the doctor, Valentino Rossi in the 46 BMW, the blue car there. Recently into the car, now he is attacking Francois Heriot, and this is silver driver Valentino Rossi. Francois Heriot, the bronze in the 21 car. So this should be, I wouldn't say easy pickings for Rossi, but he should win this battle, move up to 4th place. He's looking for a way through. Valentino Rossi really loving this championship dives to the inside. This is such a popular passing place down to the turn 6 hairpin, but the Ferrari has better momentum, sweeps wide around the outside. Valentino in tight to the apex, but as on a MotoGP bike, when you have to gun it up from the throttle, you're coming from a lower speed at the apex, and if you keep that momentum up, so he will try again, look again, coming down to the turn 10 hairpin as they sweep down the hill.
Yeah, in a different phase, aren't we, with this LMGT3 race at the moment. The teams that chose to put their silver drivers and in a couple of cases their gold drivers in early on, now having to burn that bronze time, so we're seeing a bit more ebb and flow. There's still that Lexus that leads them on, or Rabanne back in to complete his time ahead of Sean Gelael.
Yeah, that relentless Lexus attack has got them back to the top of the pile again. As you said, Sean Gelael's 95. McLaren is up into 2nd place. 27 Harter Racing. Zach Robichon in that car in 3rd place, but Valentino down the inside again, and this time a much more successful lunge. Gets by. Who's that in the background? That is Zach Robichon going into the pit lane, in fact. No, it's not. That's
It is that Ricardo Perez.
Yeah,
it's
Ricardo
the Manto
Perez, sorry,
first form car.
Yeah, the first form car.
That car has cycled back into contention, though, so it is going to be a pit stop behind this battle, but just a pit stop behind.
But again, they used a lot of their bronze driver time early on as well. Air temperature hovering below 20, I think it's about 19, 18 degrees now. And track temperature not that much warmer either. So 39 degrees in the prologue, that's 20, low 20s track temperature. So can't be far away from those medium tyres coming all round in hypercar. Valentino Rossi making no mistakes there, showed his nose early, and through he went.
Neat, tidy, respectful, and well done. Away he goes, and now trying to put time between himself and Francois Heriot. He is the silver driver, Valentino Rossi, in this car. What does that mean if you're joining us for the first time in endurance racing? Well, the FIA, the governing body of World Motorsport.
Jill, you just got out of the car, a
bit
tired. How is it out there? The temperatures are dropping as well, so what's the difficulty?
Yeah, for us it's been a bit more difficult than the prologue. Our car seems to like the hot condition, and right now we were dropping quite a lot in the temp, in the tires in the car, so it was quite difficult. We are fighting against trying to bring energy into the tires, so the team is trying a few tricks that we can do in LMDH while we can do some setup in the car, but I think it's going to be our main target to try to bring some heat into the tires. It's pretty cold. We didn't expect that when you come to Qatar for the first race of the season, but it is how it is, so we're going to try and give it a go.
Okay, some points to come in, you think? Can you collect some points?
Well, that's the goal today. We're going to try starting from P14. I have no idea where we are because I didn't ask during my stint. We have enough stuff to do in the car. But I think we are P7, P8, I don't know, somewhere around there. So I hope we can score some points, but still a long way to go. So let's see how it goes.
Okay, have a good end of the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jules Goulon has recently handed over 36 car. Pit stop as well for the number 8 Toyota. That's in from 4th position. That's number 8 on pit road. So too is Ye Yifei. There's the yellow Ferrari. That was our race leader, and that cycles Antonio Fuoco's red burgundy, number 50 Ferrari back to the top of the pile. And astonishingly, after an early puncture, the number 5 Porsche Penske 963 of Mathieu Jaminet is now up into 2nd. And by the way, that sort of strap that went across the car, now that's an earthing strap. When you have the fuel attached, you want to avoid any static sparks. So there is always an earthing strap attached to the car, so that there is no that shock you get from wearing trainers indoors and you touch your door handle and you get a heck of a belt. That's not a good thing when there's fuel flow around a car. So that's why the earthing strap is there. There's the Ferrari.
50 Ferrari in the hands of Antonio Fuoco. Quick lap there into the 141s for Fuoco. Not quite the fastest lap of the race, a couple of tenths off that, but rapid nonetheless.
Now this is Antonio Giovinazzi now back up to 3rd during the pit stop cycles, and having a look at the back of Mathieu Jaminet. They go around either side of the McLaren, and that's so often the pinch point where cars are unsighted by a GT car in the middle and come together at the apex. But this is the battle for 2nd in the race. You just saw their air temperature hovering just below 20 in the teens. The track temperature still 23 degrees. So I wonder whether Ferrari, I wonder whether 51, as Giovinazzi brings it down the pit lane, are they maybe going to gamble on having mediums all round, the softer of the tyres, to see if there's potential to regain some of that lost ground. That's the red sidewalled hard tyre. Track temperatures are not that high.
They did run them on the right-hand side, the medium, so in that last double stint.
Well,
so
almost everybody in the last stints has had mediums on the right, but that's not the side that does a lot of work. Now, there's a new rule in the WEC that equates driver weight across the teams and across all the cars, as in Formula 1, where a driver must, quote, weigh 82 kilos, so must a driver here. So you average out the weight of all the drivers, so they've all been weighed. The reason I'm talking about this now is you're weighed with your seat insert, your race suit and helmet. So basically as you would get in the car. Now, Ferrari last year adopted a new manufacturer for their seat inserts, which ducts cooling air through, which they found actually really helped drivers in terms of fatigue. But they've now gone back to their seat manufacturer, ASP, and said, we want them to be even lighter. So there's even more air holes now in the seats, because that's part of the weight of the driver crew across the car. And so it's another way of trying to equate performance, not just between manufacturers, but between the two cars in the garage. If, like the number 7 Toyota, you've got a slightly lighter crew, the number 8 Toyota was always at a slight deficit in terms of driver weight.
Leader in trouble.
Yeah, problem here is now I saw some smoke coming out the back of it.
That's the LMGT3 leader in trouble. Leader of the race, by the way, Antonio Fuoco on pit lane, as is the 2nd place car.
Right.
There was smoke from the rear of that car.
Now it looks like he's gone by pit lane entrance.
Ah, did he go off?
Okay, so it was
so it's
just dust.
Yeah, dust, not smoke.
And the reason he would have been going slowly is because he hasn't got any rubber on his tyres. They're now coated in a nice layer of gravel. Antonio Fuoco under investigation again in the 51 Ferrari. Giovinazzi rather, for speeding in the pit lane on the way into this most recent stop.
Well, guys, as we just look at the recovering Lexus, this has been a little bit of a catalogue of errors from the 51 car of late. We talk about this part of the sport being, you've got to be error-free, you've got to keep it clean. They haven't, and they're suffering as a result from this. They're dropping them back down the order.
I think it's because the pace and the competition is so hot out there that it forces more errors into the drivers. I mean, the 51 car, not the car itself, because Collado had a brilliant, impeccable first stint. There were a couple of stints to lead this race today. And but as the field closes up under the full course yellows and the safety cars, puts the drivers under so much pressure to make that dive down the inside, to drive between two cars, perhaps like Malesi did earlier on, to take risks under full course yellows, because if you're not doing it, somebody else is, and it's a valuable couple of tenths. We used to work in seconds in this game. it's now tenths or even half a tenth, and you can't afford to give them up. Yeah. And with that comes a lot of risk.
We're more into hundreds now.
100, yeah.
Because the cars are so close because of this hypercar rule set. No matter what you bring, they're equated across the platform, and the same with LMGT3. It is about 100% consistency and 100% of your potential performance. Alex Lynn is in from the race lead, and that cycles 83. Phil Hansen will be a race leader in a World Championship in a Ferrari for the very first time when he comes across the line. Again, look at the caddy. They've got those light ASP seat inserts as well, so you can see the cooling mesh. It's got a honeycomb structure behind it that ducts air in, and it's really good for keeping driver core temperatures down. Now, here it's actually probably like having a cool seat on when it's already cold, but when we get into the hot races, it makes a massive difference to driver fatigue. Of course, with fatigue, drops your performance.
Alex Lynn pits from the lead, cycling round after that delay with the penalty for the number 12 car, and of course the out of sequence stop for the front end repair of the number 12. 38 car, by the way, has continued. It is down in 17th place and is many laps down.
Splitting the Aston Martins at the moment, not where they expected to be.
So Matt Campbell out and Kevin Estre in, your world champion, one of the two world champions that are in that car number 6, and Matt Campbell came from the number 5 car last year and joins that the winning car crew.
Yeah, Lawrence Vanthoor, who in their final race of the season, they were looking set to take that championship.
Wow, some frantic stuff, isn't it? I mean, Giovinazzi is...
Well, that's now Pierre Guidi. He's just taken over the car,
okay,
yeah, but...
Carrying on the mantle then from, I mean, that's got to do a bit of damage to the car, surely.
He's also overtaken off the track.
Yeah, James Collado must be looking at this and going, guys, what are you doing?
Yeah,
I teed you up perfectly.
I had it. But that's what the game's all about. It's it does take 3 of you in sports cars, and you know it could be you when you see your teammates doing that kind of stuff. It probably has happened to you in the past. Could very easily be you as well.
Win as a team, lose as a team. Let's get to our race leaders. AF Corsa.
I'm down here with the AFA at the 83 Ferrari. What an epic stint that was. I just asked you if it was fun out there, and you said fun's probably not quite the right word. How is it for you?
It's always fun and excitement, and you know, the feeling of almost losing control but still being on track. That's, you know, the why I'm in this sport. And we did a really good start today. We had a good strategy to come to P3 after the first safety car, and then I managed to manage my pace and managed to take the lead. And now we are leading the race with half distance to go. So fingers crossed. We're pushing hard, and let's see where we end up at the end of the race.
So 5 hours in, 5 hours to go. What's the biggest challenge now for you to maintain this position for the next 5 hours?
I think there are different strategies from different cars, so we have to always watch out what the others are doing. Outlaps on cold tires are extremely dangerous, so it's always important to stay focused, even if you're leading the race. And then try to minimize the risk and try to bring the car in the lead until the end of the race.
At what stage are you going to start switching up these tires?
Sorry?
At what stage are you going to start switching up these tires a bit more?
I think as the night comes in, the temperature drops, it will be even harder and harder to manage the tires and to bring them up in the odd laps. And I think that will be the tricky part in the upcoming race.
Great stint.
Yeah, really good job by Yifei there, that double stint that he had. And kept his nose clean, but what he was saying was really true in that the reward you have, that feeling of taking so many risks, like we were talking about before, Martin, taking those risks and getting away with it feels so good. And he said, this is why we do it. This is brilliant stuff, but it can very easily, obviously, go against you.
Well, look, I'm not into horses, but I understand exactly that, you know, on the edge of control of an animal, that's what racing cars is.
Fastest lap of the race.
But I'm finding the rear a lot.
Yeah, rear left is quite high side.
So Mick Schumacher on board. Eduardo Barrichello is also on track in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. So two sons of famous teammates, both racing together at the same time in the World Championship. So Yiffy is great. He really analyses stuff and just puts in, really gives a great, clear description of what it's like. And this is risk-reward. And last year, imagine being in the pit wall. Last year, when you're in one of the Ferraris or the Toyota or the Porsche team, you're covering off two other teams, with Alpine maybe being quick occasionally, or BMW or maybe Peugeot very occasionally, sporadically sort of in the lead group, but out of sequence. Now you're covering off 6 teams. You know, even in Formula One pit walls, you don't have to cover off 6 teams at the same time for race after race after race, which is effectively what the distance here is all about. So
we've seen BMW giving Ferrari the challenge earlier on in the race, Cadillac as well. Then Toyota's now,
yes.
Yeah, Toyotas are right there as well. And you got obviously the 3 Ferraris, not just like not this 1 or 2 of them. Is you got the third car as well, the Car 83. So the challenges are coming all the time from different. They're coming at you from left, right, aren't they? All the time from different teams, different manufacturers, and it's just, it's not just a game of survival. You've got to obviously be driving absolutely flat out these days. I've never seen. It was in wildest dreams that you'd imagine WEC to be this competitive. Even when I was doing it with Porsche and Audi back in the Toyota days.
Well,
and
you were doing it in the easy days.
In the easy days, yeah. I mean. You know, hand on heart, was it easier back then than it is now? No. Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
No, it was. There's more competition today. Obviously, the cars you were racing were quick. They were quicker cars than they are today. But you had not the luxury of being able to make mistakes and get away with it back then. But whereas if you had a race like Ferrari number 51 today, they're down in P6 at the moment. That would be your worst case scenario back then, P6. Whereas today it's P18. Well, so, it is harder today. You need a cleaner race more now than ever before.
3 years ago, you literally only had to start the race to get points. Now, half the field aren't getting points. Celia Martin, we just saw getting out of the Iron Dames. Porsche, she'll be on her way straight to the race director, along with a slew of others. We're looking here at the battle for 4th and 5th in LMGT3. TF Sport with Johnny Edgar up, making his first racing stints in the World Endurance Championship, and Valentino Rossi right in front of him. Penalty being issued. I was just thinking, we haven't mentioned the Proton Porsche for a while. We're getting to mention it now because they're getting a drive-through penalty for passing under yellow flags, which is a huge no-no for our race direction crew. Valentino Rossi in 4th place in the 46 blue BMW, the yellow TF Sport Corvette right behind. And that takes some saying, because so many years we've said TF Sport Aston Martin. Now they've been racing that Corvette for the 2nd year. Through goes 51, Alessandro Pierguidi,
who has set the fastest lap of the race. And if you had mentioned it already there, Martin, but yeah, Pierguidi 41.259 on lap 141. So he's definitely got the speed there. We've seen that speed from the car all day, but you just get a feeling. Still, the race is 191 laps still to go. They have to start calming down in car 51.
Yeah, that lap came just a lap after the double off-track moment from Pierguidi, and just as the team manager was called to race control. Meantime, potential dramas here for the car that has been leading LMGT3, Arnaud Laban's number 78 Lexus, running 3rd, 12 seconds off the race lead, under investigation for a total power infringement.
Oh, so that's, again, we talked about the torque sensors on the drive shafts of all of these cars, both in Hypercar and in LMGT3. There is a maximum power output for the car that you may not exceed. Sometimes bounce over the curbs or the wheel spin or whatever spikes the power. Sometimes the electronics do it, and the more sophisticated electronics, and particularly in hypercar in the hybrids, help to mitigate that, whereas the normally aspirated V12 in the Aston Martin is more likely to spike over the torque and power limits, so they have to sort of be a little careful with where their power ceiling is compared to 500 kilowatts. But yeah, that's not going to play well. They will end up with a penalty for that. The car won't be withdrawn or penalised in terms of being excluded, but they will have a time penalty to serve. Meanwhile, back with our Peugeot BMW Alpine battle. So let's identify the first of the Peugeots is the 94 car in 10th place. So this is a position battle for the last point. The three cars circulating very close together. Malte Jakobsen, fellow Dane, Kevin Magnussen right behind him. So battles of the Sons, and Charles Milesi in the 35 Alpine is with them as well.
One bit of housekeeping, by the way. Christian Reed, we saw in that spin much earlier in the race in the 61 Iron Lynx car that was then put in the garage. We asked whether that was cause or effect. Confirmed by the team now that was a breakage in the rear of the car that caused the spin, and that car has retired from the race. Into the pit lane, meanwhile,
Milesi, he just peeled off the back of that little trio that we were talking about. And don't forget, this car had to make an unscheduled stop after damage, after contact, for a fresh nose, one with all the correct dive planes on.
Yeah, so that was 33 laps there for Charles Milesi. He jumps out of the car. They had a used set of the left-hand side hard tyres for that last stint. So a single stint only on those tyres with a driver change.
It's the first time in the car for Paul-Luc Chatin?
Yes.
It is, isn't it?
So are they going to keep the tyres as it's normally you would see all four changed when you have a driver change, like you say, a full service, but yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do here down at Alpine.
Interesting driver lineup in this car. This is the only all-gold driver lineup. There are 12 gold-rated drivers in hypercar. 3 of them are in this car alone, and there's only one other car, I think, that's got more than a single gold driver in. So all the rest are platinum, whether they've been ex-Formula 1 drivers or not. In fact, our race leader, AF Corsa Ferrari's Phil Hansen, he's a gold-rated driver as well. Behind him in the 50 car, Miguel Molina, a platinum. Nick de Vries, a platinum. Rio Hirakawa, a platinum driver. But this is an all-gold lineup.
So that's why they've kept these tyres on this car with Chatin now behind the wheel, because Milesi had a full set of tyres. He did 27 laps on them. And then, because of all the full course yellows and safety cars, he then did another short stint of 17 laps on the same tyre, and then came in again and put that final set of tyres on to do his 33 laps. So he spent a long time in the car, not quite a triple stint, but he would have been feeling that at the end. So a driver change without a full set or any tyre change at all there. That explains what happened with the car 35.
So 44 laps on that first set and 33 now. So he's done 77 laps. All right, some behind safety car and virtual safety car. That's a lot of time if you, for instance, had hydrated a lot before your stint. If you understand the way the human body works, water in eventually will equate to the need to get water out. So, and the other thing, obviously, with Paul-Luc Chatin is that he then comes out on warm tyres, so he doesn't have, for his first stint, the nightmare of having to creep round on ice-cold tyres.
That's a drive-through penalty coming for Portis to effect, car 51. I think their 4th penalty of the race now. This is for a pit lane speed. I think there's more to come.
Maybe there's a problem with the car. I mean, you want to take it right to the edge, of course, with the pit lane speed limit, as you would do with the full course yellow speed limit. And this is the second time that they've had a pit lane speed limit.
Okay, Kevin, Bilbal +2 if you have scope for brake temperature and tires. Bilbal +2.
Adjusting the brake balance a little bit further back or further forward, or is it just more harvesting? +2 sounds like you're asking for more harvesting to try and slow the car more with the MGU, the motor generator unit of the hybrid, rather than the actual brakes themselves.
I would have thought that just means more forward braking bias. So yeah, you usually run in these cars anywhere from 55 to 60% of your total braking energy going towards the front axle of the car, because that's obviously when you brake, you get that load transfer over the front axle, so you can therefore, a bit like braking on a bicycle, you can, or motorbike, you can afford to use the front brakes more. It's why you have bigger brake discs on a road car than the rears, because they do more of the work. But look at this battle coming on here with Kevin Magnussen. Just heard from his engine. That's a brave one, trying to go around the outside as we just look at the Jotas for a minute there. Did he make? I think he managed to make that move stick, didn't he? Around the outside of the double right-hander.
It was the
Magnussen on Jakobsen battle. And Malte Jakobsen, first stint as a factory driver. Is he going to bang wheels and force somebody else off and pick up a penalty?
With Kevin
No.
Magnussen?
If he's got him, honestly, if you're Malte Jakobsen, if he's got alongside, he's clearly alongside, survival.
There it is.
See how it happened. So yeah, really late on the brakes, wasn't he? It's Magnussen around the outside. Brilliant stuff, and good respect as well between the two drivers. And this is another look at that replay, because we just switched away from it before. Wow, really fighting the rear end through turn 4. I bet he couldn't believe that he was actually given the room there on the exit of turn 4, but amazing stuff between the two of them. It's actually Jakobsen that's on the fresher tyres than that of Magnussen.
He's only just started his stint half a dozen laps ago.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's likely he's been told to look after those tyres, and that might be part of the reason for that behaviour there. Just one quick point about the 51. It has taken that drive-through penalty. It's now 1 minute and 28 seconds behind the leader. It's still got 10 seconds to add to the next pit stop. Any other penalty, and that car drops off the lead lap. And it's self-inflicted.
Yeah. Foot, gum. Yeah.
And as I say it, car 51, Pierre Guidi, under investigation, possible overtaking beyond track limits, which he undoubtedly did.
It wasn't possible overtaking beyond.
He did.
Yeah, you called it at the time, Gray. Absolutely right.
And I think that's going to lose the lead lap.
And Michael Christens as well in the number 5 Porsche that is currently in 6th position. So that's going to be a big bite for them as well. Back in our lead battle in LMGT3 United Autosports, Sean Gelael, the man who put the 95 car on pole, is at the wheel.
This though is the 59 car,
yeah, this
Sebastian
is 59.
Bowe. This car back in 7th place and getting onto terms with the number 31 BMW of Timo Boguslavski, and trying to climb back up the order. Battle of the Silvers at this stage of the race, principally.
But with a lot more endurance racing experience than Boguslavski. If they get into the gravel traps, though, the ex-rally crosser probably has the advantage there.
Trouble for 009.
Yeah.
That's in the hands of Roman De Angelis. And that car's been around.
Hasn't it? There's a lot of muck in the track, but it looks like he may just have had a fairly harmless half spin. Unfortunately, it's lost the engine.
It's not in a very nice place either, if he can't get that car rolling and quickly.
Yeah, this is on the exit of turn 5.
Like
the corner where Conway had his spin earlier on. It's quite a high speed corner.
Lights are back on the camera mount. 007 is in. He was reporting a vibration on the radio shortly before the spin, so maybe that he's got an issue that caused that. Now, that I think he may have been waiting for the marshals to give him a little wave that there was a gap in traffic. Ooh, well, the first thing he's going to need is some fresh tyres.
What is that smoke in his
Looks like a nut. It looks like a nut. It didn't look like rubber. I think you're right.
The spin, the brake went almost to the floor.
Okay, copy. We box at the end of the lap. Try to get the car back.
Not a piston out of a brake caliper.
It was smoking, whatever it was.
It was not cool, was it, dear? Marshals, put your gloves on.
Well, that's another car collected that seconds afterwards.
Yeah, it was either a piece of, it must have been a piece of the brake assembly or the disc or pad or something's exploded there, and his foot's gone to the floor, so not driver error.
Meanwhile, slower than probably your road car, Ross Gunn comes out of the pit lane on cold tyres. And Anthony asked one of the drivers actually in the prologue, is this like coming out in the rain on slicks? And he'd go, no, it's like coming out on ice in slicks.
That's a positional change. The 59 in the hands of Sebastian Bowe has taken the place of Timo Boguslavski, and his next target is going to be Valentino Rossi. So the moment we have the top 5 cars in the order, 5 different makes on GT3.
99 Proton Porsche of Nico Varone, the Argentine driver. Last time we saw him in the World Championship, he was racing a Corvette in the GTE AM class. Now he has joined Neil Jarni in the 99 car. He and Nico Pino, again, another former GT driver, GTE driver, in that 99 Proton competition Porsche.
Yeah, Nico has been up there in LMP3 and LMP2 machinery as well. Ricardo Pera, meanwhile, the 92, it's another technical infringement for Total Power. Just to complete the housekeeping, by the way, Lexus fans, reprimand for the 78, so no penalty coming their way. This is how that change happened.
Down towards turn 1, BMW's got the inside covered, and round the outside. Try it on. It's a bit banked, that corner as well. 6 degrees of banking. It helps you when you try and commit to the outside. And yeah, nice move. Good driving between the two of them there. And it's always nice to see. You take it to the edge, you run your competitor close, but there's no contact.
You can bang panels against each other. The problem is you're supposed to survive for 10 hours, and that certainly shortens your life cycle, I think, of all the components on the car, if you're treating it like a 10-lapper in a touring car. 009 made it back to the garage, so hats off to new boy, the Canadian, Roman Senna de Angelis. There's a lot of well-known names.
There's a lot to live up to there, isn't
there is, isn't there? Absolutely so. So he's made it back in. He was so excited to be in this championship. He's been watching from the other side of the Atlantic last year, and yeah, a chance to come in with the harder racing Aston Martin team. Definitely enjoyed that. Malte Jakobsen in the Peugeot in 11th, Norman Nato in the Caddy in 12th place. Coming up behind, you can see the gap down to 0.4 of a second from 0.5 of a second, so it's tiny incremental gains, lap by lap. And this is what sometimes you've got to be patient and persistent, haven't you? Just to really grind the opposition down. Yeah, so it's a genuine fight here for position. It's not like one of them's a lap down here, and there's only a few laps difference between the two cars. Norman Nato's done 11 laps versus Malte Jakobsen's 19. But yeah, both had a set of tyres taken at their last stop. Now the two caddies are circulating nose to tail. They are not nose to tail in the order. Number 12 Cadillac down in 12th place, 38 down in 16th place, and a lot of laps behind. Luc Duval's 94 Peugeot, top speed 326 kilometers an hour, 258, so just under 260, so a whisker under 160 miles an hour for Clement Schmidt. I can't translate 360 into miles an hour on my rule of thumb. Thumb's not that long. Well, 300's 186 miles an hour. So how much is the other 64? A lot more.
Well, we've got another guest in the booth, and we've had an array of people joining us in what's been a big step forward for the FI World Endurance Championship over the last couple of years. Legends in all sorts of areas of the sport, and joined by a man who's a legend in at least 3 of them, to my recollection. Formula 1 and Champ Car and sports car racing as well. Le Mans winner, Le Mans with Peugeot. Le Mans second place with Bentley. Mark Blundell, welcome to the World Endurance Championship season opener here in Qatar. I guess the first question is, are you enjoying the show?
I'm enjoying the show, especially when you call me a legend. Yeah, any time you wish.
Just Google, or go onto YouTube and look for Mark Blundell, scariest qualifying lap in history, the Nissan qualifying lap.
Oh, you've just reminded me something. You've just reminded me something. We'll run over that a little later. That was the Nissan, of course, with the... I don't know, how would you describe the performance of that engine in Group C, Mark?
Exhilarating, yeah. I think it topped out at just over 1,100 brake horsepower. So much to the concerns of the Japanese engineers at the time. Yeah, I don't think they were too happy about it. But there you go. When you unplug the radio, you can get away with these things.
You've been part of multiple eras in sports car racing at the top end. That's the classic Group C era, then the 3.5 litre V10 era, and then back with the GTP car, the Bentley. I'm not sure how many times you've been trackside with the hypercar era. It's certainly deeper than many of those eras before.
Yeah, you know, this weekend, just coming around and seeing what we've got here on display, it really takes me back to the World Sports Car Championship. You know, when we had all the manufacturers and you had some great brands, and exactly what you have here. You got some great marques and some fantastic drivers. I mean, you know, the whole combination is really quite top end, and I'm watching a racing, and it's an exhilarating race. I mean, when you look at these long distance races, and you've got such a close grid and a close sort of race going on, it really is impressive.
You were a pro driver at the very top of the sport for decades. Now, most regularly known as a guy looking after the careers of some established names, but also names looking for a route through the sport as a career. All of a sudden, this has got to be pretty close to the top of the list.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as a motorsport driver manager, this is a healthy grid, and you know, when you're looking to place your drivers, it's definitely that channel that you advise them. You know, when you look at Formula One, you've got 20 spots. It's a really difficult situation to thread the needle there. But sports car racing, both WEC and also in IMSA across the pond, is very healthy at the moment. So there's some great talent, as I said, out there, and there's some great talent that's up and coming that I think will get opportunities with some of these big manufacturers.
So who in this grid are you looking after at the moment, Mark?
Mike Conway, myself and Mike go back 20 years now. So Anthony, I know this, but in the management world, that's quite a long time.
Just a little bit of argy-bargy. McLaren versus BMW. Anthony still side by side. No quarter given, none asked.
Yeah, the preferable place to be is on the inside, but not sure why the McLaren's gone so far to the inside there. Compromised the entry to the corner slightly, but yes, manages to claim that position, or at least hold on to position, using all the racetrack as well before turn 2.
I think the reason he did it was he didn't want another clout in the door, but that might have been a good...
Right, we're going to dive down into the pit lane to catch up with a 19-time Middle Eastern Rally champion.
I am at Alpine with Nasser Al-Attiyah, multiple Paris-Dakar winner. It's delightful to see you here. I know that you've raced yourself a little bit on racetracks, 24 hours of Nordschleife, I think. But is it your first experience in WEC, and what do you think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to be here, part of the team, Alpine, we know Bruno Fama, he's our boss also for Dacia, Sunrider new project, Just I came today from Abu Dhabi, and we win the race, the second round, and we are leading the world champion now. And nice to visit here in home and to see the 12 hours. Really, it's amazing because never I been and never I watch also. But it's look like really interesting, and yes, I did many times circuit. It's like more fun.
Next thing is to drive this car. You should try it.
We can, why not? I will ask the boss.
Okay, good luck then. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
I think we've just seen somebody talking his way into the end of season rookie test there.
Sign him up, Mark.
Again, 19-time Middle East Rally champion. He's just come back from winning the Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge, which is the second round of the championship that started with the Dakar, and a new project with Dacia. So they've gone from being, bargain basement European manufactured cars to suddenly trying to launch themselves up into the Dakar. Yeah, emerging young talent. He might be one for your books.
Hey, listen, I have the utmost respect for rally drivers. Having done some myself, they are simply the best as far as I'm concerned.
Let alone Dakar. That's a whole other challenge altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, you can keep Dakar.
Let's talk about young drivers. We've got a good smattering of them here. We've been talking about young Melty Jacobsen, who's aboard the Peugeot right now, but we're seeing them coming through. It does seem at times like GT racing is taking over the world. There's so much more of it than was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Again, it must be an area where when you're trying to guide young drivers and whoever it is that's backing them, whether it's family money or corporate money, they're going to be looking, of course, to get to Formula One if they possibly can do, but actually critically to be a professional race driver.
Yeah, I mean, and this opportunity with sports car racing is something that could really give somebody a great career for a long time as well. So I would really advise drivers to focus on sports car racing. It's got great longevity in it, and it's fantastic racing. You know, Anthony knows sharing a car with a couple of other guys and girls is, you know, is a great situation. And when you're out on your own in a single seater, it's exactly that. When you're sharing some of the duties and you're sharing some of the risk and the rewards, there's something quite special about it.
Yeah, that team game, and I mean, you watch your teammates. We were watching the '99 Proton competition car getting it wrong on the exit of turn 15, and you feel that when you're the other drivers watching your teammate have a moment like that. You know it can be you, it can happen too, and you feel that pain together. It's almost like you're in the car the whole time.
Yeah, 100%. You win and lose together, and that's endurance racing. You know, for me, it's very special.
This is a moment. We're going to be going to virtual safety car.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
So this means we get down to control conditions, but pit lane will stay open for 2 laps while they clear up the deconstructed rear end of the Porsche 963, the 99 car in the hands of Nico Veroni, running through the gravel. I think catching the lip of that gravel trap with the rear end of the car, which is what's done quite a lot of damage there. We will then go to safety car, gentlemen. So everybody that wants to pit, which will be pretty much all of them, will pit at this stage. We'll see again the incident.
Yeah, just running wide, and we've seen it so many times. The cars get beached over the lip of that curb, and you've got the gravel there as well. And you know, before that gravel trap, the driver simply would have just gone straight on, well, carried momentum way off the track, and it would have been a track limits. But the driver now is desperately trying to hang on to keeping the car on the track, and you pay the price of going over. It's done mainly for Formula One cars. They have a bit more bulbous tyres than these sports cars do, so it damages it, and less bodywork, of course, to damage. So it's doing more damage, more harm to these hypercars than it would do an F1 car. But you know, the gravel traps are there to bite you if you run off the track. And I think the drivers, despite how frustrated they might feel right now, you would take that situation any day over just another track limits infringement of going over the white line and having a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, it's a rear clip at least for the number 99 car there, and you'd have felt that, I'm absolutely certain of it. So what will happen after the 2 laps under virtual safety car conditions, without a safety car, there's damage to the front right of that car as well. The number 8 car has damage to its dive planes on the left-hand side. After we have the virtual safety car situation, 2 laps under those conditions, pit lane entry will close and the safety car will be deployed. That, Anthony Davidson, is going to be this field in both classes, bunches right back up again.
Yeah, and that's great news for us. It's great news for Toyota, because they've been maintaining the gap, albeit a good couple of seconds behind the 2 Ferraris out in front. They've been maintaining that gap, so now it's going to be a reset for everybody, but when it comes to the safety car, they're going to be right on the tail end of the Ferraris.
Just quickly, what we saw in the pit lane there, I was looking to see which of the Astons was on the pit apron. 009 leaving now, 007 was on track, has come back in behind it. So 009, whatever it was, they fixed, and that is going back out. So hopefully it will stop as well as start again.
The reality for the Aston Martins at this stage is that every lap is a learning opportunity, and yes, you're absolutely right with what we think might have been a braking issue. Something certainly fell off that car. They've managed to get that car back out. Let's hope they realise they fell off their car.
Well, if you think about it, the braking system on that car is purely mechanical.
Yeah.
They have very little, if none, of the hybrid motor to harvest the energy and do some of your braking for you. So it's going to put loads more load and force through the mechanical brakes on the car, and I think that's might be what happened there. But yeah, we'll wait to hear from the team exactly what happened. There's a whole load of GT3s come into pit lane now, headed by the Lexus of that trio.
That is the number 78 car, I think, in from 5th. It's 5th, 6th and 7th place cars there. Car 92, by the way, not under investigation for technical infringement. That's a cancellation. Final question for you, Mark. I mean, you've driven pretty much everything in your career, including top-class single-seaters, both sides of the pond, if you like, both codes, both the American style and, of course, Formula One. But with real achievement in sports cars as well. That's not necessarily a mix that has appealed to everybody. There's compromise. Did that come easy? Did you enjoy that team of it?
Well, you know what? I was in that little group of drivers actually where we went to sports car racing before we went to Formula 1. The Schumachers, Wendlingers, Frensons, myself, even my old sparring partner, Mr. Brundle, you know, he dabbled in sports cars.
Never heard of him.
No, me neither. But, you know, it's I just think it's a great platform for drivers. And I say that in a way that it really does teach you to be consistent, to look after your machinery, and to work together in a way where I think whatever you go into, single-seater as well, whatever the case may be, you're just going to have a lot of advantages. It's a mindset thing, and you know, a lot of the youngsters, and I'll be honest with you, today even, I'm watching this race, and I think there's a couple of guys out there that are on the edge. Considering we've got a very long-distance race, I think there's just a bit too much risk that they're carrying, and I think you know, they should just taper and just calm down.
Well, in your sports car racing careers, endurance was a massive part of it. If you missed a gear change, you were out of the race as often as not. So that really teaches you a different kind of precision as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't want to sound like an old, I was going to say a word then, but I won't. I might get fined by the FIA.
Driver.
But, yeah, so no, listen, I think endurance racing is very special, and there's a lot of attributes to it that you can carry in all sorts of different racing. But I really do think that the consistency, the discipline in looking after machinery, and you know, that's where it's at. At the end of the day, when you get that combination right, with driver squad, you know, car, durability, that's when you become an unstoppable force, and you see so many of these sweet spots that the manufacturers hit at times, and it's a real pleasure to watch.
It's interesting, isn't it, as a sports car driver sharing the car with at least two others, you get to see their techniques and their approach to racing as well, and you can, I'm sure they learn from you, you learn from them, and I really like that element of sports car racing. I wish I'd done it before getting into Formula 1 myself. It definitely rounds you as a driver.
It's always an education, Anthony. You're right. And to give you an example, actually, my sports car mileage back in those days, because we were very big into fuel saving, was an added advantage to me when I went to IndyCar.
Of course, yeah,
you know,
it was all about that, wasn't
exactly that, and it was just second nature again. I mean, I learned so much from saving fuel in a Group C car, and of course you needed to back then, especially with the Nissan.
Pretty remarkably, we've come back round to that. We've come round, I mean, pretty much everything you name-checked in what was important to you as a young sports car driver is come back to be a key part of the formula we've now got. It's about efficiency, it's about consistency, as well as raw speed.
And it's an art. I mean, it really is. You know, Angie, you'll know this. It's like some guys can really do it well, some can't quite get the hang of it, and there's so. I mean, it really does sort of like come to me a lot of the time when you're out there and you've got your rhythm, and you start just trimming out, but you're still doing a lap time, and you know that fuel saving number just keeps climbing up, and it's actually quite rewarding. You know, I try and do it in my road car as well, but it doesn't seem to work.
Actually, looking at Sebastian Bourdais coming out the pits here in the Hertz Team Joe to Cadillac, he was the first driver I ever had as a teammate where I realised how good he was at fuel saving. It was never even a thing coming from Formula Ford and Formula 3 and even F1 back in those days. And then this guy was the master at saving fuel. It had never even occurred to me that this was a thing in motorsport, but he had been in America. So he did it the other way around to you, came from IndyCar into sports car, and he was doing it at Peugeot and saving so much fuel without even realising. And the team were always trying to tell us, save more fuel, guys, save more fuel. Look at Seb as an example.
Yeah. And there's other benefits. You know, your stress on the tyre, the way that you approach the corner, and you just don't quite use the limitations of what you've got underneath you. So it just de-stresses the whole thing, and ultimately it might give you that extra half a lap, whatever the case may be.
So if you're listening, watching at home, if you're following us on social media, it's the more layers than you can possibly imagine to success at this level of motorsport. And you know what? History teaches us a lot. And Mark Blundell, I'll say it again, I'll say it because it's true, and I'll say it because you enjoyed it the first time, a legend. Thanks so much for joining us and sharing actually those lessons from history that are coming back in this, what we keep calling a platinum era of sports car racing.
I really appreciate it. Yeah, as I said to you, anytime somebody calls me a legend, I'll be there.
By the way, watching at home, Allard Kalf says hello.
Hello, Allard.
There you go. You get double legend, he gets a shout out. So, thank you so much to Mark Blundell. Always a delight to hear from somebody with so much experience of so many different disciplines as we get the safety car out here in Qatar. 5 hours in, 5 hours down. We are halfway through the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship after cool conditions and even a sprinkle of rain in free practice. Through qualifying, 36 cars making it onto the grid with local and international dignitaries and the greats of endurance racing. Ferrari first and third on the grid, and a challenge into the first corner for the race leader. James Collado in the 51 car hanging on against his teammate Miguel Molina. Behind them, almost everybody else making contact with almost everybody else. Hypercars bouncing off each other through the opening lap of the race. 10 hours, some of these drivers almost look like they'd be lucky to survive 10 laps. But in the GT3 category, a lot cleaner. A front row lockout from McLaren, and the United Autosport cars kept their noses clean out front. Those who had tough times in practice and qualifying trying to make up for lost ground. Lexus strong here, but tagged into a spin after contact with the 21 Ferrari. The faster of the two cars, the 87 car, 78 car still out in the lead battle, but 87 picking up a penalty and retiring early. The Aston Martin Valkyries, a car with a door that didn't shut correctly after a pit stop, losing a door. In the battle in LMGT3, Lexus moved to the front during the second stint of the race ahead of the pair of McLarens. First safety car for a damaged 61 Mercedes that pitched Christian Ried off into the gravel, and that reset the field. The 51 Ferrari had just pitted from the lead, but didn't lose out too badly. 61 would go no further. Ready for the restart, the two Cadillacs, first and second, and Alex Lynn running into the back of Jenson Button as Jenson Button accelerated and then slowed. Lynn being penalised later by the stewards for that contact, and the 60 Mercedes also out of the race early doors. Back to green flag racing and more contact in the pack. This time the 15 Mercedes spinning around the 51 Ferrari that had been the race leader. That car then picking up a penalty, putting 83 in front after the first 2 or 3 hours. The 83 Ferrari, the winner earlier later in last season in Texas. Trouble for the BMW, trying to thread the eye of the needle between a couple of GT cars. 15 car having a damaging spin. Lexus off track as well, struggling to maintain pace at the front of the LMGT3 field, and the safety car out now after an incident for the 99 car. It is 83 that leads the field. 5 hours in, 5 hours still to go. We are at the midway distance and the safety car is out. It will reset the field here in Qatar. Ferrari won 2, but not the 2 red cars. The yellow 83 Ferrari ahead of car number 50. Then Toyota, incredibly, the 7 car from 17th on the 18 car hypercar grid is 3rd, and car number 8 is up to 4th. The best of the BMWs in 5th, and the recovering number 12 Caddy is in 6th. United Autosport leading in LMGT3, and behind them the Heart of Racing Aston now up to 2nd place, its best position in the race, with TF Sports Danny Juncadella in 3rd spot in the Corvette. United Autosports in 4th place as well with their 2nd McLaren. Then Team WRT's BMWs, they are in 5th and 6th in LMGT3 ahead of the Lexus, which has slipped a little down the order. 4 cars, 3 cars have so far officially retired. The number 60, the yellow Iron Lynx Mercedes, remains in the garage. That has not come out for a long while. That looks like it's likely to be another retirement. Safety car out. as they continue clear up operations, not just after the debris spread by the 99 car, but a few other jobs that the race director wanted to do around the track. So a chance to rejoin our pit crew and get down into the BMW garage.
I am with Sheldon van der Leen, the driver of the number 20 Team W2 WRT BMW. A strong run so far, discreet, P5, but really strong, good lap times. What are your expectations for the end of the race?
Yeah, so far I have to say we exceeded our expectations in the race as well. The pace has been really good. The Toyota surprises me a bit because they came from nowhere and they P3 and P4 now. So generally pretty happy with the car. I had a few moments where I thought the race was pretty much over for me. Good fight with the two Alpines and the Ferrari behind me. Unfortunately got spun around in at some point by the 51, but yeah, we're still in the fight. It feels really good to be fighting the big dogs up front and just trying to keep the car ticking around. There's still 5 hours to go, so a lot can happen. So yeah, just trying to stay strong.
Okay, thank you very much for this and good luck for the end.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Anthony Davidson, really different mindset for BMW Team WRT this year. Last year, car that was brand new to them, brand new to the championship, brand new to the tyre. They had to learn even vaguely how to operate it. Now they're in the window. Now they're where they are operating the car where its performance suggests it should be, on par with everything else pretty much. But they were saying, I'm surprised by the Toyotas. Never be surprised by the Toyotas. Okay, they might have a poor qualifying, they might not have a great start to the race, but they are relentless in reaching that performance ceiling constantly and consistently throughout these races. That's what BMW Team WRT haven't yet got. They haven't yet got the knowledge and the experience, have they, to stay at that peak?
Well, it's good that they're disappointed with where they are. That I think that's what you're trying to say, is that you know, to be down there in P5 with the car 20 at least. Don't forget they started this race on the front row as well with the car 15 in second place. So it has been disappointing by their modern standards. As the cars continue to circulate here under the full safety car period now, and you see the Toyotas right on the back of the two Ferraris out in front. But going back to what we were saying about the BMWs, I mean, there was a sense that they were just happy to be competing in hypercar last year, and obviously fielding two LMGT3 cars as well. But now they want success. They want to win, and that's what I picked up from that interview just then from Van der Linde. But I agree, never underestimate the Toyotas.
I think last year they were spinning plates and juggling and just trying to find where the window was. Now they're trying to stay more consistently in that window of peak performance. You're absolutely right. You know, they're now at a position where, right, we know this car, now we can win. Well, you've got the pace. You know you've got the pace. It's keeping the pace relentlessly. One more lap behind the safety car before we go green. So we have another guest with us. I'm going to just hold off on that because otherwise we'll get a question in and then it'll go mental. So Pierre Alva Michelin with us. They supply the tyres that are used in the hypercar category. And actually we're possibly, Anthony, getting to the stage where the hard tyre on the outside, on the left-hand side, we might be looking at crossover. So actually that's one of the things that particularly judicious timing to get Pierre in now, because they haven't done it this time.
No, I'm keeping an eye on it. They all obviously took the opportunity to peer under the virtual safety car, and they've gone for the same options that they've taken all the way through this race so far.
Before you go in with I think a perfectly legitimate technical question about the choices here, I've got a question I know that a lot of people would like to know. We've got new cars here, Pierre, and welcome back to the WC TV. With the Aston Martin Valkyrie, it's a fundamentally different concept for hypercar. We'll talk about those cars in a moment. We already know we've got other manufacturers coming. Let's talk about Genesis. They're the next to come, confirmed for 2026. How early do you and your guys get involved with one of these new programs?
Usually we get involved at least 8 months before the car will start to race. So for the program of the Aston Martin, the first rollout happened in July last year. So it was mainly rollout at first, but after in July, in August, we already started to make the performance test.
And you're also obviously having to build into your roadmap, I think is the term you guys use for what's coming next in tyre technology for hypercar. those additional different ways in which people approach the hypercar concept. Genesis is the MDH car, it's pretty well known. With the Aston Martin Valkyrie, it's fundamentally different in a kind of almost retro way.
Yes, it's true. We need to accompany them because we have an existing tire range and they have to adapt to it. We don't have to adapt our tires to the car, so it's them to develop the car around our tires that we make available.
And you're helping them to understand and unlock the potential of that product.
Exactly, this is a lot of work we've done.
Now, Anthony, now you can ask about the strategies and where the crossovers come with these things. It is an interesting moment in this race. It's getting cooler. We're clearly in full darkness now.
Just waiting to see. I'm just checking.
We're going to get another lap.
We're going to get another lap. So that means, yes, lights are still on the safety car. So, yeah, when are we going to see full set of medium tyres go on, Pierre?
Well, we've seen some of the full hard tyres at the beginning of the race. We saw on the Ferraris, and it was obviously a good choice because they could pull away very easily. So it means that even on a hard compound, we had no issue about the warming up because we had the 2 laps at the beginning, so they could put the correct temperature on the tires and they could push straight away. And after we've seen half of the cars in full hard and half of the cars in hard on the left side and medium on the right. And now since 5 p.m. now the temperature has dropped dramatically on the surface, on the track. So now we've seen a lot of cars that have been switching to the medium on the right side, but they kept the hard on the left. But now until the end of the race, we will see if there is some teams they will choose to go on a full medium, but I don't think it will happen for the next 2 hours at least.
All right, that still will give us 3 hours of racing,
exactly.
where that potential crossover. And part of the joy of this racing is that you have different engines, different layouts, different body shapes. Cars make an ultimate lap time that's very close, but they make it in different ways, and that means some are kinder on their tyres, like in Formula One, some use their tyres a little bit more aggressively, and that plays into that as well, I suppose.
Yeah, the key of the performance is how to manage the tyres when they are new. So they have to manage to build the tyres correctly, the temperature and the pressure on the tyres very, very smoothly and clever in a clever way. So if you look after the tyres at the beginning, you will be able to use the full potential for at least for 2 stints minimum.
And do we need to see now lights going out on the safety cars? We might actually just let the carnage settle down for a moment or two as we're about to go back to green flag racing.
You've got 4 corners, Martin.
No, I don't. No, because that'll take my 4 corners for the question, and then Pierre will just yes, and then we'll be back to green. So we'll come back to Pierre in a moment or two. So cars building up to speed. The safety car now really starts to put the hammer down. He wants to be clean. Lights are off at the end of timing sector 2. And now we get down on the run down from corner 15 to the final turn. The yellow Ferrari, that is the Air Corsa car of Phil Hansen, leading at the restart from Miguel Molina with Nick de Vries and Ryo Hirakawa 3rd and 4th for Toyota.
Look at this, already.
Well, there you go. He's under pressure. Really good restarting from Miguel Molina. Now, who's got temperature in the tyres for the braking battle at the end of the straight? Hansen holds on. That's not Molina. That's a Porsche trying to go around, so trying to unlap itself.
It's Michael Christensen, the number 5 car, the first lap car.
Sorry, Graham. Mistake there from Hansen in turn 2. Ran a little bit wide, didn't meet the apex, and actually has been overtaken. Lost that position there. I mean, it's not a position for the lead, but the Porsche's managed to unlap itself.
His engineer should have been going, let him go, it's not your battle. Your battle is with the Ferrari. That Ferrari, the red car, in 2nd place. So actually, yeah, the Porsche has gone, and that's not bad news for Phil Hansen. He'll pick up a little bit of a toe on the straight.
I thought it was a bit of a feisty move there from the car number 6. It's Kevin Estre behind the wheel. I forgot that.
There you go. On board with Nick de Vries. All right, so where were we going? I can't remember where we were going. So different tyre strategies are going to come into play later on. Has anything surprised you so far in this race from a tyre performance issue, other than the fact that it's probably colder than we expected?
It's a little bit cooler than what we have experienced during the prologue, but it's warmer than the free practice. Actually, we are online with what we have learned during the prologue, so there is no big surprise at the moment. So that's why I can tell you that the strategy for the next 2 or 3 hours, it will be on the hard on the left and the medium on the right.
Now, Graham, if you twist his arm, can we get him to squeak of which manufacturers he's already sent?
I was about to say.
The tyre sim to.
As a journalist, when he told me he knew that early, I'm going to take him for dinner and he's going to get very, very drunk.
Pierre-Alpha Michelin, thank you so much. I know that it is a massive part of making this hypercar program what it is the equatability of the tyres across the platform. So, as ever, thanks for your information. Thanks indeed for your screen that you give us. And we look forward to another exciting 4.5 hours of racing.
And remember, there will be another evolution of these tyres for Michelin next year. Is that correct?
Correct. Next season, we will provide a new range of tyres.
Smoke in the car.
Yeah. This is not good news for the 77 Proton car that caught fire. He's pulling over. Bernardo Souza pulling over. Right, bailing out very quickly, fire underneath the car. This is almost a direct repeat of what happened to Ben Tuck in the very first session of the prologue last week. He gets out and he's not been able to stop right by a fire point. Safety car scrambled immediately by Eduardo Freitas because he's going to want to send a fire engine or something down there. Nearest marshal's post is right beside him, but it's not a fire post. And he is absolutely powerless to do anything about it. So there is an onboard fire extinguisher system, but this is deja vu all over again for the team.
I think the extinguisher went off actually when he was trying to get.
It looked like it in the cockpit, didn't it? But it does not extinguish. There's a double system inside the cockpit to provide protection for the driver, but also underneath the bonnet. And he's just, somebody please come with a fire extinguisher. Now the marshals obviously are reticent to just start running across the track immediately because there are racing cars out there.
Well, and actually the driver can't cross the track either, so you've got to stick to, and that's not good. Yeah,
he's going to try and save the car if he can, rather than stand and watch it burn to the ground.
But you're not allowed to cross the track under a safety car situation. So yeah, he's going to be getting a fine or some kind of penalty coming his way as well.
Safety car is ready to pick up the lead car. In fact, it's not the lead car. It is the number 5 car. So number 5 will get picked up by the safety car, and it will be the first time a hypercar gets a wave around because he'll be in front of his class leader. 10 LMGT3 cars got the wave around on the last safety car. But real worry for the car from Bernardo Souza. It's not really burning hard. There's the fire extinguisher crew there. Well, I'm afraid deploying it through the fence nowhere near the car possibly isn't going to be the most efficient. He's trying to undo the bonnet pins and get the bonnet up. The problem there is, of course, that you allow more oxygen in, so you need the fire extinguishers. He's saying, no, not too much, not too much. But actually, they need to look underneath because something in the under tray is still burning away there. So he's doing exactly that, and he's now guiding the fire extinguisher. So, yeah, a dramatic moment or two there. Well, we'd only just gone green from the previous safety car.
What a shame. Another drama for the 77 crew. This car completely rebuilt through the prologue after a not dissimilar drama for this very crew during action there. Ben Tuck had been in the car at that point. Not quite as dramatic a fire this time, it has to be said. But either way, you can see the emotion. That's their baby. That's their car.
And also, they've sort of broken themselves rebuilding it, full comprehensive restoration project. Everything in front of the windscreen was new and will have to be new again.
Well, I'm not sure what the hold-up was getting to the car, but I'm glad that the driver wasn't trapped in it. I think questions will be asked. So it was already filling up with smoke coming out of the final corner.
He was probably just too late to come into the pit lane. But also, do you really want to bring a burning car down the pit lane?
Well, I guess you don't know what it is. The engine sounds fine the whole way down the straight, so he's trying to work out where it's coming from.
It's under, I don't think that's an engine fire. It's under the car.
Yeah,
something's gone.
Yeah, it'll be an oil union or something spraying onto the exhaust. The extinguisher did go off. We saw that as he pulled up. Actually, there he going on the scooter up at the top of the picture, back to the garage. Unfortunate end to the race for Proton's 77 car. 88 is still running. It is in 10th place. Dennis Olsen at the wheel of that car, but yeah, I think the mechanics might be suggesting they apply for a different number on the car. Something maybe that's a bit less jinxy.
While we're watching this drama unfold, just a couple of quick points, or 3 quick points about the number 5 Porsche. One is it has been allowed to pass the safety car, will rejoin the back of the queue, and that will therefore become the 12th car on the lead lap.
So overtaking on track there was an extremely valuable.
Oh,
yeah, sorry, it's the
huge.
5. Yeah, it wasn't extra. That was an extremely valuable thing that he's just, I mean, yeah, in a way, lucked into with this next safety car.
Yeah.
But I mean, an amazing.
It was exactly the right thing to
turn
do.
of events.
It was
Yeah.
indeed. The other quick thing to mention is why was that car out of position? And with thanks to Rebecca Jones at Penske Porsche, rear damper element repair for that car in the last pit stop. So there've been all sorts of dramas for the 5, but it is now making its way back round to join the queue. That's the only car I think that required a pass around, and that happened so quickly.
Yeah, and immediately from, it's a perfect opportunity to unlap yourself right at the restart. Is the race leading going to fight you off as if it's a pass for the lead? No, of course he's not. He's got other fish to fry. Great opportunism. And yeah, of course, Kevin Estre with a rocket fully lit up his backside, off like a scalded cat.
It wasn't Estre, it was my mistake.
Oh, it was Christensen.
Yeah, it was Christensen. It wasn't the car 6, it was 5. It's yeah, I know. It's our fault. We've had a whole season to be looking at the different colours subtly on those 2 Penske Porsches, but still we get it wrong because you can't see the number.
But also some of the drivers have shuffled around to some of the teams as well. So we'll give any old flim-flam excuse. Don't forget, you can probably follow a lot of this drama from behind the scenes in our full access programme. That'll be available on the FIA WEC website a couple of weeks after the race. And so the Portuguese stomps back to the garage on foot. Bernardo Souza's race is done, but
it's the worst
Anthony,
walk in the world, isn't it?
I never had that. Have you ever had fire in a car?
No, I haven't. I've seen some of my teammates have experienced fire, both electrical and actual fire coming through, like oil fires and stuff. But it's not so much the walk of shame that you have to do if it's you that's made the mistake.
No,
that's a more difficult walk.
That's the walk of that's the trudge of disappointment rather than the walk of shame. So
yeah. This is exactly a walk of disappointment.
Well, the crew will be pleased to see him back unscathed in these instances. In the walk of shame, when you've damaged the car, maybe less so.
Yeah, he can keep going to the team and maybe sit down and have a cup of tea and a ponder.
Doesn't have to join in the clear up act.
No.
Well, he also doesn't have to go and offer his apologies. He will anyway. He'll go, sorry, boys. But there was nothing he could do.
He'll have been living this week with that team that rebuilt. They stripped the car back to a bare shell, stripped the shell of paint, and built it up from a bare shell.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's gutting, isn't it?
So, do you think that Miguel Molina and Carl 50 are now staring at the back of Phil Hansen's number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, is thinking, one car overtook him on the restart down towards turn 1, and I'm in a faster car than that one.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it is Phil Hansen leads the race with 5.5 hours gone. We're way beyond halfway in this race. It's 7:30 in the evening here. This race goes on until midnight local time. So Phil Hansen from Miguel Molina, the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, continues to lead here in Qatar from the first of the factory cars, the 50 car. Then, I'm going to say it, astoundingly, the 2 Toyotas, the 7 from the 8. Then the 20 BMW and the first of the Cadillacs. But it's 12 cars on the lead lap in Hypercar, 11 on the lead lap in GT.
First pound of my season is going down on a Toyota 1-2. Well, not going to get long odds on that, am I?
Yeah, never say no. I mean, look what they've done so far in this race. And if there's one thing you can't assume in this category, in this championship, is the qualifying results leading into the race results. That's very different from the world of Formula One or IndyCar. It doesn't really matter that much compared to that type of racing. What goes on in qualifying in the world of the World Endurance Championship, it doesn't necessarily or very often translate into the race day performance.
I'm also thinking Max, Brazil, 17th to 1st, not a drama.
Not a drama. All in a day's work for the Toyota crew.
I mean, do you know what? We say it every week or every race, never count them out. They are never down and out. Sometimes they're behind the 8 ball, they're never off the table.
Well, you know, we've heard it from several guests now, haven't we? Have been through these dramas, whether or not it be in single-seaters or in sports cars. One of the principal things is you've got to be a referee. And you've got to be a referee. Now, actually, it's got to be said, the Toyotas have not been a referee, and they're still there.
But
so
they've made less errors than the other cars around them, apart from the drivers in front, the cars in front of them. It's the number 83 that's had the most faultless race so far. But yeah, obviously, with 168 laps still to go, anything can happen in this race. It really can. And I tell you what, they're coming into the hardest part of the race. With the marbles coming down, under the floodlights, the temperatures dropping.
Right, while we're under safety car, let's catch up with the man whose car dramas created the most recent safety car. The unfortunate Portuguese driver is with Bruciani.
Bernardo Souza, one question. What comes through your mind when you see the smoke coming under you?
We were doing an amazing stint, my first WEC event, so speed was good, rhythm was good. I was feeling really nice with the car and with the team. And then suddenly we just came a little bit of smoke. We thought it was a debris, so it was burning a little bit of smoke, nothing special. And then it suddenly started to be too much, so we had to. I just saw a little bit of fire, so I stopped the car and tried to save it. Thankfully, we could, and yeah, next to the next event.
I have to say you were very courageous. You crossed the track to go get some fire extinguisher, and you did save your car, so well done on that.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there was no extinguisher fire on that side, and no one was doing nothing, so I just couldn't be there, completely stopped waiting for the car to be rescued. It was a safe situation, so I had to do it.
We hope you have better luck for the next race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just going to back announce that. The unfortunate Bernardo Souza, not unfortunate because he was with Bruciani. Everybody loves that opportunity, but I mean, what a tough week. And surely their luck can only get better. Surely their luck can only get better. They've had a really tough time here with the 77 car. And as Bernardo said, actually, they were racing well. They were really racing well. That car was in the mix in the top 5. So, yeah, tough times for the Proton team. So this should be our final lap behind the safety car. Leaders are now turn 4 and 5. And United Autosports, Marino Sato in the 95 McLaren leading in LMGT3. It is Phil Hansen in the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari leading in hypercar. And you're absolutely right. Having seen how the Porsche of Michael Christensen went by at the restart, I'm sure Miguel Molina is now queuing himself up for some of that as well. It could be very entertaining. End of timing sector 2 is where Pedro Cachero will turn off the lights on the safety car. Portuguese, a former F3000 racer with lots of experience, now manages young racers in Portugal as well. So as they head out of the final timing sector, they'll get the word from Lisa in race control, and lights should go out on the safety car, ready to peel into the pit lane. Yellow flags being waved, safety car boards are out. Now lights have not gone off. They are in timing sector 3, so maybe we will have another lap to go.
Yeah, quite often when us, the commentators and the fans watching, think, well, the track's clear, they've cleared the car, why don't they release them now, is because Eduardo Freitas, the race director, waiting for all of the personnel, all of the marshals, and the recovery vehicles to go back to where they were, to be resituated around the circuit. So although it looks completely clear to us, it's the crew and vehicles that Eduardo's waiting for.
Because if it happened once, it can happen again. It comes from the Porsches. That, I think, is the 5.
Now, just beside the safety car
6.
board would be a cross, a red cross, that shows that the pit lane is closed. After the first couple of laps of safety car, the pit lane is again open, and so now everybody who needed fuel, which seems like everybody at LMGT3, has the opportunity to stop.
Well, Kevin Estra, this time it was the car number 6. You're right, Graham. He was just pitted after 11 laps, and most of those have been done under the safety car conditions. But it's the same 11 or 12 laps that everyone else, including Phil Hansen, race leader, are on as well. So this is an interesting strategy. And car 5 in as well. So they're double stacking here down at Porsche.
Well, again, certainly 6 had nothing to lose. They've got no track position whatsoever. So this is a gamble. Nothing to lose. Let's take fuel. And 5, well, they were only 2 spots up. 5, they were only in 12th.
It's a driver
so they
change
got nothing
as
to
well
lose
5.
either.
Driver change for them, a 5 car.
Yep.
So, yeah, it is throwing the dice. It's just so that they can go a little bit longer here.
Well, Christensen had been behind the wheel for a long time, and if my Michelin tyre app that I use is correct, that set of tyres that that was on from Jaminet, who started with them with 37 laps worth. Then we got Jaminet stayed in the car for another 34 laps, still on the same tyres. Michael Christensen jumped in. What are you pointing at, Martin?
I think he's got medium all round.
Oh, that'd be exciting. Yeah,
he has got medium all round, and that's why now they're really rolling the dice.
Well, yeah, let me finish. So it ties in with what I'm going to say here. So then Christensen jumps in, does 18 laps on the same set of tyres still, left over from Jaminet, and then that 12 laps under the safety car, again still on the same tyres. So Christensen's only done a very short double stint here, two stints, so only 18 laps and then 12 laps, and then gets out the car. But that set of tyres had been on for such a long time, almost a quadruple stint, albeit a lot of them done under the safety car. So, wow, very interesting strategy there from car 5.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain, and going mediums all round. Safety car is in the pit lane. Phil Hansen leads the restart on to lap 170. So 170 laps complete onto lap 171, 165 to go. We are over half distance, both in terms of distance and in terms of halfway through the race on the clock. And there is number 8 Toyota under pressure. Hasn't maybe got enough heat, not enough pressure. Number 20 BMW, Rene Rast, all over the back of Ryo Hirakawa. That's for 4th place. And Rast really looked like the car that was on the move. Nick de Vries just in front, staring at the back of Miguel Molina and Phil Hansen. And again, you can see lots of jinking around right behind Rast, desperate to find a way by Hirakawa.
Yeah, good clean restart from Phil Hansen this time around, a much better run through turn 2. But Nick de Vries looked like he was trying to mount some pressure on the car that we're riding on board with now, Miguel Molina. But in fact, just weaving around, trying to get the heat in the tyres. Much more interested was Nick de Vries in getting those tyres up to temperature than trying to dive down the inside of the Ferrari. But he's hanging on with them very well on this opening lap.
He's closing on Molina's red Ferrari more than Molina is closing on Phil Hansen. Molina is dropping back from Hansen, and suddenly Nick de Vries might be shaping up to try and grab second spot. The learning curve continues for Aston Martin. 007 being handed a drive-through penalty for a technical infringement. I think that was for running too low tyre pressures earlier. There is a minimum tyre pressure that you're not allowed to go underneath. There isn't a maximum, I don't believe. Well, it looks as though the Ferrari driver, Miguel Molina, has sort of just managed to gap himself enough over Nick de Vries.
Yeah, I should imagine it's going to be like this until they come through, and a bit like at the start of the race 5 hours ago, where they come up against the GT cars that are now all completely bunched up.
Penalty coming the way of the 35 Alpine in its next pit stop. It'll be 5 seconds added for an incident at turn 15. That, I think, was the brush with the GT car, wasn't it? There was near total disaster.
We're going to look back after this and look at the results and go, well, what happened to BMW? What happened to Alpine? What happened to Peugeot? A lot of that is incident-led, isn't it? Corvette versus McLaren. The TF Sport car is Danny Juncadella, Sebastian Bode in the orange and black McLaren all over the back of him. That's for third place in LMGT3. The BMW right behind is Timur Boguslavski. He's in sixth position in LMGT3. Behind him, Alessio Rivera in the better of the two Ferraris, battling with Ben Barnicoat. Ben Barnicoat in the Codis ASP Lexus. And I'll take a breath while Graham reads out all the other penalties that have just come up.
The other penalty that's come up is the one we predicted would happen. It's car 51. Again, I think that might be their sixth penalty of the race. Now, it won't drop off the lead lap because of the safety car, but it would have done if it stayed green. That is for overtaking beyond track limits, turn 15, just over an hour ago. And that will be 10 seconds added to the next pit stop.
Yeah, it was a slam dunk, that one, wasn't it? We've seen harsh penalties in the past come a driver's way from overtaking off of the circuit.
Should have let it go and should have given it back. And
I think the worst thing with that overtake as well is that he could have potentially, or I think he did damage the car slightly with all the buckarooing it was doing over the gravel track.
I was about to say, by the way, when that car came through the pit stop under the safety car, there was something trailing at the back of the car.
It must have been from that moment.
So I think it must have been from that moment. So if we do get a chance to have a look at the back of the 51 car, that would be quite an interesting one. Something was trailing.
Well, we'll have 10 seconds to look at it when it's absolutely static. Well, no, you don't have to fix it while it's stationary.
No.
But we can certainly look at it. Here is riding on board with the said driver, Pierre Guidi.
As well as tyre strategy, there was a bit of housekeeping at Porsche Penske Motorsport because the number 5 car had a rear damper issue attended to during its most recent pit stop as well. So not only were they looking at track position and strategy and topping off with fuel, but also clearly there was some work to be done on that number 5 car.
Phil Hansen, by the way, after this race went back to green, has had the hammer down. He's very close, the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 1:41.339. Less than a tenth of a second off the best from Alessandro Pierre Guidi, and he's pulled 2 seconds advantage over Miguel Molina.
Yeah, impressive. That car has clearly got speed today, and I love in this category of race how the car performance seems to ebb and flow as well. It's not just the drivers changing. Like the car number 7 suddenly has come alive in these conditions now. It was car 8 that had the advantage earlier on in the race in the sunshine, but now it's complete roles reversed.
Lots of green lap times here. Fastest time for that car in this race so far. And we are closing in on 6 hours, a regular WC events time. 4 hours and 16 minutes to go.
Riding on board with Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Anthony, you were talking about maybe 3 hours ago about next time we're on board with Ferrari, listen to the whine of the hybrid deployment. It's so evident in this car more than any other. Again, there you can hear the MGU, the motor generator unit, which is sort of like a Scalextric motor, but also like an alternator, recouping that energy under braking.
Exactly that, and that's what I was referring to before. So that's why I didn't jump in when you threw to me, because I knew that braking zone was coming. We were going to hear that sound again. So, and that's what these cars have, the hybrid cars have, compared to say the Aston Martin Valkyrie. You won't hear that same sound because the mechanical brakes are doing that job.
Yeah. Just hear carbon squeal.
And when that's happening, you can then start playing with things like brake migration. So as you're braking, the driver's foot would stay, say, consistent pressure on the pedal when you're trail braking into the corner. So there's the brake in there, and it will happen again into 10, listen. So the whole time you're hearing that sound, the brake shaping can be different. So it can be, and the balance of the brakes can be different as well. So you can set your global brake bias, that you could set it to say 58% to the front. But if you brake and trail brake into the corner, the electric motor can then start to cause a bit more of a handbrake effect as it sends more energy to the rear compared to the front. So some really interesting tools to play with from an engineering point of view or driver's perspective from inside these cars.
Battle for position. We've just been watching Kelvin van der Linde in the 46 Team WRT BMW under real pressure from Alessia Rivera in the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. This is the car that started in 4th place on the grid. A bit of a handful there as he's really pushing on behind the BMW. And both van der Linde brothers racing. In fact, we have 2 pairs of brothers, both Vantors and both van der Lindes racing. So we haven't quite got a father-son combination, although not for want of Rubens Barrichello devoutly wishing it to happen, I think. And particularly opposite time to be watching a BMW, as we've been joined by another guest in the booth, Graham.
We are indeed, the head of BMW Motorsport, Andreas Roos. And Andreas, what a time in sports car racing, and what a set of improvements we've seen in the fortunes and the form of your cars in both classes in the FI World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, thank you very much, and also thank you for having me here. I think at the moment sports car racing is absolutely on a high, and the endurance racing, it's great to see. It's great to see the racing, and we are super happy from BMW side to be part of it, part in both classes. At the moment we still have all our 4 cars in the race and in the game, so we are looking forward. But yeah.
I'm grimacing now because we have already had a history of team owners being in here and saying how well things are going, only to see their cars running into each other behind the safety car. So we're trying to stop everybody from saying that. But what a difference for the M Hybrid V8 hypercar from the beginning of our program here with it in WC last year to where you are after a year of development. That must be so rewarding for everybody involved with the program.
Yeah, at the end, when you are in competition and you build race cars like you want to be on the top, and you want to be competitive, and you want to aim for victories. And I think, yeah, especially when we see where we were last year here in Qatar in our first race in the WEC Championship back there together with WRT. Yeah, we had a lot of work to do, but I think we showed from the middle of the season that we improved, and that's the best reward to see that we are competitive.
Andreas, you've got 4 bullets in the gun. The 2 cars here with WRT, the 2 cars in the United States with RLL in the IMSA Championship. How well have you been able to activate the learning points across those 2 programs?
At the end, we have at BMW completely open book policy. So everything what is learned in the US or in the WEC, we share. Everything goes via Munich. So we have a complete open, transparent link between all the teams and BMW engineers and BMW headquarters. And this is also what helped us to accelerate the program when we started, and also having a test car in Europe and starting testing together with WRT for the WEC season, and then we did the progress. And I think this is nice to see. And in such a competition, you have to get everything right, and you have to work a lot.
And Daytona was an encouraging start. I mean, nearly a big bunch of Rolex watches.
Yeah, I think our drivers would have been super happy. I mean, we also, I think, having the pole position for the Daytona race and being basically for 23 hours competitive and fighting for the victory and at least for the podium was super nice. At the end, we were a bit unlucky with the contact, and then a damaged front end nose, what we had to change, and then we dropped back to P4, but still showing the pace was already good.
A couple of changes in the way your strategy with your driving talent has changed. One is we've seen the introduction of Kevin Magnussen. We're on board with him just a couple of moments ago. The other is switcheroo between some of the guys doing both programs, and again there's that feeding in of the knowledge base.
Yeah, it's a bit the same what I said, that this open, transparent transfer of technology and also of learnings what we do. It's also down now with the drivers. Having drivers in both championships like Dries and Sheldon, they also help us to accelerate both programs, and also to share not only the technical info from the engineers, but also the input from the drivers. It helps us to improve both programs, and so happy about this.
And you found this new young Danish kid from somewhere, Kevin somebody?
Kevin Magnussen. Yeah. No, we are super happy to have him on board. And
Actually, we were already in contact with Kevin in 2023 for the 2024 season. At this stage, he continued for one more year in Formula One. So, and we always kept in touch. And no, super happy to have him on board. I mean, he's a very experienced driver, and it's really nice to see.
And he's found his smile. It's great to see that. Sebastian Bowe, by the way, in the second United Autosports McLaren, just running through one of the...
Challenge for Lee, Graham. Sorry, I'm going to stop you there. Down the inside, Miguel Molina on Phil Hansen. And he gets through. It's behind the 38 Cadillac, which is running suspiciously slowly, but a change for the lead. So Miguel Molina in the factory Ferrari now leading after 177 laps.
Yeah, look at the two Toyotas right there as well. While we're watching this mayhem at the front of the race, Andres, let's have a quick word about the GT cars. Critical part of the custom racing aspects of what BMW Motorsport are doing. Two very high-profile cars here again with WRT. Big personality in the 46, of course, which must be helping the push for global visibility of that. But a car you're debuting in LMGT3 form here this weekend, the Evo version of the BMW M4.
Yeah, exactly. So it's our first race with the Evo in the WEC Championship. We had already 2 appearances of the Evo car this year, and actually both races were won by the Evo car. So this was nice to see. But clearly, our goal was to work on our M4 GT3 car, which was already a very successful car from 2022 until 2024. And so we built up on this and brought the Evo car. And yeah, I think our drivers are happy, our teams are happy, and it was a clear goal to, as it a customer racing car, also to get the feedback from the teams and the drivers to improve the car.
And Hansen coming back on Molina, trying to take the lead. Oh, this is a replay, beg your pardon. I was busy watching the GT3 timing screen. That's how the pass happened.
We've all done it. Here it goes, in-car though. In-car aboard the 50 with that move. Drag race down the start-finish straight towards turn 1 and basically bottled him in behind the Cadillac. Neatly done.
I was about to say, Andreas, currently the better of the 2 WRT BMWs in LMGT3 is in 5th place, 4 hours. You've got to get past 4 cars.
So every hour 1 car.
There you go. It's easy maths. You can take that. You can take that back to the team. That's how easy it is.
That's why he's the boss.
It's so easy.
Okay, Nick, plenty of energy. Override is available.
Yeah, push, push, push is what Nick De Vries has been told. Andreas, thanks for joining us. Thanks for bringing these magnificent cars to this magnificent grid in what looks like it's going to be, on the basis of the racing we've seen so far, a magnificent season.
Thank you very much, and looking forward for the whole season.
Great stuff.
Excellent. So, battle is joined at the front. All 4 front-running cars covered by about 2 seconds. The Toyotas are right in there. And ominously, Anthony Davidson, number 7, Nick De Vries, being said, you've got energy to spare, which means absolutely maximum attack.
Yeah, no lift and coast necessary at this stage in the race for Nick De Vries at least. And it looks like car number 8 with Rio Hirakawa as well is following suit, and actually looks to be slightly quicker than even De Vries at this point. So yeah, as they thread their way through the GT cars now, that's how Hansen lost the lead, I believe, coming out the final corner. I'd like to see them run into what happened there in turn 16, and I think that's what gave Molina the chance to get alongside as they came out of that corner. And now Hirakawa definitely putting a bit of pressure on De Vries, but it's because of the ebb and flow of the traffic.
Nato brings the caddy into the pit lane, car number 12, and the race lead was just about to go by the LMGT3 leading United Autosports McLaren. In fact, has just gone by.
Interesting strategy there from Jota, because Norman Nato didn't pit when the rest of them did under that last safety car. So that's why he's a bit out of sync now. He's done 37 laps. As we see, De Vries dives down the inside of the United Autosport McLaren down at turn 6 and tries to refocus and gain some lost ground on the car number 83 of Phil Hansen in front of him. But yeah, Hansen 1.3 seconds behind his teammate now. Hasn't lost any more ground to Molina. I thought that maybe Molina was just going to start stretching away such is the nature of what it's like when you go through that sea of GT cars who are now, they've worked their way past and they've got a free track in front of them.
Drive-through penalties being handed out like confetti in this race. 92 Manthey first form Porsche. That's the turquoise car. Ryan Hardwick, Ricardo Perez and Richie Leitz being handed a drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flags. May possibly have been when Ricardo Perez was at the wheel. Seems unlikely that it was Richie Leitz who's currently driving, but now then, I'm afraid I passed the last rights over the number 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes. Rumours of his death were greatly exaggerated.
Yeah, never say never in this game.
No, it hadn't been officially retired. I was just sort of waiting for the axe to fall, but they are about to go back on track. If things weren't bad enough for Proton, having just seen the 77 car burn, the 88 team manager, same team, has been required to go to the race director. And Dennis Olsen currently at the wheel of the 88 car in the points in 10th place. Just 4 seconds ahead of Eduardo Barrichello, who is in 11th in car number 10. And I was about to say back into the fray, and nope, it's not going to get very far on the starter motor. There we go. Alex Louis down there watching the action. So maybe find out exactly what they have replaced on that car. 61 had a rear end failure. That was unable to be fixed. The 60 car is back out. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the FIA World Endurance Championship. First race of the season, just over 4 hours to go, and the second place car in LMGT3, that is the heart of racing Aston Martin. Mattia Drudi at the wheel. They've been handed a drive-through penalty for unsafe release in a pit stop at 7 p.m. So their last pit stop nearly an hour ago. On board with Jean-Eric Verne in the 8th place Peugeot Total Energy 9X8.
Yeah, they've had a decent race this time around, haven't they? A much better showing than this time last year. Again, you know, similar
apart from that they nearly won.
Yeah, they didn't quite have the speed.
Apart from that.
they didn't really have the speed last year. It was just how the circumstances played out. But I feel like they've got a more competitive car here than they had last year. And yeah, they've had a pretty clean race this time around as well. The 93 car. It's in the mix, isn't it, with the BMWs, with the Alpines as well. They've had a really good, long, hard race with them.
Well, the two of them are running 8th and 9th, the two Peugeots, so actually they're both having a good race, and you're absolutely right. And this is actually the last race with this car as well, because there is an update coming. They've used another of their jokers for performance for the next race, which will be the 6 hours of Imola. If you are watching this, wherever you are in Europe, we're going to Imola, we're going to Spa. You can't get tickets for Le Mans, they're already sold out. But wherever you are in the world, if there is a race near you, I cannot stress enough how good these cars are trackside. So tickets are on sale for Imola, they're on sale for Spa. They will go on sale later in the spring for the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, for the race in Sao Paulo as well, where Barrichello's will be on home soil, and then we'll race in Fuji in Bahrain as well at the end of the season. So lots and lots of miles still to roll under our wheels. On board with Alessia Rivera, the number 21 Vista A, of course, of Ferrari. This car about halfway through its stint. You can see some of the others down with comfortably less than 30% of usable energy. Of course, in LMGT3, that is internal combustion fuel, petrol. They're all running on. Doesn't have to be, but certainly is.
So no doubt the cars that would have stopped under the safety car have got the extra fuel on board and therefore haven't got track position compared to the cars that are still down in the low 20%, as this looks like it could be a move down in towards turn 1, but we'd switch back to the hypercar action because that looks like it's closed in once again through the high-speed triple right-hander, 12-13 and then 14. Nick de Vries at the wheel of car number 7.
Well, that was Timo Boguslawski, wasn't it? Trying to get by the United Autosport McLaren of Sebastian Bird, and he has not done it, so he hasn't passed his 1 car this hour yet. We're 2 hours into hour 6 of the race, 3 hours and 2 minutes into the race, 3 hours 58 left.
So who's using the most fuel here? We've got the virtual energy tank of the hypercars now, which is more important for this stint because of the safety car. They would have saved loads more fuel than usual. They're already up to lap 24 in this stint, but still with 40% remaining, 38% only for car 7. And then they said you've got a load of energy to burn, and he has burnt that out compared to car number 8, who's on 42%. He's got the most out of that top 4. So let's hear from de Vries now.
And Nick, override still available, plenty of energy.
So still saying plenty of energy. Obviously that virtual energy tank includes the state of charge of the battery as well. So maybe as he's on the attack, he might have been using a bit more of the battery. Just it goes up and down through your run, of course, the state of charge of the battery, but the fuel is always depleting. So it's not a complete true reading of how much fuel each car's got on board.
27 serving its drive-through. That's the heart of racing Aston Martin from 2nd place in LMGT3.
I think this is the aftermath of what we saw as they headed down towards turn 1. There was a bit of contact through turn 2 and a trip through the gravel for the of course, of Ferrari.
So that's Kelvin van der Linde. Alessio Rivera, I think.
Ooh, yeah, there's the contact.
Yep.
Ooh. Sure he'd be complaining about that one. And that was close as well, back onto the track, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really close for the Lexus, I think it was. There was just minding his own business around turn 3. And, ooh, what could have been there? Lucky escape. But I mean, there was nothing that, who was it behind the 21? It was, yeah, Rivera. Nothing he could have done there in the rejoin.
Rejoin slower. Nick de Vries in 3rd place, chasing down Phil Hansen.
He was already going full speed across the gravel. I mean, you got no grip when you're on the gravel. You're lifting off. There's nothing you can do. You're on grabbers. You've got less than half the grip you had on the racetrack. You're a passenger. I mean, I'm not talking from experience at all, having been through gravel at high speed, Martin, but yeah, it's what I imagine might happen to a racing car if you're going through gravel at high speed.
Yeah, you and me both. Phil Hansen in 2nd place in the AF Corsa Ferrari, the yellow machine. Nick de Vries, the better of the 2.
You're doing a very good job, Phil. Very good job. Sector times similar to Molina.
Yeah, we're getting unlucky with the traffic though.
Copy, copy.
Yeah, you can't.
It'll come.
Yeah, you sometimes win, you sometimes lose in the traffic, and I mean, he lost the lead of the race, I believe, because of traffic. He's now a further 2nd down the road from where he was, and he's saying, it's just not, every time we come across traffic, I'm getting them in the wrong place compared to the sister car and it. But if you're patient enough, it often comes back around, and you see your teammate or whoever you're racing fall foul of catching a car in the wrong place. So high-speed corners where you pray for your opposition to catch cars, because that's where you can use the advantage of the hypercars' extra downforce compared to the GTs. But yeah, he's watching on now, thinking, well, where's the next lot coming? The next wave of GTs currently heading through turn 2. There are about 4 or 5 of them. And yeah, they're coming into turn 1 now. So it's a couple of corners time, all the fun will start again.
He's got to get his head back into that number 22 United Autosport LMP2 purple patch, when they were the kings, they were the dogs, they weren't the underdogs chasing, and that's sort of the mind frame he had at Jota last year with the Porsche. They were fighting the big boys. Now he's got to get his mindset back into that comfortable United Autosport LMP2 period where He knew they had it, and pressure behind wasn't phasing him. At the moment, I think he feels maybe just a little bit less eager to be aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. It's natural, you know. He's the only one that's changed car. He's getting used to a whole new car, where he's joined a team of 5 drivers that know that thing inside out. So it's not easy jumping in and trying to beat someone at their own game.
And it's a Ferrari. And that brings its own pressure,
exactly,
as I'm sure they're aware.
Still 12 cars on the lead lap, and the last of them is the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car, the number 12 car, now in the hands of Norman Nato. But there's pretty substantial gaps for the last 2 on this lap. They've been looking for a safety car to close the gap up. Ahead of them, coming out of that last caution period, the gaps are still absolutely tiny. From the tenths up into the single seconds and a little bit more than that. Miguel Molina leads the race 2.5 seconds ahead, under 4 hours to go, and 4 hours to midnight. Onto pit lane, the 27 car, the Aston Martin of Heart of Racing.
Now that was in a lap ago, 2 laps ago, serving a drive-through. So this must be a fuel stop. It's not. He's getting another drive-through.
He has served a drive-through.
We watched him drive straight through. So
okay,
so this is actually a stop.
So team go to work, flew in the car as always first. And is this the end of Mattia's driving time? It can't be. He's the gold driver. Meantime, Phil Hansen hopscotching through the GT cars. And Nick de Vries trying to do likewise, making up a bit of time here, just a little. The Toyotas from absolutely nowhere yesterday, and for that matter at the start of this race. Since then, Ant Davidson, your old team are really on form again.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprised some people, but you should never be surprised by a Toyota's pace, especially on race day. That's where they gear the car up. We've seen it so many times last year where they suffered a bit in qualifying, but you sometimes have to make a bit of a compromise there to get a better race balance, taking maybe a bit of extra front grip out of the car to then serve you better through the long run in the race, and particularly when the track is ever changing, you want to have a car that's got a bit more stability to it, which isn't your friend when it comes to qualifying.
Do we need to make them start from the pit lane now then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they might as well have. I'm sure they've won races before from the pit lane. Did they win a race in Spa once from the Brendan Hartley, maybe?
I think you might be right.
Yeah,
it's number 8 again, isn't it?
I wouldn't be surprised they did.
He's pushing the envelope.
We spool back, don't we, to the end of last season where all hope looked lost. And then, frankly, one of the stints of the century from Sebastian Buemi to clinch the manufacturer's title in absolutely dramatic fashion. And it is at the moment Nick de Vries who's closing in again here on Phil Hansen. Got a bit of clear air, traffic coming, needs to get the move done.
And he's been told you've got loads of energy to use, so I'm guessing they mean extra fuel. But when we saw the energy graphics, I know there's the state of charge to factor into that as well, but yeah, he's clearly being told, given the instruction, use everything you've got.
Yeah, so no more lift and coast, no more extra harvesting, just give it the full beans. You're right, he hasn't got internal combustion engine fuel to spare because it's obviously lower on the overall thing, 25% compared to 27 of the Ferrari in front. But again, they're in Hunter Killer mode, and sitting right behind in 4th place, Ryo Hirakawa, he's sitting in the slipstream, he's saving more fuel while not losing any time at all. Now, Mark Blundell was talking about that. And to a normal person, if you have to drive at a certain speed, how can you do it by not using as much accelerator and brake? I don't understand how that's possible. It's a weird parallel universe that some drivers seem to have been quite happy with.
And Hirakawa's done one more lap than the others around him as well. So I know it was at slow speed because they were under the safety car at that point at full course yellow, but yeah, so he's actually, if anything, he should be having slightly less energy than the drivers around him. But when we rode on board with Hirakawa, I did hear him lift and coasting.
He's definitely got the Nomex slippers on, hasn't he, rather than the heavy lead boots.
But he can't afford to relax too much because less than a second, just more than a second behind René Rast in similar mode in the BMW. And then Alessandro Pierguidi, having calmed down just a little, he's sitting there in 6th place in the 51 Ferrari after what can only be described as a somewhat, how do we put it, aggressive stint.
I'm not sure Alessandro Pierguidi will have calmed down by a week on Wednesday, never mind halfway through a double stint. It's been a trying race for the red Ferraris in all sorts of ways. I mean, the lead car, number 50, Miguel Molina, that car was facing the wrong way after contact with none of his own fault with a GT car earlier in the race. So they've been spun around. The 51 car has had more penalties than I've had hot dinners, and I've had a lot of hot dinners. So it's, yeah, and yet still, you know, they're starting to get to that relentlessness that is required to win here. You can't have the fastest car, not by any real measurable margin. You can arguably have the best driver lineup, you can arguably have the best pit wall strategy, but the percentages are so tiny that if you can keep it, if you can fly close to the sun for 10 hours, you've got a real chance of success.
I mean, Collado must be thinking, he's due to get back in the car soon. He must be thinking, hang on boys, what have you done? Well, I was leading this race by miles when
If after the half an hour after he got out of the car, he didn't just throw his keys down in disgust and go off to the hotel, yeah. Well, this is a lost cause.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not over, is it? I mean, they're only 10 seconds behind the race leader, Molina, in car 51. So thanks to the safety cars, of course. So yeah, it's they've just got to get their heads down, like he's doing now. Pierre Guidi's got the speed, they've got the car to do it.
He's got 3 hours 45. He's got 5 cars to pass, so it's a little harder than for the BMW in LMGT3. But I mean, I can remember, you know, going to Le Mans and Antonio Felix da Costa, 3rd on the grid. So, what do you think about the race? I've got 24 hours to pass 2 cars. How hard can it be? I mean, when you break it down like that, of course, it's facetiously simplistic. But in the end, it's not just the cars between you and the lead, it's also the guys behind you and what their strategy and what fortune, you know, how the dice roll for them.
It's the type of racing, the amount of times I finished a race weekend in the World Endurance Championship and you'd kick yourself for having overdriven, basically, because when you know how the race unfolded ultimately, I had so many chats with my team and said, basically, we could have just driven around at 50% of our speed and still won the race. But no, we went for those gaps and we took those risks and we spun and we crashed and
right.
But that, yeah.
There's a strategy for car 2. Drive at 50%. Let's see how it works out. Down in the pit lane, Alex Legui. Alex, I'm coming to you as requested. What have you got? Not enough. Okay. I thought I heard a say come to me.
There's a nice moment. Look at that.
Even when he was in with us, just talking about it, you could hear the catch in his voice. What a proud moment. They've raced together in Brazil in the National Stock Car Series, which is probably about as contact heavy as a short oval NASCAR race. And now he's trying hard not to be motor racing dad. He's desperately trying not to be motor racing dad.
He was in his ear before he'd even taken his balaclava off and earplugs. He's like, Dad, just chill out.
That was, I'm proud of you, son. Whatever
Rubens, yeah. He's proud of there would be advice as well.
Mick Schumacher aboard the number 35 Alpine, looking very focused as what he might be, 180 miles an hour into the turn.
So from Barrichello to Schumacher, there's a faultless segue there from our race director, or our TV director. Ooh, coffee's arrived. Reprimand for car 88, the remaining healthy Proton Ford. Dennis Olsen actually in the pit lane, but they've been reprimanded for something or other on their previous pit stop. And that may not be having a fire extinguisher in the right position, not having the earth strap connected, not having the visor down on the fireman, having one too many people doing something or other. There's all sorts of regs in the safety and procedures in the pit lane. Battle for supremacy for 3rd place. Team WRT, this is Kelvin van der Linde in a 46 BMW right in front of us. And we ride with Alessia Rivera, the 21 car that was right at the front of the field early on. TF Sport lead, the 33. And again, talk about cars that had a storied first couple of hours. Ben Keating off in the gravel, facing backwards in the 33 car. Boom, back at the top of the pile with Danny Juncadella at the wheel. Behind him, Ben Barnicoat in the 78 Lexus. That's led more than once, more than twice, probably more than 3 times. So that car is right back in the frame as well. And then we've got BMW versus Ferrari. The best of the United Autosports McLaren's in 5th position, and Marina Sato having to fight off Augusto Farfus's attentions. Farfus isn't close behind that BMW, McLaren, but he is coming in the BM.
I have to report, gentlemen, it's again a possibility of influencing this broadcast. Don't like to hear it, don't like to say it. Matt Sankey again from Cadillac Huston Jota trying to bribe us with catering. Outrageous.
Well,
so that's
coffee
Cadillac
and
Huston
cake gets
Jota.
my vote. So just for Penske PR purposes, there is cake in the booth, and it has not come from Rebecca Jones. Into the pits comes our race leader, the TF Sport Corvette. Dani Juncadella stays aboard. Ben Keating did, I don't know, about 6 hours in the beginning of the race. Certainly a long 3+ hour stint, as a lot of the bronze drivers did, starting the race and continuing through the first safety car and virtual safety car.
But this is the ebb and flow of this class, isn't it? The different strategies we saw with the non-professional drivers at the start of the race for many of them. Some of them cycling the silver rank drivers in the early laps. And here's Dani Juncadella, their very platinum driver, pushing on and pushing that car on rotation to the front of the field at this point. On board with Kevin Magnussen, the 15 BMW, and the very Peugeot look of the 9X8 ahead.
Battle of the Danes.
Yep, we saw Magnussen, didn't we, take that position, and Malte Jakobsen has cycled back through to lead him again. What will Jakobsen have learned from that encounter? Plenty is the answer.
Yeah, and both comparable as well on tyre age. So they both took, in that last stop behind the safety car, a left side hard and right side medium, both brand new at that time. So yeah, a completely fair fight between the two of them now.
Now, slight mind games will probably go on here. Kevin lunged Malte the first time, and Malte gave him racing room. And you know what that means in a Formula 1 driver's head. It means I'm going to get him every time. I'm going to force the issue, and he's going to let me through.
Yeah, Malte's got to get his elbows out a little bit more this time around, but I'm sure Malte is so young, and he would have watched maybe his hero of Kevin Magnussen, a fellow Dane, doing his thing in Formula 1. Yeah, here we go in towards turn 6, and Magnussen was continuing to put the pressure on his fellow countryman of Malte Jakobsen, the younger of the two in the Peugeot, going through turn 7 and then through turn 8. Won't get an overtake done here. Into 9 they come. They got the McLaren GT car in front. They're going to go down the inside in towards turn 10. Well, Malte does at least. But the McLaren, you see that, the mechanical grip that the GT car has can actually hold its own mid-corner. Magnussen focusing on the back once again of the 94 Peugeot, has overtaken him earlier on in the race. And the BMW GT car this time around holding them up. Both of the hypercars, the 99 Proton getting involved as well, and Magnussen thinks about going through. Always hard and risky to try to do a double overtake on a GT car, following the other car through. I learned that lesson a long time ago in LMP1 racing back then, how Magnussen now dives into the pits. You have to, at some point, the GT car has to turn in. And it's easy to think, well, they've seen one car coming through, just nip in behind and follow them through, but it's rare that it works out.
And Kevin knew it was his in-lap, so he's already had the box. So there was nothing to be gained by BMW on BMW contact with a sister car in the LMGT3 category. Had he even got his nose in front of Malte, he would have had to have carved across in front of him to come into the pit lane. So
that was 32 laps for the BMW of Magnussen. You see there the driver change, and 31 laps for Jakobsen in the Peugeot. So yeah, we should be expecting him in this time around. So who's going to win in this round of pit stops? Peugeot or BMW? And this is where it comes down to teamwork. And with longer stops in the world of hypercar racing, of course, there's a lot more to win or lose.
K-Mag in the garage. You also saw that his teammate was in there, Dries van Tor.
And of course the in-laps, but particularly the out-laps when you've changed tyres without tyre warmers. It's really where the driver can make a big difference in this game now.
So Raffaele Marcello takes that car back out on track. Kevin Magnussen has completed his most recent stint in the car, and with 3 hours 40 to go, he might be in again before the end. That might be the end of it. Andreas Roos just at the bottom of the picture there. And if the camera pulled back a little bit further, you'd see the boss of WRT.
Yeah, so Raffaele Marcello now back in car 15. Magnussen's work is done for now. But yeah, I agree, Marcello. Yeah, he'll probably be in rotation and be back in again before the end of the race. Well, really hanging on to the car there, wasn't he? Alessandro Rivera.
Only just.
Really fighting that Ferrari. That was through turn 7, strangely.
Now the sister car to that one, the other silver and red Vista Ferrari, the 54 car, currently being driven by Davide Rigon under investigation for possible disrespect to blue flags. So that car obviously being lapped by either a hypercar or class leaders. In the pits is the 36 Alpine, and this has come in from quite a long way down. Yeah, 9th place.
Yes, that's Mick Schumacher behind the wheel. He gets going again. So he took a set of tyres at the last pit stop as we look at Valentino Rossi getting ready to jump back in, suited and booted.
Again, Valley with those bright yellow gloves really helps when drivers have got very bright gloves, because you see how busy their hands are. Even from trackside, you can really see all of the work that's going on. So he is ready for that to come in. We're expecting the Toyotas to come in shortly as well. In fact, in the pits now is the number 7 car. Oh, and a massive lock-up behind. Who's that who's just come skating in? Alessandro Pierguidi, of course it is. Of course it is. Dear, oh dear. He's been on the double espressos
He's
before.
brilliant. He's brilliant. What a character.
I love him to bits.
Mr. Feisty. It's like pure entertainment with Pierguidi. Fast as they come.
Passionate as anything.
Oh, and this is the 10-second penalty, isn't it, that they're going under right now, and you can see that counting up the side of the car. That's the length of time he's been in the pit lane for.
There is the sister car, car number 50. Miguel Molina still at the wheel. It was he who started the car. And Paul di Resta about to take over the 93 Peugeot. That will come down the pit lane in a moment or two. That is in the pit lane. There you go. You just saw Jean-Eric Verne stalking away.
And when you think that the car 51 has been caught for speeding in the pit lane twice, then he comes in with all the tyres smoked up. I love it.
Okay, Joe, change of plan. So 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. We're going to change you for Seb, and we're going to do a full service next time. 2 laps, push.
Okay.
So is that Hirakawa?
Yeah, coming in a little early. I think they were due to leave him in, but I think they're going now. Fresh tyres, fresh driver. I was just trying to see what was on the Ferrari. Yellow's on this side. I can't control the drone, unfortunately. Let's see. Stay with him, stay with him, stay with him, stay with him. Still hards. So hard on the outside tyres, the hard work one. Still mediums on the driver's right.
They've got dollies ready for that car. There was maybe that was just in case he had to double stack, but there's a dolly in hand on the garage side of the car.
Might well have been for the timing. It is a driver change for our race-leading number 50 Ferrari.
Now, Nick Nielsen had a bit of a tough time against James Collado, didn't he, at the start of the race? And I don't know what was really going on there, but Collado was able to gap him by nearly 10 seconds or something by the end. So, yeah, Nielsen, now we can see performance is definitely there in the car, at least over the 83 car. So yeah, he's going to be hoping for a better stint, or couple of stints this time around.
Phil Hansen on pit lane as well, as is Malte Jakobsen, hearing that we're going to be seeing the Val aboard that car after a good stint, opening stints of his career in hypercar for Malte Jakobsen.
Out goes the Ferrari. Both Ferraris, 50 and 83. And that means that the number 8 Toyota leads for the first time in this race. 3 hours and 34 minutes to go. And Rio Hirakawa leads. There's the number 7 car. So Nick de Vries starting to build back up to speed.
The last message we actually heard from Hirakawa's car crew was, or his engineer, was to say, we're going to swap, we're going to put Webb in the car. Just hearing that the latest message says we're going to keep you in to maintain track position.
So rapid fire changed their strategy at Toyota. Nick de Vries there at the wheel of the 7 car, and in comes the 8.
Yeah, so we're expecting no tyre change on the car. This will be interesting to see what they do here. So really starting to see a whole array of different strategies coming up. Hirakawa comes to a stop.
No tyres there.
Clearing out all of the marbles from the critical aerodynamic parts of the car. The drink goes in the driver.
This is Toyota turning the thumb screws.
It is.
This is where all of those instincts that they're not even, almost not even thinking about this. It's the only natural thing for them to do almost. They're so competitive, so combative.
I think they can see that basically Ferrari have got exactly the same pace as them, if not a touch faster. And they're thinking outside the box here. But like you say, it comes naturally to them. They've been doing this for over 10 years now, the front of world endurance racing. So, right, here comes de Vries through the final corner onto the main straight.
They're being chased by Julian Andlauer.
Yeah. Andlauer in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Out comes the number 8. So that was a fuel-only stop. How long was that? That was... Graham, I can't see. There's a light shining on the screen.
It is minute 16. Yes. Minute 16 seconds on pit lane for the number 8 car. Phil Hansen, the quickest in that cycle, a minute 10 for the 83 car.
And in comparison, 1 minute 33 for Alessandro Pierguidi and the 51 Ferrari.
Yeah,
10 seconds of that was a penalty, so 1 minute 23. So
don't forget that Nilsson got in the car. There was a driver change in that, and Hansen stayed in the car.
So Nick Nilsson leads the race, and that leaves a possibly rather warm and sweaty Miguel Molina in the garage. Let's hear from him now.
And I am with Miguel Molina, the driver of the number 50 AF Corse Ferrari, leader of the race. Did you expect the Toyota to be in the mix?
Well, actually, we know that it's always very tight competition. So they have a good experience here in this championship, and we were not doubting that they will gonna pick the pace. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about my stints. The car is looking good. We had a bit of at the middle of the race, a contact with the BMW that was a bit too optimistic, but we could recover. The pace is good now, so we need to do no mistakes for the rest of the 3 hours and a half that we have.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Miguel Molina there with Bucciaroni in the Ferrari garage. It's ebbed and flowed for each of the Ferraris. We've seen all 3 of them lead this race. It's the 50 car in the hands of Nick Nilsson, Miguel Molina's teammate, of course, that currently holds sway. Though Phil Hansen has not given this one up. He is beginning to close again on the 50. Quicker in the pit stop by 5 seconds, now under 2 seconds back from the factory car.
Well, you definitely expect it in the first couple of laps here. Hansen's been driving in the dark here. This is the first time that Nilsson's got back in, and the track would have changed an awful lot since the last time he was driving, and Hansen's fully up to speed with that. So you would naturally expect the first couple of laps at least to have the advantage if you're Phil Hansen. But let's see what Nilsson can do.
Well, here's 2 teams that coming into this race were talking down any possibility of even a points finish. And
yeah,
battling
Michael
away
Christensen
for...
and Kevin Estre were quite funny with that, weren't they? But again, don't count out Penske. There's Valentino Rossi, ready to take over the 46 BMW that comes in from second in class. The leader has also stopped. That's Ben Barnicoat for Cotis ASP.
His first shot at the FIWC in this car. The number 78 car back to the lead. And it's a very different looking group of cars at the head of LMGT3 in this opening race. Absolute domination in the early races of last season from the Porsches, and they are some way back here.
It's always such responsibility, isn't it, for the drivers? You got Rossi there before getting into the car, helping the teammate out of the car, and then the drive. I just think so demanding for the drivers. Just being I know how tiring it is. You come in and your heart beats pounding away. You're still out of breath. You're sweating so much, and you're a little bit dizzy as well from it all. And you get out, and then you're asking them to bolt in, strap in the next driver, do everything perfectly. Error-free. It's such a huge responsibility, and I don't know how they do it.
With a helmet and a hands device and gloves on. And you are allowed to use a mechanic to strap the driver in, or does the other driver have to do it?
You're allowed a driver helper, from my understanding, but for some reason in GT they always have the driver do it, whereas in hypercar you never have that situation. So yeah, it's a question to one of the LMGT3 teams
as to why they do it. United Autosports back to the lead. Marina Sato in the McLaren. They've been right up there throughout. It's been a stellar weekend for the McLarens. TF Sports, Danny Juncadella cycling back up into that lead group, and Augusto Farfus in the 31 car before we get into the first of the double entries into the top order from two cars to the same team, and it is the McLaren. Sebastian Boe has been pretty stellar today. So McLaren, Corvette, BMW, McLaren, then the Aston Martin and Mattia Drudi, then the 78 car with Finn Gersitz back in the car, and the second BMW of Valentino Rossi now aboard the number 46 in 7th place.
Okay, Nick, we expect the Porsche to come in the box in 2 to 3 laps.
Well, that's good news for Nick de Vries, because what he doesn't want is a lighter Porsche giving him aggravation from behind. He wants his focus to be entirely on trying to close the gaps to the Ferraris. Valentino Rossi out of the pits.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it?
Fending off an attack. In fact, not fending off an attack, moving ahead of Simon Mann. So this is Vale's outlap. He's already picked up a place. That's why he's doing what he's doing. He has not lost his competitive edge. Let's talk BMW again.
Kelvin, we are watching your car with Valentino at the wheel, who just jumped in, still fighting with the 21 Vista F Corsair. How did it go for you? What are you expecting from the end of the race?
Yeah, we had a very good start to the race. Matt did a great first couple of stints to bring us forward, so we really were fighting for the lead. Now we're a bit off strategy, so we're doing a bit of fuel saving to see how we can end the race a little bit without a splash and dash. So it's difficult. I mean, we struggle a little bit to make the tire work when the temperatures come down now at night, so the pace dropped a little bit since the beginning of the race, which is a bit frustrating, but maybe we can find a solution before the end of the race.
Okay, well, good luck, and we'll keep watching Valentino, who's doing the show.
Yeah, he's doing the show, and he'll do a good job, so I'm excited to watch him.
Thank you very much.
We're all excited to watch him, aren't we? Great stuff from Kelvin van der Linde. Riding on board with Simon Mann, who Valentino dive bombed to get by him. Straight out of the pits, Simon Mann has already had at least a couple of stints in this car during the course of the race. They've run their bronze, silver, gold lineup slightly differently in the 21AF Corsa Ferrari. Of course, that lineup hasn't changed this year. 46 has. Maxime Martin moved away from BMW to take up a different challenge, and now, as a result, Kelvin van der Linde in the team. Valentino Rossi was talking to Vincent Vos last week in the prologue. He said, had to tell Vale that he'd lost Maxime Martin, who has been with Vale for the last 3 seasons, but Kelvin van der Linde has proved to be a really good mix with Valentino. So Rossi feeling he needs that comfort bubble around him, and all the way through his motorcycle racing career, but particularly when he was in the top class, he had his #1 mechanic and his crew chief together with him, moving from team to team. that knowledge, that security. I mean, you think about Michael Schumacher, when he left Ferrari, he tried to take that group with him. And it's important that you take that knowledge, that simpatico along with you as well, because engineers can all engineer, but it's that shorthand, it's that trust between the engineer and the driver that's so important. And in these crews, you know, you're more than just people who drive a car together. You spend a lot of your lives together, and so that relationship is super important as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, you trust the people. You have to trust the people that are around you. You have to trust the people that are designing and preparing your cars, and your teammates as well. And this is getting a bit tense, isn't it, between these two? And so Simon Mann dives down the inside into turn 4. Rossi knew it was coming, and he's through.
And Valley's going to have to be careful as well. He's only been in the car about 3 laps. He's already had a warning flag for abusing track limits. That is his 4th track limit abuse. That is his final warning. If he does it again during this stint, or a double stint if he stays in for a double, he will get a penalty for it. So you see the onboard marshalling system warning him that he's getting blue flags because there's a hypercar coming. Meanwhile, in the pits is the number 5 Porsche, Julian Andlauer. Again, you heard the Toyota team telling Nick de Vries, don't worry, he'll be off your 6 in a couple of laps. Sure enough, he is. So Toyota back up to 3rd and 4th rather than 3rd and 5th. The number 20 BMW cycles back up to 5th position. Number 12 Cadillac. That is the car that Alex Lynn was in when he ran into the back of Jenson Button at the end of the first safety car restart, then served a penalty. That car is now up to 6th position. So again, underlining what Anthony was saying right at the start of the race, the Cadillac has got lots of race-winning potential, particularly here. Now, Aston Martin versus Porsche. So this is the 009 with who's at the wheel of that car? Marco Sorensen, the Dane. Trying to hold off the Porsche as we look at Nick Nielsen, our overall race leader. Matteo Cressoni, 33rd place, the last running car in the 60 yellow Mercedes run by the Iron Lynx team. There goes 38. Who's the B team car? That is Sebastian Bourdais. It's not that they're no good or not as good as the others, it's just their names all begin with B, and we're very lazy. I'm very lazy. All right, you didn't. Yeah, okay, I'm very lazy. Button, Bourdais, and
Bamber.
There you go. The one I always forget. Sorry. So where are we going to see Mercedes AMG next year, I wonder? Because if we look at the progress since Qatar last year of what were then, I mean, they were all new cars, but the ones that really struggled, the BMW really struggled, the Lexus especially really struggled here last year, the McLaren really struggled. There's Lexus and McLaren that have probably led more laps in LMGT3 than anybody else up to this stage. So for the Mercedes, it's the beginning, but as Anthony was saying about a different subject previously, you know, their learning curve is vertical, like the Aston Martins in hypercar.
It is, but it's already successful in other racing. Yes, LMGT3 has proven itself to be a little more different than maybe some people and teams expected, but they'll learn fast. Mercedes AMG Customer Racing, their operation, are learning fast as well, albeit sometimes having learned through errors, but they'll come back punching. I expect them to be significantly more competitive as we get deeper into this season. Also got a car, of course, in the European Le Mans Series, and 3 cars at the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. We had an update on why the 007 is so far down. I don't think we have we? That's it, in the pits, and has been for some time.
Yeah, sitting in the pits definitely isn't helping its pace.
No.
But exactly why? No.
But the good news is that the 009 car is still lapping. And
you can hear it still lapping.
We can.
I can hear it under your voice there, Graham. It's, yeah. There it goes.
There you go. Yeah, someone.
Lovely.
Don't even have to have it passing to hear it. It's anywhere. Do this again. See it in the background. But at 20 to 9 in the evening, this is the most valuable, stop it, this is the most valuable 6 hours and 40 minutes of this program so far, because however much testing you do, it's not racing.
And all sorts of things come up that you may just kind of, we're ignoring that because we're looking at something else during testing. For instance, 009, which is currently on track under investigation for a technical infringement regarding their differential usage. Not that they have a differential and they're using it, but something to do with the torque proportioning, or I don't know, something else, but something in how the differential in the car is working is maybe not exactly as either homologated or required by the regulations. So there's all of those things. And it's a little bit like when you get a car in free practice, or sometimes even in qualifying, compared to a race. In a race, at all costs, you will avoid coming into the pit lane unless you are forced to do so, i.e. by end of driver time or lack of fuel. In free practice, or sometimes even in qualifying, you might go out and go, these tyres, I've got a horrid imbalance, I'm coming straight back in. You wouldn't do that in a race, but, and so in a race, it's entirely different. As you say, not just with the traffic and the marbles and the other stuff. You know, you could be running this car for 2 days and not create the amount of marbles that you've got after 2 hours of 36 cars going round. So it's a whole different world.
Just wanted to hear that, sorry.
But that sounds like it's off mic. It is much louder than that to the naked ear, if there's such a thing when you're trackside.
Just depends where the microphones around the circuit are, I think, but hopefully we'll pick it up when it goes down the main straight. It's hard to believe it's 2025, isn't it? We've got an engine that sounds like that. And yeah, you're right. It does sound at least twice as good when you're sitting in the grandstand or just in the pit lane listening to it come by.
And maybe by 2030 we'll have that sort of noise in Formula One again.
Whatever the form of this car through this season and beyond, it's already an icon. It just is. It's a marvellous thing. Maybe not that one.
Well, no, and this is exactly why they are here, exactly what everybody has to do with a brand new program. You've got to iron out the bugs. You've got to fix the things that break and then go out and try and break them again.
That's endurance racing, and the guys working very hard indeed. They will be trying to get that car back out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and everything that they learn now and the next race and all of the other races this year, because you can't just throw upgrades at these cars every single race. You know, you have to use a joker and you use it wisely when you do. So they've got to accumulate all of that knowledge now, learn all the things that are wrong with the car, and they will be wrong with the car, because predominantly it's a track car, isn't it? A very good track car, and things are naturally going to go wrong with it when you put it on a racetrack and try and do a 10-hour race and 24-hour race later on in the year. But then you've got to be very wise in where you spend your money when that joker does come along. Like we've seen with Peugeot, they did this, in inverted commas, update, and it wasn't that much faster, if at all, compared to the previous iteration. So you've got to make very sure, you've got to make sure that that car, when you do use your joker, is definitely going to be an upgrade, and you've learned all your lessons in terms of how you can improve it for when that time comes. And I'm sure that's what they're going to do with that car.
Well, remember that the other thing, the next race for the Valkyrie is the single car in the IMSA Championship at Sebring, and you've been there, you know, punishing that place is. Here's the even more remarkable news, sniffed out by Stephen Kilby, my colleague, is it's going to be a 24-hour test for Aston Martin Thor team at Sebring with their test car. So if anything's going to break, you can be absolutely sure it'll break there.
Well, they always said that, and Audi used to use a Peugeot as well back in the day when I did LMP1, that they used it as a test bed for, they said, if you do the 12 hours Sebring, it's as hard as doing the 24 hours of Le Mans on the equipment.
That's what the Americans say. half as long, twice as hard. So yeah, it's a real car breaker in a way that the track itself at Le Mans isn't. Battle here for 8th place, Alpine versus BMW, new boys to the championship last year. Both have been running in the top 3 or 4. In fact, the better of the two BMWs is still in 5th place, running rust in the Shell livery car, as Mick Schumacher holds off the sister car of Raffaele Marcello. On board with Marcello. That yellow crash pad beside the driver, that is the 15 car, not the yellow liveried 20 car, confusingly enough. Might have to ask Andreas Russ if he can make the interior match the exterior a little bit. Surprised that there's, given that everybody knows they've got an onboard camera, there's a paucity of identification, no sponsors logos.
Tell you what, well done to BMW as well, though, for allowing us to see the actual steering wheel at work, because some of the other teams don't like us seeing the steering wheel. They might be giving away some secrets to other teams, who knows, but it makes such a difference when you can see the steering wheel, the driver actually at work, at least the hands. So yeah, I thank you to BMW for allowing us to see that.
Let's get back down to the Peugeot pits.
I am down in Peugeot 94 with Mate Jakobsen, who's just come out of a fantastic stint. A long stint though, but for your debut in WEC, how was it?
It was a great first day with my new team, Peugeot Total Energies, and obviously doing my first WEC race in hypercar. It was quite chaotic with the 2 safety car restarts, managing the cold tires in the cold conditions with the sun gone down already. So there was quite a lot of stuff to manage, but I had a blast out there. So much fun, and I'm already looking a lot forward to Imola, the next race.
I bet you are. Just how tough is it to manage those? Well, first of all, to manage the length of time that you were under the safety car and then the release.
Yeah, it's quite tricky, especially here now, managing with the hard tires, the medium compound, you know, which compound to go on. And in the end, we ended up with a mixed set. So to be able to manage not starting any graining on especially the front tires is kind of difficult, but also to keep the car on the track without making any mistakes. As you can see, some drivers having a hard time out there, and I tried to keep it all clean and make sure I could bring a car over to Loic, who is carrying over now and running in 11th position.
Yeah, well, both of you, both Peugeots, 10 and 11, like that's very consistent and puts you in very good stead to pick up some nice points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for now, the team's goal is to make sure we can have both cars in the scoring points position, so in the top 10, as here there's a bit more points to score than the 6-hour races. So let's see, there's still more than 3 hours to go and it's still a very long race. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Alex, and well done to Mate Jakobsen. He can be a qualifying superstar or wringing its neck later in his career. Day one at the new office, not the time to do that. His main job, in the words of Derek Bell, bring the car back in the condition in which he was given it. Because if you don't, you're not helping the team.
And by the way, they are both in point scoring positions. 10th and 11th they may be, but one of the cars ahead is not going to be scoring manufacturer points. It's the 83. So they are actually the top 10 for manufacturer points.
Mick Schumacher still holding on ahead of Raffaele Marcello. The Alpine BMW battle continues, and this is still for 8th position on the track. Ahead of them, Alessandro Pierguidi, the 51 Ferrari, where he's a dozen seconds up the road. And that, ooh, Marcello is starting, Anthony, to get a little bit anxious to get by.
Yeah, he's really piling the pressure on now, isn't he, to Mick Schumacher. He's doing a good defensive job, actually, but it, yeah, looks like the BMW's just got the speed at this stage in the race, and just checking which tyre strategy they're on. They're mirroring each other completely here with the tyre strategy, so this is a fair fight. Same tyre wear, same tyre life. They're on lap 16. 16 for Schumacher, 17 for Marcello.
Last moment of the onboard shot of Raffaele Marcello just back there, his whole digital display completely changed and then flicked back. So he's making some adjustments. He's gone through a couple of menu pages and changed something, I don't know, regen, brake balance or whatever, but he's just made a little adjustment. Obviously, he's been on the radio to the team. Okay, what can I do? Give me something. And this is part of the sophistication of these cars. It's not just, you know, you've got what you've got. You can massage them in all sorts of different ways to try and find a little edge. battle between Mick Schumacher, Raffaele Marcelli for 8th place. Now, looking at the cars that are currently 3rd and 4th, we're not looking at, but talking about, we're gathering from the radio that the number 8 Toyota has got a bit of an issue. It is burning through its tyres because the rear anti-roll bar, which is adjustable, is no longer adjustable. It seems to have got locked in position. So this won't be a mechanical lever or turning a knob. It'll be an electronic adjustment, and of course, electronics go wrong sometimes. So it seems the number 8 car, Ryo Hirakawa, is now 13 seconds behind Nick de Vries. He was almost up Nick's exhaust pipe half a stint ago. So the number 8 car losing performance.
Still this battle between the number 36 and the 15. Schumacher, fairly Marcello.
Yeah, Marcello would just be looking for that opportunity through traffic. So as they come out of turn 10 there, sorry, turn 6, the two cars always catch me out. They look exactly the same, don't they? As they come through that part of the track, I'm just trying to see where the next round of GT cars are, because that's what they're looking for.
It's, it's the 33 Corvette is just ahead of them here.
Now we need to be looking at the other BMW because he is now within 3/4 of a second of the Toyota of Ryo Hirakawa. So this is not the BMW you were looking for, because right now René Rast in the Shell livery number 20 car is about to pick off the number 8 Toyota. So it looks like Schumacher has fought that fire, doesn't it? And this is the 20 car, and right in front of him, that set of headlights, the black Toyota. So that is the battle for 4th place now. It's under a second, and the car that was right behind is this car, Norman Nato, and this is for position as well. So you've got 1.6 seconds, 4th, 5th, 6th.
Yeah, this hasn't really gone Hirakawa's way, is it, in this second stint that he's been behind the wheel. And just looking at René Rast's tyre strategy as well, it's completely the same as what Hirakawa's got, so it genuinely has closed in on the Japanese driver. So yeah, maybe it could be the problem that they've got with the roll bar. You can change it by quite a few percent actually of mechanical balance. And they'll be chasing that all the time through the stint of the tyres. And if it is stuck, maybe a little bit too, if it's a bit too stiff on the rear of the car, on the roll bar, then that would be putting extra energy through the rear tyres.
3 laps to go. 3 laps before driver change.
Copy, I'm under saving. Every lap.
It's been a good stint for Norman Nato. Kept it in the window here, 6th place, and within a second of René Rast ahead, who is within a second of Ryo Hirakawa. As back into the garage comes the number 60 car. So 60 car in the hands of Matteo Cressoni. Well, as we see of the AMG tonight.
Well, to a degree, it's a little bit like the Aston Martins, isn't it? If it breaks, bring it in, fix it, get some more miles on it, see what we can do. And that's really important, to try and make sure that you don't just throw in the towel at the first opportunity. Kevin Magnussen, well, that tells you all you need to know about the temperatures outside. He's got his big coat on. Luckily, everybody seems to have packed warm weather clothing to come to the Gulf, because we've definitely needed it for the last week. Riding on board with Norman Nato. Norman saying to the team, yeah, I'm doing some saving, and he's being helped in that, and he's getting the double slipstream from the Toyota and the BMW in front as we flip-flop back to the 15 BMW. Raffaele Marcello's continuing attempts to get onto terms with Mick Schumacher. There's Vincent Vos, the boss of WRT. Vert's racing team that runs 2 hypercar BMWs and the 2 BMWs in LMGT3. And by the way, the 31, the Bend sponsored WRT BMW is now up to 3rd place in the LMGT3 category with 3 hours to go. They only need to pass 2 cars, and the car Valentino Rossi in 8th position. So both BMWs firmly in the point scoring positions are the 2 hypercars as well. And the 009 Aston Martin receiving a reprimand for its technical infringement over differential usage. What that actually means in real terms is that they have not quite got the car operating in the legal window that it needs to be. And these sophisticated hypercars, apart from the Aston purebred racing prototypes, the Aston derived from a racing prototype made as a road car, essentially. Adrian Newey's design, when Red Bull Racing and Aston Martin were partners rather than rivals.
Martin, would you like me to wheel another guest?
Well, I suppose if we have to.
We've dragged some guy in off the street. He's vaguely familiar. I think he's won a bit.
He's over familiar. He is one of the most passionate people I know about this sport, and he was waving the green flag to wave the cars away. Tom Christensen, always a pleasure, never a chore. Nice to see you.
No, great to see you guys. I mean, you're doing a heck of a job here, and it's great to see you. You bring the in-depth, all the information, all the things, how we feel both in the pit, in the paddock, but certainly also in the car. It's great to get the spread and to see the golden era unfold, and 2025 just getting started here in Qatar is wonderful.
It's you were with us at the very start of the WC era, Tom, and a world champion. Once a world champion, always a world champion. Talk a little bit about what that means to a driver, to a team, to a manufacturer, to win a proper FI World Championship.
That means a lot. That's the blue stamp of sports car racing, and to be fair, through all my career, there was not a World Championship, so I was very happy that I was able to hang on, and with Loic and Alan, we won the championship in 2013. It was incredibly proud moment, and that's also what the team deals with here. You know, this is the start of the championship. They have 38 points for winning here, which means that a victory will bring you quite far into the WEC season as leaders. And I think if you ask the people leading right at this moment, the Ferrari, of course, yeah, they have won Le Mans twice, and that was the dream, the ambition. But it's also teasing them a little bit that they haven't been able to win the World Endurance Championship. So I think this year they approached it a bit different. I don't know about Porsche, because Porsche are a little bit slower this year on this track than they were before, but they haven't won Le Mans yet. And that's Roger Penske.
Well, Roger Penske, that's a great kind of introduction to the next question I'm going to ask you, which was the last time I sat down with Roger and talked to him about what the ambitions were of this programme, what his ambitions were at 88 years old, no less. It was, of course, to take a Le Mans win, which he's never done, and it was to take a World Championship win, which you've just referred to, which as a team, he's never done. His drivers did it last year, but they're going to be hungry.
Yeah, but it's so fiercely competitive now, but you can talk it from all angles, but there's no doubt that, and you can see how close it was last year, that if anyone got greedy, bloop, 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 it was spread on 3 hands. Toyota, the Constructors World Champion, Porsche individual champion, and again Ferrari winning the double at Le Mans.
Martin said it beautifully. You've got a passion for endurance racing like few other people. You're here actually not just to be the Grand Marshal of this event, but also to help out with the Qatar Endurance Challenge we had with the historic cars earlier. You led the parade in the 911 GT1 Evo.
You know, it's just great to drive through a capital of the world in a GT1 Porsche, which actually I was competing against in '97. At my very debut, I saw that car very often. They had 100 liters of fuel. We had 80 liters of fuel in the open car. So we were passing it quite a lot, but had to stop. And every time we stopped, it passed us on track. So it was nice to drive it in. And the car didn't catch fire. It drove beautifully. And again, yes, I think nobody is without the fundament of a family. And the family of historic racing goes back way long. I only have to speak about the centenary of Le Mans a few years ago. And that this championship as well. So it's great to see these. We were joking a little bit with Emmanuel Pirro, with Rejamil, even with Pierre Fillon, to say that the main race was the historic race, half an hour this morning. And then we had this great 10-hour race just unfolding now.
It's a nice support race for historics, isn't it, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
You were part of an era that saw huge progress in many ways, particularly in terms of the way that the teams came and prepared. The reliability of the cars was going up, the performance of the cars was going up. The Le Mans became a 24-hour sprint in the realest possible sense, and this new era has carried on that tradition.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And see all the manufacturers and the way they were able to dig into the importance of the race, to accept that you can sort of BOP the vision. It's easy to see the red, the Ferrari with the yellow. It's easy to see the avant-garde in the Peugeot when it comes, and then the blue French Alpine, BMW. It's very easy to identify the cars. So that means that they're able to protect their own identity, and then you with the BOP, a little bit with the weight, a little bit with the power, that you make it close. And that's the allowance of there's something more important than not just the outright pure speed, which we lived under, which was also great, but that couldn't attract sort of any manufacturer in these terms.
It's because you were too good at the time. This is what it was, to escape it anyway. But we came up with a remarkable stat at the end of the 24 Hours of Le Mans last year, which was, until 2024, the maximum number of cars that had finished on the lead lap ever at Le Mans was 2. And then in 2024 it was 8. And that is another thing that the reliability of the cars, the depth of competition, and for that matter the BOP era, has given to us. As the TF Sport car of Danny Gudella comes in from second place in LMGT3. It is truly a remarkable era, isn't it? At a time when the automotive industry and the motorsport industry is under more political pressure, if you like, than ever before.
No, I mean, you are right in all these terms. And then obviously added to what you also have my lovely little colleague here when he's commentating, I mean, and Davidson, about the thing that you have to have the pace towards the end due to the full course yellow, which ends up in a safety car, which means that you can never be too greedy. You want the track position constantly, but you have to accept that, full course yellow, you lost it again. That's mental aspect of that. It's in a modern way of racing, which is also very important.
It's really strange, isn't it? Because in traffic, you can't be patient. You've got to save every 10th of a second.
Yeah.
And yet over 10 hours, if you're not patient, it all goes away. You can't be patient, but you must be patient. I don't know how people do that.
You really deal with it, and obviously it's what I envy these guys. When they're sitting on the cockpit, they have a huge responsibility. You want to do everyone proud, but you cannot be super ultra fast every lap, because that can lead to stupidity. So it's a mind game out there, and of course dealing with traffic, dealing with radio call, dealing with hybrid technology, dealing with these things, it puts a lot of pressure on these athletes. And I think, I mean, every time you've asked the little Ant Davidson about it, I mean, he brings it on the table.
Listen, we had Rubens Barrichello in here, who's been racing with his son, you know, and still will be during the summer. What's your license grading right now? Are you back down to silver? Can we winkle you into a car somewhere?
No, I think I'm into something called Rusty. So maybe I can team up with Rubens. We did Formula 3 together. I mean, in this area we were going Macau, Fuji, and did a one-off race against him at Silverstone as well. We go back a long time, so he's always a great guy, and it would be cool if he can make his ambition racing with his son at the 24 hours. That will be cool to see.
You've been a fabulous ambassador for this sport worldwide, and this part of the sport in particular worldwide, because of your performances on track. But there's one particular part that comes up quite often in conversations, and that is the role you've had in encouraging a remarkable array of talent from your home country. And here we are with Kevin Magnussen, with Nico Jensen, and now with Melter Jacobsen in the World Championship. Do you feel a sense of pride in? Do you recognise your part in that?
It doesn't matter, but I mean, Marco Sørensen, Aston Martin joining as well. I mean, Michael Christensen, the Porsche. Just I think we got them nearly all there. That's beautiful, and we are very proud of that in Denmark, and we are proud of them there because they really make a difference. They are going in. They are team players. They are straight talkers, and they are good pedalers. So that's really remarkable. And I think if you look at sports car racing, I mean, then you have to mention John Nielsen before me winning with Jaguar. and that was inspiring to me. We had a few other talents, but they didn't win Le Mans, and now with the third overall winner at Le Mans with Niklas Nielsen actually leading right now, and he's hungry for a world championship.
And what a talent he is. What a talent he is. I mean,
you're not a talent anymore when you have won the 24 hours. So then there's pressure, there's expectations, and we expect a lot of good things from him and his teammates.
Tom, thanks for joining us for these few minutes. Keep being you. It's been a pleasure to follow your career. It's been a pleasure greeting you at racetracks around the world since then, and carrying on that work that you do unconsciously just to tell the stories of this fantastic sport.
Thank you. You do it with passion. Thanks a lot. I hope you didn't pull my leg there in the end, but nice, Graham.
Tom Christensen, Mr. Le Mans, both Mr. Le Mans, both the men who have held that title are here. Tom Christensen, 9-time Le Mans winner, Jackie Hick's 6-time Le Mans winner. So, yeah, the legends of the sport, always good to have them around. And not the only legend in the booth. Anthony Davidson is currently ferreting around in the food bag. So we'll turn our eyes back to the screen where a Dane is leading, Nick Nielsen. But it's his teammate Alessandro Pierguidi who we focus on now, challenging René Rast. So Pierguidi is caught up to the back of the 20 BMW. Remember 10 minutes ago, before we heard from Tom, that René Rast was on the back of the Toyota. Well, there is the Toyota, the first car in the shot as we ride with Alessandro Pierguidi. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th all together, and again covered by under 2 seconds. Into the pits comes the 31 BMW from 4th place in LMGT3. Augusto Farfus at the wheel.
Yeah, Brazilian BMW factory driver brings the car in, I think takes it back out again. We're under 3 hours to go.
Le Mans 24-hour winner, Nürburgring 24-hour winner. I think he's he's a Daytona 24-hour winner as well, Augusto Farfus. But fresh set of tyres, full tank of fuel, and back out into the fray, which allows United Autosports to move back up to 4th place. Sean Gallel at the wheel of the 95 McLaren that he puts on pole position. And we rejoin Raffaele Marcello, still stuck behind Mick Schumacher, getting rather bored of the view of the back of that Alpine, and the light pattern, the light signature on the Alpine is getting burned into the retinas of Raffaele Marcello at the moment. We're joined in the booth, happily enough, by Rob Bell, Performance Director. In fact, what is your official new title, Rob Bell, of McLaren?
Well, I'm Sporting Director.
Sporting Director, yes. There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
And one of our co-commentators, of course, last year at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yeah, well, you know, we're all allowed one mistake.
Can I just...
that was his. Trusting us.
I did it once. And can I just say, it's great following that guy, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I was just about to say, multiple Le Mans winner, world champion, and then comes Rob.
Yeah, thank you.
There was the Asian Le Mans Series championship that time.
I did okay. But brilliant to be here, guys. Thank you.
Well, we've talked about it several times in both categories, actually. Last year's newcomers, some who really struggled here, and McLaren undoubtedly was one of those, to where you are now. What a season to look back on 24 has been, going from really struggling just to get laps in and finish races to locking out the front row of the grid at the end of the year. I mean, that's a mighty trajectory that the team and the car went on.
Yeah, I think so. And it's, look, anytime you come into a new championship, new series, it's going to throw up its difficulties, and we certainly found that. And we found our feet between the guys at United and the guys back in Woking. They've just worked hard. You know, again, it's the old cliche. There's nothing more to it, really. There's some clever people around. They've been really dedicated, and actually, towards, if you just look at the trajectory from last year, it just went up and up and up. And we followed that up. We saw that yesterday. You know, we got the pace in the car. We've locked out the front row. We're in the mix now. There's a long, long way to go. So I'm certainly not going to jinx anything, but it's been fantastic.
This is not done, and that's it. Round the outside goes to Finn. And there's a wiggle there. Was the contact? I don't think there was.
There was a touch. There was a touch, and it's taken a long while. And suddenly, Raffaele Marcello, in the last few corners of the previous lap, got right onto terms with Mick Schumacher, and Schumacher was having not 1 ounce of it in turn 1. Marcello had to go the long way around the outside. I'm sure we'll see a replay but he spent half an hour trying to find a way to even get on terms with the Alpine. Then he had a lunge. Let's take a look again.
If there was, 100%.
Let's hear from the team.
This guy, come on.
Yes, we saw, we are on it. We're on it, mate.
Yeah, Jerry, Jerry, do something now.
I'm next to him. Keep your head down, mate. We're on it. Keep your head down. We have everything.
So tell Thierry, that's Thierry Tassar, who is in charge of their LMGT3 program for their hypercar program for Team WRT. It's Kurt Mollikens who oversees their LMGT3 program. So yeah, tell Thierry. So Thierry will be on the Discord having a little mention about that. René Rast in the number 20 BMW. He's still got work to do to try and get onto terms with Ryo Hirakawa. But again, here comes Marcello. Now, from a driver's eye view, did Schumacher over-defend? Did he squeeze a little? I thought as a fan it looked fairly clean. Here we go again. Schumacher's having a look around the outside. Raffaele Marcello having a look around the outside of Schumacher. This time he got a little further alongside. And Rob Bell, that was clean. First time round, you're a racing driver. You see it with a different eye to us. There's a little applause from Marcello's teammates in 15.
Yeah, to be honest, the first time round, it just didn't quite work, and they had a little touch, to be honest with you. My perspective is, you know, there's no need to get on the radio and moan about that one too much, if I'm honest. It was a little bit of rubbing. But look, he's persevered, he's got the job done, and I suspect we'll see him potentially disappear a bit.
We've just seen this battling pair pass one of the McLarens. I don't want to let you go before something completely different, Rob.
Before something goes wrong.
No, something completely different, which is the McLarens today are carrying a vinyl on both cars, the mirrors of both cars. We saw the same vinyls on the Oreca's United Autosports at Daytona, marking, so we lost from the paddock over the winter in Barnwell. I know it was a massive part of your early career, known to one and all as Barney, and the master of the logistics of motorsport. Tragically lost him towards the end of last year. One of just a number of people who, yes, they've got a business in this business, but they've got a passion that takes it further. And you know, for the stories that I've been told by Richard Dean, I think both he and you owe your early careers to that magnificent human being.
Yeah, absolutely. Rock on Barney. You know, the guy was just passionate, and actually it embodies what a lot of us feel about this industry and this motorsport. You know, and ultimately he was, and all of the stories are true, by the way. You
Absolutely.
know, he was a genuine character and a great guy. And yes, he helped me. He helped a few drivers when we were all struggling. In various ways, whether it be a deal to get cars put across the world for cheaper, or he actually helped me in my career in Formula Renault, and you know, and helped Richard along the way. So yeah, absolutely indebted to him. What a guy, and yeah, tragic story. And it was his memorial at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, and it was a great turnout, you know, and a nice day. And look, at the end of the day, the message was, look, let's celebrate the guy, and we're all glad we met him rather than lost him.
It's a family, it's motorsport, and endurance racing in particular. And Rob, it is a delight that you're going to remain part of this family with this new role, as we see the 83 car pits from second place in this new role at McLaren in what promises to be, we grilled Zach Brown quite hard, promises to be an exciting era on both sides of the McLaren motorsport business, with the GT and customer racing side. I think looking to go from strength to strength in one make and GT racing, and let's wait and see what the later in this year brings a little further up the grid.
Yeah, well, look, I can only talk about the GT cars and what I'm involved in, and it's a great opportunity for me to be involved in the next step of my career, really. And you know, what a place to do it. And look, it's one big family at McLaren as well. We're hanging on the coattails of, we are Formula One world champions.
Rob, thanks a million. It's always a delight to see you. Always a delight to see you in orange and black. And particularly a delight that you don't have to carry a helmet bag with you anymore. It's just one less thing to worry about when travelling, isn't it, really?
Absolutely.
Great stuff. Can't wait to see him in a suit. I think that'll be hilarious. But there we go. Rob Bell, thanks so much. And we move on into the final, deep into the final 3 hours of this race now.
2 hours 45, an old American Le Mans Series race left, and this is the 5th place Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi, right up behind Rene Rast, who is right up behind, in fact not quite so much right up behind Ryo Hirakawa. He's a couple of seconds off the back of him, and I think what Rob Bell was saying there about the figures in any life that come along and give you a hand that possibly you're not expecting. That's so often the case in the story of racing drivers, of teams and so on. Motorsport, come for the cars, stay for the people. It is about the people above all else. Having said that, it is Ferrari that leads from Toyota. Ferrari out front, the number 50 car, but Toyota nowhere in qualifying, 2nd and 3rd in the race. Let's hear from the 51 Ferrari team.
Keep an eye on energy, allez. Keep an eye on energy.
I didn't quite get the words, but I certainly got the Italian, I didn't hear the answer, the Italianate response. He's obviously doing that while also trying to attack Rene Rast in front. Rast has done a pretty solid job in this car. BMW has shown no signs of weakness as he's chased Ryo Hirakawa. Hirakawa sort of recovered his composure, now just about 3 seconds in front, but that's partly, and not least, because of this man, Alessandro Pierguidi, attacking the BMW from behind. And Anthony Davidson, when you've got somebody behind, that compromises how much you can really use the racing line, because the more you move around on the track to use the racing line, the more doors you leave open for an aggressor behind.
Well, I think the main problem on this track in particular is the turbulence that many drivers have spoken to actually in the paddock have complained about. The fact they're finding it harder this year, strangely, to follow cars closely compared to last year, and particularly on this track. So the higher speed you go, the more turbulence is going to be created from the car in front, and I think that's what poor old Pierguidi is suffering right now behind the BMW. As we look at the pit stops, one Alpine, one BMW.
This is Marcello and Schumacher on the right-hand side, and don't forget they were nose to tail, so this battle could be won or lost, time won or lost in the pit lane, and it looks as though the BMW team has just given a fraction more advantage to Raffaele Marcello than the Alpine crew could work out.
Yeah, they've won him a good amount of time there, haven't they, down at BMW, and now the other car comes in, car number 20, so this is Rast.
So they were really almost on bingo fuel. It's got, 0% energy left. Boy, that's really working hard, isn't it?
And Pierguidi is on lap 31. So
he's gone by, and
32, sorry, it's just updated. So yeah, lap 32, yeah, he's got to come in this lap. So he's only going to get 1 lap of free air here.
But with 2% usable energy, so he's maybe not going to be able to absolutely death it on the way round.
I'm looking at Pierguidi at the moment on the track map. He's just going through turn 6, and just looking then to see where the next GTs are. One's going through turn 8, and you got 2 more in front at turn 10 and 11. So I think he's probably going to have to overtake the car 88. That is the Pro competition car in LMGT3. So this outlap for Rast is critical.
Rene Rast off and gone, but it will be the Ferrari coming into the pits this time round. He only had 2% of energy, and the 51 Ferrari is down to 0% energy already as he heads down through corner 15. Ferrari action at the start of the 10-hour race here in Qatar. The 51 car on pole, under threat immediately from the car that qualified in 3rd. Front row starting BMW not getting such a great getaway, but better than many. Most of the hypercars tangled with at least one of their rivals in the opening few corners on lap 1. Some with quite a number. In the LMGT3 category, it was a little cleaner, very little in the way of contact. unlike the start of some of the races last season. And after 2 days of running in the prologue, after free practice and qualifying, still we weren't quite sure who was where. Contact early on between Lexus and Ferrari in the battle for LMGT3 top 5 positions. And that brought a full course yellow, and then a very near miss for the number 15 BMW when its speed limiter refused to release for Kevin Magnussen. The door coming off the Aston Martin when it wouldn't stay closed. Marco Sorensen bringing it back too fast. Lexus moving to the front of LMGT3 after McLaren had locked out the front row in qualifying, and the first safety car to retrieve the 61 Mercedes, which was soon to retire. Tyre strategy as well as reliability playing a major part in endurance racing, and so too the restart behind the safety car. Jenson Button, the leader, being hit from behind by his teammate Alex Lynn as Button accelerated, then slowed. Lynn was already on the throttle, contact inevitable. Lynn also picked up a penalty for that contact. In LMGT3 at the restart, everybody battling for position as the hypercars came through, and contact from the 15 BMW turning around the number 50 Mercedes. Mercedes Ferrari. 51 serving a penalty, one of a number for speeding in the pit lane that car has picked up so far in the race. And Alpine and BMW fast early on, but not always as clean as required. Charles Malaysi getting tagged as he squeezed through 2 GT cars. McLaren regaining supremacy over Lexus in LMGT3, but Lexus still very much in the hunt for their first win after a torrid time in Qatar a week ago. Second safety car to retrieve bits and pieces from the 99, and a third because of a fire for the 77 Mustang that burnt itself out in the prologue. It's going to be a tough battle all the way through this race for position, for the lead. The number 50 Ferrari moving ahead of 83. Phil Hansen not in the ideal position in traffic, and Ferrari currently are 1-2 overall, with Lexus leading in LMGT3. So here is the situation. We have completed 228 laps. We've got 2 hours, 37 minutes remaining, and Toyota have cycled back to the top as the pit stops run through the hypercar category. So the car of Nick Nielsen has left the pits. Ria Hirakawa owes us a stop, and so too does Loic Duval, who's currently in third in the Peugeot. But as the way the race still has to play out, over 2.5 hours remaining, we could have any number of different interruptions or changes with contact, reliability, and errors coming in to the equation. In comes the number 8 car from the lead, Ria Hirakawa. We hear that this Toyota has got an issue with its adjustable rear anti-roll bar being unadjustable, which is causing rear tyre wear. Brendan Hartley takes over. Brendan Hartley had a spin and another half spin running off wide in qualifying. He was actually 18th and last in hypercar in qualifying. The 009 Aston Martin lost its time, so he started 17th. And that car has been in the lead on a couple of occasions during the pit stop cycle. So they're still very much in the hunt, at the very least, for a podium here with a car that they thought was going to be a real liability in Qatar. So Peugeot now move to the lead, or will move up to the lead if Loic Duval does not pit at the end of this lap, the 94 car. As we see tyres going on to the Toyota. And the leader is into the pit lane. 94 comes in, so Loic Duval does not cross the stripe as the race leader. Comes in from second place. And that will cycle the Ferraris back to first and second. Oh, there's the 83 car. And was that actual contact or just running the 95 off the road? That's Sean Gelael, the car that started on pole in LMGT3. The black and orange McLaren will be the race leader, is the race leader now, as the Lexus has stopped. So it's Robert Kubica who took over from Phil Hansen in the yellow Ferrari. Still Nick Nielsen. He's just taken over from Miguel Molina in the number 50 car. Sounds like he's got temperature in the tyres.
I don't think there was contact between the two cars there. Sean DeLeo, I think it was in turn 3, 4, and I just think it was, he saw him a bit too late, got on the marbles a little bit, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there wasn't contact. Be good to see it again.
We keep going, maximum push, gap behind 4 seconds.
Yeah, not much when you've got Robert Kubica behind you.
Yeah, Nick Nielsen's, yeah, he's had a much better stint this time around. Coming up to double stint now this time around compared to the first time he was in the car. But yeah, let's see what Robert Kubica can do. Kubica was really in the mix, wasn't he, at the start, right in the middle of all the scrapping, and he never had free air. So this will be a bit more of a better experience for him this time around, and he can see the car in front, the race leader in front of him. It's always good when you've got a target, and yeah, no other cars around you. Nick de Vries in full debrief mode with Alex Wirtz.
If Alex can hear him, since Nick is talking at sort of chest height, roughly.
I'm sure Alex is used to it.
It was an interesting graphic. We haven't seen that previously. Contact time. So at the rate of current closing, Robert Kubica 0.4 of a second quicker than Nick Nielsen over the last, since their pit stop, in 13 laps. He should be right with the race leader, and Kubica won't stop for 26 laps, so he might have an opportunity to get on terms with Nielsen and try and take the lead of the race before he pits. Will Stevens with Raffaele Marcello going around the outside, will cut back to the inside, boxes Stevens in behind the Corvette and just keeps the door open enough for himself. That was wily racing by Raffaele Marcello, so the BMW moves up ahead of the Caddy into 7th position.
Yeah, Will Stevens hanging on to that very old set of right-hand sided tyres on the mediums.
Nick, a fantastic stint. Again, super high level of performance. Were you expecting to be in the mix like this before the race? Because again, you're there, you're always there.
Certainly not. Actually, it's been a very challenging weekend for us, and I think we were pretty pleased with P7 in qualifying, and the start of the race was very challenging, and we didn't actually look that competitive. Obviously, there has been a lot of chaos and drama. We managed to stay out of trouble so far, touch wood. But yeah, had pretty clean stints and put ourselves in a decent position, but it's still a long way to go.
You don't even look tired.
3 stints, it's just a little bit, you know, you feel the pressure on the shoulders, but no, I'm okay, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really strong stint, or a couple of stints from Nick de Vries, wasn't it? As always, super rapid in anything he steps into in the world of sports cars, and yeah, another good job. So you got Mike Conway now back behind the wheel of the car 7. Obviously, he suffered that spin earlier on in the race, and I know Mike very well. I'm sure he's going to want to put things right this time around. Where is Mike? He is now in P4, 4.3 seconds behind Van der Linde in the number 20 BMW.
Yeah, better of the 2 Toyotas. Meanwhile, Alpine versus Porsche. This is the number 6 car. Who's at the wheel of that? Kevin Esch, of course it is. Fred Makoviki's taken over the 36 from Mick Schumacher, so that was the car that Raffaele Marcello was chasing, and now it's Kevin Esch's job to try and get by the Alpine as he ducks around the 46 BMW.
Yeah, Kevin Estre, he's on they've got a bit of a different tyre strategy going on at the moment. Kevin Estre still hanging on to well, this will be 3rd stint on this set of tyres that he started on. So Mick Schumacher pitted. Like you say, Martin handed over to Makowiecki, who's taken a new set of tyres. Still, the mediums on the right-hand side, hards on the left, and everybody else seems to be doing as well. So it's Makowiecki clearly with the tyre advantage at this stage, but yeah, no one's told Kevin Estre that quite clearly.
Well, Estre's due to pit next lap, we understand, from the pit lane, so he is running about as light as it is possible to run in terms of weight of fuel on board. Whereas Mako has only just taken over the car, so he'll be a large number of kilos heavier than the Porsche right behind. And of course, he won't want to allow Kevin Escher to take the moral high ground and get by him, no matter how heavy the Alpine is. He's got slightly, well, he's not got a slight tyre advantage, he's got a substantial tyre advantage, but the car is heavier, so it'll brake a little less efficiently and accelerate not quite as quickly. Escher into the pit lane, so at the end of that run on tyres. This is not like the 6-hour races where they are really tightly restricted. This 10-hour race, it's got nearly double the number of tyres available for hypercar as in the 6-hour race. 6-hour race, they've got 18 tyres for qualifying and the race. In a 10-hour race, they've got 32. So that's not tyres and a half, that's tyres and 3/4. So,
and on top of it, it's a circuit that's not that punishing on tyres as well. Yeah. So yeah, they do have there's plenty of tyres to choose from, and that's why we're seeing successful double stints all around.
The problem is, you've got the tyres, you don't want to burn 20 seconds putting them on. That's the problem.
Lawrence Vantour climbs aboard the number 6 car. It's not the same start to the season for this crew as they experienced last year, with a change in the way they're allowed to prepare the tyres for these runs. A pretty big key of that. Porsche telling us what the strategy was last year in their press release earlier this week.
Smoking away on that car number 6, particularly on the front.
Hard working, isn't it? Under 2.5 hours to go now, and 7.5 hours in the book.
Yeah, and we switched to this becoming a timed race instead of laps. So we had the laps on our board earlier on. Now it's switched to time remaining of 2 hours, 28 minutes.
As the 6 car comes back out onto the circuit, we're going to be talking a lot about the racing. Let's talk a little bit about some of the problems. We have 4 official retirements now with the 007 Aston Martin Valkyrie, sadly, falling victim, we believe, to transmission issues. There is definitely going to be a 5th, because as at the moment not an official retirement is the 77 Proton Competition Mustang, which we saw with that fire a little earlier. 61 Iron Lynx car, the Mercedes MG, the 81 TF Sports Corvette. We see its sister car, the 33. Running in 2nd place in LMGT3, that falling victim to the alternator drive shaft earlier in the race, and then the 87 Codis ASP Lexus, after contact from it on the 21 Ferrari, caused damage to the front left corner of the car. It's been a good night so far, hasn't it, for these McLarens?
Yeah, just looking at Sosei here, and in the number 59 McLaren. I mean, they clearly had the speed in qualifying. It's the Lexus that had the ultimate speed in the race, but it didn't go their way, did it? Well, particularly one of the cars early on in the race. But yeah, now the Corvette sits in front at this point. TF Sport of Edgar.
Yeah, well, Johnny Edgar coming to this programme after, I believe, a 10 silver driver shootout for this seat, and came out of that looking good, but
this
is the hypercar.
This is the fight I was just seeing on the tyre app, the Michelin tyre app. So I could see that Mike Conway, now he's back in the car. I mentioned that before, but he's got the tyre advantage over Sheldon van der Linde that's in front of him. He's closing down once he can get past this GT car, the Aston. There's van der Linde in front now, so he's got the tyre advantage. Conway took a full set. He's got hard tyres on the left-hand side as always, and the right's the mediums. But van der Linde only took a used set, so I'm guessing a qualified set, of medium tyres on the right-hand side, and he's continuing on with the left-hand side tyres that have done a full 36 lap stint, and then on top of that, another 32 lap stint. And now he's done 8 laps in this stint. So that, yeah, he's that left-hand side tyre really overworks. And I know it's a low deg around this track, but still, you'd always take new tyres as you advance. So Conway on the attack, and he's got to make best use of these. And we've seen some of the drivers, despite the tyre advantage, not being able to make the overtake.
Quick message on the screen. Debris on track, right-hand side of the start line. So debris at about this point of the track. Can't see it from our vantage points. Hopefully that not on the racing surface, or we might get another interruption to proceedings. It has to be said, and we've had a couple of spectacular moments. I'm going to say it out loud, aren't I? 2.5 hours to go.
Well, you know what?
We've got a remarkable amount of green flag running.
I was thinking about this earlier. So most of the action happened in the first 1/3 of the race, I'd say. And I think the reason for that is probably because it's first day back at school for all these drivers, isn't it? You know, they've had a long winter off. They come here and it's more competitive than ever before. So they're taking the risks, and I can sense that they weren't quite in the groove of not just the driving of the car, but how you approach the traffic. And that goes both ways as well. It's for the GT drivers as well as the hypercar drivers. They were finding their way, and mistakes were coming thick and fast because of that. And now we got to this stage in the race. Yes, the field's a little bit more spread out, but I've probably cursed it now, but despite there being more marbles on the track and that single line that the drivers are driving to, it seems to have calmed down because they're in that rhythm. They're in the rhythm of they know where to overtake, they know where the risks are. The GT drivers know where the hypercars are likely to dive bomb them, and I think that's why we get to the point where we're now seeing a bit more of a calmer race.
Yeah, and remarkably still in the mix, the 51 Ferrari, after multiple penalties for that car. James Collado now at the wheel of the 51. I believe 6 penalties have come the way of that car, but with the safety car's intervention, the damage 27 seconds to the leader, which is the fellow factory car, still the 50 car. Good long lingering look at the number 15 in the hands of Raffaele Marciello. His next target, 7 seconds ahead, is Brendan Hartley, but pushing on now, the number 12 caddy in the hands of Will Stevens. Oh, that's why we're looking at that. Dipped a wheel off into the gravel, spat it sideways. This is the 15 running wide.
And once you're off the track as well, so all the marbles and the stones and the gravel, you're just picking up constantly more and more, and you can see the car just fighting to get back onto track.
4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
That is going to be, I'm sure, for Debris.
On the main straight, bear totally left. On the main straight, bear totally left. We're having marshals exposed.
This was, we were told there was some debris on the start line on driver's right just a few minutes ago. And,
just looking out the commentary box window, I can't see any visible debris on track, but yeah, hopefully we carry on one of the onboards, we'll see exactly where it is. There we go.
It's a water bottle. There's a water bottle on track. Right by the pit wall. But something else as well. They're clearly on the racing surface. There we go. But there is absolutely a water bottle up by the wall. So, as we see again one of our brave marshals on the racing surface, it's a good time on a full course yellow. Just to remind you that we've got our camera crews out back. I don't mean the Australian-style restaurant. I mean at the back of the pits, in the garages, on pit lane, and digging out the stories behind the stories you are seeing in just about a month's time on the
10,
FIWC
9,
YouTube
8,
channel. You'll see the fruits
7,
of their labours,
6,
and lots
5,
more social media
4,
content as well to keep
3,
you busy
2,
until we
1.
get to our next race.
Full
Back
course
to
yellow
green
removed.
flag running. Lots of ways to follow the stories you can see and some of the ones that you don't. Lots of fun too for the FI World Endurance Championship through all of the regular social media channels. The best way of all is to keep following the racing. We'll follow up later with the stories after the race on Full Access.
That quick full course yellow has given Mike Conway the opportunity, as we ride on board with him now, to catch the BMW in front of him slightly. It's a bit of traffic in front as well for good measure. So what can Van der Linde do to hold off the hard-charging Conway, who's obviously looking for a little bit of redemption here in this race. Goes down the inside of the BMW number 31 at turn 6. Again, we're seeing high-risk moves from all the drivers up and down the grid here today. And yeah, Conway now really putting the pressure on. You're looking for any opportunity you can. That's likely to come through the traffic, but not that time around for Conway. Through turn 10 they go, into the turbulent air now behind the BMW, through turn 12. Coming up to that one, it's going to be kicking up a lot of turbulence at that speed range. Not much you can do there. And yeah, this triple right-hander, dare and step out of line, because you can see all the marbles just waiting for you. Touch some of those just with the left-hand side of the tyres and you're straight off the track. The
Tricky
team
one.
washes on.
Sorry, apologies. Tricky one for the Toyota. The BMW is still a very quick car tonight.
It is. When we saw the Ferrari, we saw the number 51 Ferrari of Pierre Guidi as well, didn't we? Just stuck behind. It wasn't Van der Linde at that point, was it? In the car 20, it was Rast, and he was just stuck behind him lap after lap. But they were on the same tyre strategy at that point. You can see the level of concentration behind the wheel, and let's see what they're saying at car 7.
Okay, Mike, BMW in front, much older tires, much older tires.
Is that correct? Much older tyres on the BMW?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. So yeah, so I could see from the tyre up I've got that Conway took the full set, and yeah, Van der Linde only took the right set, which was an old used qualified tyre of mediums just on the right hand side. But that left hand side of Van der Linde has pretty much done a triple stint, or it started a triple stint just now. So he's done 11 a double stint plus 11 at this point as it stands. So I mean, yeah, tyre deg is, unfortunately, that hasn't really helped the overtaking opportunities, because the offset of tyres in your strategy doesn't really help anymore.
So you've got Mike Conway now, who will be on, I'm sure, a challenging strategy of his own in terms of fuel and tyres. Now has the screw turned a little bit to try to close the gap and pass Sheldon Van der Linde.
So when we go to a circuit like Bahrain, for example, Graham, there's a bigger offset between a new tyre and an old tyre on that particular track. The tyre deg is so massive. We heard earlier on from Mike from Goodyear, didn't we, saying, you know, Bahrain really almost stands alone these days. It's still the same old surface that's over 20 years old, and it savages the tyres. It literally rips through them. So a new tyre rewards with so much extra lap time in Bahrain, whereas here, nice new smooth track, smooth surface. It's very little tyre deg, and that unfortunately minimises your chances of doing extra things with the tyres. So there's less of an offset, therefore less overtaking opportunities.
On board just briefly there with the other Toyota. Here we go. This is said earlier in the programme, we're going to get involved in the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. Choose who you believe is the most valuable driver of the race. You can vote on @FIWC _official social media channel for who you believe in LMGT3 is the most valuable driver of the race, and that driver will receive, by popular votes, the Goodyear Wingfoot Award here. You're pointing at another message on screen, and that is that instant we saw where you don't believe there was contact, but Sean Gallale feeling as if Robert Kubica was a little too close to the comfort running the McLaren off track.
Well, it wouldn't be Sean Gallale, it's the stewards that would make that decision. We didn't have a good enough view of it when we saw it, but it'd be interesting to see what the outcome is.
Second in LMGT3, TF Sports 33 car, and Alex is with Danny Juncadella right now.
Yes, I'm here in TF Sport with 33 Daniel Juncadella. What a stint that was, and put you right back in contention.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it out there. I think, yeah, the car has been really coming alive during the race. We were very strong last week in the prologue, and this beginning of this weekend we were struggling. We were missing a bit of balance, but I think in the race we made a really good step forward, and yeah, P2 right now, so fingers crossed that we can bring it home in a podium position.
What's the biggest challenge now for these final couple of hours?
I think it's just finding out what the different strategies, or where the different strategies put us. I think some guys pitted during that last safety car and got a little bit out of sequence, so I'm not entirely sure where we are right now in terms of strategy, but car's quick, Johnny's doing a great job, and I think we'll be right up there. Don't think we can beat the McLarens on pure pace, but yeah, I mean, a good result to start the year would be standing on the podium.
Yeah, some nice points in the bag. Well done, Daniel.
We've got a couple of drive-through penalties coming for full course yellow infringements. It's 2 GT cars, the number 88 remaining Proton Mustang. That car down just outside the top 10 in GT, and the 21 car, that's the Vista AF Corsa car, Simon Mann at the wheel of the Ferrari, and that car is in 6th. That's going to hurt, but there's still quite small gaps in amongst the leading group of LMGT3 cars. So pretty extraordinary time mileage figures coming out at the moment. Catch up with those in due course. So Nielsen continues to lead the race, 10 seconds to good from Robert Kubica. Sheldon van der Linde still under pressure from Mike Conway, but not quite in the tenths that it was. James Collado under similar pressure from Brendan Hartley. And Will Stevens closing in on Raffaele Marciello in a fight for 7th as well. So long way to go with 2 hours 14 minutes left in the race, and plenty of battles still underway, and lots of strategy still to play out here.
Yeah, like this one that we're watching on the screen now, between Loic Duval and Christensen in car number 5. And the Porsche of car number 5, obviously had that contact really early on in the race, well, on the opening lap, and suffered that slow left front puncture. Put them out of the sequence, but then the safety car really helped them, and critically, when they overtook the Phil Hansen's car 83, didn't they? And got that lap back from the next safety car. It's put them right back in the fight now, with the Peugeot at least, car number 94. So yeah, I mean, Peugeot's pace has been enough, I think, to match Porsche for this particular race. But you feel, looking at the screen here, Jenson Button behind the wheel of the number 38 Cadillac Jota. It's been a missed opportunity, isn't it, for them? I mean, I said it earlier on, but I really feel like it was that car that consistently looked like the biggest threat to Ferrari today.
It's as is often the case in the World Endurance Championship, the storylines after the event are not just who's won and who's got to the podium, but who could have.
And they'll need to look at that incident between the two cars there, the two drivers, and I'm sure one will be saying, oh, I was just warming up my brakes and I wasn't ready to go just yet, and the other driver's saying, oh, I was brake tested, there's nothing I could do. But you just can't have two cars hit each other, so especially when your teammates, there's something will have to change there, and I'm sure some hard words will be said.
Brendan, wear data from Dio shows still a lot of compound on rear left. The least is front left, but still quite a lot, so you can abuse the tires to bring them in the window.
Yeah, so basically, don't be afraid to use the left rear of the car. And we're seeing that the tyre degradation seems to be almost nothing around this track anyway. And
that's a different event with the McLaren, isn't it? That's not the same.
Not the same one. Not the same one. So yeah, McLaren,
59?
and that was the 59. Yeah, it was Sosei. So yeah, these McLarens getting run off the road at every opportunity, it seems, by the hypercars.
Meantime, by the way, there could be some dramas ahead for Valentino Rossi. Under investigation, track in its 4th offence, said the message on screen. And Valle is aboard the car at the moment. He's running in 8th place and in danger, if the penalty comes his way, of dropping to the bottom of or even out of the top 10 and point-scoring position at this stage. We want to keep an eye on there as to what comes out of race control and stewards from that investigation. 5th offence.
Oh, it doesn't get any better. It's just updated. Yeah, not the 4th offence, 5th offence. So And I think that one you're looking for a penalty. You are looking for a penalty with that one. And don't forget, Rossi fell foul of this many times, not just on one lap in qualifying, multiple laps in qualifying as well.
A battle here for 11th place, and actually the final point scoring position for the manufacturers' World Championship points in this race. There's no further action between the 95 and the 15. But another one at turn 13. So there's at least 3 incidents involving hypercars and one of the United Autosports cars.
Michael Christensen really starting to mount the pressure now on Loic Duval in the 94 Peugeot. We've seen so many times you can get close on this track, but it's so difficult to overtake without a little bit of luck with the traffic as well.
Yeah, 2 of our world champions in this battle. Loic Duval shared that car with Tom Christensen, been on the show just a little earlier in 2013, and Michael Christensen, sorry, confused myself with Christensen's there, the GT world champion some years ago too.
So Michael Christensen has got the advantage, similar story actually to Mike Conway, with he took 4 new tyres at the last pit stop. Loic Duval only took the right-hand side new. So there is that slight tyre advantage, but we've seen with Conway it wasn't enough to get past the BMW, and he still sits behind Van der Linde, only 1.2 seconds behind. But yeah, this situation here with the car 5 is, try as he might, he's finding it increasingly difficult to get by, and he is going to need the help of some traffic here, I feel.
Well, confirmation on the screen just a moment or 2 ago that Valentino Rossi has been handed a drive-through penalty. He got his warning for the 4th escapade about 10 minutes into his stint. He'd had 4 in about 3 laps when he was battling right at the beginning. He's managed to keep his nose clean almost to the end of his stint, but not quite.
That's a good run that Christensen had on the exit of turn 10, but they're coming up to the very high speed of turn 12, and that right there is where you're going to start feeling the turbulence, and then you drop back behind, and that corner as well, and then the last of the triple right-handers to finish off turn 14. Then you've got 15. Yeah, look at that. As soon as we go to the onboard, the Christensen fighting the wheel for all he's worth, but this could be his opportunity. A GT car in front catches up, and yeah, you're right, Martin, pointing at 2. There are 2 GT cars, and but yeah, this final corner, it's like it's a little bit too fast. The 94 Peugeot is going to pick up a bit of slipstream there as well from the GT. So Christensen would be thinking, oh, if only that GT car was a little bit closer around going into the final corner. I had the help of in turn 15. It wasn't there for me in 16.
But did you see how Loic Duval moved over to the right?
Oh, this is close.
Line. Yeah. Loic Duval was defending hard. Christensen's inside him, and
he's done it well. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. So now Duval's got the inside. He's going to have to defend this on the way into turn 4. He does, but he can't go too far because there's a lot of marbles on the inside there. And Christensen's going to look for the switchback to fire it down the inside. Can't do it. Can't do it.
A lot of marbles, a lot of gravel as well. Those gravel traps just inside the curbs. Quite a few cars have been across them in 4-5 down to turn 6. So the Peugeot clings on.
We've talked a lot about the improved form of BMW, quite correctly so, and a little bit about Alpine too. What about Peugeot? What do we think as we see again? It's a somewhat solid defence from Loic Duval there. And that was the touch.
He's ushering him towards the curbs. He's using the line. That will be his defence, Anthony.
It's the racing line, but that was the move down. It wasn't quite a move, but what actually fell in his favour there with Christensen is that Duval went a bit wide in turn 2, and I don't think Christensen was expecting that. So that was a get out of jail there, wasn't it, for Duval? But Kaya coming back from the curb just to the left. Yeah, it wasn't like he meant to make contact. That is actually the line to come back out from turn 2 and open up turn 3 a little bit. It is easy flat out turn 3 in these cars. I think if you're on the same line in a GT car, it might not be quite as easy,
LMGT3 leader in the pit lane. Sean Gallale, door open, but did he get out? He didn't get out. So he stays in the 95 McLaren, and that now means that Johnny Edgar, for the first time, leads in the 33 TF Sport Corvette.
Corvette leads. Augusto Farfus cycles round the second place in the number 31 LeBen Team WRT BMW. Yes, it will be next up.
Gallale in that McLaren was a winner for BMW last year in the rain in the 31 car in Imola. That's the word I was looking for.
Problem.
Yeah, left front. That can mean a real potential question mark over the car. Did the wheel nut go on? Is the wheel seated? There's the 33 trying to stay out of the way. That is our current leader, Johnny Edgar. Through goes that battle that we were just watching. Loic Duval ahead of Michael Christensen. Anthony, when you're leading in a tight little battle like this, does it ramp up the need to get by traffic even more desperately than might otherwise be the case?
Oh, it's such tense stuff, definitely. You don't want to give your opposition any sniff of a chance to make good use of traffic. So it's whoever dares wins, really. And you know that if you're not the one really being decisive, that you can be pounced on. And yeah, you do feel the pressure, but also you feel the pressure from the car, being the car behind as well. You don't want your competitor to get away.
I am with Marino Sato, a leading car of the GT category. I saw you were looking at the pit stop with a lot of intention and a little bit of scariness. Is everything running fine? And can you have a read through the strategy already and know whereabouts you are? Because you're leading, but I know that with the strategy it's a little bit complicated.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 2 hours to go. We just lost quite some time in the pit stop, so I'm not quite sure where we are. But yeah, till now I think the team has done great. Both Darren and Sean has been very impressive, and then they set it up for me to hand me the car in first place. So yeah, there's still a lot to play for, but yeah, hoping for a good result now.
Okay, fingers crossed for you.
Thank you very much.
So everything crossed for the leaders who have just stopped from the front of LMGT3, Marino Sato. Yeah, anytime the car doesn't go down immediately and somebody's still hovering around the wheel, we fear the worst, but it didn't cost them too much. There's the brains trust of Penske Team Porsche. Duval still holding on in front of Michael Christensen, riding with the Porsche 963 driver, and using more and more steering input as the car gets looser and looser. The longer he spends behind the Peugeot in that turbulent air, the more the car is relying on mechanical grip rather than mechanical and all of its aero, the more the tyres start to wear and the more busy he's going to be. He's still right up behind it. Again, he can see an opportunity, closes well under braking every time down into turn 1.
And that was one of those moments, Martin, where you could see Duval, he went to commit down the inside because he thought, if I don't do that, Christensen will.
He's given him a run though here. It's a brief opportunity with no track space to do it, but now Michael Christensen has got a sniff of a possibility of a maybe here.
The McLaren LMGT3 car had to just basically again shortcut the corner to stay out of the way. 33 is in the pit lane. That is our leader, or was our leader as he came in, Johnny Edgar, in the yellow Corvette in the inset picture.
Still, this battle goes on.
You kind of feel like it's coming. It's inevitable that car 5 will find its way by. It's just a matter of time, but Duval is doing such a sterling job of placing the car exactly where he needs to, and that moment in turn 2 this time around was exactly one of those moments where if he didn't go for that gap, which was a risky move, of course, on the McLaren, then of course Christensen would have gone for it and overtaken him instead. So you've got to be the one on the attack all the time when you're that leading car, but at some point it won't go your way, and that's why Christensen, his job is to stay as close as he can at all times to the back of that Peugeot for if that opportunity comes along.
But the other point here is the longer that the Peugeot holds off the charging or the attempted to be charging Porsche, the better news it is for the other Peugeot, which is increasingly far ahead of this pair.
And of course, any slight tyre advantage that Penske driver might have had initially goes away. The longer he's in turbulent air, the less his tyres will have an edge, and the Peugeot will actually have a little bit better balance.
Well, and also what happens is usually that you learn where your opponent is stronger than you and where the attack is likely to come. So you get used to that, you know, where the speed of their car is and where you're likely to be put under pressure, and then you kind of change your driving accordingly. So like here, turn 6, he's looking, yeah, Christensen looks to the inside, but he's not quite close enough.
But he does close a lot under braking.
The leader is catching you, 5 seconds behind. 5 seconds behind is the leader.
I can do nothing.
Just do your best, I know.
Getting really close up behind the Peugeot there as we heard that radio message.
You can hear the frustration. I can't do anything. I mean, try as he might. If it was all 4 tyres that were newer, oh, look at this on the exit of turn 10, but now you've got that run up again towards turn 12. It's such a high-speed corner, and the Peugeot's got pretty decent straight-line speed, and there you go again. Look at the gap open up. That's the problem.
And the next car in shot is the Ferrari, the race leader, and Christensen will get the blue flags and will have to move out of the way. Now, he might get 2 or 3 corners in which to try and choose a good place to do it.
Now, this might be interesting. Look at this. This is what Christensen's been waiting for. The final corner. Now, Duval is compromised before with the GT in front. Now you're talking. It's a drag race now down towards turn 1. What's Duval going to do this time? This is the closest been. Best opportunity coming up for Christensen.
But what about the 3 GT cars? Are they
don't
going
worry
to
about them
catch
now.
them
No,
in
don't
the
worry about them now.
corner?
Don't worry about them now. Yeah, look, that's what it was all about. Christensen getting his nose in the middle of turn 1, but he's on the outside for turn 2. He's going to hold him as far as he can to the inside to try and get around the outside. I think he might have done this. Oh, the contact there. That was a little bit naughty. Much worse than the last time around when they were other side.
I think there's a bit.
They're not going to like the stewards. They're not going to like that. We love it. They won't.
Great close quarters racing from Loic Duval and Michael Christensen, and Christensen will absolutely be infuriated by that.
And that's where now Christensen's got to drive with the maturity that we all know he can have, because his blood will be boiling from what just happened there. Now's the time not to go damaging your car, taking the law into your own hands. It will unfold in his favour.
Don't pick up a penalty.
Exactly. Don't damage your car as well. The penalty will be coming Duval's way. I'm 100% sure of that. So you can't be the one to be losing out now by getting angry. So there was contact before the contact. One bang,
2.
But it's what happened on the exit of the corner that I'm more worried about, because right there,
he was through.
He was. I called it earlier. The job was done.
Yeah.
And I think knew the job was done as well.
He did superbly well to keep that car on the straight and narrow.
He really did, but yeah, Christensen will be seething about that one. But it will come good. But look, he's got another opportunity here. Once again.
A few shards of carbon in the track in their wake, and the leader is coming up behind them as well.
Here we go. Is it going to be a carbon copy of last time? No, he's a little bit further behind, and Duval's got an earlier turn in.
I was just about to say carbon might well be involved.
He hit him. It was contact mid-corner.
This is now gloves off for Christensen.
But that's what I mean. He's got to be careful and mature in this situation. And
he's got no time. The leader is with him. He's getting the blue flags.
Just do your best, mate. Leader's coming behind.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it on track here, because you drive so hard into me. I'd like someone to take care of it.
That's exactly right. I want someone to take care of it. They will. It's just the stewards, they got their eyes full, and it definitely would have been noted. The race director would have seen it, and then he hands it to the stewards to have a look at. They'll analyse it. It takes time to analyse it. If I had many different camera angles, I'd be all over it, and I'd make a even more decisive decision. But he's just got to be, as painful as it is, he's got to be patient here until the stewards make their decision, and I'm sure it will go in his favour.
Again, the leader coming up behind Loic Duval. Christensen was actually off track and bouncing across the gravel strips as the Ferrari went by, so his position was already compromised. But now Loic Duval will be getting the blue flags. And I think in driver's briefing they were told 3 corners, and then you're running the risk of getting a penalty for ignoring the blue flags.
I mean, Duval would always say, "Oh, well, you know, I was put on the inside and I understeered into him." This is the view of. I mean, it's a bit of a. It's a risky move trying to go around the outside of that double right-hander, so I'm not surprised this one happened. You're on the marble, yeah, a little bit of contact there, you're on the marble. You're asking a lot to go around the outside of that particular corner.
Now, you saw in that replay that the marshalling screen said blue and hype. That will be playing in Loic Duval's car. This is nearly a lap he's had the Ferrari behind him now, so Loic Duval is actually not doing himself any favours. He's got to let the race leader go.
Well, you ask yourself, is there a penalty coming for the first incident? Oh, big wiggle there, and off for the 36 car. Bit of rally crossing.
Tank slapper for Fred Makovici.
Well, the Alpine A110 has got a great rally heritage, and the A424's not too, is quite handy through the gravel as well. We'll play a bit of hashtag wait and see what comes out of the steward's office here. Oh, he's through.
Change of position.
Finally through.
Yep.
And I wonder if it happened when he had to let the Ferrari through, actually, when Duval had to let the Ferrari, or they thought, we might get in trouble here for what happened earlier on. If we let him go, we might survive a penalty.
Doing it a lap later, not sure that's going to get you out of the fire.
No.
You've jumped from the frying pan.
Let's watch.
So it happened earlier, so he had lost the momentum before even turn 7.
Yeah.
So something happened here, in fact, down at turn 6.
Yep.
So it was the Ferrari going through that allowed him to go round the outside of turn 7, cross the line, switch back, and then on the inside, that's how he did it. Good bit of driving there. Good bit of driving from Christensen.
I imagine there was some fruity Danish language there as he finally got by, directed at Loic Duval. Duval now with the 99 Porsche behind. That's not for position. Niljani is a couple of laps behind, 1 lap behind, 2 laps behind actually, the 94 Peugeot.
Under 2 hours now to go. We're way past 10 p.m. in the evening here in Qatar.
Wow, when did that happen? I thought we still had hours left. There's your race leader. That is Nick Nielsen, the Dane, ahead of Robert Kubica now by 5 points, just a whisker over 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds. So holding that margin steady over the 83 car. And as we heard from the team after the Cadillac calamitous restart, don't do anything silly. This is not the time to be taking risks. Leading in the LMGT3 class, back up to the top of the pile, Akodis ASP. Fingerzitz is back in the car.
This is going to be nip and tuck through. If it stays green, we've got quite the battle to come in LMGT3. Lexus still there, Corvette, Ferrari, and indeed the McLaren.
Very good pace, Robert. 3 laps to go, gap to the rear, 11 seconds, gap to Nielsen, 5.
Yeah, in fact, he's taken half a second out of, not quite, a couple of tenths, in fact, on that last lap out of Nick Nielsen. Current gap out to 5.5 and counting, keeping race leader honest.
Sometimes when you can get in the groove of overtaking cars in the right place, and you really benefit when you've got the amount of marbles that we have on track as we do now. If you consistently overtake cars just in a straight line like he's done there with the Aston, clearing that one before turn 1 and not having to venture offline too much during the corners, you keep your tyres in really good shape, and the lap time just completely goes in your favour.
And of course that's not a choice.
A lot of it's just
catch cars where you catch them.
Exactly. Yeah. And you just sometimes you seem to get in this rhythm of, wow, I'm overtaking a car in the right place, or like in a lucky place again. But corners like that, inside of turn 6, not so favourable because you've got a few marbles under the braking zone there. Flashes the lights around turn 7 with the Porsche, and so you choose not to overtake around the outside of 7 because you know the marbles are there. So you've got to get wise in where you place your car as well, thinking about what that's going to do with the tyre grip.
Trouble could be coming the way of United Autosports lead. McLaren, the 95 car, Sean Galeo just stopped out of the lead ahead of the Acodis ASP Lexus, under investigation for unsafe release from the pits. Now, that's not on this most recent stop. That was actually an hour ago. Nevertheless, that could incur a penalty.
So,
second place, there's Phil Hansen with his back to us, Ye Yifei in the AF Corsa garage as their teammate Robert Kubica continues to lap in second place. Look at the energy remaining, Kubica 2%, so this will be his last lap. 18% for the race leader, 10 and 12 for the BMW and the Toyota, and the 51 Ferrari, just 1% more than that, so they've got another handful of laps still to go. The race leading 50 Ferrari is sort of out of kilter with just about everybody else behind it.
So is this race going to see the first ever non-Le Mans race win for a factory Ferrari 499P? Is it going to be the second race win for the 83, the private enter car, this car? Is it going to be the first for BMW, or is it going to be the 95 millionth for Toyota? Because they are the record holders in the F1 World Endurance Championship.
We've still got more than a full Grand Prix distance left to race, so effectively, if it starts now, we still haven't got a clue who's going to be in the top 3 really in either category, because in LMGT3 we've still got Lexus, Corvette, Ferrari, McLaren and potentially BMW in the hunt for the race win, and maybe also the heart of racing Aston Martin. So could be 6 brands looking for a position in the top 3 in LMGT3, and it could be exactly the same here in Hypercar. Ferrari are 1-2 at the moment. The AF Corsa car of Robert Kubica will be heading into the pits. He is already being told box, box, and as you can see, 0% energy. That's a little bit like a London Underground 1 minute, I imagine. Is that it's maybe not quite the empirical definition of 0. In comes 99 behind as well.
As the hypercars come down pit lane, we'll tell you it's neither of the top 2 makes an GT3 as things stand. The make in 4th and 5th place has yet won a race in GT3. To the top 5 for potential first-time winners.
So Kubica comes in here and he was praised for his speed before this pit stop, and that he was catching Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50. Nielsen really has responded, and the last couple of laps at least has really put his foot down and got a bit lucky in traffic as well. I think he's lapped in the low 1:42s compared to Van der Linde and Conway and even James Collado in the sister car to Nielsen. They're all in the 1:44s, just to put that into context. So Nielsen's opened up a nice little gap there.
It's funny, we use phrases like, oh, he's really got his foot down, or he's really pushing. They've got their foot down, they're really pushing every single lap. Sometimes they might have to save more fuel. They might need to roll off the throttle, a little bit of lift and coast. That's all part of the game, and everybody needs to do that for energy management. But none of them are sort of cruising around, you know, 80%. Oh, I think I might give it a bit of a go now. So, but it's how the traffic works, isn't it, and how the car's been driven. Looking back into our LMGT3 field as we see the 009 Aston Martin, the remaining car, Alex Riberas at the wheel. 007 retired with some issues with the car that were not safe to continue with, I believe, or not possible to continue with. Here is the latest of the additions to our LMGT3 field, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and that is Eduardo Barrichello up into 10th position ahead of Ricardo Pera in the first form Manthey Racing Porsche, as we start to see our hypercars pitting. 35, in comes the car of Paul-Luc Chatin.
This is, of course, the battle for the final points position for 10th place, and it is the 92 Porsche, trying to get back to somewhere close to the form we saw to start the year for the 911 GT3R. I mentioned that 009 Aston Martin, and they'll be delighted with that car going this deep into this race. Whatever happens from this point, 8 hours of competitive running, albeit with a couple of delays. It's all about learning, it's all about data, it's all about all those things when you're developing a brand new car and a brand new racing concept, which is what it is. Track time in race conditions is absolutely vital.
Well, not least of all that Aston Martin V12 was redeveloped for racing by Cosworth Engineering, and this is the first time anybody has asked it to absolutely do 10 hours, not to test until you have an issue, but this is, you know, the benchmark now is it must produce a 10-hour race, if at all humanly possible. So they are within, what, an hour and 45 minutes of that already. It's done 8.25 hours of absolutely relentless running. So it's proving all sorts of systems in the car, not least of which is the one for which it's already become globally familiar, and that Wailing V12.
Indeed. These are the final 2 hours, and we're getting to the stage where these strategies are beginning to come into play that will mean who is going to score drivers and World Championship manufacturers points. In comes number 7.
Battle for third on the pit road, Anthony. The number 20 BMW ahead of the number 7 Toyota.
So I'm expecting the Toyota crew to leave this set of tyres on with Mike Conway, because they were brand new in his last stop. They've done 32 laps now, and Van der Linde, I'm sure, will at least have to take a left-hand side. He had a new right-hand side go on the last stop, but the left-hand side hard tyres, they've just finished a triple stint. So surely they're going to have to put that, and they've got the red striped tyres sitting there.
Now, it wasn't actually a battle for position, because the 20 was ahead of the number 8, which stays out for another lap, and number 7 was in 5th place. So, but it will gain definitely from that BMW, because BMW, as you rightly said, changing tyres now.
No, they were racing for position. The number 20 and number 7 are definitely racing for position. It's just that Conway was stuck behind Van der Linde, clearly with a lot more speed. Couldn't get by. So this offset of tyre strategy there between number 7 and 20, because the 20 is just taken, or going to take, that left-hand side tyres, that's allowed Conway, with just a fuel stop only, to then jump the car 20. And there he is. So that was, for a moment, when it picked it up, thought the car was crabbing slightly, and the tyre hadn't gone on properly. But
it's quite odd. It's the way the colour scheme actually affects the straight. It does look.
Well, no, I think he was a bit sideways. Oh, so Conway is out as well.
Yeah, Kamui took over while you had your head down in the data. So Kamui took over. In comes 51, and this is the Ferrari driven by. Is it still Alessandro Pierre Guidi? No, James Collado, so that started the 51 car.
The difference in pit lane between the two battling cars we were talking about a little earlier, the number 7 car, with that driver change to Kamui Kobayashi, 1 minute and 15 seconds, the BMW, 1 minute and 26. And Robin Freins is now aboard that car.
That is an 11-second deficit, and that is the tyre change. You did the driver change at the same time as fuel, so it didn't make a great deal of difference to their pit time. So James Collado stays in, no tyres going on. What are those guys doing? Well, they're cleaning off the number panel, they're cleaning out the debris from the wheel arches, because that's where all those bits of rubber that are referred to as the marbles get thrown up, and great big lumps of it staying there. Damage on that left front corner. You can see the dive plane separated from the car on the number 8.
I think that happened long ago.
Way ago, yeah.
When Buemi when he had that contact in turn 5 on the inside, and with the GT car.
And yet, all the pit stops in the interim, they've not bothered to change the nose. So for all the time that we say these cars are so finely tuned, it's carrying damage. Most valuable driver of the race, you can have your vote on the official WEC social media channels. So if you are on social media, go to FIA WEC.
Is it an open nomination, or are there nominations to vote upon?
Well, you go to FIA WEC
I'll do that
and have a look. Valentino Rossi out of the car. Now, yeah, we didn't see him do his penalty, but he did have a penalty applied to the 46. TF Sports Johnny Edgar back to the top of the pile. United Auto Sports second and third. And there is the 20 BMW. And don't forget, brand new tyres means that effectively for Robin Friends, who took over that number 20 car, until he brings them up to temperature, it will be like driving on ice.
So the Goodyear Wingfoot Award, for those who don't know, you look at the driver's performance, can be regarding sportsmanship. We need to change that word, don't we? Sportsmanship, sportingship. Performance during free practice and qualifying, tyre management, and consistency. So there you go. That's the criteria.
So you can't win it just for being Valentino Rossi.
Well, you can if you want to vote for Valentino Rossi.
Yeah, but not just for being valet. So, yeah, the Wingfoot Award has been awarded for the overall sort of best performing driver in LMGT3 for the last season. Now it is a little bit like Formula One's driver of the day. It is an award voted during the race for the public. So, yeah, if you put in a late charge in the final hour, you've sort of counted yourself out a little bit. That might have to carry some favour for the next race.
I think the track itself has really helped the tyre management side of things. So it hasn't really been a challenge for the drivers to. I mean, they've been absolutely flat out all day, haven't they? Yeah. They have not. But we haven't heard one bit of drivers talking about, oh yeah, I've really had to save the tyres. In that I was clever where I saved the speed, so that meant that I had better tyres later on in my stint. They have been wringing its neck for all it's worth.
Either that or the language has been so foul we haven't dared broadcast it. So I'm not quite, somewhere between very happy and very, 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 very unhappy. But they're still on the hard tyre. Still nobody has gone for left side mediums. Not as far as we've seen. Driver change in 50. So Nick Nielsen got out.
As long as they can get the warm-up in them okay, which they seem to have been not really struggling with at all today, then they can just keep using the hard tyres on the left-hand side. Remember, they're the ones that are going to take the brunt of the impact on this circuit with the high speed. Oh, a bit of a slow right front going on there.
This could be the lead.
Right sides only.
Where is the 83 car? And the answer is coming down to turn 16. They'll be away and free, but it will not be too big a lead here. 50 at pit exit now.
He was well over 10 seconds ahead when before car 83 pitted last time.
That's the gap now, and it's not 10 seconds.
And he's going to suffer the first couple of corners at least. Is Antonio Fuoco, who's taken over from Nielsen because of the tyre warm-up, the lack of tyre warm-up. So here comes car 83 of Robert Kubica, fully in the groove with warm tyres, goes to the outside and makes the overtake.
Yeah, straight away. So those cold right side tyres didn't affect him so much in turn 1, but in turn 2, no grip when he leant on them. And the teams have sort of learned that. We've seen a lot of keeping half the car on warm tyres and only cycle in 2 cold tyres because of that degradation to performance in the opening couple of laps. Not only do you lose the speed, but if you try and force the warm-up, you actually destroy the tyre for what effectively could well be a double stint. Or not destroy it, but certainly limit its performance very early on. So Kubica, the team will have clearly told him they're slow in the pit lane, he's yours, they've got fresh tyres on, go get him.
He's still struggling, isn't he, through turn 10. So we saw him run wide a little bit on the exit of turn 6. And still weaving around trying to generate any kind of temperature he can and on those right-hand side. So maybe we're getting close now to the point where, or I think we are at that point where we could see a left-hand side go on of medium tyres.
But he's struggling to heat the right-hand side of mediums. They're not hard.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine the hard tyres going on the left-hand side.
And maybe that's what they're thinking is, this time we'll give him fresh rights. Next time we'll give him, it'll be fresh hards or fresh mediums, whichever they think. But somebody's got to be the crash test dummy, and I don't know who that's going to be.
Meantime, by the way, with Antonio Fuoco struggling to get heat into those tyres, the bigger threat almost is James Collado behind, 5.8 seconds behind now. Of course, that is going to equalise, and then you would expect Cuoco to be able to use his tyre advantage, but it's not that big an advantage.
We just saw another Peugeot BMW battle, but that has fizzled out as Loic Duval comes in. And Dries van Tor continues on his merry way in the number 15 car. So BMW with Robin Freins currently in 6th and Dries van Tor moving up to 7th position. They are still in with a really good shout at a shot at a podium maybe. They just need things to fall their way. And Anthony Davidson, isn't that so much of what endurance racing is about? Sometimes no matter how hard you try, luck just says no. And sometimes it all just flows and you don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. It's the nature of these races, Martin. Sometimes you do everything in your power. Say like James Collado, for example, today. Driven a brilliant race. He's back in the car and still really boshing in the lap times, but he's down there after the last time he's in the car. He was leading the race by miles and now he's in 3rd place through no fault of his own. It's just the way that these races unfold, and you're not just relying on yourself to be immaculate when you're in the car, not making any mistakes. 2 other teammates as well, and then things going out of your control as a team, like when the 2 Cadillacs found themselves at the front of the race because of the way the safety car played out, and then it comes your way again because they hit each other, and it's just, yeah, all you can do is play the team game, keep everyone motivated as best you can, because in these long races, Collado back up into P3, it looked like all hope was lost at one point.
Another team who probably considered that all hope was lost, certainly yesterday after qualifying, was Toto Gazoo Racing, but those 2 cars still sitting in 4th and 5th places, 2.2 seconds behind James Collado in the case of Kamui Kobayashi, the 7. The 8, just about 3 seconds back, Seb Buemi sitting there waiting for what might happen in the final 90 minutes of this race.
Looking here at the battle for 10th place, Gianmarco Lavorato in the 88 Proton Mustang, ahead of Team WRT BMW's Kelvin van der Linde. When his dad, Rubens, was up here, I joked that Eduardo Barrichello, speaking Brazilian Portuguese, might be okay if he had to go to the stewards room with our race director, Eduardo Freitas. Unfortunately, he's under investigation for a pit stop infringement, so that might yet come to... It'll be the team manager, it won't be the driver.
Second of the 2 United Autosports McLaren's is on pit lane with Sean Galale. Talking about Toyota, Alex has made her way down to Toto Gazoo Racing, and just a few moments' time, she's going to be having a chat with Brendan Hartley.
I am indeed here, number 8, Toyota with Brendan Hartley. Brendan, what looked like potentially a little bit of just a damage limitation weekend for Toyota is turning into a very good one.
Yeah, actually we're very surprised to be sitting in 4th and 5th right now. I mean, clearly Ferrari and Cadillac have been in a league of their own on pace. But yeah, we've kept it together. There's been almost no mistakes. I was having a lot of fun out there. Honestly, it was qualifying laps every lap, no energy saving. It's actually pretty cold here, so we're trying to keep energy in the tyres. And yeah, even if we're not winning the race, I had a lot of fun. I gave it everything. I pulled back in the other car a bit, which was nice. And I mean, after 8 hours or so of racing, there's 2 or 3 seconds between the 2 cars, which is, yeah, I can tell you we're pushing hard. But at the moment, we don't have the pace for the Ferraris. And every time I got a bit closer, it felt like he was just playing with me a bit, honestly. So,
you look remarkably fresh and alive this time today.
You know what? It's pretty good. I had a good rhythm and I had a lot of fun. And as I say, if we can finish P4 and 5, it's a massive result from the pace we expected coming to the race and damage limitation. So there's a way to go. If we can finish there, we'll be happy. But obviously, we'd love to get a podium. Let's see if the Ferraris start fighting each other. I don't know.
Thanks, Brendan.
Yeah, I think they feel like, I mean, well, they haven't lucked into it by any stretch of the imagination. This is what doing a good, solid job gets you in sports cars these days in World Endurance Championship. But they're surprised, I think, more so at the pace that they've had. That's what I can pick up there from Brendan. They really didn't have the pace in all the way through, from the prologue through qualifying. And they come here in the race today, and actually it hasn't been as bad. I mean, it's certainly matching cars like this we see on screen at the moment with a Porsche, and they've had a cleaner race, and that's, you know, luck doesn't come into it when you've done everything well. And like we were talking about before, all the drivers have pretty much kept their noses clean as you can hope for. And yes, other teams have fallen foul, but that's because of their wrongdoing. Drivers have made mistakes, they've picked up penalties. The Toyota drivers haven't, probably cursed it now, but it hasn't been that way for them. But on top of it all, the cars actually showed better speed in the race than we've seen throughout the whole event, really, and what a time for it to come to fruition. But yeah, they haven't had the same speed as the Ferraris. I think Cadillacs were the ones that had the speed to challenge Ferrari here, and Toyota will already be looking forward to going to the next track where hopefully their car will be even more competitive.
Are we at the stage now where the cars are so close that it's actually the pressure on the drivers that is going to be the deciding factor? When drivers make errors, it's going to cost them so much, because if you blink in this, you're in real trouble.
Well, there's one blink, and that is going to go the way of the car 94. That was for ruling on that contact with the Porsche. It's a drive-through penalty for the number 94. They sit in 12th or 11th in manufacturer points standings, and that is going to cost them dear. I think it's going to drop them a couple of positions back further and out of points contention.
46 BMW, looking at it here, the blue car with the yellow highlights, seems to be having a big problem with discerning where the track limits are. Valentino Rossi picked up a drive-through for it. Kelvin van der Linde under investigation, so he's already had a warning, and if they find that he has exceeded track limits a fifth time, he's going to get a drive-through as well. That's the pressure on the drivers. That's his fifth track limits abuse. You just saw a replay of him going by the 88 Mustang, but you've got to do it within those white lines.
Well, they're 10th at the moment in GT3, and if there's any penalty coming, that's going to drop them out of points contention as well. Meantime, back with the 83 car, in the hands of Robert Kubica, it's 2.6 seconds the gap to the car we just saw flash through the back of the screens in the hands of Antonio Fuoco.
Yeah, I'm expecting Fuoco to catch Kubica here, because yeah, car 50, they swapped up. I don't quite get what they've done with the strategy here, because they were on the same strategy as everyone else in terms of they put a fresh set of tyres on the last 2 stints ago when Nielsen was at the wheel, and Kubica, they'd done the same for him. And then this time around, they've put just the right-hand side and changed driver to Fuoco, but nobody else has sided the tyre. Nobody else has put that right. So they lost track position, even though we've seen it almost impossible to overtake. So he might have the tyre advantage and completely catch up Kubica here. I doubt he's going to overtake him.
But the flip side of that is that at some stage the 83 Ferrari is going to spend more time in the pit lane and then struggle on cold tyres, and they've already swallowed that pill, and the 83 hasn't. Just going to point out at this stage, with an hour and 27 minutes remaining, yellow cars lead both classes.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to keep it simple, then that is very easy to understand. I like it.
It is.
I like it.
They've taken the pain, short-term pain, long-term gain. There you can see that Kubica will have to stop before Fuoco, so Fuoco will go through into the lead.
Yeah, so Kubica's got 5 more laps under his belt in this stint than Fuoco.
Fuoco actually with more energy than almost anybody else, so they're running further along. The number 6 Porsche has stopped more recently, so is the 94 Peugeot, but of our potential front runners, it is the 50 Ferrari that has stopped most recently, and so they will continue on beyond the pit stop, so he will regain that track position.
What will really help Fuoco here and car 50 is if he can actually overtake on track, and then it's completely job done. So Kubica, I mean, the fight is on. Kubica has to keep him behind to give themselves any hope of a chance to win this race today.
Keep it easy on the curbs.
Oh, interesting. Take it easy on the curbs. Does that mean they're getting energy spikes?
Take it easy on the curve, but not on car 83.
Yeah, the only rule if you're an AF Corsa driver in 50 or 51 is don't hit the red car. Yellow
Exactly.
car, yeah, all bets are off.
Right, here we go. So it's going to be the, I mean, obviously you drag the right-hand side tyres around all of the right-hand corners as well, and you do get a significant grip advantage, but it's mainly in corners like this one here, turn 2, turn 6 and turn 10, where that right side medium tyre is really going to help him out.
And where do you make more advantage, in fast corners or in the slow turns?
You make a lot more lap time. You spend a longer time in slow speed corners, so percentage-wise, you gain it more in slow speed corners, like this one here in 6.
Where he has the tyre advantage of fresher right side tyres, the ones that are doing the work.
We've seen a lot of cars get stuck behind when they get this close.
That's very true.
I'm just giving him a get out here.
No, you're 100%
I'm
right.
not expecting him to overtake. If he does, it's great stuff.
Bad news for the cars has been up with the front end of LMGT3. I'm just going to pause and have a listen to what's going on with Robert Kubica from World 83.
He's on the right-hand side tires.
If I am behind you, I will struggle even more. We have to protect me too, no? Tell him to relax instead of flashing.
It's almost like he's seen Froco in action before.
His answer was, and? Don't be just that. I mean, I'm surprised he even bothered going on.
No nonsense.
Car 95 from United Autosports, drive-through penalty for the car that's been up in the top 3, 4, 5 cars throughout this race, and that is going to drop them back a little.
But also, warning flag for Augusto Farfus for track abuse in the 31 BMW that's third, so just ahead of that McLaren.
And it's another drive-through penalty for car 46.
Yeah, we queued that up, that penalty for the 46 BMW, because although it was a drive-through penalty that Valentino Rossi earned, his pro teammate, Kelvin van der Linde, has earned him another one, and that will drop them out of 10th place and out of the points, and promote the 88 Proton Mustang of Gianmarco Lavorato. Meanwhile, he's behind you, he's closing, and he's got new tyres. Yeah, what of it?
So, you know, on a serious note here, James Collado now, who's in 3rd place in the car 51. Robert Kubica could really help them out. Because if Collado continues to lap like he is, last lap around 1 minute 43.9, yeah, so he's lapping pretty quickly as well himself. So if he can carry on, if these two fight each other and he can catch Fuoco, and Fuoco can't find his way by, that's good news for car 51.
Okay, Kamui, what's your limitation to go quicker?
Just no grip. No grip.
Copy.
So yeah, nothing you can do. There's nothing they can do with the systems. There's nothing they can do with the roll bar to help them out. He's just saying, obviously balance feels good. To go faster, I just need more grip. And as an engineer, that's kind of used. There's nothing you can do with that.
Drive-through penalty being served by 95.
That is Marino Sato.
Yep.
95. That gives us a moment while we see the car rolling down pit lane, just to refresh your memories about the Wingfoot Award. It is a fan-focused award this year. Go to the FIWC_official Instagram stories page as we're watching.
That's what the drive-through penalty was for.
That's the unsafe release. And there is a voting page on Instagram stories on the FIWC official Instagram page, and 4 choices. Sean Galale, as far as on my phone, seems to be leading the way from Ben Barnicoat, with Ben Barnicoat, Arnold Robin and Ahmed Al-Hati, the 4 nominees for this evening's award.
So I'm guessing we might be live in Indonesia in the very early hours of whatever day tomorrow is, Saturday, losing track.
He has been very good today in that car, and I think he's going to be very pleased indeed with his choice.
Well, and it takes qualifiers yesterday as well. He was very good.
Indeed, the first ever Indonesian pole sitter in any class in the FIWC, has won in LMP2 previously, the first ever pole sitter from his nation. It was great to see the 2 pole sitters yesterday celebrating together, have raced together in the World Endurance Championship, in the European Le Mans Series and the Asian Le Mans Series, and Giovinazzi and Galel before, and this is a real battle between the 59 McLaren up behind the 33 Corvettes.
There's a great little interview actually on the FIWC Facebook and on their socials with Sean Gillel and with Giovinazzi, because actually they go right back to karting, and Sean Gillel's family were responsible financially for helping Antonio Giovinazzi to continue racing. So not only have they been great friends, but they have been really intertwined.
Big lock up there from the Corvette, trying to defend, going much deeper into the corner and almost fishtailing off the track, but still retains the position.
That is the yellow car of Danny Ukadea that was the leader in LMGT3. So now with Gregor Sosi behind him, McLaren 59. This is the better placed of the two United Autosport McLarens.
That comes courtesy of that drive-through penalty for the 95 that's dropped it back a couple of positions in this battle.
46 has just taken its drive-through as well, so Kelvin van der Linde now out of the points. 46 car. So it is the Bend Team WRT. Augusto Farfus leading in LMGT3 for BMW. James Cottingham watching on closest to the camera. There is the Corvette team, TF Sport. It's Heart of Racing second with the 27 Aston Martin. And the Codis ASP third, Ben Barnicoat in the 78 Lexus.
Ben Barnicoat trying to chase hard. He's got a 25-second deficit to make up on Zach Robichon. With Augusto Farfus a further 13 seconds up the road in the number 31 car, but there are different strategies at play here.
Top 6 cars in LMGT3 currently from 6 different manufacturers. It is BMW leading Aston Martin, Lexus, Corvette, McLaren and Ferrari.
Ben Barnicoat knows the Lexus pretty well, doesn't he?
He's
Am I right
a
in saying
championship winner in the IMSA car, and I think he's been a massive bonus to the Codis ASP squad, coming and unlocking just those little tips and tweaks that you know from a couple of seasons aboard a very similar car, and they've taken big strides forward here.
Well, that's a good for instance as to why Hyundai, for its Genesis program, have hired somebody with the knowledge that they've hired. When you get a multiple Le Mans winner on board, when you get a man who is racing in hypercar in 2024 into your development program, you are plugging in vast knowledge with Andre Lotterer, as well as that competitive burn to win. So it's, you bring in the knowledge that you feel you're lacking, and with Genesis it's an absolute startup. That's where their knowledge is coming from. He knows what a good car's like, and that's where Ben Barnicoat is helping as well. He knows what a good, balanced Lexus feels like and how to get it in that direction.
Between the two drivers, they've already announced as being hired for that program, with Andre Lotterer and his position, well, with the Audi LMP1 program for so long, and then into the Porsche Penske Motorsports Porsche 963 program. Then Pipo Derani, who has, let's not forget, more than one brand on his hypercar GTP CV, with Cadillac, and before that with the Glickenhaus effort as well. They've got a huge amount of experience to tap into. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they can get it up to speed. That's a car we expect to see joining at this race next year.
Just about to say 2 cars on the pit road. They're both Aston Martin, so that's 007 in the distance. The Valkyrie putting it right behind the second Heart of Racing car. This is their 27 car. It is in second place in LMGT3. Zach Robichon bails out.
Maybe problems ahead for Ben Barnicoat, though, in that number 78 car.
Well, Kirst, the commentator was just been saying how well he's been doing.
Technical infringement, total power on that car. So that will be coming from the live data that's available for the torque meters fitted to the rear axle for the cars.
What we're seeing here,
that's BMW on BMW action.
Yes.
There's a switch of positions with Dries van Tordering ahead of Robin Freins. 14.6 seconds back now. Let's watch that gap to Sebastian Buemi for what at the moment is 5th place.
It's because Dries van Tor has taken a brand new set of hard left-hand tyres, and so would have had the speed advantage over Robin Freins.
So we need to look after our front left. So less brake bias and less pushing in high speed. Let's look after the front left. We want to carry it to the end.
Oh, they're going to carry that tyre to the end on Antonio Fuoco. That's interesting information there from the front. So yeah, they've done already one whole stint of 33 laps, that left-hand set of hard tyres, and now 12 laps under their belt.
Moving from Alex down in the pit lane, the 009 car, after a driver change, is again struggling to start. The car stalling on restarts. 15 minutes away from the final hour of this race. It's had twists and turns, hasn't it? But the common theme throughout has been Ferrari have had the pace all evening.
Yeah, they really have. There's something obviously about this track that works very well for them, not just the team and the drivers. Punching the doors, not necessarily the way I would have gone about that. Great little headline from Top Gear's Facebook channel, Flight of the Valkyries door.
There is still that, it's still sustained that damage from earlier, isn't it, in that car where that door flew open, or actually flew off the car.
Yeah, torn off by the slipstream. If you stick your hand out of your car window doing 90 miles an hour on the motorway, not that you would be, obviously, you know what wind resistance is all about.
They must be able to open that door. By regulation, that door has to be able to open.
Yeah.
It's what we've seen time and time again when there've been problems with doors, and we've seen pit lane marshals stopping teams from securing them with gaffer tape. You're not allowed to do that, so it has to be a door that's able to open for safety reasons.
Let's hear from the yellow Ferrari for AF Corsa.
The rear left is fine?
Yes, rear is fine, and you can go rearward on brake bias.
No, thank you. I need temperature in the front tires.
For me, that sounds a more relaxed conversation than the one they're having with the 50 car.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, as we've heard from other teams as well, they're suffering more with the left front tyre in terms of wear. And so that's Kubica saying, am I good to use the rear of the car a bit more? They're saying, yeah, we have, as many other teams have confirmed, that the rear of the car is fine. You can use that left rear as much as you want. But it's Froco that's having to manage now the front left a little bit. I think he realised that getting past Kubica was going to be more of a challenge than he first thought, but he just raced up to the back of him. And now probably focusing more on the long game, knowing that Kubica is going to come in before him, at least 5 laps before him. And then when he does, that's the time to really start leaning on your tyres more. So he's keeping himself out of dirty air at this point. As we look back in the Aston Martin garage.
I think he's also having a few issues firing up and staying fired up.
Yeah, laptop out.
Yep. I've seen a few people in Cosworth engineering jackets as well around.
I think that car's going back out onto the pit apron.
Yep. Looks like they're either getting it ready for shipping or driving, one or the other.
Well, preferably staying in.
Preferably the first, yes, exactly right. The long T-bars, why have they got long T-bars? Because they have little fasteners down inside the body, and you've got to be able to reach down there. This car has an adjustable front wing. Where's the front wing, Martin? It's in the big gap in the middle. If you look through the car from the front, you actually look straight through the car. This is basically a single-seater with some bodywork around it. So if you can imagine a Formula One car with all-encompassing wings, that's really what it is. And inside that is a front wing element that you can adjust. You can have one adjustable aerodynamic element in your package, either at the front or at the rear. Most cars have an adjustable rear wing. The Aston just happens to have an adjustable front wing because it's more ground effect dependent for its aero grip. Out onto the apron again comes 009, so they're obviously happy with the door and relatively happy that the car will start.
Bring it home.
A very long way under the car from the nose. It's about 2 meters long, the handle, because it's got to get right under the plank because there's nothing else there. When you see the car coming towards you, it's just the plank in the middle, and the rest of it is just ground effect tunnel.
Yeah, it's just one massive Venturi, isn't it, that car?
It's really hard to lift a tunnel, I gather.
and so therefore this circuit being nice and smooth, really not a bumpy track at all, is actually going to be more in, the car's going to be more in its kind of operating window, in its happy place on this circuit than say somewhere like Bahrain, for example, or maybe even Imola, just somewhere a bit more character, a bit more bumps to the circuit.
This gap is coming down and coming down fast at the moment, down to just over 1 second. A little bit clearer a run through traffic, and that's down to under a second.
Yeah, suddenly again, okay, right, I'm going to have another. Maybe he just feels that all the temperatures are right back down where he needs them to be. Nothing's overheating. He's got his finger on the button. You're allowed 5 flashes of the headlight, aren't you?
And it's automated. So the driver presses the button once, and then the car does it itself.
He likes that button, doesn't he?
Doesn't mind it. And it's not to say, hey, I'm here, because Kubica knows where he is. It's that slight chance that it might distract him a fraction when he's turning or braking, just enough to make him run wide.
He's the one that's run wide.
Yes.
Is Fuoco. He's probably trying to find the flashing button as he's going midway through the double right angle.
Yeah, he's turned the indicators on and the wipers are on intermittent as well. Yeah, he's just pushing very hard now to try and come right up. Now, okay, let's look. Why is he doing it now? Because, well, they're not actually catching a big clump of traffic. You might think, okay, if you've sat back for 2 or 3 laps, then the engineers are going, okay, all your tyre pressures, all your brake temperatures and everything are fine, and you're catching a big GT battle. Now's the time to really push. But that's not the case yet.
I think it might actually be more of a case of 83. Robbie Kubica's lost a little bit of speed the last couple of laps. They have been lapping consistently in the 1-minute 43s. Fuoco's last lap 43.1, and which he has been doing every lap pretty much. Last lap for Kubica 44.3.
Racing Spirit of Le Mans helping to take themselves a little bit further out of contention. They'll have a penalty at the next stop for a pit stop infringement.
It almost looks like there's a swap being planned here. But we've got James Collado closing on this pair as well. And meantime, by the way, Seb Buemi is catching Kamui Kobayashi.
Top 5 covered by 13 seconds at the moment, and then 13 seconds, 5th to 6th. Was there contact here?
You can go forward, you can move, you can push. We are not limited now.
Aha.
Okay, but I need to know what I have to do for the tires, because if I push, it's...
Copy. Information based on you. If you think left can do another stint, yes. If you think we need to change, then no.
But I told you only if necessary I can try. I mean, I don't know the car is behind us, so what else I will do.
Mixed messages there from the pit wall, not really helping.
Well, he's asking if the tyre can make it through to the end of the race. We've heard that they're planning on doing that with the car we're riding on board with. So he's saying, I can give it a go, but I prefer new tyres. I'm not sure I'm going to have the speed if I keep this set of left-hand tyres on the car to see it through to the end of the race. Competitively, they'll do it. They'll make it through. Structurally, they'll make it through. But whether we'll have the speed, you're asking me a question I don't actually know because you haven't tried it yet.
The only way we'll find out is by doing it and either coming up short or winning.
Closer this time to the 83 car. Meantime, trouble for one of the contenders in LMGT3. 5-second stop and go for car 78. The Lexus currently sitting in second place. That will drop it out of the top 3. So after being at the sharp end of this race, it's the first stumble for Lexus as we get deeper and deeper into the 9 minutes. It's still 67 minutes to go. 7 minutes to 11 o'clock at night here. We go through to midnight to the end of this race. Can Robert Kubica hold off the charge from Antonio Fuoco? Gap to James Collado in third is broadly similar to that which it's been for the last couple of laps. The movement is coming from the 50, catching the 83.
And of
course, Toyota not far out of the equation yet, still 4th and 5th. The gap now, 1st to 5th, is out to 24, beg your pardon, no, down to 12 seconds. So actually, tail end Charlie, Sebastian Buemi is closing on Kamui Kobayashi and James Collado and Antonio Fuoco and Robert Kubica.
Yeah, Buemi's had a really strong race, hasn't he? I think that's why they were keen to put him back in the car as soon as they could. But this is really good. It's all starting to close in. So yeah, like you said, Buemi closing on the number 7 car, who's 7 seconds behind James Collado, who's catching now. He's only 3.5 seconds behind Antonio Fuoco.
Here comes the 5-second stop and go for the Lexus. The leader is on pit lane, 31 BMW.
It's not a stop and go, it's a 5-second penalty, so that'll be added to their pit stop time. So the 31 car, as you said, the race leader, the Benz, Team WRT, Christo Farfus in the pit lane as well. That was a stop. I thought it was a 5-second penalty.
No, stop. It was a stop and hold. 5 seconds. Well, with the 31 car having made its pit stop with 1 hour and 6 minutes to go, how long are we going on fuel for these cars?
Well, again, yellow cars lead both classes, because there is your LMGT3 leading Corvette, Danny Juncadella, inches ahead of the United Autosport McLaren, who's also found the flasher button, Gregor Sosi. Alessio Rivera third in the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari.
I don't think he has. I think what he's got is a right-hand headlamp unit that is... There you go, it's the right-hand headlamp unit.
He's been doing that pretty much the entire race.
It's like every third van that comes towards you at night, it's got a loose headlamp jiggling up and down. You're absolutely right, it has. So that's even more annoying to Colin, folks. It never stops, and it's still blinking in his mirrors.
And here come between the two of them, the battling Ferraris in hypercar.
Down at turn 10.
Tiny bit of respite there for Robert Kubica, who's going to get by the 2 yellow cars. Got above that neat and tidily, without any interruption at all.
No dramas for Antonio Fuoco either, so honours even in traffic there.
Two leading pairs, the 2 classes together on track with 64 minutes to go. It's not done, not in either class.
So nobody can make it to the end on fuel from this range out, not without a safety car or a long full course yellow. That's a proper Hail Mary even in that case.
Just in that shot there, as we're looking at the flashing Antonio Fuoco, just in the shot before this one, I saw James Collado. There he is, just coming towards turn 1 now.
He's closing. That was 4.5 seconds. It's now 3.5.
Apparently he's being asked, James Collado, can you do a triple stint on this side? He said, yeah, let's go for it.
I mean, James Collado, he's going to try and win this single-handedly despite the best efforts of his teammates, isn't he, really? And of course, you know, you're 4 seconds behind the leader, 3 seconds behind your teammate. Of course you're going long. Can we double stint your tires? You can quadruple stint them. I'll make it live. Just give me a shot.
Where's this going, Anne? There's all sorts of potential strategies on these tyres to come.
Fuoco has to. I think Fuoco has to overtake, either on track now or in a way virtually overtake Kubica by doing the overcut.
Yep.
That's the only way. That's the way he's going to win this race today.
But he's running out of time. He's been told he's got to preserve that left front to the end of the race. Collado's coming with a head of steam.
Robert, car 50 behind you is faster.
But tell me what they are getting. Tell me. He saved the tires, then he has the speed of the glory and was 30% way to win the race. Tell me what is gaining, and we are just losing time. Tell me.
I think that might have been resistance to swap positions from Kubica's side.
Yes.
That's usually what the message is. The car behind you is faster. Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but
it's a coded message for let him by, and then there's an awful lot of resistance. Well, you tell me to save the tyres, so I drive a bit slower, and then he puts me under pressure, and now you're telling me he's faster. Well, yeah.
What Kubica needs is for his team, which is separate from the factory team. It's not a third factory car. It is a separately funded team. It's a private entry. One of only 2 private entries in hypercar. He needs his team to get him into the window of fuel and then give him 4 fresh tyres and let him go.
It's going to take care of itself anyway, because they're 5 laps offset. So as soon as Kubica pits, he's going to have to pit earlier than Fuoco by 5 laps. So once that, Fuoco's just got to get as close as he can to Kubica when Kubica comes in, and then he's just got to drop the hammer and go for it for 4 or 5 laps, and then come and do his lap, come and do his pit stop, and he'll come out in front.
Robert, Toyota is closing the gap, and we risk the victory for Ferrari as a team. This is the reason.
Yeah, but Toyota will change tires. Tell him to set the tires, and he can push in 5 laps. What's the, I mean, guys?
He's a thinker, isn't he? He's a thinker.
You're not gonna pull the wool over his eyes, and that's exactly what they were trying to do there. And Toyota aren't going to win this race today. It's going to be one of these 3 Ferraris. So the Toyota haven't got the speed to win it.
To put it into perspective, the gap between James Collado and Kamui Kobayashi is going out, not closing.
And Collado is just creeping closer to Fuoco. So actually, it's not a Ferrari win that they're looking for. Ferrari are actually potentially looking for a 1, 2, 3.
The thing is, they're all on the same strategy right now. They're apart from Fuoco, he's in the best position. He's got a brand new set of right-hand side tyres still on his car, and the left-hand side. We've seen other teams make it through easily on a triple stint on the left-hand side hard tyres. So, and that's Toyota are in exactly the same position with their left-hand tyre.
Final hour of the race. 9 hours of racing, and still we don't know who's going to win this one. We've got 59.5 minutes to go. It is Robert Kubica in the yellow Ferrari just ahead of us who leads the race. We ride with Antonio Fuoco, and closing in behind him, a second closer than he was 2 laps ago, is the 3rd Ferrari, car number 51, James Collado. Now Collado will stop before Fuoco. Will he take tyres, or will he triple stint his tyres and try and win this in the pit lane and on track? Ferrari 1, 2, 3, Toyota 4, 5, BMW 6, 7. The best of the caddies in 8th, but due to stop at the end of the next lap. So Cadillac aren't going to win this. BMW almost certainly aren't going to win this. And Toyota weighed down by the expectation of my pound betting on them for a 1-2 result. They might struggle as well. It's down to how Ferrari manage this, or if they dare Anthony Davidson interfere, and by trying to do so, end up compromising their car's chances.
Well, listen to what's going on.
Just make sure you watch your front left. We're gonna need it. We might need your front left, so just make sure you...
Who is the car behind?
James, it's James behind.
Who?
James is the car behind. James is the car behind. It's not a threat.
And is this a strategy?
They are on the same strategy. Same strategy. They are on a double stint on their tires. They are double stint on their tires.
Suddenly, again, you're trying to manage 3 cars across 2 different teams and try and keep everybody on side. So they're telling Kubica, you need to just slow down and let the other car catch you. They're now telling Fuoco in second. He's panicking about who's catching him. Is it a Toyota? He doesn't know. No, it's James. Who? You know, the guy on the other side of the garage? James? Our James?
What we're seeing here is the other factor in play. That factor is emotion. And that is a powerful factor in these circumstances. All 3 of these crews will want to win this race. Robert Kubica is looking for a viable reason to be given to him to give this race to one of the other two.
But Kubica knows, he's so smart, he knows he's not going to win. He knows that the advantage is with Fuoco, because Kubica has to pit earlier than him, and Fuoco's got the fresh side already done, the warmed up right-hand side tyres. This is Fuoco's to lose now, because he's the one that's going to do the shortest pit stop as well, Fuoco. So he doesn't have to change tyres in his next pit stop. He's already done that. He swallowed that pill earlier on. That's why he lost the lead of the race, don't forget. So Kubica knows this. That's why he's saying, well, how do you want me to give the lead up now? It's going to naturally happen. Toyota aren't going to suddenly come into the game because they're on the same tyre strategy as the two red Ferraris. So they can't magically suddenly find extra performance through tyre strategy. They're all the same. So they're getting emotional, I feel, for no reason at all.
Yep, and by the way, the only change behind the three Ferraris is the gap to Kamui Kobayashi and James Calado is going out 10th by 10th. So it is 8.8 seconds now. Seb Buemi is 1.6 seconds behind Kamui Kobayashi. They are not catching the Ferraris.
The only thing that Fuoco will be feeling quite a little bit tense about is because he can't see the whole big picture like we can and the engineers can, is he's seeing a car catching him up and the sister car catching him up, and he's asking, well, why is that happening and what strategy are they on? So, and it sounds like when he says he's not going to be a threat because that is the car that they can control. They can't control what Kubica does. They've tried, but they can't. And it will naturally take care of itself, I feel. So, yeah, and what are we on now? 3% energy. He's got, what, 2 laps remaining? And then Kubica will be in 20% of energy remaining for Fuoco because he's saving so much fuel because he's got natural pace on the car in front. So it's completely in his favour.
We must look after the front left as we might have to triple it. Will be the limitation, will be front left if we have to triple it.
What they haven't told him yet is what we've heard, which is the 51 crew asking James Calado if he can triple all his tyres. Now, they will have to go further and he will have a bigger fuel load as he comes out from this pit stop than Fuoco does. Fuoco will stop 5 laps later than Calado. So again, that helps to stack the deck, but it's not the deciding factor. The deciding factor in this is going to be Fuoco and Calado and how they can manage speed against that tyre.
But I'm just looking at the gap. So you've got 15 seconds of Robin Friends, who's behind Dries van Tor in the BMW. I'm just looking at the gaps are too small, really, I feel, for someone to take the punt on doing all 4 tyres. And also, don't forget, taking all 4 tyres, the warm-up is chronically bad. Once they're up to temperature, you're going to be flying around, maybe up to 1.5 seconds faster than anybody else. Will that be enough? You've already lost a huge amount of track position. That's the only thing that anyone can really do here strategically.
And that 4 tyre outlap is crucifyingly slow.
It is, especially
you lose
now.
20 seconds, so you're suddenly having to pass lots of cars. It's not enough to be fast.
Ready for the 83, ready for Robert Kubica to pat, and he dives to the pits.
Oh, hang on a minute. That's Fuoco overtaken off track.
Yep.
The Porsche. And I know it's an LMGT3, it's not in the same category. He just overtook a car completely off circuit.
Yep. Gaining advantage, exceeding the track limits. It's a penalty no matter who it is.
Let's wait.
Yeah.
Well, we'll leave that one to the stewards to either spot or investigate. But meanwhile, car 83 in the pits. Let's see if they're going to change any tyres at all.
Now, the other end of the points, number 5 Porsche has just pitted for their final stop. They've dropped down from 9th to 11th place. The 83 is already down to 6th position. That's how close the top 5 are.
There was thumbs up for the Michelin tyre technician to the pit wall after examining the front left Michelin on the 83.
Tyres are ready. They can't, can they? They mustn't. Those left sides.
So they are. They're gonna take these. This is good. They're gonna try to take these tyres right to the end, and so they're trying to hang on to track position. That's what they're trying to do. So Fuoco has to virtually overtake now by doing the overcar. And they're going to put less fuel in his car when he does come in 5 laps time or 4 laps time.
No, Fuoco will be last to stop. Calado will stop earlier.
Yeah, so I'm just focusing on the lead of the race here. So it's 50 versus 83. So 83 hasn't taken that decision not to change tyres because they're hanging on to track position. It's the only chance they've got. So car 50 has to, in these critical laps coming up now, try to, like I keep saying, virtually overtake Kubica. by staying out there, lapping faster like he has been this whole time, and that tyre advantage will continue for him all these next laps. Then when he stops, he'll put in less fuel than Kubica had to do during his last pit stop, because he's already those 5 laps behind, and that will see you through to the end of the race.
So Toyota on pit lane in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi from 4th place. Also Dries van Tor in from 5th.
Toyota rolling the dice. We hear left side tyres being prepared. And that is the hardest worked side.
So they're going to lose track position here. This is what Toyota are gambling on, that they're going to have sufficient tyre advantage by putting the left side on, that they'll be able to overtake cars, maybe like Dries van Tor in the number 15 BMW. And yeah, you're going to lose an extra 10 to 15 seconds by, an extra 10 seconds by doing that.
Everybody's watching everybody and they're ready to go.
Lots of calculations going on the pit wall, aren't there?
The thing they can't calculate, Martin, is how easy it is to overtake other cars on track.
That was quick.
And the perceived wisdom of fresher tyres. We've seen so many times a fresh tyred car in the last 9 races, 9 hours, coming up behind a car with older tyres and getting stuck.
But it's happened all race long, hasn't it? So let's see how this one goes for Toyota. But it's worth, for them, it's definitely worth taking that risk.
Into the pits comes 51 and a driver change, we hear, or potential for a driver change. So Fuoco's on his own out front. 51 pits a little earlier maybe than they absolutely needed to.
As we watched that, it was 7 seconds longer than a no-tyre pit stop for those 2 left tyres for the Toyota. That was very rapid indeed.
Anticipated 10, so yeah, Toyota have done a great job there. As we watch car 51, driver change is happening with 49 minutes to go.
Why? Collato's been their best driver so far. He knows the tyres, he's got the tyres. So Alessandro Pierguidi gets in. Antonio Fuoco leads. Robin Frijns up to 2nd. And Sebastian Buemi in the pits in the number 8 car just in front. That's on the right-hand side. And are they going left sides as well?
They are.
Wow. Okay, now left sides for the 51 Ferrari as well.
They've had to copy what Toyota. Oh, that was close, wasn't it? The release there. They've had to copy the threat from Toyota number 7, who was directly behind them on track. So they've just copied what they've done.
Now, does that mean that the number 50 car doesn't have to, or does it mean they now have time that they could?
Yeah, they don't have to. Their fight is with this car here on screen, who have decided to maintain track position, and you already got the tyre advantage with Fuoco, so I'm not expecting Fuoco to change tyres at all. That's Sebastian Buemi really hanging on to that car, and that's the problem of putting the left-hand side on.
And you see the way the Aston Martin just went straight past him, like the Aston's the hypercar and the Toyota is the GT car. Hello?
And there's the 51 struggling on their outlap with the fresh left-hand tyres.
There you go.
But it will start to come good in a lap's time, and then you'll have, for the left-hand side, then you'll start to have a more significant lap time advantage compared to when you just put the right-hand side tyres on.
We thought it was a good pit stop, by the way, for the left-hand tyres for the number 7 Toyota. It was stellar for Sebastian Buemi's number 8 car, 1 minute 20 seconds.
So what do you do if you're BMW? Do you keep those tyres on, get track position on the Toyota?
Yes.
And hang on to that. That's what I would be looking to do if I was this car here. Thumbs up, it looks like, from Michelin. Yeah, tyre engineer gives thumbs up on the left-hand side.
All those traditional American racing rules apply. Always put in fuel, track position, track position, track position.
Well, yeah, and track position has been key here today, isn't it? It's been a successful recipe most of the time.
It's almost like one-make racing. The cars are so close in performance.
So yeah, we're going to see BMW appear in front of the car number 7 at least. I didn't quite see what car number 8 did. But as soon as my app updates, I'll let you know.
Pretty certain they put lefts on that car. but it was very quick if they did.
Lexus is in as well from LMGT3.
So
TF Sports still lead.
Car 50 and car 7 just exiting the final corner now as we're riding just behind in this brilliant shot of the number 20 BMW. And there they are. There is the black Toyota, and he's got him anyway. Going into both Toyotas got him just into turn 1. So that gamble hasn't quite paid off for BMW.
Well, there's a switch around, isn't it, between the Toyotas? It's 8 ahead of 7 now. That can happen with the pit stop time difference. So it is Sebastian Buemi ahead of Kamui Kobayashi.
2 seconds quicker in the pit stop was the number 8 car, and they are ahead on track. 2% energy left for the 50 Ferrari in this lap, surely for Antonio Fuoco.
Crucial pit stop for this crew.
Box, box, box. Yeah, this is really intense pressure because the pit crew know that if they drop the ball, they lose the race. It's as simple as that. 9.25 hours, and it'll come down to 1 minute and a dozen seconds possibly of pit stop.
Can it be clean? Can it be efficient? Tenths traded on track, seconds to be gained or lost on pit lanes.
On the radio, we're hearing that they are looking at changing the left front tyre. That's the one that Fuoco's been told to preserve for the last hour or so. They're going to take that opportunity. And again, real pressure on the tyre changing crew as well as on the fuel man, because they've got to get it done cleanly. There's not much meat on the bone.
Here it comes.
Leader in.
So on the pit lane, the 93 Peugeot.
Hard tyre left front. Nobody has used left side mediums yet in the entire race.
So as we ride on board with car 50 as he comes to a standstill, the big question is, Martin, where is car 83?
Turn 7 right now.
Yeah, a third of a lap in, 2/3 of a lap to go.
Has Fuoco done enough in these last couple of laps?
He should have. It's a 1 minute 40 odd lap.
Thumbs up all round again from the Michelin tyre engineer as the fuel goes in.
83 at turn 11 now.
There's that one tyre on the apron. You can just see it as we looked past the fuel man as soon as the hose comes off.
Fuoco did, by the way, the fastest middle sector of anyone in the race. From that
14, and the car is rolling. They've not taken that tyre.
No, they waved it off, and 83 is down at turn 15, so Fuoco will be in turn 1 before the 83 car crosses the line. He'll have half the length of the straight at least.
As Kubica predicted, there was no need to stress. Look, there you go. Less fuel in the car, and that tyre advantage that he had from before served him well once he was unleashed and in a free, open track without staring at the back of the yellow Ferrari. So, yeah, lead of the race. That's what we expected to happen now with car 50. Great job by Fuoco. He kept his cool in the end when he needed to.
Now he's got to make sure that he keeps that left front alive. They waved off the chance to change it, and they might have been right. He's only 8 seconds in front.
Let's take it easy, mate. We take it easy on that front left. We have 1 full stint to go. It's 26 laps to go, 26 laps. So you take it easy on the front left. Next car behind is 83. You are in the lead. I confirm you are in the lead.
The one message there to Antonio Fuoco is you have a Ferrari behind you. You are not under attack. You cannot damage that left front tyre in the remaining 42 minutes of this race. Ferrari are 1, 2, 3 after the final round of pit stops. BMW, number 15, in 4th place ahead of the Toyotas.
Yeah, and the good news, the comforting news, what they didn't tell Fuoco there, and they should have, is that Kubica's in exactly the same predicament with his front left. So he's got to look after that one as well, because he's committed to, yeah, the triple stint. The interesting one will be the Toyotas that both took a brand new hard left-hand side. So they did lose the track position compared to, well, car 15, not to car 20. So they have lost track positions, car 15, with Dries van Tor at the wheel.
Yeah, they took left sides, didn't they? So, where are they? 5 seconds behind, no, 8 seconds behind the number 15 car, Dries van Tor, the lead Toyota number 8, and number 7 in his slipstream, riding on his rear wing. Let's hear from Antonio Fuoco, the race leader. I'm going to try and bring that to you because he still has concerns over his left front tyre. He might have Robert Kubica's yellow Ferrari in second, his own teammate Alessandro Pierguidi riding shotgun in third, but that's of no avail if you get a front puncture. It ain't over till it's over, but with 40 minutes remaining in the opening race of the FIA World Endurance Championship, Ferrari look very well placed, first, second and third, but...
So you must take it easy on the front left, we must take it in front left. Could have a failure otherwise. I confirm, we just control now, take it easy front left, and we bring it home. We are not afraid of competitors at the moment.
Blue flag.
Copy.
Anthony, you're a driver. You know your tyre is really struggling to cling on. Your engineer's doing everything he can to reassure you. Take it easy, slow down, relax, don't stress. You're still not relaxed, you're still not stressing, are you?
No, because you can feel the tyre. You know when it's starting to die off, and he was playing it right when he was behind Kubica. He had a go initially when they put the right side on the medium tyres, and he gave it a go to try and claim track position while he could. Then realised it was going to be way more difficult than he first thought. So then backed off, saved loads of fuel, and he's been taking care of his tyres really well. So he'll be able to feel them.
40 minutes to go in Qatar at the start of the 1812, the second race here in Qatar for the World Endurance Championship. Ferrari first and third on the grid, and it could all have gone so very wrong there. Lots of contact further back as the 18 hypercars jostle for position. Almost everybody had contact in the opening lap, bar the lead Ferraris. In LMGT3 it was a lot cleaner. McLaren had locked out the front row of the grid and they led early on. Further back, some of the cars that had qualified out of position had work to do. Lexus coming to the party after struggling here in Qatar last year. Contact with the 21 Ferrari and the 46 BMW, luckily avoiding trouble. And then contact in traffic. Number 15 away from the safety car restart. Number 15 slowing down. Valkyrie losing its door. And full course yellow to retrieve the debris. First safety car as the 61 Mercedes suffered problems. Ferrari keeping the pressure on their rivals. Away from the safety car, disaster for Caddy. They were 1-2 and the cars made contact. Both were damaged. Alex Lynn also picking up a penalty for running into the back of teammate Jenson Button. First retirement to the race was the 61 Mercedes, the 60 also in trouble. 83 Ferrari in the lead of the race before dusk. And then the battle between the Lexus and McLaren for supremacy in LMGT3. Lexus running off track, McLaren reclaiming the lead. Another safety car came out for debris after the 88 car, and a third after a fire for the 77 Mustang. And once more, Ferrari battling Ferrari for the lead of the race. The 50 car from the factory team taking the lead away from the 83 car in a close battle in traffic. Phil Hansen just losing out in the 83 car. Peugeot and BMW have both brought better cars to the party this year than last. And Porsche, last year's drivers' champions, struggling to maintain contact with the lead group or even stay in the top 10. It has not been their race. BMW, though, have produced pace from both cars, being in the lead group almost all race long, and Peugeot looking to try and get both cars in the points here as well. Antonio Fuoco and Robert Kubica battling for supremacy into the final hour, as Lexus continues to try and wrestle the lead away in LMGT3. 35 minutes to go here. This is our race leader, Antonio Fuoco. He leads a Ferrari 1-2-3 in hypercar, BMW in fourth, ahead of two Toyotas, and in LMGT3, it's the WRT BMW car number 31 that leads from Heart of Racing's Aston Martin and TF Sports Corvette in third place. Let's catch up with the Ferrari team.
James, what can we expect? We know that the leader, Antonio Fuoco, is on an older tire, you're on a fresher tire, catching up slowly. Is there anything that can be played still?
Who knows? I mean, actually, it was probably right to stay on the old tires, but for Ferrari, it was better to split the strategy, just in case something happens, you know. Tripling the tires is a risk, of course, not in terms of performance, but in terms of the danger of any punctures, so we decided to split the strategy. And I guess, you know, they don't want us attacking each other, so it was probably a good decision.
Okay, right. Well, sorry, but well done so far, and fingers crossed for the end. Another 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a hectic race, so we'll see.
Thank you.
Other matters to clear up. At the 40-minute mark, we saw the number 33 Corvette, TF Sport Corvette, Danny Videla, in and out of the pits. And that, I think, is his final, well, it will be his final stop. Pretty certain the two cars ahead of him need to stop again. And that might well have been the pit stop that secures a win for the Corvette. There's still 34 minutes to go.
Well, there's been lots of intense battles on track in that lead group in LMGT3 with 5-6 manufacturers involved, but you're absolutely right. In the last half of the race, the 33 Corvette has consistently bubbled back up to the top once the pit stops have cycled through. Now, once you get down towards the nitty-gritty end of the race, it's whether that actually means that the others still have to stop, but judging by the number of stops they made, it looks like they should have. However, still we've got BMW, Aston Martin, Corvette, McLaren and Ferrari and Lexus, 6 brands in the top 6 positions.
It's so close, and that's it. We talked at the start of the show about the hypercar field compressing. Well, much the same with LMGT3 this season. Everybody pretty much in that field now understands the challenge, understands the formula, understands the machinery, which took a number of them, goodly number of races and months to sort that out. But now we're into, well, the meat and two veg of the competition, the LMGT3 class, and this will go to the wire. TF Sport, by the way, being closed down at the moment by Gregoire Saucy. I'm not sure, but I think Saucy has got to take a splash.
This can be really interesting in the end for the LMGT3 cars. Meanwhile, with our Toyota, Sebastian Buemi just ahead of teammate Kamui Kobayashi, otherwise known as the boss. Not just because he's a good driver, because he is literally the boss of the team.
There is a one wild card to play here. Ferrari 1-2-3 at the moment. As we're listening to Toto's number 8 car first.
Okay, so headwind on main straight picking up again, 10 kph. Gap ahead 10.2, gap behind 6.5.
It's not that car that's the wild card, it's the one ahead. It's Dries van Toor He's 4.3 seconds back from the third of the Ferraris, and going quickly into the 43s, as is Alessandro Pierguidi.
The reason they would have told Seb that message, by the way, relayed the information about the headwind picking up on the main straight, is because it makes you more vulnerable to the car behind. It increases the slipstream of the car behind you when you've got a stronger headwind.
And of course, the car behind him is
the team
director, Kobayashi. Let's hear from the third place Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi.
Let's keep everything safe with the car. Curbs, penalties, etc. Let's keep everything safe.
Yeah, I'm playing it really safe. The gap's come down from 15 seconds to 9.9 seconds from himself and Robert Kubica. And I'm staying off the curbs, honest. It's just the tyre advantage is taking me there.
But that's because he's only 5 seconds ahead of the BMW of Dries van Toor, and actually he needs to keep pushing up behind Robert Kubica, because what they don't want to do is lose a 1-2-3 for Ferrari. It would be the first for any brand in World Endurance.
No, it won't. No, 1, 2, 3, 4 for Audi at Spa in 2012, and also 1, 2, 3 at Le Mans that year.
Since 2012, the first year of the championship, when Audi took a 1, 2, 3, 4 at Spa and 1, 2, 3 at Le Mans.
It will,
Great stat, Martin.
Don't worry, we'll edit that out for the real race.
It will, however, be the first 1, 2, 3 for a factory and privateer combination for the same brand.
There we go.
Get on your laptop and find the last time in any tier of racing other than a Ferrari challenge when Ferrari had a 1, 2, 3 result. Go. You've got 29 minutes and 52 seconds.
No pressure then.
None.
I know a guy.
It might well have been in the 60s when there were privateer Ferraris being raced in Formula One in a world championship. We're looking at a long time away. So looking there into the BMW team, that was actually back of Augusto Farfus, I think, but it is the 31 car, the Benz WRT car. Timo Bogusławski is leading at the moment. Tia Drudy for Heart of Racing, both drivers new to those particular teams. Teo Sports' Danny Juncadella, new to that car as well. He's in third place. The gap just 7.8 seconds behind Mattia Drudy. And we believe that the third place car, the yellow Corvette, won't need to stop before the end of the race for fuel. Half an hour to go. Do the BMW and the Aston Martin ahead of it need to stop? Behind him by just 2 seconds. That might be the danger car here, the orange and black McLaren. The two cars will need to stop. The BMW right towards the end potentially, unless everybody else's sums are wrong. But the McLaren, if the Corvette can just make it, does the McLaren need a splash at the end? That's going to be interesting, because suddenly 95 McLaren might look a little bit more threatening. Even though it's back in 7th place, it's got more energy than anybody apart from the Corvette.
Two bits of news on the question you asked me. One is we're both wrong, because it was a 1, 2, 3 for Porsche last year here at this race, because the Jota car finished second in this race last year. So thanks to our friend Alex at WC Stats for that one. Unfortunately, my guy, I was hoping could help me out with the Ferrari stats, got to me before I got to him and said,
he's dead.
Don't ask me.
Okie dokie. All right, so Ferrari 1, 2, 3 for the first time since Porsche's 1, 2, 3 last season. Okay. You forget these things, don't you, when it's a privateer car in the mix?
Things change so quickly. And this is the battle, by the way. Could be the battle for the win here. 30% of energy left for the BMW that leads the race, but with 27 minutes to go.
Riding on board with Pierguidi here, number 51. Really taking care of his car, saving those tyres, not going onto the curbs. 7.4 seconds behind now, the car in front of Robert Kubica. So he is absolutely flying. Last lap around, more than 2 seconds faster than Robert Kubica. So I know traffic comes into play, of course, with that. But that gap has come down from, I think the first time when they came out of the pits was over 14 seconds.
It's 10.3 seconds first to third. 2.5 seconds quicker that last lap around between Cuoco and Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
But also critically, Pierre Guidi has opened up another second on the 4th place BMW of Gilles Vantore. And in the global picture for Ferrari, that helps to preserve the 1, 2, 3 position inside the final half
The
hour.
BMW was never going to be a threat to the number 51 or any of the Ferraris, because they didn't take tyres either. So 15, yeah, that's how they've got track position over Toyota, because the Toyotas took tyres, but yeah, the 15 was never going to be a threat for car 51, who we ride on board with again. And I think, yeah, could you just see, no, it's the GT car in front through around the final corner, but very soon he's going to be seeing the bright yellow Ferrari in front of him.
Battle for third in LMGT3, the yellow Corvette, TF Sports, Danny Juncadella. Behind him, the orange and black United Autosport McLaren, Gregoire Sosi. 27 breaks for the pit lane. This is from second place, Heart of Racing's Aston Martin, Mattia Drudi. So this is now the battle for second in LMGT3 and should become the battle for the lead.
It's going to be tight at the end of this race. The BMW will be praying for some kind of divine intervention with a safety car or something close. But this pair have been battling throughout. It's been great stuff.
Look at the energy left for the 31 car. It can't go the distance.
No, it can't.
Unless the others have chronically overfilled their cars. So it is down to Corvette versus McLaren. So the yellow Corvette, 33, currently in second place. McLaren, 59, in third. Now, they're 11% less energy. Either TF Sport have overfilled the Corvette, or the McLaren is going to come up short on fuel.
It's really tight.
And that might bring Heart of Racing back in, because if 60% isn't enough to get there, Vista EOS 59% and the Codis ASP's 57% isn't enough either.
Well,
it's going to be close.
It is going to be close. And TF Sport looking good here. It was 40 minutes on the dot, pretty much. But that car was on pit lane. Look at this.
Well, James Cottingham and his family there, his dad in the picture as well, watching with great interest. 59. We have had Zach Brown, the joint owner of United Autosports that runs that program. Of course, the boss of McLaren, not just McLaren F1, but McLaren Automotive, the whole group. We have also had Rob Bellin, the sporting director for McLaren's racing arm. This would be a big, big day. They've had one podium. They've had 2 front row lockouts since this time last year. One at the final race last year in Bahrain and a second consecutive one here. Now, TF Sports, we're hearing from Bruce Schwanny in the pit lane, believe that McLaren have enough fuel. So this is absolutely hold him off. They shall not pass. And ironically, so often we see in LMGT3, Anthony, it's faster cars that affect the balance in the LMGT3 battle.
Oh, you mean the hypercars coming through? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's part of their racing too, being clever and where you let the hypercars through, and in a way you can dictate where they come through and not be lunged into a corner like turn 6. You can turn in a bit earlier, and yeah, it's sometimes you feel like the GT cars are the bosses out there when you're in the faster cars coming up on them, because yeah, the better drivers are very good at placing their car strategically to stop you getting over, or stop themselves getting overtaken.
Look at the gaps for it. Looks almost simple, doesn't it, for Ferrari at this point? 4 seconds the gap, first to second. 4 seconds the gap, second to third. With the GTs here, this is the battle for the lead. It's all of this is 1 error away from throwing away a massive result. And let's not forget, gentlemen, it's 1.5 points. It's 150% of normal points here. This is a very valuable race.
More than that, it's a win, and McLaren have not had that. Now, in the yellow car, Danny Juncadella, platinum graded driver, the highest driver rating there is. Behind him, Gregoire Sosi, a gold rated driver, so another pro, but not rated the same.
Here we go.
Here he comes.
Juncadella's going to have to defend here on the inside, and yeah, he does. McLaren's going to the outside, but he's not going to get it done that time around. Is he going to line himself up? Is he close enough for a lunge down the inside into turn 2? Thinks about it, but Juncadella's got it covered.
Turn 6. That's going to
Is
be
that
his
your bet?
opportunity. I think so.
Well, what's this hypercar going to do on the inside? Tense stuff here. And he's going to try to go around the outside. No, he can't go around the outside of turn 4. Switches back, has a look down the inside for 5, but Juncadella's got that covered. He's going to place the car, the Corvette, to the inside of turn 6 if he feels necessary. No, he doesn't. But it's a slightly earlier turn in than he maybe would have done otherwise. But this threat is growing all the time.
Clear and present danger for the Corvette. Now, they are not the leaders at the moment. Don't forget, 31 Team WRT BMW is in the lead, but has not got enough energy to get to the end, has not got enough fuel on board, must stop, surely. TF Sport and United Autosport then. Corvette versus McLaren, this for position and very probably for the win. And here comes a hypercar working its way through the Alpine. Does it hold up the Corvette enough for the McLaren to make a move? No.
No, that would be fine there. But the McLaren's had the speed the whole way through this week so far, so it's boiled down to this. The drivers have obviously done a really good job in Corvette to find themselves in this position. But the McLaren's definitely got the speed advantage. A little mistake there. Puff of the gravel comes up from Juncadella. Not quite far enough over for it to really hinder his performance, but another clean exit there for Sauce as they exit the final corner. I think it was closer last time around.
TF Sports have been championship and race winners in GTE and with Corvettes as well as with Aston Martin in the past. United Autosports have won in the WEC with LMP2, but neither Corvette nor McLaren have won in LMGT3 yet.
This is likely to be a first. Another penalty for the 46 BMW. They have another stop and go for abusing track limits.
And that will drop them out of a points position.
Yep, definitely does. Ferrari still 1-2-3 overall and in hypercar. And we are watching this. This is the battle potentially for the win in LMGT3 inside the final 20 minutes now of what seemed like a mammoth undertaking of 10 hours all that time ago early this afternoon.
Just to complete the point on that penalty for the BMW, think that's enough for the 88 Mustang that is just a full Mustang just left the pits after its final routine pit stop to gain that 10th position and into the points.
Gregor Sauce, Anthony, is showing his nose almost everywhere. He's really, really pushing hard to try and force an error out of the 33 Corvette.
Yeah, you can clearly see he's got the speed, the lap time advantage, but as we've seen all race long here at the Sile circuit, that is so hard to overtake, so hard. And you know, Juncadella's placing his car very well. We can hear from Sauce now.
Copy that.
Yeah, you are going to have to think about how you overtake him, where you overtake him, and it's not going to be easy. Maybe it was asking the team for a few ideas, but at the moment I think that unless a hypercar gets involved, I'm not sure it's going to be easy for him. He's a bit closer this time around again. Juncadella will surely defend on the... No, he doesn't even feel... That's how confident he was on the brakes into turn 1. Didn't even feel the need to defend.
Quite correctly, that's Johnny Edgar standing in the middle of the shot. Ben Keating to the front of the shot into their last 18 minutes for this pair. I'll just update you on what's going on with the top 3 in hypercar. 6 seconds is the gap between the top 3 now.
This is a great fight though. I love it when it gets to this stage of the race with a GT battle, and it all shakes out and you see the pro drivers fighting it out, and they're brilliant, really. They're brilliant. The awareness that they have in such big cars, such limited visibility. And I know you said that one of them's a gold driver, car 59, so say gold driver versus a platinum. It really does. It's much of a muchness when it comes to that level of grade of driver. Golds are basically as good as platinums. It's just the platinum driver's got a few more awards under their belt in the world of racing.
And worth saying, by the way, Grégoire Sauce now into his 2nd season with this team and this car.
There you see your race leader, the 50 Ferrari, 83 close behind. How close? 2.5 seconds behind. So Antonio Froco still nursing his left front tyre, and at the back of the shot, Alessandro Pierguidi, who is now just 3.3 seconds behind. They are going to close up in the final 20 minutes for a photo finish, but do not expect the 83, the yellow Ferrari, to lunge for the line successfully. I don't think we're going to get a Ford at Le Mans style upset here.
Yeah, Froco's doing exactly what he was told. We can hear from their radio now.
We can do Charlie 11, position 2 to burn some fuel.
Also watching, by the way, in battle for positions. We are expecting the leading BMW in LMGT3 to pit, but the last podium position still up for grabs. Ben Barnicoat is charging onto the back of Alessio Rivera in the currently 4th placed Ferrari. That could change by the end of this race with 16 minutes to go.
At the moment, as you just saw, Hypercar Ferrari 1, 2, 3, and they look like they're remaining in position. Team WRT, the leader, that 31 car, the Bend sponsored effort, that is maybe another lap to go. Meanwhile, Sean Gallel has taken the Wingfoot Award for this first race of the season, the most valuable driver in LMGT3, put his 95 car on pole position in a front row lockout by United Auto Sports McLaren. There is the race leader in LMGT3. Unfortunately, they're in the lead by dint of having stopped earlier, jumped the others, and now they have to pay the price and have to come in for a splash for the last 15 minutes or less. That will drop them out of the lead battle, so it does revert to TF Sport versus United. Your first win in the series for either car, and a first win in LMGT3 for Ben Keating, a serial winner and champion in GTE AM, and in is the 31 BMW. So this is now the de facto race lead battle, and it's how to find a way by an experienced sports car race like Danny Juncadella, and that's not going to be easy for Gregoire Saucy. He's going to have to maybe have a stroke of luck on his side.
We should say, by the way, you probably saw the graphic on screen, but just to confirm, Sean Gallel is the first 2025 winner of the Wingfoot Award in the 95 United Autosports McLaren. And whilst the race has not gone his way, that car has dropped down the order to 7th place. And there's still an opportunity for the team car, the 59, to take this win. This is going to the end, gentlemen. 14 minutes to go, and it could be a tow bar, couldn't it, here?
Reminds me of the race that we saw in Monza a couple of years ago. I think a Corvette was involved as well that day. I forget the drivers that we had, but it came down to 2 GT drivers. Really, or was it Portimao actually? It's Portimao. It was brilliant stuff right to the end.
So allez, don't kill yourself. Close the gap with 83 in front of you. We are happy with the position. We are happy with the position.
That was the race you're talking about was the epic defensive drive from Nicky Katzberg, defending from the Ferrari.
Well remembered. I could see the cars. I couldn't remember necessarily the track or the drive. Definitely not the driver's names. But it was. This is like it's like a carbon copy of that.
And the two common factors: yellow Corvette, Ben Keating. There we go. He was in the crew that day as well.
So Pierre Guidi's been told to hold position. He seems to be quite accommodating. Yeah, okay, respecting that. But he's only 1.3 seconds now behind.
They said he was okay to close up. Now the Gail Kubica, you're safe.
Okay, Robert, you're free to use ALS and also reduce regen for front right brake dump.
Yeah, but how much reduce?
80.
All right, I think they're just massaging the drivers. He's going to close up. You're okay. Don't worry.
Speaking of closing up,
yep.
Look at this. Sose has, he's close again. Oh, he didn't even think about it. Not quite close enough, was he, by the end of the straight there on the braking?
These top three, all in the Drivers' Championship, remember. They will get points for their relative positions in hypercar, as will the guys in LMGT3. But the 83 will not score points in the Manufacturers' Championship. The 51 will take second place points.
This will get interesting. They got, the hypercar race leader coming up, Fuoco now, splitting them momentarily between this double apex right-hander. Then he's going to go down the inside, no doubt, before around the outside of turn 6, and that was a bit too close. The two race leaders.
The Corvette.
Really squeezed the Corvette, and the McLaren did slightly less badly out of that, but he's got two more Ferraris coming up, and Sosi really has to, this might be his only chance to win this race.
Yeah, here comes Robert Kubica, and on the tail now of the 83 car is Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51.
You kind of get the feeling something's going to happen here with the hypercars coming through it.
Kubica's not going to waste any time, is he? He's going to weave around them, goes by both.
And there are more coming as well after this round of the top three coming through. You've then got you've got a Porsche back there as well. Car number 15, the BMW, and Aston Martin Valkyrie. So yeah, it's 10 minutes. It's still not over for this LMGT3 scrap.
Yeah, it really isn't. Robert Kubica in second place.
Timo Boguslavski, by the way, has rejoined in third place in that BMW, but is being caught by both Alessio Rivera and that charge from Ben Barnicoat, just 3 seconds behind the Ferrari. Third place is a battle between three cars with 10 minutes to go in GT3.
So he's showing his nose. He's a little closer this time, not the closest he has been. Does he get helped out by the hypercar Porsche behind? Not yet. Now, where does the Porsche pass the McLaren, and what happens with the Corvette? McLaren's very good, 1-2, right on the back of the Corvette, but gets held up by the Porsche. So that little advantage that he's got in road holding there doesn't pay off.
I think where it really hurts the GT car is if they get overtaken on the inside into turn 2. And then that's where you can capitalise if you're in the McLaren. You've got because you could take the wide line and get a really good run on the exit after the car in front's been compromised by the exit. But I mean, you're asking for a lot of luck there.
Inside the final 10, this is the fourth place BMW of Dries Van Tor. Goes around the outside of the Corvette. Don't drift out wide. Danny Juncadella just gets out of the way. Juncadella has to allow the car out to the curb on the exit.
Lost a lot of momentum there though because of that, and has to therefore turn in a little bit early into turn 10. He's got that covered.
And this is where the McLaren's got the slight advantage, hasn't he? He's got road holding, and here comes a hypercar. The Aston Martin, they're side by side. The Aston cuts across the nose of the McLaren, and the Corvette clings on.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go still in the Corvette's favour because he had the inside line into turn 12. If it was a hairpin coming up, it might have been a different story. And Juncadella made really sure he was going to fire that car in no matter what the Aston Martin did in front.
James Cottingham licking his lips like a hungry spaniel. Absolutely fantastic.
Look at this then. Car 51 closes in on the back of car 83. Rob Kubica suddenly got his eyes full in the mirrors, looking back at that shiny red Ferrari with that tyre advantage, considerable tyre advantage now. No holding back on that left front for Pierguidi.
And Pierguidi will want second place if he can't have first. Third step of the podium, not quite the same.
The interesting thing, if he can get past Kubica as soon as possible and then races up to the back of Antonio Fuoco, then Ferrari really have to manage things. They've done a brilliant job so far. Really, I must applaud them. A brilliant job so far managing these three cars.
Inside the final 8 minutes, 5 laps left, potentially, maybe even a 6th for LMGT3. There's Ben Keating in the beanie.
Nervous moments, aren't there here? Keep an eye on this battle. The battle for third is still coming down. It's 2 seconds. Boguslavski to Rivera. It is half a second to Ben Barnicoat behind.
Here comes the Toyota. Cuts off the run of the McLaren. Now he needs to similarly hinder the Corvette to even things up, but not too much.
it's easy. That's on the run up towards turn 12. So yeah, a little bit of respite for the Corvette at that point.
Net loss for the McLaren. There's your race leader car number 50. The yellow Ferrari in second, the red Ferrari 51 in third place. You know Pierre Guidi is trying to get into range, and they didn't say to Robert Kubica that he won't pass. They just gave Robert advice on how to get the most out of the car, and he's really struggling with the front end of the 83 car, the yellow Ferrari. The inset shot, here comes the Corvette. McLaren has closed in again down the straight, but he's not close enough yet, surely. Don't think you're going to see any defensive efforts from Danny Juncadella, you don't.
No, the McLaren's been closer than that, definitely, but look at this on the left-hand side of your screen as Pierre Guidi continues to close in on Robert Kubica. Immense pressure on both yellow cars here that we've got on our screen at this point. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, one hanging on to second, one hanging on to the lead. The 83 car not looking for its first win. It's had one already last year, but the 33 looking for Corvette's first win in LM GT3. After years of winning in GTE Pro and GTE AM, this will be a third category in the World Endurance Championship in which Corvette could win a race. 5 3/4 minutes to go. And I think the only thing that we're relatively certain of is that Antonio Fuoco is unlikely to be caught for the lead in Hypercar, the second in Hypercar, and for the win in LMGT3, yet to be decided.
All in the same shot, and it could be quite a tight shot at that for the top three cars, all Ferrari 499Ps. Historic results beckons here, as we still don't yet know who we're going to be able to call the winner in LMGT3. Still, that gap for third is closing. Three cars within 2 seconds now. BMW, Ferrari and the Lexus.
And don't forget that front straight headwind. That will particularly help the following car, Anthony, as it helps that slipstream effect, because you're not pushing through the headwind. You're gaining a little bit more than you might otherwise on a still straight.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pierre Guidi, I'm sure, has already felt that and seen that, but he will need a much better exit out of the, or much better run through the final corner. The problem is with the final corner, it's just a little bit too quick. So you get a bit too much turbulence in a way. You'd wish the final corner could be a bit more of a tricky kind of hairpin or more difficult braking zone into that one. But Pierre Guidi's clearly got the speed here.
Meanwhile, on the right-hand side of your screen, Danny Juncadella in the yellow Corvette still holding off Gregor Sosi. They are now coming through turns 12, 13, 14, the three fast right-handers towards the end of the lap.
Watch these three Ferraris, quite easy to forget that the variety behind is pretty spectacular. 6 mates in the top 10 right now.
This could be interesting on the left-hand side of your screen. A bit of traffic coming up. This is that final corner, but it's not quite. They didn't quite catch them early enough for Pierre Guidi to have any chance of sending one down the inside in towards turn 1. He's picking up a bit of slipstream. It's the closest he's been, but don't think it's quite close enough.
But the BMW is going to hinder the 83 car as they run through. This is a chance for Pierre Guidi.
Yes.
He's going to try and split. He can't get around the outside. Now the
through.
BMW is going to hold up 83. This could be it for second place. Pierre Guidi's alongside, but Kubica boxed him in behind the BMW.
It was one getting boxed after the other, wasn't it? One went for the opportunity behind the GT car, got boxed in, then the same thing kept playing out each time. Unbelievable.
Wow, Pierre Guidi must have thought it was a chance that would not present itself, and in the end it didn't quite break the way he'd hoped.
It's not over yet though, with the more GT cars in front for these two. Sosi looks like he's a little bit closer this time around. I know how the camera always foreshortens it a little bit, but what's Juncadella going to have to do? Is he going to defend this time? Still not. He's very confident, isn't he, under the brakes into that corner, but on back to the left side of the screen, it's always difficult when you've got the split screen going on, but yeah, they get past the GT Aston there, no problem.
That 27 Heart of Racing.
Oh, but hang on, they've got the
sixth.
Sorry, Mike, they got the on the left side. They've got the GT car. Look, we're right in the worst possible place. But Kubica, that was brilliant. Sent it down the inside and gave himself some space.
It's all or nothing for Kubica, isn't it? And the same for Gregoire Sosi. So they've got a quicker car behind on the right-hand side. Juncker kicking up the dirt again as he runs out very wide. Through comes the Alpine, and that is going to hinder the attempts of Gregoire Sosi to get on terms. And he doesn't slow the Corvette. Oh, he does slow the Corvette. Corvette's offline again. And on the left-hand side, down the straight, here comes Pierre Guidi, not close enough. Sosi on the right-hand side, not quite close enough either. It can be very tight. A minute and 30 to go.
Just tell you that battle for third is 3 cars within a second now. BMW, Ferrari and Lexus.
Leaders on the last lap. Maybe they'll get one more. And the Corvette and the McLaren will definitely do one more. They're halfway round the lap, 2/3 of the way round the lap now. And it depends on how quickly Antonio Fuoco reaches the line. There will be a few seconds in it. Collard will be on the radio going, make him speed up, give me another lap.
Well, yeah, Fuoco's going through turn 7 there, through turn 9 now with 53 seconds to go, 1 minute 44. I think Fuoco, I'm pretty sure the clock will get to 0 before he gets to the line here.
Well, he can slow down a little, but not very much. It might not take very much.
It's 10 seconds to midnight here. In all sorts of ways.
It's 33 seconds to midnight, literally.
Yeah, it will be close because Fuoco now is in the penultimate corner, 24 seconds to go.
Yeah.
He might just scrape past the line and give us all one more lap here.
I think he might have to.
Yeah, I think he will.
He really
just
can't
do it.
afford to slow down too much because the speed of the cars behind will carry them by. And with 8 seconds to go, Pierre Guidi gets his wish, one more lap. Last lap for our race leaders. The LMGT3 cars are out of turn 6, so they will do this one and one more, or will they see the checkered flag when they get to the line? My brain can't work with that right now. Here's the battle for second in the race. Still Robert Kubica holding off Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
The battle for third is going to be caught by the race leader now. It's the final lap for the number 50 car, and he's coming up on the battle.
Leaders. Now our LMGT3 battle is coming up to turn 12 as the leaders come out of turn 6. They might all cross the line together.
Here they are.
There's the Corvette versus the McLaren. Checkered flag awaits. And Alessandro Pierre Guidi all over the back of Robert Kubica as a yellow Mercedes slides off the turn. That's the Iron Lynx car of Matteo Cairoli.
Kubica's done a really good job here, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think all day he's driven really well, and he's read this race brilliantly. And so far, he's just soaked up pressure from Pierre Guidi behind him, clearly on the faster tyres at this point in the race. And yeah, he's been decisive when he needed to be in traffic. Yeah, impressive drive from him today.
And all 3 drivers, Phil Hansen, Yefei, no penalties, no mistakes, minimal contact in traffic that we've seen, so they've been clean. But our race leader, car number 50, heading towards the checkered flag, the first race outside France for a red Ferrari. It is victory for car number 50. Ferrari, of course, as Antonio Fuoco takes the checkered flag. Second, Robert Kubica. Third, Alessandro Pierre Guidi. It is a podium sweep for Ferrari, the first in the hypercar category. BMW crosses the line in 4th place, but the battle for the lead in LMGT3 did go past the line. They are still on the final lap.
The battle for third has finished. It has gone the way of the BMW, the Corvette well ahead. 4th, though, on the line goes to the Lexus. Now we've got the last few turns for this LMGT3 battle. 33 Corvette, 59 McLaren.
Is Sosi going to send it down into the hairpin? They're out of turn 10. He's not. This is where Danny Juncker must cling on. 4 corners to go as they come up to 12. Out of 12 to 13, from 13 to 14 And Gregor Sosi has pushed really hard for victory in the McLaren. But it is going to be, it seems, the Corvette, unless there's a cataclysmic error from Juncadella in the yellow car, that will take the honours. Final turn, the fireworks are going off, and they're going to be going off in the Corvette garage as well. It is going to be a win in LMGT3 for TF Sport and the Corvette, and inches ahead of United Autosports McLaren. Danny Juncadella holds him off. Gregor Sosi could not get there. Well, they're going to have to give team boss Tom Ferrier a contagious disease a few more times this season if it means a win. He's sick with chicken pox. He's missed most of the time the cars have been here on site, but the team pull off their first victory. The 33 Corvettes from TF Sport. Danny Juncadella brought it across the line. Ben Keating started with more than nearly three hours at the wheel, and Johnny Edgar did the middle stint. And there is your race winner, the number 50 Ferrari, the first win for the 50 crew in the World Endurance Championship outside of Le Mans. They were last year's Le Mans winners, 51 the winners the year before. Tonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina, and Nick Nielsen, your winners as Ferrari sweep the hypercar podium. Corvette, McLaren and BMW, the top three in GT3. Well, I think that deserves a firework display. There was tension right to the end after some epic racing here in Qatar. Wherever you are watching it, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or dead of night, thank you for giving us your time and your attention. I think the drivers, the teams, and the cars have more than earned it. Well, we saw the tension in the garage of that 50 crew the last few minutes of Le Mans, didn't we? The boys in tears as the car came across the line. Absolute outstrung emotion. And I'm sure they will be just as happy. And I'm sure in our full access program in a couple of weeks' time, you'll see an awful lot of the reaction behind the scenes in Hypercar and in LMGT3. There'll be some very emotional crews. It's been a long week with 2 days of running, 14 hours of testing in the prologue, and then 3 free practice sessions, qualifying, and the second longest race of the calendar.
Well, the first non-Le Mans win for a Ferrari factory. 499p. We saw the winning quota for the yellow car and now a red car. The 50 car takes the first win outside of those 2 wins of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
And it is the first podium sweep in hypercar, first podium sweep in endurance racing for Ferrari since...
It's the second.
Oh, sorry, yes, since last year, yes, it is, of course, for the Porsches. And again, as with that, one privateer car in amongst the factory cars. But for Ferrari, well, I don't know what's going to happen in Melbourne, but it's going to be an emotional Ferrari factory, I think, this weekend.
This matters at Ferrari.
Really does.
This will be celebrated back at Maranello in the traditional way.
That's Shaheen there, just ushering Ahmed El Hati out of the way so he didn't get flattened by the winners.
So lucky new colours for Ferrari, or rather older colours for Ferrari. Antonio Fuoco.
Antonio Fuoco might take a moment or two to get... there's probably quite a lot of dust in the car. Might take a moment or two to get out. His teammates are there with him, ready to celebrate.
And this car, 33 car, the TF Sport Corvette, a new Corvette, a new customer team from last year. Danny Juncadella, Johnny Edgar, their new silver driver, and the return of a champion with Ben Keating. And it didn't look on, did it, early in this race, but never guess against the Texan.
Talked to Ben Keating after qualifying. He said, we've got what we've got, and it doesn't look like much. I spoke to him this morning, and he said, we'll just see what the race brings. There you go. That's what the race brings. It's not always, as you said, Anthony, many times during this 10 hours, the fastest car in qualifying. That's the fastest car in qualifying. 10 hours of racing is a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, fastest car in qualifying. In the hypercar category, finished third today. Had the speed at the end of the race, but got to keep your nose clean. And what a race, and what a drive from, well, obviously all of the drivers there in the Corvette. Ben Keating is congratulating his teammate Daniel Juncadella, but what a sterling effort Juncadella did there. Really enjoyed watching those last couple of laps.
And Johnny Edgar on the other side, one race, one win.
Absolutely.
Time to quit with 100% record.
100% win ratio, yeah. Well done.
What a fabulous last few months Johnny Edgar's had, taking that European Le Mans Series overall title, and now a race on his debut in LMGT3.
Yeah, and here comes the yellow peril, our TF Sport run Corvette.
I bet they never thought they'd be putting into that position come the end of the race today.
Spoke to Ben after qualifying yesterday. No, he didn't. End of story.
Even this morning, he was happy to be going racing today, happy to be back in the World Endurance Championship, but probably didn't fancy their chances that much. And as we said so many times, it's not over till it's over. Race cars, races have a very different way to qualifying race cars. Antonella Coletta just on the left-hand side there.
Fuoco getting all the hugs from the team, and I really do think I'm always impressed with Antonio Fuoco. He's always rapid. I think today was probably his most mature drive I've seen, under a lot of pressure as well. It was tense, wasn't it?
You could hear it, couldn't you, in his voice at one point, but he gathered himself and kept it on the island, and that's what it took to take this race win today. And
he eventually, it took a little while, but he eventually understood what was needed of him, and he absolutely executed it perfectly. In the end, you know, he looked after the tyres. He didn't go like a bat out of hell and make a massive gap to Robert Kubica, and he easily could have in the end there. He kind of did it with style by just keeping the gap around 2 or 3 seconds worth, and really looked after the tyres that he was asked to do. And yeah, he saw the big picture by the end of it all.
Well, I'm going to start with you, Antonio. An amazing race. You were steadily waiting behind Robert at some stage, saved your tires and managed to bring the tires to the end. An amazing drive and a fantastic 1, 2, 3, 4 Ferrari.
Yeah, I think today we did a really good job with Miguel and Nick. We managed really well the race, and I was just managing behind Robert because I know we were better than him on managing the tires, and at the end he was working really well. So I'm really happy for the team. 1, 2, 3. We did a really good job. So we keep going on this direction.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done. Your last win was at 24 Hours of Le Mans. You must be delighted to be winning here at the start of the season.
Yeah, that's very important to start the season in this way. We experienced a very nice feeling in Le Mans, and now we will like to feel that in the first race of the season. So it's the right way to start, and now it's only need to keep going this way.
Yeah, and this is probably the best way to start the championship. Not only winning Le Mans, interesting, twice in a row. Now maybe it's time to head for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, like the guy said, finally we got a victory in a race that is not the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I mean, what a way for us to start the season, not just for our car, but for the whole team.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and please go celebrate on the podium.
Well, winning Le Mans is something that every sports car driver would give his eye teeth for. But they've started a World Championship campaign with victory, with the big points haul, and that is a head start on the rest of the field, and that is going to feel really good, because as Tom Christensen said, the other key thing for any endurance driver is to be the world champion.
I was about to say the same thing. For Tom Christensen to do that means more than most.
Ten-hour race in Qatar started with Ferrari dicing for the lead, and That was to be part of the recurring theme of this race. The 50 car trying to take the lead away from the pole sitters. They were clean through turn 1 and 2. Almost everyone in hypercar had problems. Lots of contact between other cars. Everybody made it through relatively unscathed. They were a little cleaner in their behaviour in LMGT3, where McLaren started 1-2, and some others who had qualified out of position had lots of work to do. Lexus showing pace early on, but contact with the 21 Ferrari, putting them both into a spin and almost collecting the 46 car and the 88 Corvette as well. Away from a full course yellow, troubles for Kevin Magnussen. His car's pit lane speed limiter wouldn't release. Trouble for the Aston Martin as well. An open door got ripped off in the wind as Marco Sorensen headed to the pits. First safety car for the 61 Mercedes. Brand new brand to the season. And Ferrari continued to race towards the front. Away from the safety car restart disaster. 1-2 for Cadillac became no hope as the number 12 car ran into the back of 38, Jenson Button being hit by Alex Lynn. They both dropped down the order. Mercedes was struggling with new car issues. Ferrari with their yellow privateer car and the 2 factory cars swapping the lead. In LMGT3, it was Lexus versus McLaren. Lexus losing ground with a rare driving error. The LCF has become a real race car this season after a tough start last year. Second safety car for damage to the 99 Porsche, and a third for a fire in the 77 car that burned out in the pre-season testing. Racing into the dark here, half the race in the darkness almost in Qatar, and again a battle for Ferrari supremacy. The 50 car going through on 83 to take the lead away from the restart. Peugeot were in the battle, Porsche not quite so much, although there were a few entertaining moments between them. BMW and Toyota also tussling with the front runners, but it always seemed to be Ferrari who relentlessly rose to the top. 31 BMW looked competitive, but a late stop took them out of the race lead in LMGT3, where Corvette beat McLaren, and Ferrari, the number 50 car, leading a 1-2-3. They swept the podium in hypercar, the first such for the brand in endurance racing for many, many years. And jubilation for last year's Le Mans winners as they take their first win of this season. So a really tough race for everybody. Anthony Davidson, these cars are so closely matched by the rules. They're so closely monitored by the ACO and the FIA. There is no wriggle room. You must get the absolute maximum out of your car for every second it's running. And Ferrari did a great job at maximising their potential from all 3 cars.
Yeah, I mean, we came into this week knowing that Ferrari had the pace to win. And I think they expected it, particularly after the prologue. And but yeah, you can see the disappointment on the faces of the number 51 car crew. It always hurts to start the race in pole position. And although they got a podium, it's not really the podium spot that they were hoping for. So they had the speed to win today, no doubt. Particularly James Collado, who I think he drove a brilliant race to open it up with. And yeah, third will have to do for today, but I'm sure bigger and better things will come for them later on in the year.
Yeah, Collado error-free there in that race by my reckoning. And the faces tell the story, don't they? That's a race they could have won.
Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi, James Collado, third place. Robert Kubica, Ye Yifei, and new boy Phil Hansen, second spot on the podium for the 83 car. They had their share of time in the lead as well.
Yeah, Ye Yifei was absolutely rapid today, wasn't he? You'd expect nothing less from him. But Phil Hansen, really impressive first drive. New car, new team. Yeah, not easy yet. Yeah, Phil, maybe one day.
Phil easing Ye off the top step of the podium, because our race winners are the crew of the number 50 car. Antonio Fuoco leads out Miguel Molina and Niklas Nielsen. Another top flight effort from the 50 crew. Race engineer with them.
Saw some races that got away from them last year, but not today.
National anthem of motor racing, the Italian anthem, with not even at Monza or in Imola. Well, has that added 10,000 to the gate at Imola, or 20,000? I think so.
Well, you look at those three crews, all of them at their moments in the sun as we get the trophies handed out this evening. You've got to say, third place crew was the crew that made the errors, and they will look back and think what could have been. 6 penalties by my reckoning went the way of that crew. The 83 crew pretty much faultless there this evening. It was the cerebral qualities of Robert Kubica. It was a great stint from Phil Hansen, but he was not as quick as the factory car around him. But great stuff as well from AFA. But the 50 crew, well, they're looking a little world champion-like, aren't they? They've got the dander up. And it now becomes a bit of battle of wills and a battle of psychology of racing, potentially between the two factory crews.
It looks great now seeing Ferrari 1, 2, 3. It's easy to think a season of domination. It doesn't work like that in the World Endurance Championship. It really doesn't. The way that the balance of performance works as well. We don't talk about it very often, but it does mean that every dog will have their day. And today was clearly Ferrari's day. It wasn't easy for them, but they got there in the end, the first, second and third.
They've had, haven't they, a quick car since the 499P hit the tracks. But somehow, most days, they've not converted that into the result that the package seemed to offer. Tonight, though, they've done exactly that.
Well, this is a 4th win for Ferrari in the hypercar since they've joined hypercar. So this is the 17th race, and they've had 4 wins, so they're batting almost at 25%. Now, not one car, but spread amongst them, and okay, actually, because they've won points and a half and double points twice, they've actually scored reasonably well. 50 Ferrari leads the podium sweep, and we sort of neglected the rest of the top 6. BMW's car number 15, 4th place, so close to a podium. Toyota 5th and 6th after qualifying that promised much less than that. Outside the top 10, Porsche Penske's number 6 car, the number 5 car just finishing in 10th position, grabbing the last of the points. One of the caddies was in the points, one of the Peugeots, and neither in the end of the Alpine. But in LMGT3 it was Corvette ahead of McLaren and BMW and Lexus and Ferrari and Aston Martin. In the end, as so much of the race, 6 brands in the top 6.
One quick word for Timo Boguslavski in third there, held off 2 factory drivers for that third place in the final analysis. There are the points, and this is the Drivers' Championship, remember, 38 points and a half for this for the 50 crew. Then the 83 crew on 27, 24 to the 51 crew. And then we get to the BMW trio, the Toyota pairing of trios 2 with reasonable points here this evening. The Manufacturers' Championship will tell a slightly different story.
Yes, because the yellow Ferrari is a privateer entry. It's not a full manufacturer's entry, and so that means that Ferrari still get points for 1-2. BMW scoring for 3rd place and for 6th position, because their second car finished in 7th place. So BMW second in the points, ahead of Toyota and Cadillac in 4th. Heading out onto the podium, the new lineup in the BMW, sponsored by the Bend, and Yasser Shaheen, the owner of the Bend Motorsport Park, leads the team out, or shuffles the team out in front of him. Augusto Farfus, Timur Boguslavski and Yasser Shaheen in 2nd place. And a very close one at that. James Cottingham leads the crew out. Sebastian Boll and Gregoire Sosi, his teammates. They've got plenty of potential in that BMW, plenty in the McLaren as well. But the team that wrestled their way right to the top of the greasy pole, Ben Keating, he comes out first. Johnny Edgar and Danny Juncadella. Fist pump from Juncadella as TF Sport claim victory in the season opener. And as with Hypercar, points and a half. So you take a step and a bit ahead of your rivals when you claim a victory in the longer races of the championship.
And now the national anthem of the winning team from Great Britain.
Right, the return for Ben Keating, and a word too for the TF Sport crew. This marks the end of the 7th week on the road for many of this crew. 2 weeks in Daytona, a week testing in the UAE for many of the boys and girls at TF Sport, 2 weeks for the Asian Le Mans Series, and then of course the prologue, and here the opening race of the FI World Endurance Championship. They'll be very tired but very happy travelling home.
I'm indebted to Sam Smith of this parish. He reckons that Ferrari's last endurance racing 1-2-3 in the top class was at Daytona in 1967.
I was 3.
Wow, Lorenzo Bandini and Chris Amon winning in a 330P4. Wow.
Another beautiful Ferrari, as the 499P most undoubtedly is.
Achingly pretty.
Gregory and Ben Keating, Johnny Edgar and Daniel Juncadella. Drivers, please raise your trophies for the podium photograph as it's time to celebrate.
Well, there you go. Celebrations for our podium finishers in LMGT3. And as in Hypercar, points go down to 10th place. Points and a half, although we don't do fractions, so they get rounded up. So congratulations to our podium finishers. And well done to the crews of all 36 cars. We had 6 in the end that didn't make it to the end, 5 in LMGT3, and the 007 Aston was withdrawn by the team. So neither of the Iron Lynx Mercedes made it through. TF Sport's other Corvette retired very early with an issue, and the first retirement was the Acodis ASP Lexus. TF Sport lead the points from United Autosports and the Bend, Team WRT. There you go. 6 different brands in the top 6, and for variety you can't argue with that. For competitiveness you can't argue with that either.
That's the Drivers' Championship points. It is of course the 33 crew with 38 points. Then we get to the United Autosports trio, and the trio from Team WRT The Bend.
Well, let's hear from our LMGT3 winners. Bruce caught up with them a moment or two ago.
Congratulations, an amazing drive. I just heard you say that your heartbeat was 30 beats higher than the usual for the last 20 minutes.
Oh, for the whole stint compared to the first stint, I like to measure all my metrics, and for sure it was a lot of pressure the whole last 30 minutes. I really, in the beginning, I did not think I could hold him because he was coming really quick. But yeah, I just focused on, you know, hitting my marks, and I could see where he was stronger, and there was a couple of chances where he could have gone for it, and he was, I think he was unsure. So yeah, it was good to keep him behind. I think at some point I was thinking we were gonna finish second, but I just focused on myself, on driving, and no mistakes, and here we are.
Truly amazing drive. You must be delighted. The start of the weekend wasn't looking so good, so that's an amazing result.
Yeah, to start 13th and end up in first place after 10 hours of hard racing is not easy. It's really special to have Keating Chevrolet in victory lane.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations, Ben. A last word for you. You must be happy to be joining the team and starting with a win.
Yeah, I'm very happy to join such great teammates, but yeah, waking up this morning, I definitely didn't expect that we would end up here, yeah, after how qualifying and free practices went. So yeah, it's a very nice surprise.
Congratulations to you, and please enjoy the podium now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ben Keating channeling the Intimidator, who I remember stepping out of a wreck number 3 Chevrolet and going, hey, as he got into the ambulance, don't forget, folks, sale starts Monday at Earnhardt Chevrolet. Not sure Ben's putting anything on sale, but yeah, the multi-franchised Texan car dealer once more on the top step of the podium. He's been a really consistent podium finisher, pole position grabber, race winner in the World Endurance Championship, and starts a new campaign in a new brand of Chevrolet with victory. And that is it from Qatar. 10 hours to start the season here in the Gulf. Our next race will be at the Autodromo Enzo Edino Ferrari in Imola in Italy. Ferrari start the season with a 1-2-3. Can they win on home soil? Everybody else will be out to stop them. And who will come out on top in the LMGT3 category? Ferrari have a chance there as well. On behalf of Alex Le Gui and in the pit lane, and everybody here in the booth, Martin Haven saying thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next time out. Bye for now.